So say my name. What's my name? What's my name? Slasher.
How's it going, everybody? It's Slasher103 back with another reacting to video / sleep stream. So if y'all are new here, basically in the matter of speaking, what we do is we put videos in a queue. We leave them on when we're sleeping so that y'all can stay entertained. And then even when I wake up, y'all will know. But on some other news, basically what we did was we set up a alternate account. So it's called Slasher103 Shorts. So that's going to be where I'm going to be also posting my shorts that are made by me. So the content that's from my streams is going to be put on that channel, not content from any other creator and whatnot, because I know that I do post celebrity controversy on my main channel. So for the shorts channel, we're going to be posting all of our main shorts and any clips created by our community. So we're still going to be posting the same shorts on our main channel, but if you guys want to see just those shorts, you can go to that channel. So I'm not saying I'm going to stop posting my shorts from my streams and clips created from people in my streams and the community. I'm not going to stop posting those on my main channel. I'm going to be posting them on my main channel and posting them on the shorts channel. This is just going to be a second way for people to find my content so that people can find what type of content they want to watch. Because I understand that a lot of my shorts get docked on views in the matter of speaking, and they don't reach the people that they're supposed to reach, because the content that I'm posting for the celebrity controversy doesn't exactly meet up with my content 100% of the time. So I had to kind of separate the two in the matter of speaking. But yeah, without further ado, let's get to the videos, guys, because I know y'all are waiting. I already got this already preloaded up and ready.
I'm really bad. I'm nervous. I'm anxious. I'm excited. It's just a tsunami of emotions right now. I'm about to make the biggest decision ever on Flipper-Flop. And coincidentally, it's also the riskiest. But if this deal works out, then the payout is astronomical. Windows 11 is a hot mess right now, with pre-installed apps, bloatware, and Microsoft shoving Copilot down our throats. Wouldn't it be great if there's a cleaner version of Windows 11 without all this nonsense? Well, of course there is, you babbling cheeks. It's called Windows 11 Enterprise LTSC, which stands for Long-Term Stuff for from Opera. Negotiate told you guys about on the last episode of Flip-Flop. I went through every single comment. I think you guys left over 1,000 freaking comments on the last video, and it seems like a lot of you guys are split right in the middle, in between two main aspects of Flip-Flop: the marketing and the PC building. It's like right in the middle. And you guys know I'm a people pleaser. I want to make sure this show is still exciting for every single person. So I'm going to give you the best of both worlds. I'm going to buy the PC cards that are really difficult to find, and also the ones that I really need for future PC builds. And I'm still going to continue hunting for parts. So if I see any really good deals on PC parts or even full desktop PC, I'm still going to buy them patiently. I feel like that's the best compromise I can come up with to satisfy everyone that's watching this Flip-Flop, right? Just kind of do a little bit of both. But yeah, I'm about 27 minutes away from meeting up with this guy, and let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Come here, MJ. I got a yogurt cup for you to lick. Come here. Come here. Come here.
I am not that old. This was a deal of a lifetime, and honestly, it would be silly not to take it. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity, to stock up on a lot of parts for a really, really good price. And another big risk I'm taking is that there's no way I can test all these components. I think I'm buying like 15 to 20 components. So I can't sit here and swap each part out and see if it's working because they're on completely different platforms. Some things aren't even compatible with each other. So I'm just gonna have to take his word for it. He's a very reputable seller on OfferUp, 5 stars, and he seems like a very trustworthy guy. So let's just hope for the best. The mystery man reveals itself. What's going on? It's all good, man. Ed, nice to meet you. Here. Okay. Try to do my test bed, man. I'll take wherever it testing component now. So I'm gonna take your word for it. Okay. Okay, so we got the 1200K, there's 2 of them, right? So they're both in imports then? Okay, sweet. I don't think I bought enough cash, man. Yeah, okay. So you used to flip PCs too, or? I used to. I started at 8th grade. Oh, wow. So you're a veteran. You're more seasoned than I am. Stop. That's funny. That's actually funny. You're like a hoarder for PC toys. Yeah, right. You gotta pay for storage. Appreciate the deal, man. You can both help each other out. Obviously, I lighten the storage load and then hopefully pay for some of your college. So this one was a 1390K with the board for 200. 700X 3D, there's 2 of them. There's there's one? Oh, my bad, yeah. Alright, so this is this one. Alright. What else do we have? We got 700G, 5900X, 5800X. I guess we can do the memory next. Your savior with these DDR5 sticks, man. It's impossible to find these damn things. That's the thing. Ooh, no terabytes. Oh, there was one. There's 2 actually. But these one added on the total. These are, I believe, 150 for both of them, right? And then the 30. I didn't even expect it to be this massive. That's crazy. It comes with a fan too? That's wild. The triple slot for what is it, 48 or 48? That's crazy. People got how massive the 40 these are. And people are complaining about the 50 series being huge. Like, did they forget how big these were too? That's wild. That is wild. Yeah. Is this loud at all? Huh? Let's say the off chance. I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen, but let's say I plug it in the PC and I figure out all the memory set, or let's say the motherboard doesn't work. What happens then? Do you have offer any like warranty or? Yeah, well, I don't think it's gonna happen. I just 47 cents. 47 super. Which is this one? I'm glad, yeah, you got the boxes almost for these. That's cool. I was expecting to like toss them all in a bag. Yeah, I appreciate it. Oh, this one's hella small. That's cool. I don't think I even asked you what model these were. Oh, you did. Okay, you can call me. If you get it, these are AAA thing. That's crazy. Cool. Well, then, yeah. What else is left? The PC's right? Okay, cool. Yeah, let's bring it. You just put it over here. That's cool. Oh, you got the Wi-Fi antenna, my man. Okay, so this one is. Which one is this one? The 38. Okay, let me add that then on there. What CPU is it? It was a. Oh, okay. Whoa! Dusty as hell. You were kidding when you said it just sitting there. It's all good, though, man. People like me cleaning. People like to clean a PC for some reason. It's like therapeutic. It's therapeutic for me too, believe it or not. So as long as it works, that's there. Oh, this is the 64 gig kit, right? And then was there a storage on this one? Remember? Yes, I think it was 2 terabytes. NVMe? Okay, so I'm guessing Gen 3 though, right? Okay. No, don't worry about it, man. Like I said, for this deal, I would wait an extra hour. It's all good. I like that. I like that. Respect. This one's a 5800X, 37. Okay. What CPU is this one? Oh, that's right. It's an K, and we had 1 terabyte of storage, and these are DDR4, 32 gigs, right? Sweet, yeah. I'm not gonna question the cable management. I'm sure there were reasons for that, but okay. You're good then. Gotcha. All right, what else we got? Okay, let's do it. See, this would have been a better test. Once you get rid of the glass panel, you have like access to everything right then and then. Run me again the specs on this one. 15 X, no storage in this, right? How much was this one for? Okay, then let's talk about the two motherboards that came with the CPU. What's you asking of those? So that, yeah, they're pretty high-end boards. Yeah. Okay, you know, you've already given me an awesome deal. 6K. What? 6K. What? Whoa, 6-1. 6-1. Yeah. So they have your college. That's funny, isn't it? That is funny. Although there's not much of a college fund now because we're pretty much negative in the wallet, but I think we're pretty close to negative. If not, we are negative. But we should be able to bounce back. Hopefully, in the next few episodes, we'll see. Appreciate it, man. Well, thank you so much for the deal. It was nice meeting you guys. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah. Take care, man. We are not wasting any time, mostly because we're broke. You guys probably remain this, remember PC or lack thereof. The remains of the RTX 4090 PC build that we did a face transplant to. We still have the cooler, the case, fans, and the power supply. So I'm thinking we fill in the missing components and list it as soon as possible. Well, lucky for me, we literally just picked up a bunch of parts. So we're going to be filling in the case with the ASUS Strix Z690 gaming Wi-Fi that comes with the 12900K processor. Unfortunately, this is on the DDR5 platform, so we're going to have to use some of our precious, scarce DDR5 memory. So we'll be using the 32GB kit that I bought from Daniel. This is the T-Force Delta 32GB kit running at 6,000 megatransfer per second. Of course, we have a ton of storage for inventory, so we're just going to pull a 1 terabyte. And for the GPU, we still have a 3080 Founders Edition laying around, so I feel like this will pair very nicely with the 12900K. So yeah, with that said, let's get cracking. Storage center? I see something on the top end of 2 slots. Investigate. There's no way we forgot to pull up the storage in there. This wouldn't be the first time this happens. Yo, it's a 2 terabyte drive. That's insane. I gotta let him know. It's the right thing to do. If he wants to charge me, I'll pay. Do you want it back? And if he says no, I'll offer to buy it. Although, you should probably switch this to a 1 terabyte. I usually like to keep the 2 terabyte drives for like higher end systems. But you know, with a 3080 and a 12900K, I feel like 1 terabyte is good enough. But I always leave the option for upgrade. So if the future buyer wants to upgrade the storage, I can offer a 2 terabyte as well. But it's always good to put in a 1 terabyte to start with. You never want to put in a 2 terabyte. So while we wait for a response, I'm going to swap this with a 1 terabyte. And let's put this in the inventory in the meantime. Okay, so she's up and running. I've been stress testing her for about an hour or so, and the system is pretty much ready to go. However, there were some last minute changes that I did that we have to go over before we can figure out how much we can list it and how much money we can make. So for starters, as you can see, we do have a different GPU in here. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to use the 3080 Founders with the build because I didn't have the necessary cables for this. The only cable that was provided with this case was 12-inch power cable, which was plugged into the 4090, if you guys remember. And I don't know what they did with the PCI cables. I think either the previous seller either sold it or lost it or something. So unfortunately, I was forced to use either a 40 series card or a 50 series card because of the PCI Gen 5 cable. And the 4070 Super that I picked up today made the most sense with this build. Aside from that, I realized I put in the 64 gig DDR5 kit inside here instead of the 32 gig that I originally planned for. I'm still getting used to the parts list, you guys. I literally picked all these up today. So I'm going to go and actually downgrade back to the Corsair Vengeance sticks that I picked up for $250. And obviously, I'm going to give the option of upgrading the 64 gigs if the potential buyer or future buyer wants that. So with all that said, the amount that I paid for this entire system came out to $990. As you can see, there is no price for the cooler, the case, the fans, and even the power supply because the value of that transferred over to the 4090 PC. So technically, this is all free. Given today's market, RTX 4070 Super PC builds go for around $1,400 to $1,600, which is currently high end if you have more memory and storage. But I think we can easily get $1,500 for this because it is still a good-looking system. There are 4070 Super in here with DDR5 memory. Plus, it doesn't hurt to start high, and we can always drop the price if we can't find anybody. And we desperately need to bring our wallet back up. So if we sell it for $1,500, that will net us a profit of 510 buckaroos. That is going to be a really nice kickstart back into building back up our wallet. So let's go list it for $1,500, test the waters, and see what happens. Guys, we might have a potential buyer for the RTX 5070 PC. Originally, this guy reached out on Facebook Marketplace wanting me to deliver the PC, but it was a bit too far away. And I told him I can deliver on the weekend, but he didn't want to wait. So instead, he's going to be driving over here to check out the PC. So let's hope for the best. All right, got the PC set up for you. Check it out. Oh, you're buying it for him? Or are you buying it? Oh, okay. Sick. Yeah, do you know how to check the specs, or should I pull it up for you? All right, cool. So, what kind of games are I playing? Now it's on this beast. I told him to get something that'll last him a long time. Okay, that makes no sense. Because I want to that's a little overkill for Valorant to see it go. So, you got your 13900K, you got 32 gigs of memory as well, and then RTX 5070. It's sick, yeah, really good deal as well. A lot of people who are interested in it. You're supposed to show up. Unfortunately, I can't hold it for other people. They're always saying, I'll show up on the weekend, but it's first come, first serve, unfortunately. All the drivers are updated, so you just go to Steam or whatever, download. Or I think it's Riot for Valorant, right? Cool, yeah. 6050 cash if you have it. And if you have any issues at all setting it up or if you want to answer any problems, just shoot me a message. Oh, 20s. How did you know I was running low on 20s? Oh, okay. Okay. So, yeah, so 1550 and 1160. Perfect. Sweet, ready? I'll reach this up for you. You got a nice monitor, everything ready to go, keyboard, mouse? Yeah. Sweet. You got it straight from the source. So you know it's been taken good care of. You know what, I'll grab just in case. I don't want you to trip and break this on the way back. 1550, ladies and gents. Let's go and put that back into our wallets and we will assess our profits at the end of the episode. I woke up earlier this morning from one of the We'll assess our profits at the end of the episode. I woke up earlier this morning from one of the best views any man can get, besides seeing a negative STD test result. Somebody wants to buy our RTX 4090 PC at the $3,800 list price after almost being listed for a month. The only downside, the guy wants the PC shipped to Canada. And normally I don't ship PCs outside the USA, especially for this dollar amount because it's a much bigger risk. but he said he's willing to cover shipping. And I really want this PC sold, so I accepted. So I went ahead and weighed the PC and quoted him a price of $225 for shipping to Canada. And if the total shipping cost ends up being a little higher than that, then I'm just going to eat the cost. It's not a big deal. So the final sale price of the 4090 system was $4,025. So it's going to put that back into our wallet. The only thing I changed from the original listing, which might have contributed to the sale, was that I offered to upgrade the storage to a terabyte hard drive that we picked up a few episodes ago for $80, which is honestly such a small price to pay considering how much profit we made from this sale. So I'm going to install the drive, format it, and then drop it over at UPS so they can package it for me. I'm not going to package this one myself because it's going outside the US and it's extremely, extremely expensive. So I'd rather be safe than sorry. So I need this packed up. I'll create the label, so I just need this one packaged right now. I'll save it. Yes, double box if possible. Okay, I just got back to UPS and I can confidently say they packed the PC really, really well. I will be surprised if the PC arrived damaged, but unfortunately, as expected, I did pay a little bit more for the shipping, which honestly I'm not going to complain about. I mean, we're going to make a huge profit from this sale. So in total, I have spent $272.99 for shipping, and I only charged $225. So I'm gonna eat the rest, which again, not a big deal. So let's go ahead and figure out our total profits. Okay, so I've spent $1,600 on the original system with the Corsair case, but then we did do a case swap into the Needly O11, and I did some other upgrades like the cooler, the power supply, and some cosmetic upgrades like the fans and the Hydrus cable for the 24 pin. So in total, I've actually spent $1887 on the PC plus the cost of shipping, which means I have spent $2160 on the entire system. We have sold this for $4,025, netting us a profit of $1865. The biggest profit, hands down, so far on flip or flop, ladies and gents. I couldn't be more happier. And there's only one thing left to do, and that is to drop off the PC at UPS and pray nobody steals it or anything happens to the system. And of course, if it does, I'll keep you guys updated moving forward. We desperately needed that sell for several reasons. Number one, to restore some faith back into the series. Number two, give me a boost of confidence and motivation to continue flipping PCs. And number three, more importantly, to bring our wallet back up to a more comfortable level. But we are not slowing down any time soon, guys. I say we work on our second PC to flip. Also, a quick update on the 2 terabyte storage device we found on our last build. The guy actually messaged back, and after back and forth a little bit, he purchased us for $120. And I immediately accepted because that is an insane deal, a 2 terabyte Gen 4 drive, which we're actually going to be using in this build. So it's going to be about $120 from our wallet for a storage device. And let's go over the parts real quick. So starting with the CPU, we're going with the Ryzen 7 7800X we picked up on the last episode for, I believe, $225. The lowest I can find on the CPU. Incredible deal, which is going to bring us some really nice ROI. A few episodes ago, we talked about motherboards dormant in my inventory. So today I figured, why not? Let's go and use one of them because we will be doing an all-white build, and this is the only board in our inventory that has some white accents in it. So it's going to fit perfectly inside there. This is the MSI, the 850 Gaming Plus Wi-Fi. I believe it's brand new. Yeah, brand new sealed. We even got the Wi-Fi antenna in here, so this is gonna pair perfectly with our processor. And of course, we just talked about the storage device. This is our WD 2 terabyte Gen 4 drive that we picked up for 120 bucks. We are going with a high-end build. We're tossing in a 5070 Ti, so it just makes sense to go with a 2 terabyte NVMe drive for the brand new storage. Of course, if you forget about the Aero 57 Ti we picked up on the last episode for $750, brand new sealed. It's an absolute insane deal. It's a nice ROI. How are you trying to build? Is a brand new sealed Camp UC 1000-watt power supply. We got a nice 360 white cooler to go along with the build. And we'll be building inside the O11 Vision amp from Fiance, which is packed with a new. And of course, you can pick up some extra fans on Amazon to kind of help build the rest of the case. So let's go to deduct the price of the fans from our wallet and begin Operation Profit Weekly. Why did I think this was going to work with a fully play space? Such a bad movie, bro. But we do have an alternative. This is not the end of the world. We can still do a white build. I swear, if this case doesn't support full ATX, I'm just going to move the channel. Yeah. The tray is long enough. It will support full ATX. Let's go. How would I never build this case? In like the 15 years of building PCs. How do you always contract it? Oh, is that something?
Oh shit, what's up, Amy?
Hello.
Perfect timing because I'm fucking freaking out over here because I made another fucking channel for our shorts and whatnot. But like, I'm over here panicking because I'm like, I'm not gonna post enough on it. Why did I even make another one? Like, I'm gonna be posting the same fucking content that I'm already posting on my main channel, just on there, just only shorts. But then I gotta like remember, like, everybody has different attention spans. Everybody has different tastes. You know what I mean?
That's crazy, dude. What else can I mess
Yeah,
up?
that's true. Are you like overwhelmed about it or like
You know
what?
what?
Like, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what
I'm
you were
just
talking about.
overthinking it too much because of the fact that like I don't have an editor or anything yet. So like that channel is basically gonna be dead until like I get an editor / cameraman because I've been looking for like past like 3-4 years for a cameraman / editor.
Well, that's understandable. I don't think you should really, look too into like not. I mean, like the channel, not an editor. Of course, you need an editor, but I
Yeah.
feel like you shouldn't think too much into it. To be honest, this is not like you got your other channel that you're working on. As long as you're like consistent, and this one you should be good. Like.
Yeah, because I'm only going to be posting like once in a while on that until like I get an editor and then it'll start blowing up because we'll be able to start clipping things and shit a lot more better. It's like I just don't have a lot of people clipping like little freaking shorts and whatnot out of my content, so like I have nothing to really post. And because like my laptop isn't up to sync with my fucking stream all the time, I can't exactly get a proper clip every time.
That's true. With having no editors kind of like, kind of the main purposes of, having shorts. So that's
It turned out
understandable.
so good.
Why is like half of everything
Surprised
in here about
with
Yana? Who's
this
that?
SSUPD case. It's first time building it,
Huh?
and I am blown away. Who
I've
knew
never seen this
flipping
Yana
the
person, but I'm
motherboard
definitely putting
over
like
90
plus
degrees
on it.
makes it look this nice? But yeah,
Honestly, she's some new streamer chick that eats a lot of food, and I was like, yo, not gonna lie, she's vibes, so I started posting her, and the community speaks, man, the community speaks. Everybody fucking said they fucking loved the content of her, so what did I do? I kept posting it.
Oh, you did one of those like those edits where like I can't explain it. Like that edit where they like zoom into your face whenever she says something stupid. And it's like I don't know.
Yes, sir.
I gotta send it. I don't know. I'll send it to the main chat so you can see it. What I was talking about.
No,
It
I
was
know what
funny.
you talk about. You gotta get the good fucking stuff, you know what I mean?
What? Oh my gosh, she's worth almost $3 grand. Okay, let me think for a sec. Okay, I did not expect. I was like expecting.
Yeah, it just feels weird because like the way that I was thinking about it is,
And she's a white
once I do get an editor and shit, like, should I stop posting all my like my content for shorts there and start posting them on the shorts fucking channel, or should I still continue posting on both? That's what I'm mostly overwhelmed about. But like I need to stop thinking so fucking far into the future because I'm thinking about things that I don't even and shouldn't even have to worry about yet. And then on top of that, I got a lump sum of fucking money coming in from taxes that I didn't receive. So I'm gonna be getting like 2.7K back, and then I'm also gonna be getting like $200 every single month added onto my pay that I'm already getting every month. It's like I got a whole bunch of disabilities and shit, so like I receive disability and tax credits and shit.
Wait, what was that last part?
I'm on disability, and like I'm on disability and shit because I got a bunch of disabilities. I literally, physically, and mentally cannot work. I tried that shit for a few years, and that shit made my disabilities worse. So when I reapplied, because I was on disability up until 18, and then they said, "Oh, he's doing better." I was not doing better, and then things got worse. So when I reapplied, like literally the minimum amount of time. How you doing, Mortez? So basically, the minimum amount of time that they could possibly do the form for me to get approved for disability, they did.
Oh, shit, man.
So most people, it takes up to like fucking 3 to 5 years. It only took me less than fucking like a year for them to approve me back onto it.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know, because I never worked a 9 to 5 in my life. Whenever I jumped out of high school, I jumped in straight into this job, so I wouldn't understand, low-key.
Yeah, I got ADD, ADHD, borderline personality disorder, OCD, depression, anxiety. I got a whole lot of fucked up that makes my life fucked up.
Computer parts? Yeah, I buy computer parts. So let me know inventory wise.
I don't know, but yeah, I'm sorry that you have to go through whatever you have to go through to get those.
And on top of that, I've got trauma from fucking past previous job places. It's like, I could go on and on with stories. One of them was somebody had taken a broken glass. There's a broken glass bin right beside the fucking and the dishes washing area, you know what I mean? Instead of putting it in the bucket, which could have taken them 2 seconds to do, they place it inside of my cloth that I was using. When I go to grab my cloth, it slices my fucking ring finger completely right open. And I'm bleeding everywhere. Like, there is blood all over the fucking floor. It was horrible.
From the BIOS.
Ew.
And I messaged the
Ew,
guy up front.
why would you say that?
And he
Now I got
ghosted
it
me.
in my
He hasn't
head.
responded.
It's
Bro,
gross.
the one time I didn't bring my test bed to check out these
And like, I'm fucking freaking the fuck out. Like, not like panicking. I'm just pissed. Because I'm like, who the fuck? The chick that put it in my fucking goddamn, in my fucking, in my cloth, comes running fucking towards me with a fucking with a med kit. I was like, this bitch. So I found out after that shift that she was the one who did it. And then after that shift, she resigned and stopped working there.
He sold me, you know, the whole lot of PC components. If these light up, then you know,
so I never got to fucking confront her about it.
Then it's an issue with the motherboard, and that's even worse.
Honestly, you could have, you know, gotten her in trouble for it. Like,
Oh yeah. And then I was constantly harassed by my coworkers and supervisors and assistant manager.
Never ever trust anyone.
About
a cell.
I was wrongfully fired for them saying I was being insubordinate, yet nobody was helping me with my orders, and it was a show night and we were understaffed. And then they told me, oh, you got to do all these orders for him by yourself, but at the same time, you're the only one that has to go and do dishes. What? So you guys can just keep letting people in and ordering more food, but you guys can't fucking take 2 seconds to go wash our dishes so that we can make your orders? Seem a little bit selfish.
That is wild. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to do the same thing with these sticks that I did.
Because they don't care. They're making tips every single person that they fucking let in. So the faster they get their fucking food out, the more fucking money they make. And the more customers we get, that's a more fucking chances at getting more tips. So they didn't fucking care.
So I'm gonna put in the RMA request.
And then on top of that, they had dropped a whole tray of fucking bacon on the fucking floor. You want to know what they told us, what my manager told us to do? Oh, just go take it to the sink, run it under some hot water.
Okay, there's still a chance that you will buy it. But fortunately for me,
you want to know what they say for moldy buns? Oh, don't throw out the whole package. Just throw out the one bun.
So there is.
If the bottom bun's okay, you can keep the bottom bun. But if the bottom bun's not okay and the top bun is okay, then keep the top bun. But if both buns are not okay, then just throw out the whole bun itself and use a different bun from the same fucking package. I'm like, really?
So the packing material.
And on top of that, they drop food on the fucking floor. And I'm telling you, these floors are greasy and nasty as fuck. They'll pick the buns or the food right up and put it right back on their fucking cutting board and continue fucking prepping it. Like as if it fucking never even dropped on the floor. I've watched the manager do it too.
Some good coffee. Okay. So, yeah, the PC is
I'm like, that's fucking disgusting. And then they pre-cook their burgers, their chicken wings, and their fries on show nights, and then they just retoss them back down for a few seconds so that they're nice, fresh, and hot, and they seem like they were just cooked.
Super was $15.50. So it's going to put $15.50 back into our wallet, and let's figure out how much our profit was. So we paid $990.
I got my hamburgers, but no, I never worked in an area where I had to cook, so never experienced that before. That's gross.
Long story short, I haven't been working for the past 3 years because of that place.
We sold it for $15.50, netting me a profit of $475.
I used to love fucking working until I fucking worked at that place, and now I can never work at another fucking goddamn anywhere.
and not selling.
Because now I've seen how shady businesses can get. I don't want to be a part of it. That's why I said I will go off and I will do my own thing and I'll continue on with my streaming like I was doing in the first place.
Well, that didn't take long. Just 4 days later,
because like that's fucked.
Somebody reached out wanting
and like at least with streaming,
I did drop the price by like $100.
I don't have to worry about people fucking me over. Because all I'm doing is I'm out here helping people, and if people don't like that, then it's whatever. Because I've gotten over 180 people affiliated on Twitch this year alone. So I've been doing nothing but good things.
There we go.
And I've helped over 70 different people with their stream optimizations, helping them set up their PCs, helping them upgrade to Windows 10, or from Windows 10 to Windows 11, helping them get rid of any bad software that they shouldn't have, helping them set up their fucking startup for their PC and everything, PC specs, how to build a PC, how to take care of a PC, how to optimize a PC, how to keep a PC optimized. Because people think that, oh, you do the updates once and then it's good. No, you have to check the fucking updates at least once a week to make sure there's no newer updates replacing those old updates. Because things are always updated. I do maybe fucking over 5 fucking updates a month. That's minimum.
So I got a message from the guy literally today, and I almost had a panic attack because the PC arrived like this.
So like,
the box looks like
when people think consoles are fucking bad,
I don't even know how.
do you think their phones are bad?
Luckily for me, I managed to double box this.
It's a joke.
It was quite pricey.
Because for PCs, you gotta update them bitches.
So
at least one thing once a week. It's either gonna be your game, your Windows, your graphics drivers, or some random other fucking update or something fucking corrupting and you needing to reinstall it. It happens all the time. All the time. PC never seems to fail with fucking up. I swear.
Spreadsheet online where we can keep track of every single item that
the PC is in the computer?
Yes, sir. I got a whole custom built PC that I made. I help people build PCs, and I also build PCs for people.
Man, I remember I used to go to this community college back when I was like, what, 16, maybe 17? I used to go to this community college and I would create like these PCs, like not like just in like the motherboard area of the PC. I would help create those, and then we would create like
the circuits.
Out of it. Yeah, it was so amazing. And we got to like, I don't know, I don't remember, but it was fun. I've created a PC before.
Yeah, isn't it like computing and functions or something like that?
Yeah, somewhere along the lines of that.
So something weird named like that, because it's like teaches you how PCs are built and how they work and how to program them, how to put in coding and shit. I remember those classes.
And we also created like little tiny ass robots. Like they would run around. Like we would have a little controller.
Yeah, I used to do that with the fucking. You remember the Lego versions of those?
Oh my god.
The little fucking robots where you could attach any different little thing, program it to do so and so, move forward this many paces, then turn, then do a little dance, then back up, reverse, turn to so and so degrees.
Man, I miss doing that, man. The little robot. Oh my god, I miss that, to be honest. But
I know,
yeah, I
right?
that a long time ago. Like, I need to go back. I need to go see what's up, see how they do it for real.
See, like if people taught classes like that, like taught all classes in that style, things would be fun and everybody would want to learn. That's why people like watching how it's made. That's why people like fucking building PCs and tinkering with electronics and learning how to fucking put things together. Because, like, it's interesting. It may put you to fucking sleep, but it's cool to do. It's not fun. It's not fun to fucking watch, but it's cool to do. Like for me, it's a little bit different. I like to watch, and I also like to do, but that's only because I'm bodily kinesthetic. I can watch something and then I can do it without having to have done it.
I whenever I was there, we would take it down and we put it back together. I feel like the reason why I was so entertained with it is because it was hands-on, and it was always hands-on, and we're never watching anything. Because I'm that type of person
Exactly.
sitting there in front of a TV that's gonna be playing a 4-hour fucking demonstration of how to put down and put up a fucking motherboard. I'd go crazy.
I know, that's like my science teacher. You wanna know what he did? He put us all in this big huge fucking dome, okay? It has a fan fucking blowing into it so it stays blown up, okay? Everybody was sitting and was all fucking in an area. And it weighs itself down on each side, so you don't gotta sit down on the edges. You can literally walk around in this thing, okay? So, because there's no lights or anything in there, we literally had to bring a light in there with us. And when he turned it off, you could literally hear people fucking breathing. If somebody was over on the other side, like, I'm telling you, they're like a good 15 fucking feet, 20 feet away from you, okay? This dome was huge. You could hear them like as if they were right in your fucking ear. Because what happens is if they speak towards the wall, what happens is the vibrations from their voice goes around both sides, around the whole dome, and it echoes back over to the other side where you're sitting. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck? That's cool as shit. So you can literally be going, hey, yo, hey, what's up? Just whispering into them. And they can literally hear you clear as day, like you're literally sitting next to them. Yeah, they're literally like all the way over there, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay. Hold on. Because there's nothing more cool than my science teacher making blue chemicals, and I don't know what the other color was, but make it turn black, and then it turned clear. That shit was like, oh, mind fucking blowing. I don't know if you've ever seen the science teachers. They like, or the I don't know, it was a
oh, my
professor or
science
whatever. I
teacher
don't
was
know,
cool. He did
but
the elephant toothpaste experiment.
ew, what? That sounds gross.
No, it's where you put certain chemicals into a test tube, and it shoots up a bunch of fucking foam out of the test tube, and it looks like a volcano erupting. It's cool as fuck.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, it's cool as fuck. Elephant toothpaste experiment. You gotta search it up. You can even do it at home
I'm
too.
gonna look it up
Just
right now.
don't touch the elephant toothpaste because it can get up to fucking heats of like fucking 150 fucking degrees fucking Celsius or whatever. So you can literally burn yourself if you get it on your skin. That's why they tell you when it goes off, you stand the fuck back. You don't want to touch it. Oh, good joke. So I'm guessing you finally put the little angel to bed?
Pardon?
I'm guessing you finally put the little angel to bed?
Yes. Oh my god, she is such an irritating little demon. What? What I
I
tell
know, that's
you,
why I
bro,
said
like,
angel with quotation marks.
yes, keep the quotation marks. Like, I swear, like, but she's okay. It's just whenever she wants something, she goes crazy, and it's like,
She can be good when she wants to be. That's how all kids are. I would
like
know.
right after she gets what she wants, she acts like she didn't just go through a whole toddler tantrum at 10 months old, and I'm like, oh my god.
See, me and Des got a disabled child. See, it didn't come out of my nutsack, but I took care of that child from like since they were fucking little. So that's my kid. Dad didn't
Period.
give no
And
fucks about the child, so no matter speaking, he ain't the fucking dad because it may have came out of his nutsack. But if he doesn't care about his own fucking daughter when she came out of his nutsack, and I care about her more than he does, then that proves something.
yeah, and I'm happy for you that you sat there and you took responsibility. That shows what a better man that you are and a worse man that he is. And I'm
Yeah.
not trying to speak on anybody. I don't know anything, but still.
No, he's a
Period.
fucking druggie that does a bunch of fucking drugs. He has a bunch of kids with a bunch of different fucking women, and he doesn't take care of any of them. And then he wonders why he has no rights to any of his kids and doesn't get any fucking benefits or nothing from the kids because that's all he was trying to do. He's like, oh, the more kids I have, the more money I can make. Watch when the fucking government finds out your fucking goddamn plan and they cut you off. They literally said that anytime he has a kid, he's not allowed to have fucking custody of the kid. He has all of his parental rights taken away.
Shit, I would never want to be in that situation ever. That just makes me want to tie my fucking tubes because I want my kids. What?
He doesn't care. And all of his kids are disabled. Fucking the one and like what he did was he got Des pregnant, okay? Left her because of me. And then got mad, so he went and fucked her sister, got her sister pregnant, had a club-footed kid with her. I'm pretty sure had another kid with her sister, and then now he has another kid with her sister's ex roommate because they were roommates until he started fucking around with her. And long story short, had a kid with her too. So
Okay,
he
now that just
went from he went from one chick to the sister to the roommate to multiple of my exes and now back to the roommate again.
Okay, now he's just sticking his dick in whatever breathes for real. Like,
Exactly. I said he's getting his dick in whatever the fuck he can, eh? I'm like, I'm gonna laugh when he ends up with herpes or AIDS or fucking some type of STD. I wouldn't be surprised if he already has one.
Now that is a gross conversation right there. Ew. I can just imagine that dude's weird. It sounds weird. You want to look out for those type of people.
Yes, sir. And then because I dye my hair and everything and I have lip piercings and shit, you wanna know what he did?
What?
He went and got his eyebrow pierced. I'm pretty sure he went and got his lip pierced. Started dyeing his hair, thinking that would make Des jealous. Like, bitch, she don't want you.
Funny as hell. Oh my god. I'm gonna share my screen real quick so you can see what I was trying to talk about.
So I'm pretty sure she wouldn't have been fucking me for 9 months while she was with you if she wanted to come running back to you.
Working up our clock reaction, right? It's now working inside to be able to form and show the presence of iodine. That's exactly what happened.
What the fuck?
And now you can change it back with a little sodium thiosulfate. Look at this. And it goes completely back. That sets up our clock reaction, right? It's now working inside to be able to form and show the presence of iodine. That's exactly what happens. And now you can
Yo, this shit just turned into Venom. What the fuck?
Look at this. And it goes completely back.
Bro, I'll tell you, that shit was fucking wow whenever I saw that firsthand. Like, I always would see it, like, and in the YouTube shorts and blah, 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 and all this whatnot. But as to the first time that guy, I don't remember his name, I don't remember, but whenever he showed me that shit, I was like, bro, like, this is the most craziest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life.
I don't blame you. I'd be tripping too. I was like, what the fuck was that?
Bro, I tell you, man, that shit was wild, and
That
plus I was
motherfucker was
fucking
like,
high
you
as
wanna
fuck
see some
hell, man.
Jesus type shit? I can turn water to wine, nigga.
Like, bro, I was tripping like a motherfucker. I thought I was tripping because I was high as fuck while I was watching that shit. And I was like, what? What
Yo.
am I seeing right now?
I don't get
What'd you say?
I don't get this. My Twitch wasn't working for my viewer count earlier. And now my Twitch is not working. My Twitch is working for my viewer count, but my YouTube isn't. Make up your fucking mind, you goddamn widget. Okay, it's gotta be an account fucking resync thing, because what the fuck is going on here? Maybe it's because I just made a new account. So it probably wants me to go.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. I was doing something on my phone. I didn't hear you.
Is he gonna do it now? Please, puppy, do it for me. You know you want to.
I cannot get the sound of that Metro PCS phone out of my head, like that. Hello Moto. Wow, never making a joke again.
Sorry, I was processing another joke as you said that. I was literally thinking. You had me start thinking. Hold up, I got a rebuttal off of yours of what you just said. Imagine if phones, when they start up, if they said their logo name. Like, imagine that. If they were like on some like old Sega type shit, they just be like Samsung.
Oh my god,
iPhone.
the fucking
Motorola.
remember, I don't know if you know those little phones. I don't know what it was called, the Nicolia, I think it was called. Um, no, fuck that. It was a game, Sega. That shit
Yeah.
was fucking wild. I fucking love
Yes,
that
sir.
sound. Like, if you hear it, you just know, like.
Sega.
Fucking love that shit for real.
I just watched fucking Ludwig do a voiceover for that. Because, like, he was, like, doing one of those fucking things where you play the volume at max volume in your headphones while you record your voice at the same time and see how close you were after. Because you play the audio in your headphones and you copy the audio with your voice and you record it, you know what I mean? And then you listen back to your voice, just your voice, to see how close you were.
Nah, cause I be singing to myself, thinking I got the
Thinking that you
harmony.
sound like $1 billion, and then you go to listen it back and you're just like, oh. Oh, that is not at all what I thought I sounded like. What the fuck?
I know, right? Bro, that's how I feel, bro.
Bro, that's everybody, bro. That's literally everybody. Everybody doesn't hear their voice the same way that everybody else does. So when they actually hear their voice, they look at it as like, nah. Nah. Who's fucking with me? I was like, it's gotta be the mic. There's no way. I do not sound like that. If I could adjust the voice and I could make it sound like the way I'm hearing it, y'all would understand why I'm being like, nah. That ain't sound like me. Who the fuck is that? That's a clone. I don't know what you're talking about.
I really be thinking I could sing for real until I listen back on my recording. Cause I like sometimes whenever I'm like, feeling sad and stuff and I want to like, sing and stuff, pretend like, I'm fucking Beyonce and shit. I'd sing until
Dance like the world ain't looking.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna sing and stuff like that. So I sing, right? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna sing this to somebody. I'll play it over, and I'm like, oh, fuck no, I'm gonna go ahead and delete this shit. Probably delete my phone. Probably fucking throw my shit out the fucking window and shit. Take it back, return, send to sender. I'm swear to God.
I know, that's like half the people in music don't even know that they sound a specific way, and then once they found out that they sound that way, they're like, oh. So if I want to sound a specific way, I gotta like bring it down low like this. Or even bring it up like high like this, you know what I mean? Like you gotta adjust your voice.
I can adjust my voice.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like that's what having tone structure is, and for your vocals and everything.
I can sound like a man too, so I don't know. That's the best part about what I got going. I'm a really good voice
I could
actor.
put a hoodie on, walk into a strip club, smack some bitches' asses, and they gonna think I'm gonna whip out a dick in the middle of the night. I bring them home, and then we just binge and watch some fucking movies together and eat some fucking ice cream together on the couch type shit, because we just homies now.
Bro,
Could you imagine bringing a fucking stripper home, them fucking finding out you're not actually a dude, and then you being like, nah, I'm not a dude, but I did bring her home because I just wanted to watch some fucking movies and have somebody to chill with. I just need some more girly friends.
Get the fuck out of my house. I would have said.
They'd probably be looking at you being like, there's no way this bitch just took me home to try and make friends with me. What the fuck? At first, they low-key gonna probably think it's fucking weird, but then they're gonna be like, eh, fuck it. Free munchies. And I make a friend out of it.
Period. Slasher. It's 2:52 in the morning, and I'm currently laying down, about to fall asleep. My eyes are closing at this moment.
Oh yeah. You think you win on this one? You think you win on this one? You want to hear what time it is for me?
I could already imagine like 4
It's
a.m.
5:52 in the morning. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm tired as fuck.
But the difference is what makes you tighter is because I was asleep. I woke up and I joined the call. That's different, okay? You were awake, okay? I was asleep, like dead ass asleep until my phone
Then
started
that's
beeping,
even worse,
and
because that means you got rest.
then I joined the
You
call.
you 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 you're cheating. That's not fair. You got sleep. I
Well,
haven't.
listen. It's you're more prone to be more tired whenever you sleep like a few hours than you don't sleep at all. I'm not gonna lie, because I've done an all nighter before, and I was tired, but I wasn't that tired. But me waking up like in the middle of the night and then going back to sleep like hours later, I will, like in the morning or like during the day, I would feel that, my consequences of doing that. So
Yeah.
yeah,
You
so
want to know?
I
You're
weird.
gonna find this weird, but you want to hear a weird history fact?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so I bet you didn't know this. Well, back in like the 1700s and the 1800s, you want to know what people would do?
Yeah, what's up?
And they would stay awake for 2 to 3 hours, and then they'd go and take a 30-minute nap to an hour nap. Okay? And then they stay up for another 2 to 3 hours. And then they repeat. Half hour to an hour nap. And apparently those was the best way to live their lives, because then they were able to balance sleep and work while all at the same time not losing motor function and whatnot, because each time they woke up the brain would get rebooted, so they would be fresh and ready, so they'd do whatever they needed to do in the 2 to 3 hours that they had. And then whenever they'd have to switch to a different topic, they'd take a nap, wake up, start fresh. Because then they don't have all the stuff that they just did in their head. They're only thinking about what they have to do next. And that's how they were able to put out some of the best work in the whole world. That's how Shakespeare was able to put out some of the best fucking shit that he's ever done, because that's the way they lived. Bet you didn't know that.
Uh, sure. I'm sorry. I
Don't you wish
can't grasp
times were
my
still like that? Like, don't you wish people literally told you, hey, you've been working for 2 to 3 hours, go take a fucking nap? Okay.
Oh, I would love that.
You know how fucking awesome that would be? Fucking work for a few hours, take a nap, come back to work for a few hours, then go and take a nap, and then fucking go back to work for a few hours. You know what I mean? Like, you'd have so much energy throughout the whole fucking day. Because you'd never be burnt out, because you'd always be getting fucking rest. Because what they found out is basically, in the matter of speaking, your brain only has a few hours before it starts running out of energy capacity, in the matter of speaking. But since they started changing the sleeping schedules from that to the sleeping schedules now, everybody's adjusted and nobody knows how to sleep like that anymore. There's only select few that still have it driven in their fucking genes and in their DNA. Because it's not something that you can force, you know what I mean? It has to come over generations of practicing it. It's kind of like martial arts and whatnot. It's not something that can just be learned over one day. It takes years, generations to develop the perfect, unique training to get to you to be able to do the things you need to do. And like it takes lots of practice, lots of trial and error, lots of different techniques, lots of different people trying and putting in different ideas and looking at it from different ways. And like not every generation can look at it the same way. So some generations will look at it differently from other generations, and they'll find an easier way to do it that the other generation couldn't because they were too stubborn to change the way that they had originally learned it in the first place. Because that's what always happens when people get new and get old information. They take it in from old information, turn it into new information by only making it easier or short forming it, in the matter of speaking, so that people can get it done quicker, but without having to take as much time to learn it. That's why I like helping people out with PCs, because I already have the knowledge. It takes me less than fucking 2 hours to help people fucking set up their PCs. Sometimes in the matter of speaking, it takes up to like 5 hours, but that's, like I said, minimum it could take up to 2 hours. You know what I mean? Or a little bit less. Now, maximum could take up like 5 to 10 fucking hours. Now you see why I'm a good streamer? I could just keep the conversation going all night long.
Yeah, like I swear to God, I haven't blinked. Like like the whole time that you've been talking, my eyes have not closed. Trust me, I'm wide awake. So it's like I'm, I'm not even sleepy. So what was the point of me actually getting off? To be honest.
I know, that's why a lot of people like watching my streams. It's not for the fact of the content and whatnot. I need to start realizing that people come here just to listen to my voice, just to hear me talk. Because, like, I don't realize when I talk slow and I talk calm and everything, how soothing my voice can sound sometimes. Because I've watched back some of my content, I'm like, yo, I'm falling asleep watching this shit. I'm like, what the fuck? But it's
No,
like,
it's like the opposite. Is you keep people awake. You don't make people go to sleep. You keep people awake, but not in a bad way. Not saying you're doing anything
it's
bad.
an
And
interesting
it's
thing because I have an interesting voice, but I always keep you refreshed, and I keep switching up the topic every few seconds so that you don't get fucking burnt out.
yeah, it's like see, we need more people like that. People that just be talking about the same shit for the next like hour and a half. Like Jesus Christ,
Now
like I
that's
need
what we
something
call
else. Give me
certified
something else.
yappers.
Exactly. It's not talking too much if you're not talking about the same shit. So I was accused of talking a lot until I had to correct them, and I'm glad I found somebody else that does the exact same shit, man. Like you can't tell me I'm talking a lot.
I know, like, I used to think that it was a bad thing because I used to get picked on for it, for talking too much and not shutting the fuck up. But then I realized, hey, it just means I'm different and I have an area that I know that I can apply this to, which is streaming. Because videos, in the matter of speaking, people don't want to sit here and just watch somebody rambling and rambling and rambling. With live streams, people will watch that shit all fucking day because they don't care what the fuck you're talking about. They'll clue in with whatever they can whenever they feel like they got a topic that they can insert. Because, like, you always got to keep the conversation rolling when you're streaming, because you got to think about it from a viewer perspective. What if you just randomly joined in? If they're just sitting there, not talking, not doing anything, you're not going to want to watch their stream. But if they're sitting there talking about just even random fucking shit, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to be like, yeah, they may be talking about random shit, but they're interacting with the viewers and they're keeping the conversation going. And they're always leaving a new area for people to clue in with different subjects, because not everything applies to everybody. So certain topics may not apply to certain people and they won't clue in, you know what I mean? They won't type anything. But then when they see a topic come up that they know that they can put their thoughts in, they'll be like, yo, da 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 da. And then they start conversating and they start becoming a part of your community. just like you did. And all the other amazing people that are out there watching me right now.
Like, I feel like that whenever I watch a live stream, right, and I'm just like, listening to the person talking, not only you, but like, 'cause I don't even know how I found you. I just found you on like YouTube. But whenever I'm listening to other people talk, like, and they're just on the stream, connecting to their comments
What, did
and
I
stuff
just
like that,
randomly pop up on
I
your
would have
homepage?
them. Yeah, dead ass. Like, you just
Yo, my shit's
were
actually
there.
getting that suggested? What the fuck?
No, not. Well, yeah,
That's a good
yeah. Like
thing. I'm
technically, like
fucking...
I opened
That's good.
YouTube and you were there. So, okay, I don't even know why I even entered the fucking live. I was just bored as fuck. But then I joined here. But anyways, let's not do a background recap. Just let me
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. About that. Like I was saying, like usually I will listen to people talking. I don't know what it is, but I just, whenever I join a stream, if they talk a lot, then I'm more interested. If we're all about the game or we're all not speaking,
Yeah.
I'm not interested in that. I don't really be watching that. But whenever I do listen to people talking, I would usually like put it in the background and I would read or I fucking like watch, not watching a movie, but like, not exactly watching a movie, but like,
It's kind of like a podcast.
documentaries, blah, blah, blah. I don't know why, but it's like I have to have something in the background. Like if it's not people talking, then it's people fucking like a movie or something. If it's not a movie, then it's a fucking music video or something. I have to have something in the background. Otherwise, I'm gonna get my brain's gonna be all mushy and I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, that's like me. I can't be in silence. I always gotta have a video on. If I have a video off, I'll have either music playing or I'll be doing something, you know what I mean? Like, editing videos, having it replay itself. Because, like, when I'm editing my videos or making shorts, I'll have that shit looping. Because, like, I'd rather have it looping and hear it looping rather than just sitting here staring at a fucking screen with nothing playing in the background. Me being like, is anybody gonna make a noise? Like, I know I got the fans, but, like, the fans is just ambient noise. It's not really noise. And then when I turn the fans off, oh my god, my room is the quietest fucking room in the world, I swear. Because of how much shit I have in my room. It gets way too quiet. It literally feels like you're in one of those fucking sound dampening fucking rooms. You can literally hear yourself fucking breathing.
Oh my god, yes. You could hear oh my god, and I could hear like
You
the
can hear
fucking
your
walls.
heartbeat.
I can feel I know I can hear my fingers tapping against my phone, like my nails and stuff. That's like if my room is completely silent and there's nothing making any type of noise, not even the air conditioner, if I sit down and I start typing, I can hear my nails clicking on the fucking keyboard and it's like I hate that noise.
Yes, sir. But yeah, I've been asking everybody this. What do you think about the red dot that's in the front of all of our titles?
Pardon?
What do you think of the red dot that's in the front of all of our titles?
What are you talking about?
The red dot that's beside all of my titles on my streams and whatnot.
I think it's different. I don't think that anybody else has ever, done it before, so
I find
I
only
think
big streamers use it because it kind of catches you off guard. And instead of just seeing a normal notification pop up on your phone saying, oh, like, da 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 da, you know what I mean? Oh, I clicked something on my keyboard. But instead of it saying da 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 da, you know what I mean? It shows a little red dot first, and it's like, oh, you know that's alive. You know what I mean? Because it's like the same.
yeah.
It's kind of like the same logo that pops up when people go live.
I
Like
think it's
the little dot when you start streaming, you know what I mean? It turns red. Like when you start recording on a fucking device, the red dot, that's just all it reminds me of. And it just like reminds you of when you click fucking start on a video. When you go to record yourself with your camera. It goes from just
yeah,
that pause button
yeah.
to just a red fucking blinking button. That's all it reminds me of.
I think it's very unique because I've never seen somebody do that before, personally. Because I I watch Joe Bart. I don't know if you I don't know if you know Joe Bart, but I
Yeah.
like watching Joe Bart and stuff like that. So I always watch pre-streamed videos. So I never watch it whenever he's live. I don't know why. Just I never catch him live, so I never watch live. So it's like I'm not waiting for him to get live. I'm not that much of a sophisticated fan, so I would always catch his non-live videos. So that's what the interesting part about yours is that you have a logo telling them that it is live instead of being, oh, I'm live in the fucking caption. You're like, you got the dot there.
Yeah,
You
the
explain
dot
what's
says
going
that
on.
I'm
So
live. It just screams it like, bing! This person just started fucking up their stream. You know what I mean?
yeah, hell yeah, I think it's very interesting. It gives a unique vibe.
It's like, I had a few of my friends fucking have it on their show. It's like, bro, it catches my attention every fucking time because it's different from any other notification I get on my phone, and it like lets me know, like, motherfucker, hey, I'm live. Come fucking join. Instead of being like, oh, I'm live, come and join if you want to. It's basically like a bright red beacon telling you to fucking come join. Because I've noticed ever since I started including that in my streams, my viewership's gone up like by fucking so much. So much. My fucking content's been like quadrupling almost every fucking like week or so. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? My shit is blowing the fuck up and I can't even keep track with half of the shit. Which is a good thing though, because it gives me shit to do now. I have things to do and I can actually say I'm finally making it somewhere.
Man, I gotta get out of here. I'm falling asleep.
Me too. I'm all at a kush until the morning.
Hell yeah, man. I'm gonna hop on. I'm gonna hop on here later, just to hang around, man.
Sounds good. I'm gonna go catch some
Alrighty.
Z's. You should probably do the same.
Alrighty. You have a nice day. Thank you.
Good night, Amy. And I shall talk to you later.
Good night. Ah, that's my name. Stop.
I'm tired as fuck, everybody.
So today we're going to completely tear it down, give everything a proper cleaning, and eventually see how far we can push it. But first, let's plug it in and find out exactly what part of the process it is. Oh my god. Inside we've got an i7-8700K, an absolute beast of a CPU that a lot of gamers dreamed of many years ago. It has 6 cores and 12 threads, plus some serious overclocking potential. And in the single core benchmark, it scores around 475 points. But wait, what is this? I haven't even done anything yet. The CPU is already hitting 100 degrees Celsius.
What the
That's
fuck?
insane. Yeah, I don't think I should benchmark it. At this rate, I'm going to melt the socket before this video even starts. So before doing any testing, I'm going to tear this thing apart and give it a complete. One interesting thing about this alien is its timeless design. Look at the side panel and smooth the entire power supply away without getting to the button screws. Opening this thing almost feels like opening a car. And if you're wondering how the LED strips and side panels get power, here's the answer. They use these contact points, so when the panel closes against the chassis, the LEDs automatically make their connection. My God, and inside actually made me stop for a second. One look at the CPU unit, and I think I understand why the processor was running so hot. I'm not trying to hate on it, but this looks more like the kind of basic tool you'd expect on a PC. It's definitely not ideal for heavy gaming. Let alone overclocking into 87. Okay, alright, let's start taking everything apart. And here we have the GPU, our GTX 80 machine. This card is basically considered one of the greatest GPUs of all time. Although this particular one has definitely seen some use. There are a few scratches on the outside, but nothing too serious. Inside, though, there's quite a bit of dust. There's even a dead mosquito trap.
What the fuck?
I'll get you out of this. Next, I need to disconnect all the cables from the motherboard so I can remove the power supply. And it's becoming pretty obvious that Dell didn't exactly actually swapping parts. There are proprietary solutions everywhere. Shape, mounting system, the connectors, even the cable lines. Everything is specifically designed for this case. The power supply itself is rated at 850 watts, so at least power capacity shouldn't be something I need to worry about for pushing this machine to its limits. Next, I'm removing the RAM. We've got two 8GB sticks running at 2666 megahertz, giving us 16 gigabytes of total. And here's the basic CPU cooler I mentioned earlier. This is probably the main reason the CPU is constantly overheating. And once I removed it, yeah.
No thermal paste.
It looks like nobody has given this machine any real maintenance. Next, I'm taking the motherboard, and I immediately noticed something strange. It looks like someone has removed heat sinks from two of the VRM areas. That's definitely something I wish was still here. On the bright side, this motherboard has more USB ports than I'll probably ever use in my life. But then I found something else inside. Top exhaust fan is completely gone. Why would someone remove it? Your guess is as good as mine. So unfortunately, this machine isn't quite as original and complete as I told you. But these missing parts aren't enough to ruin the package, so I'm here to slide. The important components are still here.
Hey, the YouTube
Now,
fucking Raiders working
strip
again.
down the case. Like I mentioned earlier, this machine uses a mostly toolless design, so a lot of the exterior panels are held in place by plastic clips rather than screws. I'll start with the side panel, and the removal order is completely different from most PCs I've worked on. Next comes the top panel. To remove it, I first have to release all these little clips hooked into the metal chassis. Once they're free, the panel comes right off. Then I'll repeat the same process on the other side. After that, all that's left is removing the remaining cables, hardware from the chassis. And after about an hour, I finally have the entire machine completely stripped down. Now I'm going to separate everything into two groups. The plastic panels and bare chassis are getting a proper polish. Everything else will only be cleaned by hand, because moisture inside the electronics could potentially lead to a short circuit, or even something much worse, and turning this restoration into a completely different kind of video. Well, I think it's time for this thing to be cleansed. After this, hopefully it can start a better second life. Overall, it's really not that dirty. There's just some dust stuck to the surfaces, but it's still getting the bang. You know, my last video about pushing Minecraft realism was actually a lot of fun today, but I still feel like I didn't take it far enough. So maybe sometime in the future, I'll come back to that idea and go much deeper. My knowledge of Minecraft is still pretty limited though, so if you guys have any ideas or things I should try next time, I'd love to learn from you in the comments. Damn it, now I'm getting excited about it again. Anyway, bath time is over. Let's put these parts out in the sun and let them dry. While I'm waiting, I'll clean everything else, and there's one urgent mission I need to take care of first. Rescuing that poor mosquito from the graphics card. Alright, let's tear this 1080T apart. So many screws. Why am I suddenly getting deja vu? At this rate, my screw box is going to be a little fuller by the end of this video. And... oh man, that's a lot of dust. Oops, almost forgot the important part. Let's get our little mosquito friend out of there first. Rescue mission successful. Now back to the GPU. Judging by the condition inside, it looks like this card may have never been opened since it left the factory. And just like the CPU, the thermal paste is completely dried out. So before putting this card through any serious testing, I'm going to clean out all the dust and apply fresh thermal paste. That should give it the best chance of running smoothly without temperature becoming a problem. Alright, done. Let's put everything back together. Perfect. Someone told me this GPU had only been used a few times since it was manufactured. I'd probably believe them, or maybe not. Next up is the power supply. Aside from some oxidation on the outside, it's actually pretty clean. And when I opened it up, I was even more surprised. There's barely anything to clean in here. And since I've already gone through the trouble of opening it, I'll give it a quick brush anyway. Yeah, actually, they told me this. Alright, done. Let's put everything back together. Perfect. Someone told me this GPU had only been used power supply. It was even more so. Give it a quick brush anyway. Just so I can pretend this wasn't completely unnecessary. Finally, I'll remove every cable, remove the remaining dust, and clean the CPU. Hopefully this thing can keep the CPU at least a little cooler once I start putting this machine through some serious stress tests. And we're done. Time to put this Alienware back together. Interestingly, reassembly only took me about 1/3 of the time I spent figuring out how to take it apart. Who would have thought it would be that easy? Wait, oh man, I just remembered the motherboard has been sitting in the corner this entire time while I clean everything else. Luckily, it isn't particularly dirty, so I'll give it a quick brush, apply some fresh thermal paste to the CPU, finish putting everything back together, and done. Now let's power it on. I'm kidding. Everything went perfectly. The first thing I want to check after getting into Windows is the CPU temperature. And look at that. We're sitting at around 50 degrees Celsius. That's roughly half the temperature we were seeing before. Much better. Now I can finally feel a little more comfortable putting this machine through the brutal tests I have planned next. No more talking. Let's start with the first game, Minecraft. For this hardware, Minecraft is obviously no challenge. Everything runs smoothly, but look at that CPU temperature. It immediately jumps past 80 degrees Celsius, gets close to 90 degrees Celsius, and at one point even touches 100 degrees Celsius. And the whole PC sounds like it's about to take off. Yeah, this isn't good. I need to cool this CPU down right now. Since space inside the case is extremely limited, I'm replacing the stock cooler with this low-profile cooler. It's still compact, but should perform much better. And immediately, that's a huge improvement. Temperatures are noticeably lower, sitting just above 70 degrees Celsius, and thankfully the machine isn't screaming at me anymore. Now let's try something a little heavier. Cyberpunk 2077. Everything is still under control. Temperatures have climbed again, but with an i7-8700K and GTX 1080 Ti, that's not exactly surprising. At least now I can start pushing this machine without constantly worrying about cooking the CPU. So let's find out where its limit actually is. First, I need to enter the BIOS and enable overclocking. Alienware already provides 2 preset overclocking components. And since this is a K-series CPU, I definitely didn't buy it just to run stock speeds. So I'm skipping LV1 and going straight to LV2, 4.8 gigahertz. And to keep things interesting, I'll overclock your GTX 1080 Ti as well, starting with a pretty mild 5% overclock. Then I loaded Cyberpunk with everything set to high to put some serious stress on the system. Performance improved, but temperatures climbed even faster, and we're only getting started. Next, I pushed the CPU another 100 megahertz. It doesn't sound like much, but the closer you get to the limit, the harder every extra 100 megahertz becomes. I also pushed the GPU another 5%. This time, the improvement was much more noticeable. Luckily, both the CPU and GPU were still running perfectly. Except for one thing, my electricity bill. The 1080 Ti alone is pulling almost 250 watts. At this point, I could stop it. 4.9 gigahertz is already significantly faster than stock, and the temperatures aren't exactly pretty anymore. But we're only 100 megahertz away from a very special number, 5 gigahertz. So obviously, I had to try. By now, the GPU was also getting close to its limit, running at nearly 15% above stock. And this is where things stopped going smoothly. The moment I launched the game, the entire PC froze. Nothing worked, so I had no choice but to force a restart. But I wasn't giving up yet. I tried again and got rejected a second time. Except this time, the PC actually gave me a warning. Basically, stop it. At this point, I wasn't sure whether the CPU or GPU was causing the instability. So I reset the GPU and tested the CPU overclock by itself. And seriously, it worked. Apparently, the GPU was the main culprit. I actually managed to run the CPU at 5.0 gigahertz in-game, but there was definitely a price to pay. Temperatures shot up to nearly 100 degrees Celsius, and the CPU finally started showing signs of thermal throttling. And I think that's it. I finally found the limit of this Alienware. Honestly, for the price I paid, I think I got a steal. I mean, this thing came with a GTX 1080 Ti Founders Edition. An absolute legend from NVIDIA's best hardware. That card alone almost makes the entire PC worth it. About 3 years ago, if you dropped $2,000 on this pre-built gaming PC, you probably thought you were getting one of the most powerful and most premium gaming machines money could buy. After all, it had ROG on it. But buried deep inside this machine is something Asus definitely didn't brag about in the marketing. A tiny decision on the motherboard that quietly determines just how far this $2,000 PC can ever be upgraded. And I bet most people who bought one had absolutely no idea. So today, I want to find out exactly where Asus drew the line, and then push this thing as far beyond it as I possibly can. From squeezing out every last frame of performance, to throwing the most brutal Minecraft graphics settings I can find out. But first, I need to buy it. So naturally, I went straight to Amazon to find it. And there it is. Only $3,500. Yeah, maybe not. Alright, let's lower the specs a little. $1,200. Still painful. At this point, my bank account was basically begging me to close Amazon and go check eBay instead. Surely a used one would be more reasonable. $1,000. Okay, apparently I'm not as rich as I thought I was. Somehow, I still managed to get one sitting right here in front of me. This is the Asus ROG Strix G16CH, a pre-built gaming PC from Asus. So how did I get it? I borrowed it from a friend. As for the design, at first glance, it actually looks pretty promising. There are some huge ventilation openings in the front. Oh my god, I can literally see straight through them and into the case, and Asus didn't stop there. The top is covered with even more ventilation, so at least this thing looks like it should be able to breathe. But wait, what is this strap-looking thing on top? Is this supposed to help me get a quick workout between gaming sessions? What does this thing even do? Oh, apparently it's a headphone hanger. Okay, that's actually kind of useful. Instead of throwing your headset on the desk, you can proudly hang it from your $2,000 gaming PC. Although, it does feel a little flimsy, and somehow I don't think anyone spent $2,000 on this PC because of the headphone hanger. Maybe it was the massive Asus logo on the front. Anyway, let's take a look inside. I think it'll be much easier to see everything if I remove the glass side panel first. And look at this. The machine still seems relatively new. The protective film on the panel hasn't even been peeled off yet. The inside, however, that's a different story. There's quite a bit of dust in here. So later on, I think I'm going to completely tear this thing down, give everything a proper cleaning, and try to make it look as close to factory fresh as possible. But first, let's see what hardware we're actually working with. Technically, the specifications are already printed right here on the case, but I still want to open it up and verify everything myself. Because I want to know whether this machine still has all the original factory hardware, or if someone's already been inside and changed it. Alright, starting with the memory, we've got two 8GB sticks giving us 16 gigabytes of RAM in total. But the interesting part here isn't the capacity, it's the type of memory. Yep, DDR4. This is one of those limitations that's incredibly easy to overlook. At this price point, Asus could have built this system around a DDR5 motherboard, but they didn't. So from the moment this PC left the factory, it was already tied to an older memory platform. It's not necessarily a huge performance problem today, but for a $2,000 pre-built, it's definitely something worth pointing out. Moving on to the GPU, we've got an RTX 4070 with 12 gigabytes of VRAM. There's something interesting about this card. It looks surprisingly similar to the kind of RTX 4070 you could simply buy on the shelves. There's nothing particularly exotic or custom about it that screams ROG Strix. But then again, you probably don't have much right to complain. Even if I had the money, I still wouldn't buy this PC. Now let's talk about this CPU. If you showed me this cooler by itself, you would never guess it came out of a $2,000 gaming PC. Asus actually sold the G16CH with several different cooling configurations, including versions with liquid cooling. But this particular model uses a much simpler air cooler. And I think we all know why. Cost. Normally that wouldn't bother me too much. Except underneath this thing is an Intel Core i7-13700KM, a CPU capable of pulling up to around 253 watts of the maximum turbo power. And it's also known for running pretty hot. So pairing that processor with a cooler like this, yeah, I have a feeling the temperature numbers are going to be very interesting. Now, the motherboard is actually a pleasant surprise. Instead of some bizarre proprietary shape, it looks much closer to a standard Asus motherboard. That alone is a pretty big step up compared to a lot of OEM pre-builds, especially when it comes to future repairs and upgrades. Getting the motherboard out was surprisingly difficult. It seemed to be stuck around a few mounting points, so I added a little lubricant, and just like that, it came right out. And finally, for storage, we've got a 1TB NVMe SSD. So on paper, the core specs are definitely powerful. Next, I need to clean up the power supply because later on, this thing is going to be under some serious load. If you didn't know, this is an 850-watt OEM power supply made by Delta, specifically for certain ASUS pre-built systems. Now I need to strip the case down so I can properly clean everything inside. And I have to be pretty careful here because most of these exterior panels are made from fairly brittle plastic. If I break anything, finding a replacement probably won't be cheap. Oh man, finally, I got the front panel. Luckily, it's actually pretty clean and neat. Most of the dust comes right off of the soft brush. I'll do the same thing throughout the rest of the case, then wipe everything down with a damp cloth to make sure there's no dust left behind. As for the power supply, I'm not going to open it up. It really isn't dirty enough to justify taking it apart, so I'll just clean the outside. I'll also give the fans and CPU cooler a quick wipe while I'm at it. And we're done. Everything is finally clean. Now comes my favorite part, putting it all back together. While putting everything back together, something crossed my mind. What really makes this pre-built PC different from something we could build ourselves? Aside from the custom designed case, most of the hardware inside is made from components we can buy and assemble on our own. So unless you really value the brand and convenience, paying extra for the VOG name probably isn't the best value, especially if you're on a budget. Damn it! I just finished installing the motherboard and completely forgot about the rear exhaust fan. Alright, let me fix that. And now we're pretty much done. The last thing left is to peel the protective film off the glass panel so we can finally get a clear look inside. Alright, there we go. You're about to see one of the most ridiculous benchmark runs I've ever done. But let's start with something every gamer understands. How much FPS can this PC actually push in Minecraft? Alright, I'm starting with the current 2026 version of Minecraft, running at 1440p, default settings, and with the frame rate completely uncapped. And boom, 730 FPS. Once I turned on the FPS counter though, it dropped slightly to around 650 FPS. Not a huge difference. And interestingly, the GPU doesn't even look like it's trying that hard, but that's not entirely the RTX 2070s. Minecraft Java Edition is notoriously inefficient at taking full advantage of Minecraft. So I installed 5 performance mods, and everything changed immediately. 1,330 frames per second. That's insane. We basically doubled the frame rate, and now the GPU is finally being pushed much harder. But I still think there's more performance hiding in the system. So I just rendered instance and turned every graphic setting down to the absolute minimum. And oh my god, 2,500 frames per second. I've never seen a frame rate this high on one of my Minecraft tests. But we're not finished yet. I want to see just how far I could push this. I went all the way back to Minecraft 1.8.9. This time using the built-in performance optimizations. Then I created a super flat world with almost nothing complicated for the game to render. And just from doing that, 3,400 frames per second. Under the right conditions, I even saw it spike past 3,600 frames per second. But while experimenting with the Lunar Client, I noticed something interesting. Some of its features were actually holding my frame rate back. So I started disabling anything I did. And bro, look at that. 4,400 frames per second. I genuinely couldn't believe what I was seeing. And that's when I started wondering, could I somehow double that number? Could I push this thing anywhere close to 8,000 frames per second? At this point, I'm willing to try pretty much anything. First, I dropped the Windows resolution as low as I reasonably could. Then I switched Minecraft into Windows and made the game window ridiculously small. And there it is, 5,000 FPS. Obviously, playing Minecraft like this is completely pointless. Nobody needs 5,000 frames per second in a window the size of a postage stamp. But this isn't about practicality. This is a challenge. And I'm going to keep pushing until there's nothing left. Next, I moved on to optimizing Windows and the hardware itself. There are quite a few steps involved here, so instead of turning this video into a Windows optimization tutorial, I'll put the settings I used in the comments for anyone who wants to check them out. Alright, let's see what we gain. Oh my god, 6,500 frames per second. And when I shrink the window again, 6,700 frames per second. That's a pretty significant improvement. But it's still not enough. So I have one more idea. I'm going even further back to Minecraft. 1.7.10. This version is much older and simpler, with fewer modern graphical features and less overhead. So if anything can get me closer to my target, it should be this. Alright, let's see what happens. Whoa! 7,200 frames per second. That's officially the highest frame rate I've managed to squeeze out of this machine. At this point, I've tried pretty much every trick I could think of, and unfortunately I couldn't quite reach my goal, but still, 7,200 frames per second in Minecraft is absolutely ridiculous. And now that we've pushed this PC to the extreme in one direction, it's time to go completely insane in the other. Instead of making Minecraft as easy as possible to run, I want to make it as brutally demanding as possible. I want to push this machine to its absolute limit and find out just how close we can get to 100% photorealism. Let's see how much punishment this PC can actually take. I'm going to start things off pretty gently with 5% realism, using vanilla plus shaders. It doesn't completely transform Minecraft, but the colors, lighting, and overall atmosphere already feel much more fun. And the crazy part, at 1440p, this PC is still pushing over 300 FPS. So far, the hardware isn't even breaking the sweat. At 10% realism, I started adding more advanced lighting, better looking water, and much more noticeable reflections. Then I enabled distant horizons, allowing the game to render terrain far beyond Minecraft's normal limits. The view is impressive, but now we're finally starting to pay for it. FPS drops by roughly 1/3. And then I noticed something much more concerning. The CPU is getting dangerously close to 100 degrees Celsius. At this point, we're clearly seeing the limitations of that air cooler. Surprisingly, the clock speeds haven't dropped too much yet, so I'm going to keep going. At 40% realism, things start changing dramatically. I combined 3D textures with physics mod, making leaves, terrain, and many other objects feel much less like simple Minecraft blocks. The world suddenly has a lot more depth. And somehow we're still getting around 130 FPS. It's only when I move into extremely dense forests where the game has to render millions of tiny details that the frame rate drops by nearly half. But I want to go further. At 75% realism, I'm upgrading to 256 times textures and adding terrain diffusion to create more natural mountains, valleys, and landscapes. But the biggest change is iteration RP, using path tracing to simulate much more realistic lighting. And this barely looks like Minecraft anymore. Massive forests, water stretching all the way to the horizon, light shining through the trees. I feel like I've gone back millions of years in time. There are moments where I genuinely have to remind myself that I'm still playing. But now the RTX 4070 is finally starting to struggle. We're down to around 50 FPS, while the CPU continues cooking at nearly 100 degrees Celsius. And now I'm traveling through time. From that primitive world straight into a futuristic city. Skyscrapers, glass, artificial lighting, reflections. The GPU is now pinned at 100% utilization, and the frame rate drops below 40 frames per second. But there's still one final level, 100% realism. For this, I loaded the Cyberpunk Minefield map and pushed almost everything as far as I could. And the result? 3 FPS. For the first few seconds, I genuinely thought something had gone wrong. But nope, this is simply where the RTX 4070 hits its limit. VRAM is almost completely full, and the GPU is being pushed as hard as it can possibly go. After making a few adjustments, I managed to recover around 20 frames per second, but whenever I move into more complex areas, it starts dropping again. So there we have it. We started by chasing thousands of frames per second, and ended by bringing this $2,000 gaming PC down to just 3 FPS. I've basically pushed this machine to both extremes, and this has been one of the most interesting benchmark experiments I've had a chance to try. After all of that, this is probably the craziest thing I've ever done in Minecraft. It's still not perfect, but I think I've gotten pretty close to what I was aiming for. But honestly, the best graphics I've ever seen are still real life. So go outside, guys. Let me know what you think of this PC down in the comments. Over the past few days, we've finally seen the release of the Steam machine. I have to admit, I'm a little jealous of the people who got their hands on one before everyone else. But it's easy to see why this thing has sparked so much debate. It costs nearly twice as much as some gaming PCs with even better performance. That immediately raises one question. Is it actually worth the price? A lot of people have also questioned Valve's claim that it can deliver smooth 4K 60 FPS gaming, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR, and others aren't happy that it only comes with single channel memory. So that got me thinking, if I only spend half as much, can I build a gaming PC that's even more powerful? Let's find out. But before we get into the performance, let's talk about one of the things the community loved most about the Steam Machine, its size. The original system has a volume of just 3.1 liters. It's basically a perfect little cube. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a case that compact. So instead, I went with the T40 case, which has a volume of around 7 liters. You can usually find one for about $50 on AliExpress. Sure, it's not as tiny as the original Steam Machine, but it's still compact enough to sit in a living room without taking up much space. Valve did something pretty clever with the original hardware. They used a mobile APU to keep power consumption, heat, and overall size to a minimum. I can't really compete with the approach, so I decided to go in a different direction. For the CPU, I chose an Intel Core i5 12400F, which cost me about $130. It also has 6 cores and 12 threads, although its boost clock is a little lower than the custom chip Valve used. The biggest difference is philosophy. Valve intentionally tuned the Steam Machine to prioritize lower temperatures and quieter operation, which means it will throttle performance under heavy gaming loads to keep heat under control. You might be wondering why I chose an Intel CPU instead of AMD. After all, Steam OS was originally designed with AMD hardware in mind, and that used to be true, but that's no longer the case. Recent versions of Steam OS, including Steam OS 3.8, have added proper support for Intel processors, so choosing Intel is no longer a disadvantage. Another limitation of the original Steam Machine is its single-channel memory. So I'm using two 8GB sticks instead, which cost me $57, and I think you guys are smart enough to know exactly why I picked 2 sticks instead of 1. Finding the right motherboard turned out to be harder than I expected. I searched both eBay and AliExpress using the socket type, then sorted everything by price. Most mini ITX boards were selling for around $150, and honestly, that's a little more than I wanted to spend. My goal wasn't to buy the fanciest motherboard. I'd rather put more of the budget into the CPU and GPU, which actually makes a noticeable difference. After a bit more searching, I found a used B660 on Mini ITX DDR4 motherboard on eBay for just $60. At that price, it was an easy decision. The board was still in great condition, with no obvious signs of damage or previous repairs. More importantly, it's more than capable of getting the full performance out of the i5 12400F. Now let's talk about storage. The Steam Machine originally came in 3 different configurations, and the biggest difference between them was SSD capacity. I think most people would have chosen the 512GB version and upgraded later when SSD prices came down. So that's exactly what I wanted to replicate. I started looking for the cheapest 512GB SSD I could find. Luckily, it didn't take long. I found one for just $40. Next comes the graphics card. Just like a modern game console, Valve used a custom AMD APU in the Steam Machine. That means the CPU and GPU are integrated into a single chip. Using the specifications published by Valve, along with data from Tech Power Up, I tried to find the closest standalone graphics card I could. After quite a bit of searching, I finally found one. The RX 660 is almost a perfect match. It's CUDA, well, technically stream processor count, RAM capacity, memory bandwidth, and several other specifications that are remarkably close to Valve's custom GPU. It's probably the closest match you're going to find. That said, it's not identical. If you look closely, there are still a few differences. For example, the RX 660 is based on AMD's RDNA2 architecture, while Valve's custom chip uses RDNA3. That gives the Steam Machine's GPU a small efficiency advantage, roughly around 5% in terms of performance per watt. So, no, there isn't a consumer graphics card that's an exact match. But considering the performance, the physical size, and the price, I think the RX 660 is about as close as you can realistically get. And the best part is that it fits inside my case perfectly. I picked this one up on eBay for $165. For the CPU cooler, I went with a low-profile white wood to match the color of the motherboard. It cost me $15. And honestly, it's more expensive than I was hoping for. To connect the graphics card to the motherboard, I also needed a PCIe riser cable. That was another $10. My job now is simply to install it securely without putting too much stress on the cable or bending it too sharply. The last piece of the puzzle is the power supply. Because of the limited space inside the case, I chose a 600-watt FSP SFX power supply that fits the case perfectly and provides more than enough power for the entire system. I paid about $35 for it. So after adding everything up, this build ended up costing me a total of $562. All right, moment of truth. Let's power it on. Oh no, that's not a good sign. The system powers on for just a few seconds and then shuts itself off. For a second, I thought I'd already broken something. So I went back and checked all of the modular power cables. Turns out one of them wasn't fully seated. I plugged it back in. Oh my god, we've got a display. What a relief. Getting the same interface and experience as a Steam machine is actually pretty straightforward. All you need to do is install Stream-A-Thon. It's no different from installing any other operating system. All you need is a USB drive and another computer to create the installer. The process is fairly simple, so I won't spend too much time walking through it. And here's the result. The system boots straight into the SteamOS interface, just like a real Steam machine. I also checked the hardware information and everything was detected correctly right away. Alright, now for the part I've been looking forward to the most, the performance test. Since I don't actually own an original Steam machine, I'll be comparing my results with benchmark footage from well-known YouTubers like ETA Prime to see how close this build really gets. Let's start with Cyberpunk 2077. I'm running the game at 1080p ultra settings with FSR set to auto. And this is kind of crazy. My mini gaming PC is averaging around 130 FPS. Meanwhile, the Steam machine manages only around 70 to 80 frames per second. Yep, the difference is real. Just to make sure this wasn't a fluke, I bumped the resolution up to 1440p. As expected, my frame rate dropped to around 100 frames per second, but even then, the performance gap barely changed. The Steam machine still sits at roughly 65 to 70 frames per second. At this point, I think it's fair to call this a decisive win for my mini-gaming PC. To make sure that wasn't just a one-off result, let's move on to another game, The Witcher 3. This time, I'm running at 1440p ultra settings with FSR set to quality. My mini-gaming PC averages around 60 FPS. But this time, the win goes to Valve. Using the same settings, the $1,000 Steam machine manages between 70 and 80 frames per second. Both GPUs are pinned at 100% utilization, so this is a pretty fair comparison. That means the score is now tied 1-1. The next game I'm testing is Elden Ring. I'm running it at 1440p on high settings. This time, I'm leaving FSR disabled because it doesn't really make sense here. The game is capped at 60 frames per second anyway, so there's no point comparing frame rates beyond that, and of course the Steam machine is also locked to the same 60 FPS limit. So instead, let's look at GPU usage. My RX 6600 is sitting at around 90% utilization. Meanwhile, the Steam machine's GPU hovers around 84%. There is a difference, but honestly, it's not a very large one. One thing I do want to point out is frame consistency. Throughout my gameplay, the mini PC I built barely suffered from any noticeable frame drops. Overall, I'd say my mini PC delivers a very balanced performance and holds up surprisingly well against the Steam machine. One thing I was really curious about was Valve's claim that the Steam machine could deliver 60 FPS at 4K. So naturally, I had to see if my build could do the same. First up is CS2. Running at 4K on low settings, the frame rate sits at around 200 FPS. That's an incredible result, especially for a compact gaming PC. Next is Tomb Raider. This time I'm using the highest graphics settings. The frame rate hovers between 45 and 50 FPS. So while it doesn't quite reach the 60 FPS target, it's surprisingly close. Overall, I call this project a success. For roughly half the price, I managed to build a PC that delivers performance very close to the Steam machine. Of course, building it yourself does come with a few trade-offs. The biggest advantage is flexibility. You can upgrade or replace the hardware whenever you want. The downside is that you lose some of the seamless console-like features, such as HDMI CEC integration and the polished out-of-the-box experience that Valve provides. But that's the trade-off. So, what do you think of this mini gaming PC? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It is utterly incredible to have you here because this is part one of me building my very own mountain bike. And this is going to be one awesome and challenging project, and I'm so grateful that you're here. Before we jump in, let's thank today's sponsor. And today's sponsor is Squarespace, online website building platform that makes it unbelievably easy for you to build your own website without needing to hire somebody else to do it. You can do it all yourself. You can update it whenever you want. You can get started with a free trial at squarespace.com/forward. And if you decide to purchase a subscription, you'll be able to get 10% off using code FORWARD at checkout. Thank you, Squarespace, for sponsoring this. Let's get into it. This is going to be one hell of a challenge, a mountain boat. It's something that actually really needs to work, something that I'm going to be riding on. And frankly, depending on where one is riding, my life is going to depend on it actually working well and staying put together. And so this is going to be an extreme challenge of a build, because I'm going to need to increase my TIG welding skills quite a lot. My fabrication skills need to be up to snuff so I can get this all put together. But right off the bat, my design and material choices need to be sound. Over the last month, I've been doing a lot of research, and I feel pretty confident about the materials. We're going to be buying 4130 chromoly steel and putting some shopping carts together now. After a whole lot of research and a whole lot of money, this is what we have ordered. A bunch of 4130 chromo steel tubing all fitting to work together. Seat covers, hose arrivals, dummy axles, tube box, a group set, a headset, tools, this brake adapter, fork, valves, stems, grips, drop up hose, lever, saddle, pedals, and electric pounds. Oh my goodness, it is a lot of stuff. And it got expensive. I wanted to make sure that for all the effort that we put into making this, I put some decent components on the bike. And have a look at this. My doctor's just arrived with our pedals, handlebar, shovel rack, disc brake adapter, saddle, all the fun stuff, and a suspension as well. There's obviously still plenty more on the way. Oh no! We have 2 sets of grips. I think it goes to show what a noob I was, that I wasn't very confident that the grips came in pairs, so, got 4 grips now. Anybody need grips? Even more has arrived. That's nice. Even got a lovely little handwritten thank you note. Good golly, that is a lot of stuff. And right now, there's no excuses. Other than wheels, we don't have wheels. But for the actual building of this, there's no excuses. Of course, other than the fact that I need to drastically improve my TIG welding skills. I need to improve them so much. And so there is an excuse. There is something stopping us from getting started, and that is me improving the TIG welding. So, now that we have a fork and all these pieces of pipe, we've got axles, we've got dropouts, we've got stainless steel toothbrushes for brushing your teeth if your name is Steel, and most importantly for the next step, we have some TIG wire, because that next step is some TIG welding practice. Okay, it's the next morning, and I just came in, and we have a customer service email from somebody that bought one of our hammer making drifts. Well, the package arrived to him, which is good, but the package arrived with a hole in it and no drift, which is really bad. And we don't have any extra backup stock. So I'm going to make him a drift and see if we can get that shipped out here. Oh, before the end of the day. This is, of course, a little off topic to the mountain bike build, but we'll be back on that super duper soon. My engine with an engine a quarter, 4140 in this case. Incredibly, that last batch of drifts that we put up for sale on the website did really well. We're really pleased you guys liked it. So I ordered some more steel, and for the next batch, we're going to step it up to 4340, which has a little extra nickel in it, but it gives it that little extra toughness, which is good for the drift. I was very happy we were able to get a good price on that 4340, so we can step it up for the future orders.
In a perfect bite-sized one. Next one. She's so cute.
And so, it is indeed time for a little bit of TIG practice. I may Make sure to order duplicates of a lot of stuff here. 31.7 mil, 4130. Here's the specs on it. You'll see it's 0.8mm wall, 0.5mm wall, and then 0.8mm wall. Super thin. Now this tubing is called butted tubing, which means that at the ends the wall thickness is considerably more than in the middle. But not like that they do it. Frankly, they don't imagine. I presume it's a way to save weight where you don't need the weight from the tubing, and then still give you some strength where you do need the strength at the ends where it joins onto stuff. A lot of you might be wondering, why would you build a bike out of steel? Isn't steel really heavy? Well, from what I understand, steel is real. And there's actually a little bit of a cult following around steel-framed bikes, people that like the feel of a steel-framed bike. And apparently the weight cost of a steel-framed bike isn't necessarily so huge. And it's super exciting because it means we get to use a material that's way more forgiving in the manufacturing. Somewhat like a well. Oddly, I wouldn't want that on my bike. But I did somewhat like a well. No! I blew a hole! Wow, I'm not good at this. Oh, I'm gonna make a terrible bike.
Me and MJ never work on. I never remember.
So I've been practicing a well from just one direction, from down here up to here, all around it. And obviously they're not looking great. I'm actually doing terrible. I'm really struggling to just keep consistent with this, keep a consistent bead going, all of that. But we'll get that eventually. Okay, so here is what I'm going to be doing now. I'm going to suit up in some PPE mask and umbrella. I'm going to go rent a mountain bike so I can use it as an example. I'm going to go on a ride around some local trails, get a feel for it, see what I think. Then we'll take some measurements so we can reference the geometry of the bike that I ride against the bike designed to make. So let's go mountain biking. Okay, here we go. Okay, first impression, huge white tie. Good monsters. White ties, you suit your upright position to attract a nice cyclocross bike. Oh, excuse me, just so wide. This feels so weird. Going from a road style bike to this is crazy. Woo! I'm finding the handlebars super wide, but I can't tell if the bike is too small.
Oh.
Okay, the bars are too wide. The arms are really quite tiring now. Interestingly, the hands and wrists are getting pretty tired. Alrighty, time to get back to the workshop and take some measurements. I'm gonna get my a little bit short in reach for me. I think the handlebars might be a little wide for me. It was good fun, but it was pretty close, that's for sure. I had a good time. Back to the workshop. Alright, so back in the workshop, I've gone ahead and put millimeters to all these measurements. I did double check all of that with what is available on the manufacturer's website. Every single bike for sale has a geometry chart. which features all the measurements. And so it could have defeated the purpose of measuring it, but measuring it forced me to really get my head close to the bike to get a good idea of what's happening. In my research, there have been a number of cocktails that I've been trying to use as a little bit of a guidance for my inspiration, and the measurements here is one of the measurements pulled up. I'm cross-checking those with the one that I've already written on, which is this one here. And now with all that information, I'm going to check it against the design that I have so far. This is a program called BikeCAD, and this allows you to design a bike. And so now I have this design, and I'm able to check some measurements, such as 565 millimeters on the bike I designed. The bike I rode yesterday, top tube length 585, a little bit longer. Interesting. Effective top tube length 585. Okay. There we go. You see it all through. Look at that. Isn't that cool? So I'm going to be doing more of that.
I see you looking at Lindsay.
Finalizing the design. Alrighty. It's evolved. We gave it a little extra reach. We also added which is actually where I'll put the best venturing further into the country. And I finalized the adjustments by lowering the seat space. Since that seems like a lot of bikes. Little extra compliance in hard stuff.
That's the thought of starting.
Yeah, for this build, I think that this is going to be one of the most challenging things that we'll tackle in the recent little while, because I feel clueless, but I'm thrilled with how much progress I made there. This was day one of practice, and this was today. The worlds do not look perfect, but they're so much better than they were, and that's very exciting to see that there is some improvement happening. I got some great tips on 2 welding from my friend Fiance Fabrication on Instagram. Check him out. He builds BMXs and all sorts of nice stuff. So I'm getting lots of good tips from incredibly smart people, which I'm incredibly grateful for. This is going to be an awesome project. Thank you for joining me. Today's sponsor has been Squarespace, the online website building platform. It makes it incredibly easy to showcase your work out there to the world with your very own website. You don't need to know how to code. You don't need to have a website designer. It's crucial in me getting started because I was selling tools and telling classes and sharing what I was able to offer people through my Squarespace website. All their website themes are designed to scale beautifully from PC. All their themes are designed to scale beautifully on mobile and computer. You can sell unlimited products, and if you ever run into a hassle, they have 24/7 customer support to help you out. It's an all-in-one platform. There's no plugins, patches, upgrades, ever. You don't have to do any of that. You can buy your domain through Squarespace. You can even run email marketing campaigns through Squarespace. So get started today by building your first website for free. You'll have a 14-day free trial. You go to squarespace.com/forge. And then if you like it and you want to purchase using code FORGE at checkout, it's going to get you 10% off too. Thank you all so much for joining me on this adventure. I can't wait to see you on part 2 of building this mountain bike. Thank you. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It is fantastic to have you here, because today is part 2 of me building a steel-framed hardtail mountain bike with way too little knowledge to actually be able to pull this off, but I'm going to be trying. Nonetheless, the bike is incredibly complex. There's a ton of important geometry that goes into it, and I'm also not a very good TIG welder, but I'm going to be showcasing my journey of going from the mud hooper extraordinaire to hopefully having a mountain bike that doesn't make me fall off a mountain. Thank you for joining me. Today's sponsor is NordVPN, virtual private network service, giving you a taste of anonymity and freedom while you're browsing the web. And you can get 70% of a 3-year plan when you go to nordvpn.com/forge. You'll get an extra month for free using code FORGE at checkout. Right. At the end of the last episode, you saw the design that I came up with. This is it. So I want to find a way to take our drawing and then take this welding card. It's a Rhino card, and it was sent to us, and it is just fantastic. It's flat, it's got holes in it, and I want to use this as a way of building a jig to weld this all together. Bike builders like the jig. So this is from a Cobra Frames video on YouTube. He's got a great bike building channel, which has been a good resource for this. And you see, this is a jig with moving parts, tilting parts, and measurements and angles So that a bike builder is making a custom frame to take the design they make and then just move the parts of the jig around and move the angles to mean that when they put the tubes in place, they're ready to go. Well, we don't have one of those jigs, but we've got an incredible resource that is this table, and I want to make the most of it. This bike is going to be so much more about proper layout and proper angle than it is going to be about the welding. And if I think that welding is going to be challenging, which I know it is, the layout is going to be the one that really flexes the old brain muscle. I want to run you through some terminology because I had to learn a lot to even be able to understand any of this stuff. This is a bicycle. It's slightly different. This is a cyclocross bike, but the terminology is very much the same. Now, of course, you know you apply pressure to the pedal to move the chain to turn the wheel. But to be able to spin the pedals, you need to have bearings, and those bearings are contained within the bottom bracket. On this particular bike, there's a bearing here and a bearing here. That's a very crucial reference point in a bicycle, because where the bottom bracket is in relation to your saddle is going to affect how you're pedaling, how you're able to put power to the pedal. It's going to affect the feel of the bike, and it's one of the most important reference marks for every other measurement. Seat tube, top tube, down tube, and here at the front of the bike, much like at the front of a human being, is the head tube. You don't have a tube in a human being, but you do have a head. And that's why it's much like the front of a human being. This head tube is where your steering happens. Inside here are two bearings in a head set, and they allow the tube that you steer with that connects to the fore, which is a steerer tube, to allow you to steer. And the angle of this is going to affect the feeling of the bike when you're steering and the feeling of the bike as you go over obstacles. This is a rather steep head tube angle compared to a mountain bike. We're going for a very slack one of 64.5 degrees. You see the difference. Cyclocross bike, mountain bike. And then behind the bottom bracket, you have two chain stays here and then on the other side, to which our axle is bolted. And then you have a seat stay, which is the tube that connects to the seat tube. During the bottom bracket, where you see it has the cranks on it, and you spin it in there, and this is what our bottom bracket looks like. It has the threads on the inside. That is going to go onto the table and be one of our first reference marks. There we go. That is two-in piece number one, ready to go. This lifts our bottom bracket up so that the center line is 100 millimeters off of the table, about 4 inches, which means that so long as I make this whole thing so the center of every tube is 100 millimeters off the table, we're going to be headed in the right direction towards having a straight frame that isn't curved and twisted. This is very exciting. So here is the head tube holding component of our jig. Look at that, a little bit of aluminium machined, only snapped one cap. This is going to be how we dictate the angle of the head tube. It's time to work on the bottom piece. This is going to screw into. We need to put some angles on it. Fiance has an incredible machining channel on YouTube that you should check out. And he made a video once on how to get... You see, here's the thing, I'm not very good at maths, so I wanted to avoid the trigonometry. So I went into Adobe Illustrator and I plotted out a jig. I then used the line segment tool to then make a line that was the angle we wanted. Say we're on a 65-degree head angle, that's going to be a 205-degree angle here, so that's 270 minus 65 degrees. And there we go. Doing that and working from a whole center, I was able to make the four angles we wanted. And then when I take the rectangle tool, I'm able to draw a rectangle out to a particular point, the intersection between the line that we made and the circle that I drew to, and then get XY coordinates for where that is relative to our center. So long as we work from the center and everything stays square, I can then get the XY coordinate for all of these without needing to do any trigonometry, just simply by drawing boxes and typing in angles. And I'm really, really pleased to have stumbled across this way of doing it, inspired by Joe Piezinski's method of doing it. This is the faster and simpler way, and it's also the way that I was able to get my brain to properly comprehend what was going on. Using 4 bits of paper, another block of aluminium, I was able to synthesize our head tube set up, and then provided I keep it square this way, going to this edge, and this edge, that's going to be the right angle. So look at that, we now have 2 parts of our bike frame, both stood up with the center line of 100 millimeters. I think the next step is for us to get some of these tubes up off the table. All right, check these out. These are tubed blocks. They are square pieces of aluminium. They have 2 screws in them, which means they open up and then can clamp around the tubing. It's designed really so that you can clamp the tubing without crushing it. Because if you just put this in a V-block or worse between flat jaws, you would crush this thin tubing. We have ourselves some spaces, which mean that to within about 500th to a 10th of a millimeter, we are square and level and true, which is about as true as this table could even allow. It's a pretty flat table, but it's not a surface plate. And so I am just using the lathe, helping out so much. Started to get this new technique dialed for how I can go from millimeters to inches really fast, and how I can use the interior dial. That's been really fun. So I'm actually going to show you that little technique, because I wish I could come across this technique sooner. But I say I've either got a drawing that has this measurement, or I have a part that has it. I'm going to find the measurement I'm looking for. Next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to zero it. And then since I'm working on an imperial lathe, I'm going to set it to inches. Turn the lathe on, I start turning, and then on my last cut, I loosen up this dial, so this is free. I come in, turning this dial clockwise, without turning the screw, really gentle. I find a 0, and I lock the dial. So now I know my next cut, my last cut, is going to be at 0. We take the cut. We come back across, and now take my calipers, and I see we are 150 thousandths of an inch per hour. Since this dial measures diameter, not the radius, we know that we need to go to about 150 on the dial to take out the diameter. Instead, I'm going to go to Jitter-less, 124. Then I'll go to 140 before I get my next measurement. Without moving the dial, I'll take another measurement, and I see we're about 15.5 thousandths per hour. So I'm going to go 13. By inching it in, we are half a thou away. Easy peasy. Obviously, to all you pro machinists out there, this probably isn't very useful to hear, because frankly, the level of accuracy I'm trying to achieve is nothing compared to your Avon 79s of the world. And I'm sure the thousands of you guys watching have a whole lot more machining experience than I do. But if I can empathize with somebody that's in my position, not a huge amount of skill, but a desire to get some stuff done with reasonable accuracy in a somewhat timely manner. If you're like me, this tip could be helpful. It could save you some time to delay down the spike. All that enthusiasm and confidence just suddenly dawned on me. And at this stage, I have no idea what the next step is. So I think the next step is just cutting steel and starting to put it together. But I'm still incredibly nervous about my measures and bike fit, how the rider interacts with the bike is very important. It's down to a science. And I'm no scientist and definitely no bike fitter. But I feel pretty good about my position on the cyclocross bike. I'm now also just cross referencing this. I'm going to reduce the reach a little bit. So you see the new one is a little extra squished, so that should fit better. The question now is, are we able to take this drawing and work out what length our tubes are and where they need to be? I've been organizing things on the table, and I think that tomorrow we're just gonna have to get stuck in and start cutting some tubing. This is scary. Quite a lot of projects that I'm terrified about working on, because I really feel like they stretch my brain, they stretch my skills, they get me to think and force myself to be creative, and I love that. So I hope you folks too are setting yourselves some challenges. We're gonna have some fun things coming up. Hopefully help inspire you to challenge yourself in the world coming up soon. Today's sponsor, however, has been NordVPN. NordVPN is a virtual private network service. This means that they have over 5,000 servers all around the world in 60 plus countries. They're all designed to give you flexibility and anonymity and safety while you're browsing the web. You get flexibility because in their handy-dandy iOS, Android, Mac app, you're very easily able to switch the country from which the website you're browsing think you're browsing from. So if there's a particular show that you wanted to stream that's only available in France, we're able to do it just like that. Oh, there's one in the UK, easy peasy lemon squeezy, we've gone ahead and connected to the United Kingdom. Then on top of the flexibility, you sprinkle in some anonymity because the connection between you and Nord's servers back and forth is encrypted with their military-grade encryption, giving you also extra safety, meaning that you're less likely to have data compromised. With Nord, you can have up to 6 connections simultaneously, which means one account is good for you and all of the family, and it's risk-free because they have a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can get started today by going to nordvpn.com/Forge, where you're going to be getting 70% of a 3-year plan. And if you use code FORGE at checkout, you'll get an extra month for free. Thank you, Nord, for sponsoring this. Thank you guys for supporting our sponsors and watching this episode. See you very soon. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It's fantastic to have you here. I'm building a mountain bike. I've got no idea what I'm doing, but I'm thrilled that we get to share the journey with you. Let's jump in.
Before we jump in, today's sponsor is Audible, which is the largest selection of audiobooks anywhere, and you can get started listening to a free audiobook and unlimited Audible originals with a free Audible trial at audible.com/Forge by texting Forge 500. Let's jump back in. First step for the day is going to be mitering the seat tube so it fits into the bottom bracket. So we're going to get set up for that.
No carpisqueros. Yeah, what am I doing? I'm going to put this back up.
The next step is going to be cutting down the down tube and then lightering the ends. I'm going to start off with the bottom bracket side. There's something I need to be careful about, and that's that we're using butted tubing. And I wouldn't have thought about this problem if it wasn't for the Cobra frame building videos on YouTube. But of course, butted tubing, as I explained in the first episode, thinner in the middle than it is on the ends, but they don't manufacture them with an even amount of butting at either side. This example here has 90 millimeters of butting on one end and then 60 millimeters on the other. So in order to find which end has the most butting, which is the end that wants to be put towards the head tube, thank you to Andrew at Bike Supply for the tips, I'm going to be balancing the tube and we're going to cut down the ends a little bit and start microing. I was able to take one whole saw cut across this way, one up here. We've been inching it in, adjusting our angles so that we get this fit up from the down tube to the seat tube, nice and neat. What you'll see, however, is it's not all the way there. We need that down tube to line up with there. Right now it lines up here. There's probably enough filling with the mill. Final fitting of this, probably going to be hand finals. I'm 2 millimeters off of where I need to be, so this needs to pivot down some more. I want this to be 13 millimeters from the end of this head tube. But it is starting to come together and it's starting to look like a bike. Yes! Alright, it just occurred to me, I might be making a mistake. If you imagine this bike with this fork, you turn it, the fork would hit this. Not good. So I want to make sure that we have the clearance for a fork on the frame we build. Because depending on how far up or down we put this down tube, might mean we create a problem. Yeah, we're going to be okay. We're not going to hit the fork on the down tube. That's good. Okay, the seat tube is probably going to be the actual seat tube we use. This is going to be a test. This here is our only top tube in this diameter remaining. And I want to use this thin one. So I gotta get it right. Let's miter this and get it to fit. I love it. That's that miter. Let's now inch in this side. Didn't change whole saw diameter. It is a good day when it fits in there just a little bit. It's going to work. More material needs to go off though. Of course, the further up here I go, the more this is going to be able to swing up the seat tube. Look at that! It is the front triangle of a bicycle. Assembled with our miters put together. I just can't believe it. This is so cool. With our miters done, however, we need to get back to work on the seat tube because we're going to be putting a dropper post in. A dropper post is basically a way to really quickly have your saddle go up and down. So if you're going over rough stuff in a descent, you can drop your saddle and get it out of the way and then quickly get it back up like an office chair. And the bore that the dropper post goes in needs to be very accurate. It needs to be, I think, 30.9 millimeters. This tubing has too thin a wall for that. And so that's where this comes in. This is a sleeve that I'm going to weld in. This has the right diameter up here, but it does mean we need to cut the seat post down so we keep the same length. So we'll measure this, cut the seat post down, and then do a little turning on the lathe so it fits in nicely as well. seat tube collar in place with a little interference fit. I heated up the outside female portion so the male portion could go in. As it shrinks, it's going to hold it real nice and tight. We are going to need to lay a bead in there with the TIG welder. That's right, this is where it's starting to get real. It's now that I start making big, serious mistakes when I don't do things right. So fingers crossed, take it easy, and I'll be able to lay down some halfway decent beads. Alrighty, I did a little bit of practice. At this point, there's nothing to it but to do it. I know it's not going to be perfect, but there's a point where you just gotta try. It's time to try. This is gonna go something. Oh boy. Summon that inner TIG welder that you know has always been there, even though you've never met him. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna mess it up. I started off a little cold with the welder. We started to have a little bit of improvement. It's a little wonky. It's not the nicest thing in the world. But my goodness, it's a darn sight better than what I was able to do a week ago. I'm going to go grind this flush on the belt grinder in the grinding room, and then we're going to polish up this entire tube, make it look nice and neat. When you do it, when you're talking back and forth. Well, this is a shock and a horror. I can't even find the weld seam, even with knowing where it is. I can't spot it. So I'm just thrilled about that. It means that you probably actually stuck the two pieces of metal together quarterly decent. Remember, that was day one, and now I can't even tell the welders there. I'm happy about that. So with that seat tube collar in place, it means that we can now pair our tightening system for the seat tube. We're going to have a slot running down the back of the seat tube. We'll have about a 1/4 inch of tightening ability on the seat post. Dropper post, which connects to the seat post down onto this. Now, I did a little bit of looking as to which side we're meant to put these on, and some people put this on the front, towards the front of the bike, some people put it on the back. The downside to it being on the rear is there's the opportunity for no ingress and dirt in the tire, but it's where we've got it, and since we're a little short of space up on the front, I feel like it makes sense. Our next step is to prep all this for welding. No, I know what needs to be done. I need to drill vent holes. Alright, so what I now want to do is I want to work out where on the tubes our water bottles go. Again, we are in Bike CAD Pro now. Right click, start linear dimension, 295 millimeters. Start linear dimension, end linear dimension, 424. Welding time. These are the little threaded bits that we're going to be able to screw, in this case, our bear spray to. On the other pieces of pipe, our water bottles to. I got given some advice by Pat Banks and Fabrications, who's been helping me a lot with this build. And that advice was to solder these in place. I've never silver soldered anything like this before. In fact, the only soldering that I've ever really done has been soldering together loops for jewelry. I definitely don't feel up to the task of soldering this, so I'm going to do that stupid thing and ignore the professional's advice. Hopefully, I don't pay the consequences for it with a broken bike, but I'm going to do well with it. There we go. Giving you good advice. There's the use for it. This has been a daunting few days. Some of the first beads have now been laid on the bike frame, and miraculously, I haven't poked a single hole through this tiny, tiny thin tube. How that happened, I didn't know. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more blown through holes. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more struggle, but for an amateur, I'm pleased with the progress we're making. I'm pleased with how this is looking. I'm so grateful we've been able to bring you along. We're going to keep bringing you along. This project and this year. Today's sponsor has been Audible, which has the largest selection of audiobooks anywhere. And I absolutely love Audible. As you might tell by this build, I'm getting into cycling a lot. And on my long bike rides in the Montana gravel, I've been enjoying listening to audiobooks. One that I recently finished was Jack Carr's Savage Son. It's a third novel of Jack Carr's, who's a former Navy SEAL, and the books follow the character James Reese as he goes on all sorts of adventures, doing all sorts of grim things. The audiobooks are fantastic. I've listened to all three of Jack Carr. So I've also been listening to audiobooks that are going to help me develop as a business owner, and Rework is one of those helping me with my time management. I really hope you give Audible a try, because you can get a 30-day free trial by going to audible.com/forge. And when you go there, you're going to get 1 month for free, which means you can listen to whatever you want for free. On top of that, you'll be getting unlimited Audible originals with that free trial. So go to audible.com/forge or text forge to 500. Thank you, Audible, for sponsoring this. Thank you guys for supporting our sponsors. Thank you all for watching. See you very soon. Bye.
We're kicking things off with a quick one filmed late at night in what looks like a quiet European neighbourhood. The person recording spotted movement in the window across the way and pointed their camera straight at it. It's zipping back and forth over and over, far faster than anyone could pace a room. The clip was shared on Instagram by unsettling_content, where it's gone viral, with viewers convinced they're looking at a shadow person caught on camera.
Or somebody doing fucking setups, like.
The mundane answer would be a fan blade or a flickering light throwing shapes across the glass. But the silhouette reads as a figure, and the movement never once breaks rhythm.
1, 2, 3.
The person filming summed it up in 3 words right there on the screen. What is this?
He's doing a major workout. Look at that shit. That dude's pumping. I don't know what the fuck they saying. That fucking ghost content for it. It's not ghost content. The man's just getting good pump. You're just over here recording him like a creep.
Just a quick one before we get back into the spooky countdown. Everyone says nothing's ever really free, and they're kind of right. There's always someone paying. It's not you.
Hashtag
the
creepers.
So let me introduce an app I've been using lately, and once you get your head around it, it actually makes total sense. It's called Free Cash, and it's today's video sponsor.
Oh my god, there's a person working out in the dark. I think it's a ghost. I need to record.
Normally that money goes on ads and scrolls straight past. You pick an offer like, I'm never really doing anything. Right, now let's get
Cheers, everybody.
Chat. Stuff. A man in the US has been caring for his elderly mum while she's in hospice care at home. He set up a video monitor in her room so he could keep an eye on her overnight between visits from her nurses. And that monitor is where all of this strangeness started. So nice. Through the camera, we began picking up odd clicking and banging sounds coming from the room. Then came the lights, small orb-like shapes drifting across the frame. And his mom started doing something he couldn't explain.
She's making something. She's thinking of something. There's something there.
Night after night, she'd reach up into the air above her bed, as if reaching for someone. He shared the footage on TikTok under the handle QDRC81, where the story has gripped millions of viewers. Says her nurses had a name for it, and called it terminal lucidity, and told him she always stares at the same specific spot on the ceiling. In his own words, it's objectively creepy, but he loves his mother very much and he's trying to look past it. Because her life alert button had failed on several occasions, he gave his mum a simple phone to use in an emergency. She used it to film something herself. This is her footage. There's the reaching again, captured from her own point of view. Or watch the blanket. It rises on its own, holds for a moment, then falls. He'd seen a lump like that before. It had been appearing under her sheets on the monitor, forming and then dispersing while she lay still. He watched the clips back again and again, thinking the loose-fitted sheet had simply bunched into a pile. But the lump moves, and melts away. Determined to get answers, he did something drastic. He took a box cutter to his mum's mattress, a mattress that was sold to him as brand new. Underneath the fresh outer lining was a completely different mattress. Old, soiled, and heavily stained. Someone had wrapped a used mattress in new material and sold it to him for his dying mother's bed. He's tried calling the store 5 times and been sent to voicemail every time, and he's holding off naming the company while the dispute is ongoing. Which brings us to the theory that ties this whole story video together. His mum's hospice nurse, Judy, offered an unsettling thought. Maybe someone passed away on that old mattress. And maybe the lump under the sheets was its previous owner, never quite ready to leave it behind. In 2018, a Mexican lifestyle creator named Danielle came home to find something odd waiting outside her apartment. A heart-shaped balloon addressed to no one, seemingly delivered by no one either.
That's creepy.
She filmed a video about it, half joking, half rattled. She'd even messaged her building's group chat to complain that if a mystery balloon could reach her door, the security must be terrible. To this day, she says she's never worked out where it came from. But the balloon isn't why this clip resurfaced. Keep your eyes on the hallway behind her. There, for a split second, a grey figure darts across the corridor. Slowed down, it's even harder to dismiss.
Here's the problem. Danielle, who posts on TikTok as Danielle Clyde, was completely alone when she filmed this. No flatmates, no visitors, nobody else in the apartment. She reposted the full clip recently and asked her followers to tell her what they think because she can't explain it. Hundreds of thousands of people have now watched it, and the leading theory in the comments is that she caught a ghost on camera without ever knowing it was there. Which means for 7 years, the strangest thing in that video is never the balloon. A restaurant worker in Latin America has started dreading her own break table. She posts on TikTok as recortes.tv, and her workplace CCTV has captured something interacting with her on 3 separate days. The first clip is the one that went viral. She's sitting alone, eating, when she suddenly looks up and turns around. She says she felt a sharp tug on the lock of her hair and watched closely because the footage backs her up. Her hair visibly lifts at the exact moment she reacts. She was left with her hair standing on end and cold chills that lingered after the incident. There was nobody near her, no strong air movement in the room. Days later, on a different shift, it happened again. Same table she's eating when her hair moves on its own. By now, she was so used to strange feelings at that table that she didn't even flinch. She stayed still because she knew she'd be reviewing the scary video later to see if it caught anything. Third day, same spot. This time, she felt her hair being stroked, and on the footage it compresses as if something is pressing down on it. To her credit, she's gone looking for rational answers herself. She suggested a stray gust could separate strands of hair and feel like a pull, or that a nervous spasm might explain the sensation. But the draft doesn't tug a single lock 3 times at the same table on 3 different days. She still doesn't know what pulled her hair, and she still has to take her breaks in that room. Have a look at this photo. A woman relaxing on the couch, cuddling her chihuahua while the TV plays. Nothing out of the ordinary. Now look past her down the hallway at the back of the shot. With the brightness turned up, there's a figure standing at the far end of the corridor. The photo was posted to Reddit's paranormal forum by user Akara23, where it's pulled in over 4,000 upvotes. She says she took it at her family's house earlier this year and never noticed anything until she showed it to the friend in a picture who clocked the figure in the hallway immediately. A second photo, taken moments after the first, shows the hallway completely empty. Here's the thing, the uploader describes herself as a skeptic. She doesn't really believe in ghosts. She asked the forum whether it could be lens flare and admitted that if she hadn't taken the photo on her own phone, she'd assumed there was simply a person standing there. The house has fallen. Her family's owned it for nearly 30 years, and over that time her mum's watched sink taps turn themselves on, framed pictures have fallen, and the keys once flew off a counter. A very Catholic mum has had the house blessed by a priest more than once. One commenter offered pareidolia, the brain finding faces in random shapes and shadows. The uploader's reply was telling. She said she was hoping everyone would give her a good scientific explanation and tell her she's crazy. And that's not what she's getting. For years, a woman in Germany filled her house with mirrors, more than 30 of them placed almost everywhere, and she didn't hang them randomly. She positioned them deliberately angled so that from mirror to mirror she could see around the corners. Nobody knows what she was watching for. The story was shared on Reddit's paranormal forum by user able_visit6044, and it starts with how she left. The elderly woman was found wandering the streets of her neighborhood, confused and scared, and was taken into care. His son decided to sell the house. That's when the real estate agents came through to photograph it. And in one of those photos, taken in a cluttered room mid-packing, something appeared in the mirror. A dark figure standing in the reflection. The obvious answer is that it's the photographer caught in their own shot. It's the first thing anyone would say. But the figure reads as a black mass with no camera raised, no flash, none of the tells you'd expect from an agent photographing a room. It was strange enough that a German ghost hunting team, Die Geisterakten, was called in. One of the members had grown up as a childhood friend of the family. During their investigation, they reported strong feedback on their equipment throughout the house. But no matter what they tried, they couldn't recreate the figure in the mirror. Which leaves the question the whole forum's been circling. In a house built to watch every corner, what did that woman see in her mirrors all those years? Nolan Brock is a tattoo artist on TikTok, and his feed is mostly ink line work and studio clips. Then one night, in February 2023, his Ring camera filmed something in his living room. And that scary video is now the most watched thing he's ever posted. It's just before 2 in the morning, and Nolan's falling asleep on the couch. Then, minutes later, it happens again. This time, it flies open with a bang loud enough to fully wake him. Nolan gets up, clearly confused, and wanders over to check the kitchen. Nothing there. He captioned the clip simply enough. He'd never been so scared in his life. Our door drifting open once is nothing. Latches slip, floors settle, air pressure shifts when the aircon kicks in. But that second movement is the sticking point because the door doesn't drift. It's thrown. In the comments found a detail that turns the whole clip on its head. Nolan had fallen asleep with a lit candle burning in the living room. So the running theory became that this wasn't something trying to scare him at all. It was something trying to wake him up before the candle could start a fire. Nobody's explained the footage, but if you have to share your apartment with a ghost, you could do a lot worse than one that slams the pantry until you blow the candle out. To kick off today's weird news segment, we actually got a fun little family update. My older brother Corey is a newly minted stuntman and he's been getting some fun roles lately. Here in Melbourne, Insidious 6 were doing some reshoots recently and they were auditioning for a brand new villain. So he went for the role and actually happened to land it. So he's playing this kind of creepy zombie butcher. We're super chuffed for him, couldn't be more proud. Here's a couple of photos of him backstage getting into character. He's actually featured in the teaser trailer quite a bit, so let's check it out. And there we go. First frame in the teaser trailer. There he is to the left of the girl with the shotgun, which is pretty awesome. So let's check it out. Oh, man. Plenty of jump scares for everyone. Super creepy. A lot of fun. Oh. It's a report of a massive triangle blacking out the skies over Bagram Airfield in 2002 in a 1963 State Department telegram describing a crashed metal balloon found in Brazil with a dead crewman aboard, wearing a suit covered in strange markings. From official files in Washington to the skies over Britain, where a commercial pilot has reported something you don't often see in an aviation safety report, a flying saucer. According to the UK Airports Board, the pilot of an Airbus A319 was descending into Gatwick Airport back in April when a disc-shaped object with darker markings around its rim shot past the right wing, somewhere between 30 and 90 metres away. Investigators suspect a drone, but nobody could confirm it, and the board officially ruled the encounter and reduced the aircraft's safety. It comes just after 2 RAF pilots reported a possible UFO during mid-air refueling over the North Sea in February, an object that never appeared on radar. And Britain's strange month isn't end there. On August 5th, a court in Southampton dealt with a case straight out of Gothic horror. For months, dead animals have been appearing on the doorsteps of churches across Hampshire's New Forest, sometimes accompanied by inverted crosses and tarot cards. Police were so baffled they consulted satanic calendars to predict when the culprit would strike next, and it worked. The man they caught was 48-year-old Benjamin Lewis, who introduced himself in court as Count Dracula. Lewis believed that if he drank enough animal blood, he'd never die and would become a vampire. It wasn't his first offence either. Back in 2003, he was jailed for terrorising a local vicar while making the same claim. He's now been detained indefinitely under the Mental Health Act. And finally, if you've ever seen something you can't explain, science says you're in very good company. A massive new study published in the journal PLOS ONE on August 6th surveyed more than 5,000 people about so-called uncanny experiences, hearing voices, sensing a presence, seeing visions, even feeling a deceased loved one nearby. The results are striking. Most people reported these things happening while they were wide awake and fully alert, and nearly half described the experience as joyful rather than frightening. In fact, the researchers found these encounters are far more common than anyone admits out loud. So that presence at the end of your bed, statistically speaking, your neighbours have probably met one too. Now back to the countdown. A Reddit user was on a video call with his uncle, a fuel truck driver who hauls loads across Honduras. It was around 10 at night, and his uncle had pulled in for a break at a truck stop in Santa Rosa de Capan. Phone in hand, camera pointed out across the car park. Neither of them was expecting to see anything. Then on the far side of the car park, something small started moving. At first glance, it reads as a person, maybe even a small child. But watch what happens when it reaches the parked truck. It doesn't step behind it. It doesn't slip between vehicles. It walks straight into it and dissipates into thin air. It was posted to Reddit's Ghosts forum by user Felpy52191, whose uncle confirmed the obvious problem with the child explanation. It was 10 o'clock at night at a highway truck stop. There were no families around, no parents, no kids, and nowhere for one to go. Whatever crossed that car park ended its walk inside a solid object. Commenters have gone back and forth on a trick of perspective, the idea that the figure simply passed behind the truck at an angle that hides it. But the shape doesn't reappear on the other side, and at the moment it meets the vehicle, it doesn't slip out of view. It fades. His nephew put the question to Reddit. Real person, optical illusion, or something else? Nobody's answered it yet. Trail cameras are built to catch deer. Set them deep on a rural property, strap them to a fence post, and they'll snap anything warm that wanders past in the dark. Back in September 2018, at exactly 8:30 in the evening, a deer cam on one family's property in the US triggered. But that night, it didn't catch a deer. On the right side of the frame is what appears to be a small child in a nightgown. The photo sat unseen for years until the camera owner's nephew posted it to Reddit's paranormal forum under the handle King Farquaad, where it's climbed past 1,400 upvotes. His caption kept it simple. It definitely looks like a ghost to him, but draw your own conclusions. And plenty of commenters did. The most grounded read is that it's exactly what it looks like, a real person crossing the property. Trail cam infrared washes people out, blurs edges, and makes ordinary clothes glow ghost white. On a still image, there was no movement to judge, no before and no after. By that logic, this is just a trespasser caught mid-stride, but that explanation has to survive the details. Nobody matching that description had any business being there. No adult was reported walking the property that night, which leaves the image the family can't square. The child, alone in a nightgown, out by the tree line after dark, on a rural block, gone by the next frame. The deer cam did its job. It caught something warm moving through the property. Just can't tell on what. Late one Friday night, in the attic room of a 400-year-old English manor house, a hotel bed moved on its own with the family still in it. The woman in that bed shared her experience on Reddit's paranormal forum as user Jenny Talia. Her family had stayed at the hotel many times, but always in the newer wing. This time, they'd been given the top floor of the original manor house, built in 1630. At 10 o'clock, she was in bed on her phone, with two toddlers asleep beside her. Her partner had just stepped out for a cigarette. Something happened. The double bed shifted underneath them, as if someone at the foot had picked it up and dropped it with a thud. She turned the main light on and searched for anything that could have fallen. Nothing. Then she looked down. Pressed into the carpet or the indents where the bed used to sit, it had moved roughly 15 centimetres. She begged to change rooms, but the hotel was fully booked for a wedding. She slept with the lamps and the telly on. One commentator tremor. But she's in the UK, none was reported that night, and a quake strong enough to shift a heavy bed would have rearranged the whole room. Nothing else had moved. In the morning after test, she and her partner tried to move the bed themselves, thinking it might have simply slipped. Together, they couldn't move it, push it, or lift it at all. When she googled the hotel the next day, she found it runs ghost hunting events. A commenter even named the place from her description alone. A Brighton Hall in Shropshire, a regular stop on paranormal weekends. One detail still bothers her. During the stay, her son tried to climb out of the room's window, something he's never attempted anywhere else. She told him off at the time, but she wonders what he was following. A man was travelling through China when he stopped to photograph a temple. A crowded courtyard, tourists on the steps, blue sky overhead. He took the shot, put his phone away, and thought nothing of it. It was only later, scrolling back through his camera roll, that he noticed this speck in the sky. Zoomed in, that speck has a head, a torso, arms, and legs. A dark, humanoid figure upright in the clouds, framed against a pale halo of light. His brother posted the photo to Reddit's paranormal forum as user dyslexic_Leonidas, where it's climbed past 4,000 upvotes. It's split fast between a drone, a balloon, a bird frozen at a strange angle, or a bug stuck to the lens. That last theory got the most traction, and it has the neatest answer. The very next photo, taken seconds later from the same spot, shows nothing in the sky at all. A bug on the lens doesn't clean itself off between frames. Of course, that cuts both ways. Whatever was hanging above that temple, it was there for one photo and gone the next. shop worker arrived to find merchandise scattered across the floor and no explanation for how it got there, so they rewound the security tape. At exactly 4 in the morning, with the shop locked and empty, watched the display wall. The merch drops off the stand all by itself. Nothing touches it, nothing moves near it. It simply lets go of the wall. A scary video was posted to Reddit's Ghosts forum by user FisherSlave, who asked the community one simple question. Is this paranormal? Maybe a hook gave way, or gravity finally won a very slow argument with the display peg. The hours it could have been 4 a.m. You decide. The number one story deserves your full attention. If you love scary videos and want to see more, then smash that subscribe button and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll always know when we drop our creepy video compilations. One night in May 1963, a 14-year-old boy named Sebastian Guerrero was walking near the caves outside his village when he noticed lights flickering inside one of them and heard voices. He crept closer, looked in. What he saw sent him running through the dark for 25 kilometres, all the way to the police station in the neighbouring town of Vilgrande. When he arrived, exhausted and in shock, the only description he could manage was this. A group of murderers seized by ecstasy gathered to drink human blood. The officers laughed him off, vampires in the hills of Tamaulipas. But to understand what that boy actually saw, we have to go back a year to one of the strangest and darkest cases in Mexican history. Barbuena was an isolated farming village of around 50 people in northeastern Mexico. Poor, remote, and largely illiterate, it was exactly the kind of place two conmen were looking for. In late 1962 or early 1963, brothers Santos and Cayetano Hernandez arrived in the village and announced themselves as prophets of powerful exiled Inca gods. The Incas, of course, were from Peru, not Mexico, but nobody in Barbuena knew that. The brothers promised that in exchange for worship and tribute, the gods would reveal ancient treasure hidden in the caves of the surrounding mountains. Villagers believed them, and the brothers began collecting their tributes, money, obedience, and worse. The demands turned exploitative and abusive, and the sect's nighttime rituals in the caves grew darker. The treasure kept failing to appear, and the villagers were losing faith. The brothers needed a miracle, so they went to the city of Monterrey to manufacture one, and there they found Magdalena Solis. Magdalena was a young sex worker who'd grown up in poverty in Tamaulipas, working under her brother, Eleazar. The Hernandez brothers hired her to scam and staged the ritual in the caves behind the houses. Magdalena appeared before the village, reincarnation of the Aztec mother goddess. The trick worked. Then something happened powerful. Magdalena started herself. By all accounts, she developed a full religious psychosis. She wasn't playing the goddess anymore. She was one. And she took command of the cult, out from under the men who'd invented her. When two followers, fed up with the abuse, made plans to leave, other members reported them. Magdalena decreed that the defectors be sacrificed, and the congregation lynched them. Those were the first killings. What followed was worse. Over roughly 6 weeks, Magdalena devised what she called blood rituals, and dissent within the cult became a death sentence. Victims were beaten and cut by the entire congregation and left to bleed, their blood collected in a chalice and mixed with chicken blood and narcotics. Magdalena died first. She proclaimed Aztec mythology was the only thing the gods could ingest, and that her goddess form needed it to be used. People died this way. And then a teenage boy appeared into the wrong cave. When Sebastian told his story in Vilgrande, only one officer took it seriously enough to act. The next morning, an investigator named Luis Martinez offered to escort the boy home and take a look at these so-called vampires. Martinez never returned to work. Neither the boy nor the policeman was seen alive again. The disappearance of one of their own finally spurred the police into motion, and they called in the army. On the 31st of May 1963, soldiers and officers descended on Yerba Buena. Magdalena and Eleazar were arrested at a farm outside the town. Senator Hernandez was shot dead, resisting arrest. His brother, Cayetano, was already dead, killed by one of his own followers, a man who later explained he wanted a piece of the high priest's body for protection. Other cult members barricaded themselves in the caves and died in the shootout that followed. Near the farm where the siblings were staying, investigators found the dismembered remains of Sebastian Guerrero and Luis Martinez. The policeman's heart had been removed. In the case, they found 6 more murders. Magdalena and Eleazar convicted only of the murders of the officer because the surviving cult members refused to testify about the rest. Both received 50 years. Followers got 30 each. And here's where the story develops one final twist. The famous version, the con man, the smoke trick, the goddess who believed, comes largely from retellings. Contemporaneous reporting from June 1963, along with a police inspector interviewed the following year, tells it differently. But it was Magdalena and Eleazar who founded the cult themselves and gradually lost control of what they created. 60 years on, nobody can say for certain which version is true. What happened to Magdalena Solis after the sentencing is just as likely. There's no confirmed record of her release and no confirmed record of her death. The High Priestess of Blood simply disappears from history behind prison walls. The caves above Yerba Buena are still there. Just a quick reminder about that app from earlier, Free Cash. Use my special link in the description box down below there, or scan that QR code, sign up, complete your first offer, and that $10 bonus is yours. I'll keep you updated on how much I pull out of the app as well, and you should too, so let me know how you go. If you can't get enough of the scary videos, then click these links on the screen right now, and I'll see you in the next one.
Back in 2011, Dell released a gaming PC that cost an unbelievable $3,000. This is the Alienware Aurora R4, one of the most powerful and expensive gaming PCs money could buy at the time. Adjusted for inflation, that price would be over $4,400 today. That's enough money to build a modern gaming PC with an RTX 5090 and a Ryzen 7 980X3D, which got me thinking, can a gaming PC that once cost as much as a used car still handle modern games today? And more importantly, just how far can I upgrade it? Let's find out. To answer that question, I first had to buy one, but something strange happened when I started looking for it. Honestly, I couldn't find this machine anywhere near me. I checked Facebook Marketplace, checked Amazon, nothing. It was as if this thing had completely disappeared. Thankfully, I had found it on eBay, and things got even stranger. There were 3 listings available, just 3. At that point, I started wondering if this machine was simply too old, or if nobody cared about it anymore. But the prices told a different story. Even after losing roughly 90% of its original value, these machines were still selling for around $300 to $400. That's still a lot of money for such a new system. But my curiosity got the better of me. If I was going to do this, I wanted the most original example. After comparing all the listings, I ended up buying the cheapest one I could find for $300 with free shipping. Then came the waiting. About 5 days later, it finally arrived. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to open it and see what I actually bought. Oh my god, the box is enormous. It's literally bigger than I expected. The first thing I noticed when I tried to move it was the weight. This thing is heavy. Really heavy. I guess somewhere around 50 pounds. Oh my god. The moment I opened the box, I was blown away all over again. This thing is enormous. It's nearly 60 centimeters long. Before we dive into the hardware, I need to talk about the design for a second. If you're thinking about buying one of these today, make sure you have a very large desk. Seriously, this thing doesn't just sit on desk. It practically becomes part of the furniture. The design philosophy couldn't be more different from Apple. Instead of sleek lines and minimalism, this feels like a strange mix of futuristic sci-fi styling and pure, unapologetic excess. It's big, it's bulky, it's completely over the top, and honestly, that's exactly why I like it. Just look at the side panel release mechanism. Something that came out over a decade ago, it feels surprisingly modern. I genuinely love details like this. This side panel alone feels like it weighs more than some entire budget PCs I've tested on this channel. Of course, it's not all perfect. It's pretty obvious Alienware is still trying to keep manufacturing costs under control. Most of the exterior is plastic rather than metal. Over the years, some owners have complained that the plastic clips in the front vents can become gray. Still, standing here looking at it in person, I can understand why people were impressed with this thing at first launch. Alright, let's take a look inside. And seriously, how do you even open this thing? I ended up watching a tutorial while trying to take it apart at the same time. Not exactly my proudest moment, but eventually, oh my god, I finally got it open. Now let's see what we're looking at. Right away, you can see 4 sticks of DDR3 memory running at 1,600 megabytes. That's 16 gigabytes total. Honestly, that's more RAM than I expected to find on the machine this year. Now, what about the graphics card? No way. It's a Titan 6 gigabytes. Back when this card launched, 6 gigabytes of VRAM was absolutely absurd. Most games barely needed a fraction of that. Whoever bought this thing back then clearly wasn't messing around. The power supply is the original 875 watt, which is funny because this power supply alone probably weighs more than some modern office PCs. As for the CPU, we'll find out exactly what's inside the 2 machine gates. But while looking around, I noticed something strange. There's no hard drive, no SSD, nothing. Apparently, the previous owner decided storage was optional, so I'll need to borrow a drive from another system if I want to boot it up. Let's see what happens. Oh no, CPU fan error. That's not exactly the welcome message I was hoping for. It's like something in the phone system isn't very happy. I couldn't even get the machine to boot into Windows. It just sat on the loading screen. And sat there. I waited for almost 5 minutes. That's 5 minutes of my life I'm never getting back. Then, out of nowhere, the system shut itself off. Turned it back on, hoping it was just a one-time thing. No, same thing. At that point, I reached over and touched the pump housing. Whoa, it was insanely hot. That was a huge red flag. I didn't really have another choice, so I decided to remove the liquid cooler and see what was going on. The radiator was spinning just fine. The radiator itself didn't feel cool at all. It was almost as hot as the CPU. That made me suspect the pump had completely failed. So I cleaned out the old thermal paste and removed the pump assembly. Once I got inside, I powered the pump directly to see if it was still alive. Oh no, nothing. The impeller didn't move at all. It was completely dead. Well, mystery solved. Unfortunately, repairing AIO coolers isn't really my area of expertise. So rather than trying to fix it, I'm going to replace the entire liquid cooler with a standard air cooler instead. I decided to replace it with an air cooler, mostly because I didn't have another AIO lying around. Space inside this case is pretty tight, so I couldn't mount it exactly the way I wanted. But after a bit of trial and error, I finally got everything installed. Now for the moment of truth. Let's see if that actually fixed the problem. No way. It's alive. The system booted straight into Windows, so the faulty liquid cooler really was the culprit. With that out of the way, I installed the drivers and got everything ready for some benchmarks. First, let's take a look at the CPU. It's an Intel Core i7-3930K, a 6-core, 12-thread processor built on the LGA 2011 platform. Here's what it can do at stock settings. Now let's see how it performs in games. Let's start with something a little easier, Mindful. I'm running at 32 chunks. The highest graphics settings, 1080p. The frame rate hovers around 120 frames per second. It's fast, but not perfectly stable. Quite a few frame drops. Then I enabled shaders, and yeah, performance immediately dropped to around 30 frames per second. It's playable, but definitely not what I'd call smooth. Next up is CS2. Running on low settings, the system stays around 120 FPS. So this game is still well within the capabilities of this machine. Now it's time for something much more new. Cyberpunk 2077. Oh no, what's going on? The game keeps crashing before it even launches. After looking into it, I realized this graphics card only supports DirectX 11. So I tried forcing the game to run in DX11 mode and gave it another shot. Oh, come on, it still refuses to launch. Looks like this machine just isn't going to run Cyberpunk 2077. Let's move on to Black Myth Wukong instead. Oh my, This is painfully slow. The game is only running at around 20 frames per second, and it's not just the low frame rate. The stuttering is pretty severe too. Clearly, this machine needs a lot more work. Unfortunately, things got even worse. Right in the middle of a fight, the game crashed to the desktop. That's not a good sign. It looks like modern A-Day games are simply too much for a 15-year-old system. If you noticed earlier, the GPU temperature already climbed to around 80 degrees Celsius. Then I spotted something interesting. The warranty sticker was still intact, which means no one has opened this graphics card in the last 13 years. So the first thing I'm going to do is take it apart, clean it thoroughly, and replace the thermal paste. Oh my god! The thermal paste is completely dried out. It looks like the Sahara Desert in here. No wonder this card has been acting like a space heater. On top of that, the heatsink fins and cooling fan are absolutely packed with dust. So I'm going to give this thing the deepest cleaning it's probably had in over a decade. Next up is the power supply. This is probably the hardest working component in the entire system. The last thing I want is for it to catch fire halfway through a benchmark. So let's take a look inside. Oh my god, there are screws everywhere. Dell really wasn't kidding around. This power supply is held together by 12 screws. After finally getting it open, I was honestly surprised. It's incredibly clean inside. I barely have anything to clean. Then I noticed something interesting. Every single power cable is cut to almost the exact length needed for the Aurora R4. Nothing is longer than it has to be. Everything fits perfectly inside the case. If you ever try to replace this power supply with a standard ATX unit, you're probably going to run into cable length issues. And if the original PSU ever dies, finding a direct replacement won't be easy. For the CPU, I'm going to swap in a Xeon E51650D2. It's a slightly newer chip for this platform, and based on what I've seen, it should offer around 10 to 15% better performance. Before I start overclocking though, I want to see how the system performs at stock settings. Since the overall performance hasn't changed dramatically, I'll focus on just one game this time. Black Myth Wukong. The frame rate now sits at around 45 frames per second. More importantly, the GPU temperature has dropped to roughly 65 degrees Celsius. That's a huge improvement compared to before. The game still suffers from the occasional frame drop, but overall it's much smoother and far more stable than it was. Alright, now it's time to see what this Xeon can really do. Let's try overclocking it. Overclocking gave me roughly a 15% performance boost. Not bad, but I wanted to see how far this machine could really go. So the next upgrade is an RTX 5060 Ti. At this point, it's obvious the old graphics card is becoming a bottleneck. It's simply too outdated to fully keep up with the rest of the system. The real question is, will a modern GPU unlock a whole new level of performance, or is this 15-year-old platform already its limit? Let's go back to Black Myth Wukong. Now we're talking. The frame rate stays surprisingly stable at around 130 frames per second. That's roughly a 100 frames per second improvement compared to before the upgrade. Let's go back to Cyberpunk 2077. This time, the game launches without crashing, and the difference is huge. The frame rate now sits at around 150 frames per second. That pretty much confirms what I suspected. The old graphics card was the real bottleneck all along. So, after everything, here's my conclusion. Even today, this is still a surprisingly capable machine, but for the $300 I paid, I don't think it was worth it. The biggest limitation is simply its age. No matter how much I upgrade it, some modern games will always be held back by the platform. Cyberpunk 2077 is a perfect example of that. Personally, I wouldn't recommend buying one of these for gaming. For the same amount of money, you can build a much faster PC with newer hardware. But that's just my opinion. What do you think? Let me know down in the comments.
In a truly unconventional love story, Felicity Cadillac, originally from Massachusetts and now residing in Veneta, Oklahoma, has opened up about her unique romantic journey. Felicity identifies as objective sexual, meaning she experiences romantic and emotional connections with inanimate objects, in her case, life-sized dolls. In 2018, Felicity made headlines by marrying a zombie doll named Kelly Rossi, whom she describes as her perfect match. Kelly, a gift from Felicity's late father, first entered her life when she was just 13. Initially viewing Kelly as simply a cherished gift, Felicity began developing romantic feelings by age 16. After her father's passing, Felicity found comfort in the doll, and her attachment deepened, leading to their eventual marriage. Marrying Kelly brought the unprecedented emotional fulfillment, Felicity shared, describing their wedding as everything she had dreamed of. The ceremony, held in Rhode Island, cost approximately $500 and included full traditional attire, Felicity in a gown and Kelly wearing a tuxedo. Felicity emphasized her deep emotional bond and intimacy with Kelly, openly discussing their romantic connection. But the story doesn't end there. Felicity recently entered into a polyamorous relationship by marrying a second life-size doll named Robert, a 6-foot male companion she had known for 8 years. The intimate ceremony was held privately at her home on Valentine's Day, with her grandfather unofficially officiating. Felicity, dressed in a red gown, was surrounded by Kelly and their doll family, consisting of 10 children, with another on the way. It's a polyamorous relationship, Felicity explained. At bedtime, sometimes I cuddle just Robert or Kelly. Other times, it's both. Kelly and Robert are best friends, and there's no jealousy between them. Felicity emphasizes that her relationships, though unconventional, provide her genuine happiness and emotional security. She hopes to one day live openly without fear of judgment, stressing that objective sexuality is a valid spiritual connection rather than a disorder. I'm also attending therapy, Felicity noted, and my therapist sees nothing wrong with the love I have for my doll family. Late-night home security footage shared by Mr. List Paranormal has recently sent chills through paranormal forums and social media, reigniting the age-old fear of what might lurk above us while we sleep. The eerie clip, captured by a motion-activated Ring camera, shows something eerie happening. The homeowner was staying at his son's house when the incident happened. He claims nobody else was present and insists all windows and doors were closed tightly, ruling out an obvious source of a draft or breeze. Paranormal enthusiasts quickly jumped to conclusions. To them, this was clear-cut proof of supernatural activity. Commenters pointed out how frequently attic spaces appear in ghost stories and horror films, often depicted as hiding places for restless spirits or worse. One frightened viewer even remarked, "This is exactly why I nail mine shut." But skeptics and professionals familiar with attic ladders have plenty of more rational explanations. Many pull-down attic doors operate using spring-loaded mechanisms which, if not firmly latched or properly installed, can easily pop open on their own due to gravity, temperature shifts, or even minor vibrations. So what do you think? Is something supernatural making itself known in this attic, or just faulty mechanics playing tricks on us in the dark? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Japanese ghost videos, often known as kawaii duga, have captivated audiences worldwide with their uniquely chilling style and eerie authenticity. Rooted in Japan's rich cultural folklore, these unsettling clips frequently showcase haunting apparitions, supernatural entities, and unexplained phenomena captured on everyday devices. In this clip, uploaded to YouTube by user A Lot of Music, we see a group of friends gathered around, laughing and enjoying each other's company. Everything appears perfectly normal until one person suddenly notices something odd. Pay close attention as the camera moves around the room and see if you can spot anything out of the ordinary. At first glance, it's difficult to notice anything unusual, but a slow-motion replay reveals a chilling, ghostly face silently peering out from underneath the table behind the sleeping man. details about where and when this unsettling footage was taken remain unclear. It's certainly the kind of haunting image that lingers in your mind, especially as night falls. In a recent video, we featured unsettling footage uploaded to TikTok by user Charlie829 from Jalisco, Mexico. The clip captured the mysterious sound of a galloping horse passing by their home. Yet strangely, no horse could be seen. Many speculated it could have been the infamous El Charro Negro, a legendary figure from Mexican folklore described as a shadowy rider on horseback, believed to appear as an omen of misfortune or death. Well, now, even more compelling footage has surfaced, this time captured in Tuxpan, Veracruz by YouTuber Jitter-less Paranormal BCS. Filmed at 12:39 a.m., the video reveals a ghostly, transparent horse-drawn car, referred to in the video as a death car, swiftly racing through deserted streets. Viewers wonder if this chilling footage provides further proof of El Charro Negro riding through the darkness, haunting the streets of Mexico at night. Could these recent captures indicate that this legendary phantom continues to roam, reminding us that some old legends might hold a disturbing truth? Chilling TikTok posted by the account at nightmarefuel__ has sparked intense debate, with viewers questioning if they're seeing genuine paranormal activity or simply a well-staged hoax. Further stirring speculation, a commenter claiming to personally know the woman noted that her mother-in-law had recently passed away. Creepier still, if you slow the footage down, you can see a shadow appear in the window just as the woman's hair is tugged. While believers find the clip compelling evidence of a ghostly presence, skeptics remain unconvinced, suggesting it's likely a practical joke or clever camera trick. With no official investigation, the viral video continues to captivate viewers, leaving the true explanation shrouded in mystery. Late one night, deep beneath the bustling streets of Mexico City, a lone passenger experienced something genuinely terrifying. TikTok user Jeladu Studios captured an unsettling incident aboard an empty Line 6 subway train around 11:30 p.m. As the train sped through a darkened tunnel, spine-chilling screams, unmistakably those of a woman in distress, suddenly echoed throughout the empty carriage. No one else appears to be on board, yet the anguished wailing clearly resonates from somewhere close by. When the footage hit social media, speculation ignited immediately. Given Mexico City Metro's notorious history of ghost stories and tragedies, many viewers quickly suggested a paranormal explanation. Some wondered if the cries belonged to a spirit tragically tied to the metro itself. Perhaps someone who'd lost their life on the tracks. To the mystery, several eagle-eyed commenters claimed to spot something even more chilling. In the reflection on the window behind the man, some viewers insisted they could see the shadowy outline of a woman with long, dark hair seated quietly, exactly where no passenger should have been. Could this spectral presence be responsible for the unsettling screams? However, not everyone was convinced. Skeptics quickly offered alternative explanations, noting that Mexico City's metro system routinely produces noises that can easily be mistaken for eerie screams. Metal grinding on metal, aging brakes, or ventilation systems echoing oddly through tunnels can create haunting sounds. Metro officials even chimed in, confirming that on the night in question there had been reports of passenger disturbances elsewhere on the line, suggesting the cries could have been coming from a real person in another carriage or station rather than a ghostly apparition. Whether it was a prank, misinterpreted mechanical noise, or genuinely unsettling cries from another passenger, the truth behind these Metro screams remains unsolved, or perhaps less supernatural than many first feared. A short but eerie TikTok clip had viewers questioning their eyes and their beliefs about ghosts when user at I Love Effie shared unsettling footage of her cat experiencing something bizarre. Suddenly, without warning, the feline is abruptly pulled backward across the floor, as if by some unseen force. There's no visible person nearby, no sudden movements, and the room appears empty, making the cat's sudden backward slide all the more disturbing. The comments quickly lit up with speculation. Ghost caught on camera. One user asked nervously, while others suggested a poltergeist or spirit might have been playing a mischievous trick. Several paranormal enthusiasts noted how animals often react to supernatural presences, leading many to believe this was genuine evidence of ghostly activity. However, not everyone was convinced. Skeptics swiftly pointed out possible rational explanations, such as the cat simply slipping on the floor or an unseen person pulling a nearly invisible string attached to the pet's collar. Indeed, a recent wave of similar ghost pulls cat videos have circulated, many later revealed as staged pranks using fishing line or cleverly concealed threads. Still, without additional angles or clearer footage, it's impossible to say definitively whether this clip is a genuine paranormal encounter or just a cleverly executed hoax. Regardless, the video continues to circulate online, fueling debates and leaving viewers divided. The historic home, known as the Beale Manor, was built in the 1890s by Jerome Beale, a prominent businessman from Toledo who owned jewelry and piano shops in Fremont, Ohio. Located near significant historical sites, the manor sits just across from the Rutherford B. Hayes Museum and near the site of Fort Stephenson, famous for the Battle of Fort Stephenson during the War of 1812. During this battle, a small American garrison led by Major George Croghan successfully defended the fort against a larger British and Native American force, marking a key American victory. In the 1920s, the Beale family relocated to Minnesota, selling their home to Clarence and Daisy Wolfe. The Wolfe family hosted viewings and funeral services for family and friends at the manor. Clarence Wolfe passed away in the house in 1942, followed by Daisy in 1966. The property was later converted into a children's group home under the Lucas County Children's Center, housing mentally challenged, sick, and unwanted children. According to historical records, a child tragically died by suicide or accident during this period. In the 1990s, after the children's home closed, the house operated briefly as the Buckland Bed and Breakfast before being sold again in 2009. The subsequent owners mysteriously vacated after only a year, leaving the reasons unknown and adding to the home's intriguing history. The Beale Manor is a house with layers of paranormal activity, each floor seemingly haunted in its own distinct way. The basement harbors aggressive entities known for biting men and scratching women, accompanied by frequent REM pod activity and intense Estes method sessions. On the first floor, Daisy Wolf's former room is particularly active, with paranormal equipment responding regularly and a rocking chair famously known for items being thrown off. Voices of a man and children, footsteps, and loud slams are commonly reported. The staircase is home to sightings of a red-haired boy who frequently appears on the landing, while Jerome Beale's original piano, now kept in the garage, is occasionally heard playing by itself. The second floor has a reputation for shadow figures darting through halls, watching from corners, and a male apparition often spotted gazing out a window. Voices, footsteps, and a heavy oppressive atmosphere add to the creepiness. In the attic, a red-haired boy reappears, children's laughter echoes, and mysterious heavy footsteps shuffle across the floor. Several deaths have been confirmed at the manor, including former owners Clarence and Daisy Wolf, as well as a young boy rumoured to have died tragically, either by suicide or accident. The home also has a history of hosting funerals and viewings, deepening its eerie legacy. In a chilling exploration of the notoriously haunted Beale Mansion, the paranormal investigators from the YouTube channel The Ghost Files attempt to uncover compelling evidence of ghostly activity. Guided by the mansion's co-owners, Heather and Carlo, the investigation reveals disturbing experiences, mysterious phenomena, and possible interactions with the spirits said to haunt this historical home. The video begins as co-owner Heather vividly describes the first night she and Carlo decided to investigate the house, recalling powerful resonant bangs that shook the floor, prompting her to flee immediately from the mansion.
Our first experience was over here in the parlor area here. That night we decided we were going to check it out. We were both sitting here. He asked if something was here, to knock 3 times, and it took us about a minute later, and that's when we heard not just 3 knocks, but it was bang. It was like boom, boom, boom. I mean, you could feel it under the floor. You could feel it vibrate, and that's when I ran out the door.
Next, Heather takes the team to Daisy Wolf's room, where Daisy passed away in the 1960s.
So this is where we believe Daisy lived her last days, because there is a tall bed over here, and then, the bathroom has a ramp. But we get a lot of activity in this room, especially right, for some reason, right here in this area. A lot of our equipment, lights, go off over here.
In the basement, multiple visitors have reportedly witnessed and recorded a clear, full-bodied apparition of a child manifesting visibly, supporting claims that the spirits of children inhabit the mansion.
We have had people catch full-on apparition right here. And you see it manifest, and it's not very big. It's probably a little boy, little girl, about this big. You see it manifest, and you see its arms. I'm getting through the jimmies now, but and you see it off back. So this is way back.
Using audio recording devices, the team captures startlingly clear responses from supposed spirits.
You're upstairs in the angry ladies' room. I got the red pot over there on the fire mantle, and I also have the night vision camera when the lights out. Spirit box, and I'm gonna ask some questions on the recorder too. So yeah, let's get into this. Is there a woman that haunts this room?
Highlighting the intelligence and responsiveness of the mansion's spirits, the investigators invite any child spirits present to interact with a piece of equipment placed on a bed. Immediately, the device illuminates, directly indicating interaction by an unseen child presence.
If there's any children spirits here with us, would you like to play with that red light I have on the bed right there?
These encounters and pieces of evidence underscore the mansion's unsettling reputation, solidifying Beale Manor as one of Ohio's most haunted locations. This eerie footage, uploaded to YouTube by user Bittercore Paranormal VCs, was captured by a vehicle's dash cam along the isolated Vizcaino Highway in Baja California Sur, Mexico. The clip initially appears quite ordinary, just a nighttime drive down a deserted stretch of road. But suddenly, something deeply unsettling comes into view. A ghostly figure can clearly be seen walking down the opposite side of the road. Given the isolated location and the late hour, viewers have struggled to explain who or what this mysterious figure could be. While specific ghost stories directly associated with the Vizcaino Highway in Baja California Sur remain scarce, the broader region of Baja California is steeped in eerie legends and paranormal encounters that continue to intrigue both locals and travelers alike. One of the most notorious locations is La Rumorosa Highway, a winding and perilous stretch of road traversing the rugged Sierra de Juarez Mountains. Known for its breathtaking views as much as its hazardous driving conditions, this highway is infamous for countless supernatural sightings. Motorists have shared chilling encounters with phantom hitchhikers who mysteriously vanish upon approach. Shadowy figures darting across the road and even unsettling alien-like entities glimpsed briefly in the darkness. Stories of eerie apparitions and inexplicable occurrences have transformed La Rumorosa into a location notorious not just for physical danger but for otherworldly mysteries as well. Further south, another chilling legend originates from the Colegio Salvatierra in Santa Rosalia, Baja California Sur. This respected educational institution harbors a tragic story from years past. A young girl reportedly choked to death after accidentally swallowing a marble while playing in the girls' bathroom. Since this unfortunate incident, generations of students have reported strange phenomena, including the unmistakable sound of marbles rolling across the bathroom floor, laughter echoing eerily from vacant stalls, and fleeting glimpses of a childlike figure wandering the corridors. These unsettling experiences have persisted through the years, embedding this legend firmly in local folklore and the school's storied history. Though direct reports from Vizcaino Highway itself remain limited, these nearby tales illustrate the region's vibrant supernatural culture. Whether travelling the treacherous curves of La Rumorosa or exploring historic institutions like Colegio Salvatierra, the landscapes and landmarks of Baja California offer ample opportunities for encounters with the unknown, where legend and reality intriguingly intertwine. When Reddit user Chosen12803 shared the following video, it quickly gained attention across the platform. Footage recorded by the uploader's sister in a hospital back in 2020 appears normal at first. However, as the footage continues, we can see a strange figure that briefly moves into view from behind a disused bed that's been pushed to one side along the corridor. The woman then captures the figure from a second angle over her shoulder. It's harder to see this time, but if you watch closely, you can see it moving. The woman continues down the corridor, and as the camera pans, it's revealed that the bed is pushed up against a solid wall, with no door or entryway from which the figure could have emerged. To make the footage even creepier, the OP later responded to comments, revealing that their sister never noticed the figure while recording. She only sent the video to their family group chat because she felt an eerie presence, as if someone was watching her. The eerie clip has sparked debate among viewers. Some speculate that the figure could have been a nun due to its shadowy appearance, while others are convinced that something else was captured. A few users suggested that the figure might have been a piece of plastic or paper blowing due to strong air currents in the hospital. However, with no clear answer, the video remains a chilling mystery. What do you think? Is this evidence that the hospital is haunted, or is there a logical explanation? In a bizarre twist blurring the lines between celebrity news and paranormal speculation, actress Irene Bedard-Wilson, best known for voicing Disney's iconic character Pocahontas, recently found herself at the heart of an eerie viral sensation.
I'm the ghost of Pocahontas. Yeah, you're gonna find me in there like a thing right now.
Why would you do that?
Because I am a 53-year-old.
In March 2025, body cam footage from Bedard-Wilson's latest arrest in Xenia, Ohio, began circulating online, rapidly capturing attention due to an unsettling detail noticed by sharp-eyed viewers. As police attempted to calm and restrain the visibly distraught actress, who can be seen in the clip yelling, sobbing, and appearing extremely agitated, something eerie is caught by the officer's body cam. A dark shadow seems to move along the hallway. Almost immediately, social media exploded with wild theories. TikTok and YouTube commentators speculated that Bedard-Wilson might be suffering from a supernatural encounter or even demonic possession, fueling headlines sensationally declaring Pocahontas actress arrested amid claims of demonic activity.
Because I am a 53-year-old.
However, local authorities and those close to the actress quickly stepped forward with a more grounded and far more tragic explanation. Official reports indicated Bedard-Wilson had been intoxicated during both incidents in question, with responding officers noting the strong smell of alcohol. Her behaviour had reportedly caused a disturbance at a nearby hotel, prompting the initial 911 call. Experts reviewing the footage explained the so-called shadow figure was most likely a simple optical illusion caused by lighting conditions, shadows from officers' flashlights, or even artifacts due to video compression. In reality, Irene Bedard-Wilson is battling her own personal demons, entirely human in nature, and not a literal haunting by shadowy entities as some think. As one poignant commenter remarked online, not every darkness is a ghost. Sometimes it's just a sad reality. But what do you think? Does the footage show something truly otherworldly, or is it merely a heartbreaking glimpse into a troubled moment? Let us know your thoughts down below. In a heartwarming yet spine-tingling video, a family gathered to honour the memory of their late mother on what would have been her birthday. The footage, originally shared by user at TTVIGG33 and later reposted by Muldowney Memorials on Instagram, captures a touching moment as family members sing Happy Birthday around a cake with a single lit candle.
Happy birthday to you.
But watch closely, because this tribute quickly takes an eerie turn.
That was weird.
Without any noticeable breeze or movement nearby, the lone candle suddenly blows out all by itself.
That was weird.
The stunned yet moved family instantly interpret it as a comforting sign from their mom, bridging the gap between this world and the next. Interestingly, many grieving families report similar unexplained phenomena, flickering lights, unexplained noises or objects shifting position, especially during significant anniversaries or birthdays. While skeptics might attribute this incident to coincidence or natural causes, the emotional impact on this family is undeniable. Whether you believe in afterlife messages or not, this touching clip has resonated deeply with viewers, suggesting perhaps some connections truly transcend our understanding.
That was weird.
In this eerie photo shared by Shaylee on the Ghosts of London Facebook page, an unsettling mystery has emerged, leaving viewers both fascinated and spooked. Taken at Shaylee's sister's wedding over a decade ago, the image was captured moments before the groom saw his bride in her dress for the first time. But a closer look reveals something unsettling. A second ghostly bride standing nearby. Even stranger, her spectral presence seems to distort the face of Shaylee's sister. Shaylee insists the picture is genuine, completely unedited and captured in a remote rural area far from homes, fires or smoke that could explain the apparition. She's been left wondering if this mysterious figure was drawn to the location itself or if there's a deeper connection to her family. What do you think? Does this image really show a ghostly bride? Or is there another way to explain the figure's strange appearance? Share your thoughts with one another in the comments section below. In this bizarre home security clip shared by the Haunted AF podcast, a seemingly ordinary night quickly takes an unsettling turn. Initially, the footage simply shows an owl quietly perched on a railing near the homeowner's property, its eyes eerily glowing in the infrared camera. But as the seconds tick by, viewers noticed something chilling beneath the owl. When the video went viral, speculation exploded across social media. Some viewers wondered if a burglar was disguised as an owl, lurking in the shadows to scope out the property unnoticed. So what do you think? Is this a creeper lurking just outside this homeowner's window? Let me know in the comments. In this strange yet brief video clip uploaded to TikTok by user DivineGoddess95, we see a snippet from a seemingly normal morning news broadcast. As the presenter blinks, her eyes appear to glitch, briefly revealing what looks like a second set of eyes underneath. The uploader describes how her mom initially noticed this eerie anomaly during the live broadcast, prompting her to rewind and record the moment for closer inspection. This odd occurrence quickly reminded viewers of the infamous reptilian shapeshifter theory popularized by conspiracy theorist David Icke. According to Icke, reptilian extraterrestrials disguised as humans secretly control positions of power across the world, occasionally exposing themselves through subtle glitches, often involving their eyes. While some viewers speculate that this could simply be a technical glitch or a trick of the lighting, others, including the uploader herself, can't shake the unsettling feeling that perhaps something far stranger was accidentally revealed on live TV. Her eyes blink and miss how we all think. Her eyes blink or you can never see eyes. When Facebook user Ahmed Shah uploaded this next video, it quickly gained thousands of views, leaving viewers unsettled by what was captured. The clip, recorded by a hiker trekking through a remote desert range, shows a cave entrance. As the camera moves, a bizarre pair of glowing eyes suddenly becomes visible, staring out from the darkness inside the cave. The unsettling footage has sparked curiosity, with many questioning what could have been lurking inside the cave. Some speculate that it may have been a reptile or a desert-dwelling animal whose eyes reflected the light from the camera. However, if you take a closer look at the creature, it doesn't seem to resemble any known animal. This has led to speculation of a possibly undiscovered species. So what do you think it could be? Watch the clip again and let me know your take in the comments section below. In a chilling video uploaded to YouTube by user Bitacora Paranormal BCs, security footage captures a truly unsettling scene. At first glance, it appears to show an ordinary person walking down an empty street late at night. Yet as they continue their journey, several dogs suddenly become agitated, barking frantically at the passing figure. Moments later, the figure inexplicably begins to fade, gradually vanishing completely from sight, almost as if they were never there at all. Many believe animals possess a heightened ability to sense supernatural entities, detecting phenomena invisible to human eyes. Could this eerie security camera footage genuinely have captured a ghost wandering the streets, unaware they've already passed from this world? On the mornings of January 14th and February 13th, 2025, residents across multiple Australian towns experienced something truly bizarre, an eerie trumpet-like sound echoing through the sky, loud enough to jolt entire neighbourhoods from their morning routines. Multiple videos swiftly surfaced on TikTok capturing the unsettling phenomenon. The sound was described as metallic and resonant, almost as though someone was playing a colossal horn from high above. Viewers noted that it eerily resembled an apocalyptic soundtrack straight out of a science fiction or horror film. Here, user Maxiku catches a similar sounding trumpet noise. These mysterious noises, known popularly as sky trumpets or sky quakes, aren't exclusive to Australia. They've been documented around the globe, from Canada and Germany to remote parts of Siberia. Whenever these strange sounds surface, they inevitably spark wild theories and intense speculation about their origins. User Ken2436 captures this in Victoria, British Columbia. Predictably, some Australian listeners immediately connected the sounds to supernatural or biblical events. One Perth-based video uploader, who professed a strong Christian faith, claimed the trumpet-like blasts were reminiscent of the angelic horns described in the Book of Revelation, interpreting them as potential divine warnings or spiritual signals. Others lean toward more extraterrestrial explanations, suggesting the sounds could be linked to UFO activity, perhaps a hidden sign of alien visitation, or secret military experiments testing unknown technology in remote locations. Theories quickly spread online, feeding into existing conspiracy narratives and heightening intrigue. But not everyone was convinced of supernatural or extraterrestrial causes. Scientists who've studied these skyquakes for years strongly lean toward more grounded explanations. According to researcher Eli Bird, who's investigated similar sounds across the US, these phenomena appear atmospheric rather than seismic or extraterrestrial. Possible scientific explanations include high-altitude electromagnetic disturbances, interactions between solar plasma and Earth's magnetic field, or even large-scale metal structures resonating due to temperature fluctuations. Meteorologists examining the Australian incident specifically pointed out that while no significant storms were recorded during these events, weather conditions like temperature inversions can sometimes carry distant industrial noises, or even ship horns far inland, creating surreal acoustic illusions. For now, these eerie Australian sky trumpets remain officially unexplained, but scientists stress they're likely natural in origin, even if they're not yet fully understood. Until definitive answers surface, residents and the internet will continue debating whether these sounds are merely atmospheric oddities or echoes of something far stranger lurking above us. In this unsettling footage uploaded to TikTok by user Nightmare Fuel, we witness some eerie behaviour taking place at an old supermarket in a small town in Brazil. Locals report seeing strange figures rapidly moving back and forth through the windows both day and night, leaving the entire neighbourhood terrified. The video's description offers an eerie explanation. The supermarket is rumoured to have been built either directly on or adjacent to an ancient indigenous burial ground. Initially, neighbours suspected burglars when they first spotted multiple figures moving inside the property during the Christmas holiday, as the owners were away visiting relatives. However, upon closer inspection, witnesses noticed the figures displayed unnatural speed, sometimes even appearing to move backwards, and that some entities seemed unusually tall, suggesting something otherworldly. The owners were reportedly so shaken by these bizarre occurrences that they've abandoned the property, leaving it vacant ever since. Most chillingly, one of the final clips shows that the neighbours themselves seem to now be being watched by an unknown presence within the building. This is some really creepy footage. Could this supermarket truly be haunted by spirits disturbed from their sacred resting place? Or is there another explanation for these bizarre sightings? This next video was uploaded to YouTube 7 years ago by user Escalato Baleado. Although the footage is poor quality, it certainly looks to have captured something strange on camera. In it, two girls can be seen happily dancing to a song. Keep your eyes focused behind the girl on the left and see if you can notice anything strange. A mysterious dark shadow suddenly darts out from behind the girl on the left, quickly moving towards and then vanishing out of a doorway. This shadowy figure moves unnaturally fast, leading many to speculate it could be a genuine paranormal entity known as a shadow figure. The sudden re-emergence of this unsettling video online has sparked intense debate, with some claiming it to be undeniable proof of supernatural activity, while others suggest it could simply be a camera glitch. Watch closely one more time and let me know what you think it is in the comments section below. A recent video shared by paranormal investigator Ghost Inspector Greg has caused quite the stir online, leaving viewers divided about what exactly was captured on camera. The eerie footage, taken from a homeowner's security camera, begins with a tense scene as the resident nervously scans their living room. In the briefest of moments, a black humanoid silhouette seems to peek around the corner, lingering for just a fraction of a second before swiftly disappearing from sight.
There it is. Okay, we're going to catch him. Can you tell me what you want?
The homeowner continues to explore the basement.
Right there. Can you tell me what you need?
Time and time again, he sees something dark yet brief moving in the shadows.
I don't need to use the light, man.
As expected, the clip quickly went viral among paranormal communities, with many viewers convinced this was definitive evidence of a shadow person. An infamous phenomenon described frequently in ghost lore as dark, featureless human shapes that vanish the instant they're spotted.
I'll put the light away.
Notably, when the homeowner later searched the home thoroughly, no physical signs of forced entry, footprints, or disturbance were found. What do you think? Was this shadowy visitor truly supernatural or just a trick played by our imagination? Share your thoughts down in the comments.
How do you do that? Can you please? Yes. Oh, okay. That's not fun.
In this bizarre clip uploaded to TikTok by user DJB3SN4, viewers are left wondering if they've just witnessed a real-life glitch in the Matrix. The strange sight quickly sparked numerous theories among viewers. Some joked he was AFK or had become a real-life NPC, perhaps taking inventory in his virtual backpack. Others humorously speculated he was trying to escape the Matrix itself, becoming temporarily disconnected from our reality. Whether a playful prank or a genuine glitch in our world, this video definitely makes you wonder if reality is sometimes stranger than fiction. This next photo was uploaded to Reddit by user WorkingCry8647. They found the image on Google Earth taken by Jose Tonatiu Gutierrez Zavala at La Biosfera El Cielo, a cloud forest located in Gomez Farias, Tamaulipas, Mexico. The photo shows a man standing on a railing, but what really caught people's attention was the presence of another ghostly figure beside him. The mysterious figure appears completely black and white, lacking any colour, giving it an eerie and unnatural appearance. The poster sparked various reactions from viewers. Some speculate that the figure appears black and white due to poor lighting or a camera glitch, while others believe it could be an artifact of how Google Earth processes images. Meanwhile, several others thought that the figure resembled a vampire. While the image is certainly interesting, there is little way to know exactly what we are looking at. Could it be a ghost, vampire, or something else supernatural? We'll leave this one up to you to decide. In a creepy TikTok video uploaded by user Men in Black Revelaciones, viewers are left baffled by a mysterious sight captured atop a skyscraper. The footage filmed from a neighbouring building shows what appears to be a giant, shadowy figure cloaked in dark robes, which, at first glance, is seemingly floating or hovering at the very edge of the rooftop. However, a closer look reveals that the figure is not floating at all, but rather perched right on the edge of the building. The unsettling nature of the footage has sparked intense debate online, with no clear explanation yet emerging for this strange, towering figure. In this eerie footage uploaded to TikTok by user Mr. Liz Paranormal, we witness an event that has left viewers baffled and genuinely creeped out. According to the video's description, the uploader insists that whatever pulled the paper came from behind the glass.
Naturally, this sparked intense speculation from viewers, with theories ranging from an invisible entity lurking behind the mirror to secret passageways resembling the infamous back rooms. Skeptics suggested simpler explanations, such as someone hiding behind the mirror, or perhaps an air vent causing a suction effect. Adding an even more chilling perspective, one commenter shared their own similar unsettling experience, stating, "There's a gap between the wall and my bed frame, and my blanket fell in there. I tugged it, and someone tugged from below. I never tried to find out who it is." Could this mirror incident also be the result of something unseen lurking within the walls? Whatever the true explanation is, one thing remains certain: some mysteries might be best left unexplored. The chilling TikTok video posted by user Jesse Zaffa quickly spread across Mexican social media, reigniting rumors about the notoriously haunted Chapultepec Castle, a historic landmark in Mexico City. The short clip shows a series of photos that Zaffa captured while quietly exploring the museum inside the castle late in the afternoon. As he approaches a beautifully preserved antique carriage displayed behind protective glass, something strange appears on camera. When he zooms closer to the carriage's polished window, viewers see a distinct reflection of what seems to be a ghostly woman's face staring downward. Her pale features and somber expression, coupled with a hairstyle reminiscent of the late 19th century, immediately sparked speculation about who this spectral visitor might be. Many commenters instantly connected the apparition to the tragic figure of the Empress Carlotta, wife of Emperor Maximilian I, whose life was marred by mental anguish and heartache following her husband's execution. According to legend, her restless spirit wanders Chapultepec Castle, forever mourning her lost love and empire. Other viewers proposed that the ghostly image could belong to Margarita Maza, wife of revered Mexican President Benito Juarez. Her spirit, too, is rumored to appear occasionally within the castle walls, watching silently over visitors from another era. Chapultepec Castle, with its rich and sometimes dark history, provided a perfect backdrop for this eerie sighting. Several commenters shared their own unsettling experiences at the landmark, recounting tales of ghostly encounters involving elegant figures described as two blonde people in antique clothing, who reportedly guide lost children safely back to their parents, perhaps Carlotta and Maximilian themselves. However, skeptics were quick to step in, casting doubt on the video. Some argued that the ghostly visage was likely just another visitor's reflection captured in the glass at precisely the right angle and lighting, creating the illusion of a ghost. Others noted the clarity of the image, pointing out that genuine paranormal sightings usually appear hazier and less defined, suggesting that perhaps this was an intentional prank, or simply a coincidence. Museum staff reported no unusual incidents or sightings around that time, which only deepened the debate. With no concrete proof either way, this ghostly carriage encounter at Chapultepec Castle remains a compelling mystery, blending rich historical lore with eerie modern sightings. In this remarkable clip, originally uploaded to TikTok by user Borinali.6, we witness a heart-stopping encounter caught on CCTV. A pack of wolves emerges, sprinting down the road toward the officer. Reacting instantly, the policeman abandons protocol, swiftly opens the car's back door, and leaps inside for safety just seconds before the wolves rush past. Viewers were quick to comment on the situation, humorously noting that the driver likely avoided a ticket after unintentionally providing shelter from the danger. Security cameras can capture far more than just intruders or everyday events. They often record bizarre and mysterious moments that would otherwise go unnoticed, making them a window into unexplained phenomena. Sometimes security cameras capture moments so unbelievable that if they hadn't been recorded, no one would believe they actually happened. Suddenly, from the corner of the room, a long black snake slithers into view. The video has left many viewers shocked, with some questioning how such a large snake managed to enter the house undetected. Many commenters expressed concern for the woman's safety, while others wondered how exactly they managed to remove such a large snake from their home. This eerie footage, uploaded to TikTok by user Romita Paranormal, captures an unexplained event from the Mexican state of Guanajuato. As the figure moves across the scene, its body appears transparent, almost ghost-like. While it has been suggested this could be authentic paranormal evidence, given the transparent nature of the apparition, it could be argued that the figure's sudden appearance is due to a camera glitch, perhaps similar to the previous video. However, Guanajuato's wealth of history and its unique blend of colonial and pre-Hispanic traditions make it a hotspot for paranormal tales. With its ancient streets, tunnels, and historic sites, the city continues to captivate those fascinated by the supernatural. Arguably, the most famous ghost story in Guanajuato is the tale involving two tragic lovers. According to legend, a young woman named Carmen fell in love with a poor miner named Luis. Her wealthy father disapproved, and upon discovering their secret meetings on the balconies across the narrow alley, stabbed Carmen to death. It's said their spirits remain in the alley, and couples who kiss there are said to receive 7 years of good luck, while those who fail to do so risk 7 years of misfortune. Perhaps the most chilling attraction in Guanajuato is the city's natural mummies, who have their own ghostly reputation. Visitors to the Museo de las Momias have reported strange phenomena, including whispers, footsteps, shadowy figures, and even apparitions moving among the exhibits. Some speculate that disturbing the dead by putting them on display has caused restless spirits to linger. So, considering Guanajuato's extensive haunted history, could this footage truly show a ghostly encounter, or is there another explanation behind the mysterious figure? August 11th, just before 3:30 in the morning, the police department communications center got a call. In a story straight out of a horror film, an unexplained emergency call in Pueblo, Colorado left even seasoned police officers scratching their heads and checking over their shoulders. Around 3:30 a.m., a 911 dispatcher received a chilling call from Imperial Memorial Gardens Funeral Home. When she answered, the line was open, but eerily silent, followed by unsettling static, before abruptly disconnecting. By protocol, police were immediately sent to investigate, but what they discovered only deepened the mystery. Officers arrived at the funeral home, a building locked up and dark on the outskirts of Pueblo, completely deserted in the dead of night. They found no signs of forced entry, no intruders, no one at all. Adding to the creepiness, the dispatcher attempted to call back, and again the line picked up, transmitting only ghostly static on the other end. Police Captain Tom Rummel jokingly suggested it was probably just line trouble, but technicians found no obvious issues with the phone lines. The unsettling call quickly became local legend, spreading through social media and even making headlines on CBS News.
Many speculated that perhaps something paranormal was behind this strange event. On Reddit, users debated whether spirits might use electronic devices like phones to communicate from beyond. Some even claim to hear faint whispers within the static, fueling theories that a restless spirit from the funeral home might have reached out from the afterlife. Skeptics, however, noted technical glitches can occasionally trigger phantom calls, though the precise timing and location made this hard to dismiss outright. With no human culprit or rational explanation found, Pueblo's ghostly 911 caller remains an eerie and unsolved mystery, a reminder that even modern technology can deliver spine-chilling surprises. In this eerie image uploaded to TikTok by user Alien Mysteries, we see a group of friends enjoying themselves at the popular UK festival, Boomtown. At first glance, nothing appears unusual, but look closely at the hillside in the background. Standing alone is a tall, shadowy figure with an oddly elongated shape. According to the uploader, several attendees reported not only spotting mysterious dark figures on the hills surrounding the event, but also hearing strange voices and unsettling noises echoing through the night. Speculation has quickly spread across social media, with some viewers convinced this is clear evidence of an alien. Others suggest it might simply be an optical illusion, or even a prank. Whatever it is, the mystery behind this chilling image continues to intrigue and unsettle viewers. A bizarre video recently shared by the popular Twitter account Lepoca Madre has left viewers across Latin America buzzing, wondering if duendes or goblins could indeed be real. Eerie clip, allegedly captured late at night somewhere in Mexico, though the exact location remains undisclosed, shows a pair of tiny humanoid figures darting back and forth behind the stone wall of the cemetery. The shadowy beings appear remarkably small, almost child-sized, wearing what some have described as hooded cloaks. Given the footage's creepy setting, a cemetery in the dead of night, it's easy to see why viewers instantly connected the shadowy beings with duendes, creatures deeply rooted in Latin American folklore. Duendes are typically described as mischievous, elf-like spirits that haunt rural areas, occasionally leading people astray or playing harmless pranks on unsuspecting victims. Some viewers passionately link the incident to stories of elemental spirits known to guard or dwell in cemeteries, suggesting the footage was compelling evidence of these legendary beings. As the video quickly gained traction online, skeptics offered several practical explanations. Many pointed to the notoriously poor quality of the clip, grainy, shaky, and lacking identifying details, as a red flag. As Uno TV humorously noted, it seems paranormal footage always comes with a frustrating lack of clarity. So what do you think? Is this grainy footage solid proof of duendes caught on camera, or just our imaginations playing tricks in the shadows? Let us know your thoughts down below. In this eerie footage uploaded to TikTok by user Ghost Hunter BCS, we see what appears to be a mysterious figure captured by a security camera. The brief clip taken from CCTV footage shows parts of a ghostly figure materialising. Oddly enough, only the hair, parts of the face and portions of the body become visible, while the rest remains unseen. Security cameras are notorious for creating strange visual artifacts when recording moving objects, especially under low light conditions or poor video quality. These anomalies can cause objects to appear distorted, partially invisible, or transparent. However, what's truly unusual about this particular footage is how selectively parts of the figure appear, almost as though caught between two worlds. Could this simply be a glitch or distortion caused by the camera's recording process, or might we genuinely be seeing evidence of something paranormal captured on camera? A security camera recording uploaded to Reddit by user Gizmo Mum has sparked debate across the platform due to the strange event it captures. Chair is seen being flung over. The movement appears abrupt and unnatural, as if an invisible force had shoved it rather than it simply being knocked over. The footage has led to a mix of reactions online. Many commenters believe the chair was simply knocked over by the wind, pointing out that the sound of wind can be heard in the clip, and that an open window's blinds appear to be moving. However, the OP responded, stating that the window was closed and the blinds were moving due to a ceiling fan inside. Others also pointed out that trees in the background remained still, making it unlikely that wind was responsible, especially considering that the chair appears to have been hurled over with such force. In their post, the OP mentioned that they don't believe in ghosts, but admitted that this footage has made them reconsider. It seems that several viewers might have done so as well. If you want to watch more scary videos, then click those links on the screen right now, and I'll see you in the next one.
Back in 2017, Gigabyte released the Bricks Gaming 1060, a gaming PC small enough to fit in your palm of your hand, yet somehow priced like a full-sized desktop. At the time, it sounded like the perfect machine. Serious gaming without the muscle case. And the more I looked at how Gigabyte managed to cram this much performance into something so tiny, the more I started wondering, what did they have to sacrifice to make it work? So today, I'm bought Gigabyte. This nearly decade-old mini-gaming PC still handle modern games in 2026. And more importantly, how far can we upgrade it? Let's find out. Of course, if I wanted to find out, I first had to actually buy one. So I started by checking Facebook Marketplace for anything available near me. And nothing. Not a single listing. Finding one locally was basically impossible. So I moved over to eBay, and luckily I found two of them for sale. But then I saw the prices. Are you serious? I couldn't believe these things were still selling to us. This machine came out 9 years ago. It's old, but it's not exactly a collector's item. The asking prices definitely don't reflect the performance of actually getting it made. Maybe the sellers figured that throwing in a huge SSD and a ton of RAM somehow justified the price. But paying nearly $1,000 for a gaming PC from 2017? Yeah, that's not happening. I definitely couldn't afford that. And since I couldn't find another one anywhere else, I decided to try negotiating. I sent the first seller an offer of $300, along with a message explaining why I was offering so much less. Hopefully, I could get them. Then I waited. 2 hours passed, nothing. 5 hours later, still nothing. At that point, I was pretty sure I'd lowballed him so badly that he had decided to continue dealing with me. But then, about 30 minutes later, I finally got a response. Not from the first seller, but from the second. He was willing to negotiate, but his counter offer was $500. Still a little too much for me. So I made one final offer, $400, but he could keep this one since I already had the phone. And somehow, he agreed. Yes, this might genuinely be one of the best deals I've ever managed to negotiate. So now there's only one thing left. Wait for it. And then, about 10 days later, it finally came. And I was pretty happy to see that the seller actually had the profit. Several things probably but the moment we pulled it out of the box, box. I'm really surprised by just how heavy this thing is. On the outside, most of the chassis looks like plastic, so I definitely wasn't expecting this much weight. But then again, this is supposed to be a gaming mini PC, not your typical little office computer. And despite being almost 20 years old, it's still in remarkably good condition. You can barely find any scratches on it. As for the design, this thing definitely looks different from almost every gaming PC I own. It's compact enough that you can easily carry it around without much effort. And compared to some of the other mini PCs I have, the overall footprint really isn't that much bigger. But aesthetically, it's definitely more functional. In fact, it looks more like a piece of office equipment than a high-end gaming one, which probably explains why people have jokingly compared this thing to a high-tech trash can. And the cooling system makes the design even more interesting. Cool air is pulled in from underneath, travels upward to the system, and then hot air is exhausted through the vents. So apparently, Gigabyte looked at a kitchen chimney. Yeah, let's build a gaming PC with it. You know what? One day, I might just start collecting all of these really complicated gaming PCs, just to see how gaming computers have evolved. Now, it's time to find out how well this thing actually works. It was one thing. This machine didn't come with any storage. That was part of the deal, though. I told the seller I didn't need the drive since I already had one at home. So before I could actually use this thing, I needed to open it up and install an SSD. And once I got inside, I was pleasantly surprised. It's actually really clean in here, with barely any noticeable dust buildup. Inside, you've got two laptop-style RAM slots and two storage slots. And if you're wondering where the graphics card is, this is it. The GPU sits right here with this massive heatsink. The CPU, meanwhile, is actually located on the underside of the board. It's a pretty unusual layout, but considering how little space Gigabyte had to work with, it makes sense. Right, and I'm going to install an SSD. I already have mine, and then we can finally try booting this thing. And just like a gaming laptop, this PC runs off an external power adapter. The one I have here is rated for 180 watts. Considering its age, I'm just hoping it can still deliver some hours. Alright, let's power it. Perfect. We've got a display. And surprisingly, the entire boot process went smoothly without any major problems. So now it's finally time to see exactly what kind of hardware is hiding inside this thing. Ooh, look at that CPU. It's an Intel Core i7-8700HQ. And at this point, I'm starting to realize what I actually want. This is basically a gaming laptop without the screen. The 8700HQ has 4 cores and 8 threads, with a maximum boost clock of up to 3.8 gigahertz. In the single core benchmark, though, it managed to score just 282 points. As for memory, this particular machine only has 8 gigabytes of RAM. And for graphics, we've got a GTX 1066 gigabytes. So overall, these specs basically confirm it here. This thing feels like someone took the guts of an old gaming laptop, ripped off the screen and keyboard, and crammed everything into a ridiculously small NUC-style box. But the biggest concern with this machine isn't the specs, and it isn't the design either. It's the temperature. Even while sitting idle, the CPU is already running surprisingly hot. In fact, I can actually feel the heat pouring out of the vents at the top of the case. And if it's already this hot doing basically nothing, as you can see, the CPU is already hovering at just over 70 degrees Celsius. I'm a little worried about what's going to happen once I start gaming. So let's start with Minecraft. Oh my god. At 32 chunks, I'm only getting around 60 FPS. I think it's pretty obvious what's holding this machine down. The CPU, you can see it sitting at basically 100% utilization. And you can definitely feel the impact of it. The frame rate isn't completely stable either, occasionally. But I don't think the CPU itself is entirely to blame. The bigger problem seems to be the cooling system. For a high-performance mobile chip like this, the CPU cooling just doesn't seem efficient. Temperatures are climbing past 90 degrees Celsius, and at that point, the processor can start reducing its clock speed to keep itself from getting even hotter. Meanwhile, the GPU is having a much easier time. It's sitting at only around 60 degrees Celsius, so I think it's time to open this thing up again and replace the thermal paste. I have no idea if anyone's ever done this since the machine left the factory. And even after shutting it down and opening it up, there's still a surprising amount of heat trapped inside. I can literally feel it while I'm working on the machine. We also need to be extremely careful. There are a lot of tiny components packed into a very small space, and one mistake could easily damage something. And once I finally got down to the CPU, The thermal paste is almost completely dried out. Yeah, that could definitely explain those temperatures. So I'm going to clean off all of this wet paste, apply a fresh layer, and put everything back together. But since I've already taken the machine apart, I'm going to go give it a small upgrade right here. As you can see, both the CPU and GPU are soldered directly to the motherboard, so there's no easy way to upgrade either one. Although we do have an idea for adding a much more powerful GPU to this machine, but that's something we'll come back to later. For now, there's another upgrade that's much easier. Running a gaming PC with a single stick of RAM is almost a crime at this point, and 8 gigabytes is starting to feel pretty limiting for modern games anyway. So I'm adding another 8 gigabyte stick, bringing the total up to 16 gigabytes, and more importantly, giving us dual channel memory. All right, fresh thermal paste, twice the RAM, and dual channel memory. Let's put everything back together and see if any of this actually makes a difference. Bro, look at this. The CPU temperature has dropped significantly, now hovering around 80 degrees Celsius. That's still not exactly ideal, but considering how cramped this cooling system is, I'd say it's a much more acceptable result. And adding the second stick of RAM made a surprisingly big difference too. We're around 90 frames per second. But more importantly, the frame rate feels much more stable than it with just a single stick of RAM. Those random drops are far less noticeable. Alright, let's put that GTX 1060 and turning on shaders. And surprisingly, even at 32 chunks with shaders enabled at 1080p, the game still manages to stay around 60 FPS. For a tiny gaming PC from 2017, it's actually pretty solid. So next, I'm moving on to something much more limited. Black Myth Wukong. With everything set to low, I'm getting around 45 frames per second. And surprisingly, even during combat, the frame rate stays relatively consistent without any major drops. For hardware this old and compact, it looks like the GTX 1060 is finally reaching this point. So I think it's time for a GPU upgrade. Now, this machine doesn't have a traditional PCIe slot, which normally would make upgrading the graphics card basically impossible. But I have another idea. I'm going to use this M.2 NVMe to PCI Express X16 adapter to connect the desktop graphics card directly to the system. And in this experiment, I'm going with RTX 3060. The connection itself is actually pretty straightforward. The only catch is that this tiny PC obviously can't provide enough power for a full-size desktop GPU. So I'll need to bring in a separate power supply just for the graphics card. Alright, everything is connected. Let's power it on to see if this ridiculous setup actually works. Perfect. It worked right away. And as you can see, the RTX 3060 is getting detected across the system. So let's jump back into Black Myth Wukong and see how much of a difference this upgrade actually makes. In those settings, I'm now getting around 80 FPS. During combat, the frame rate can dip to around 70, but overall it stays surprisingly consistent. That's a huge improvement over the GTX 1060. Unfortunately, there's still one problem I haven't been able to fix. CPU temperature. Even if it replaces the thermal paste, this compact cooling system is still struggling to keep the processor as cool as it might. And I think that's ultimately the biggest limitation of this machine. Aside from the thermal issues, though, it's still perfectly capable of doing everyday tasks and even some surprisingly demanding games. So after everything we've seen, what do you think? Is this tiny gaming PC ever really worth its $1,000? Let me know what you think down in the comments.
On November 22nd, 2021, Happy Tor, a popular YouTube channel run by Tor Eckhoff, uploaded a video titled I Am Not Dead, I Am 57 Today, which has since gained over 8 million views. The video featured Eckhoff celebrating his birthday in his signature style, sitting in an outdoor bathtub filled with ice with 57 written on his forehead.
Mr. Newell, lost in you.
As the video continued, he took shots of vodka, walked through the woods, kissed a tree, chopped wood, and even placed a plastic bag over his head. His tradition of making birthday videos declaring he was alive had become a recurring theme over the years. Tragically, just 5 days after uploading this video, Eckhoff passed away. Reports state that he fell through the ice while filming at Jacob's Dam near Kongsberg, Norway. A witness immediately alerted emergency services and divers were sent in to rescue him, but by the time they retrieved him, he had been underwater for too long. Despite doctors' best efforts, he was placed on life support, and the machines were turned off the following day, November 26, 2021. His partner, Tove Stjerven, later confirmed the heartbreaking news in a Facebook post, revealing that he had gone out to skate and record one of his signature videos when the tragic accident occurred. Eckhoff, a rectal cancer survivor, was known for embracing life with humour and adventure. His passing has deeply saddened his fans, with many leaving heartfelt comments about how his videos brought them joy on their darkest days. TikTok user at ELGAP has shared some spine-chilling security footage that has quickly gone viral, leaving viewers debating whether it shows a ghost, demon, or something else entirely. The video, which already has thousands of comments and shares, captures a couple quietly sitting in the middle of the street at night, unaware that something eerie is creeping up behind them. A strange figure can be seen slowly moving toward them. Throughout the encounter, neither the couple nor anyone nearby seems aware of the presence. The security camera, equipped with night vision, appears to be the only witness to the figure's slow, deliberate approach. The footage has sparked intense debate in the comments. Some users speculate that the glowing eyes suggest something supernatural, like a ghost or cryptid. Others believe it could be a prankster using night vision goggles. Whatever the explanation, one thing is certain, this video has everyone looking over their shoulder. In a post that has taken the paranormal community by storm, Facebook user Jorge Luis Cruz Molina shared an eerie encounter while conducting a Ouija board session with a twist. Instead of the usual nighttime setup with candles and dim lighting, Jorge performed the ritual in broad daylight, seated in front of a large mirror. As Jorge sat at the table, the Ouija board itself appeared untouched, but the planchette in the mirror told a different story.
Our Ouija board session, so I want to see how it goes with daylight, so I actually feel a little bit comfortable. So my goal is to try to see if I can make something happen for real.
Viewers have speculated whether an entity used the reflective surface as a gateway to interact with our world, a concept often discussed in paranormal lore.
We're going to try this, all right? So I'm going to try to make this happen, and hopefully we make some.
The origins of the Ouija board date back to the late 19th century, a period of fascination with spiritualism, when people sought new ways to communicate with the dead. Although variations of spirit boards existed as early as ancient China and Greece, the commercially marketed Ouija board as we know it was patented in 1891. Its design was deceptively simple, a board marked with letters, numbers, and the words yes, no, and goodbye, paired with a planchette to spell out messages supposedly sent by spirits. Spiritualists embraced the Ouija board as a tool for seances, believing that spirits could guide the planchette to deliver messages from beyond. However, as its popularity grew, so did its sinister reputation. By the mid-20th century, horror stories of hauntings, possessions, and terrifying encounters began to surround the board. Films like The Exorcist and fueled public fear, portraying the board as a gateway to malevolent entities rather than benign spirits. Adding a mirror to the Ouija session is not without precedent. Throughout history, mirrors have been viewed as gateways to other dimensions. From scrying rituals to folklore about spirits trapped in reflective surfaces, mirrors have often been linked to the paranormal. Combining this belief with the already mysterious nature of a Ouija board creates a potent setup for supernatural encounters. In Jorge's case, viewers have debated whether the mirror amplified the board's energy or if it merely revealed what was already there.
We're gonna try this, all right? So I'm gonna try to make this happen, and hopefully you get some.
In a spine-chilling TikTok video that has taken the platform by storm, a seemingly ordinary thrift store doll becomes the center of a haunting mystery. Take a look. The uploader, known as Sinister on the platform, reveals that when they purchased the doll from a thrift store 2 years ago, they noticed that this particular doll was kept away from several others for some reason. What makes the footage truly unsettling is the doll, sealed inside a taped shut box, appears to move on its own. The sign has left viewers questioning whether something supernatural is at play. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, the poster admits they were unsure if the box was ever opened before they acquired it. They have never broken the seal themselves. This revelation heightens the intrigue surrounding the doll's inexplicable movements. Reactions flooded in from viewers, with some cautioning about the lingering energies that thrift items might carry, advising spiritual cleansing before bringing such objects home. Whether it's a mechanical quirk, an uncanny defect, or something truly otherworldly, the video leaves viewers with an unsettling reminder. Second-hand treasures often come with unknown histories and hidden mysteries.
Let me know if anyone's ever been in this area. This is absolutely wild.
A strange discovery on Google Maps has ignited a wave of online speculation, leaving many questioning whether a deeper mystery lurks beneath the surface. The viral story, shared by Instagram user Mark Hanala, known by the username You Want Believe Me Official, highlights an unsettling scene. The words help, Traffico, LAPD, and human scrolled across a desolate rail yard in Los Angeles.
Very all of the words and help, but this one to me was the most compelling. Traffico, and that looks like a word human. That was actually terrifying.
Hanala's original video takes viewers through zoomed-in satellite imagery from Google Earth, revealing these eerie words scattered across an area near the San Bernardino freeway.
Even looking at the street view, is zeroing over the street.
Markings, some of which seem to reference law enforcement agencies like the LAPD and FBI, immediately raised alarm.
Yes, I thought said LAFT, but this is LAPD. Clearly, the word federal everywhere. And here, it looks like the word FBI. Looks like they want something investigated in this area.
With human trafficking concerns rising nationwide, social media users speculated whether these cryptic messages were desperate pleas from someone trapped in a dangerous situation. The discovery gained traction across platforms, prompting questions about what was really happening at this isolated location. The Los Angeles Police Department and the Union Pacific Railroad, which owns the property, were quick to dismiss any immediate danger. Photos circulating on Google Maps that show the word help on Union Pacific property were created about a year ago. No one was or is in danger, a spokesperson for Union Pacific said. They clarified that a man named Jose, known to local authorities, had been repeatedly trespassing and writing these messages for years.
A guy named Jose, he's writing those messages over there? Why is he doing that, do you know? So it's just like, is he homeless or? So you see that big help sign behind you? He wrote that?
The LAPD also confirmed that officers had interacted with Jose multiple times, offering both housing and mental health services, both of which he reportedly refused. According to them, there is no evidence of human trafficking. Despite these official explanations, many online remain skeptical. Why would someone go to such extreme lengths to carve large distress signals into debris and pavement? Why include words like human, trafficker? If it's just one man, what exactly does he need help with? Some argue that even if this is the work of a mentally unwell individual, it doesn't completely rule out the possibility that he is aware of something darker happening in the area. Adding fuel to the fire, Hanala expressed interest in visiting the site himself to investigate. Many followers encouraged him to be cautious, fearing that if something truly sinister is happening, he might stumble onto something dangerous.
I kind of want to go check this side out myself. Let me know if anyone's ever been in this area. This is absolutely wild.
You've seen that. Back in 2013, YouTube user Jack Stevens shared a chilling experience from his stay at the historic Biltmore Hotel in Providence, Rhode Island. Now known as the Graduate Providence, the hotel has a long-standing reputation as one of the most haunted places in America. Jack stayed in room 1102, where he documented a series of unsettling occurrences that have left viewers questioning whether the hotel's sinister past continues to haunt its halls. The video shows Jack recording in his room, and something eerie happens. See that? The bathroom door slams shut on its own, seemingly without any human interference. See that? The incident happened multiple times before Jack finally managed to capture it on camera, leaving him shocked and seeking answers from fellow paranormal enthusiasts.
There's nobody in this room except for me.
Is the Biltmore Hotel truly haunted? Built in 1918, the hotel was originally financed by a known Satanist, Johann Lyser Weisskopf, whose vision for the property was far from ordinary. Weisskopf allegedly intended for the Biltmore to serve as a venue for introducing New England's Puritan residents to the darker side of the occult. The hotel's original design included an array of bizarre features, such as a rooftop chicken coop for ritual sacrifices, underground purification springs, and the infamous back-entry dining room, known for its wild, hedonistic gatherings attended by prominent figures of the era, like F. Scott and Zelda Fitzgerald. While the hotel's satanic history is enough to unsettle any visitor, it was the criminal activity within its walls that truly cemented its haunted reputation. Throughout Prohibition, the Biltmore became a hotbed of corruption, hosting lavish parties where politicians and law enforcement officials indulged freely in illegal alcohol. Between 1920 and 1933, several high-profile figures, including police officers and even a governor, were implicated in crimes ranging from murder to assaults, their victims believed to still roam the hotel's halls. Over the years, guests have reported strange occurrences, from ghostly whispers and phantom footsteps to sudden disappearances. Some claim to hear the echoes of laughter and music from long-gone parties, while others believe the spirits of the Biltmore's tragic past continue to linger, searching for justice or vengeance. Interestingly, local satanic groups argue that the hotel's paranormal activity only intensified after new management removed its occult elements, including the sacrificial sites and underground altars. They believe these rituals once kept the spirits at bay, and without them, the ghosts have become restless and more active than ever. Whether the Biltmore's haunted reputation is fact or fiction, Jack Stevens' eerie video has reignited interest in the hotel's dark past. Could the ghost of a long-lost partygoer or a victim of the hotel's criminal underbelly still linger in room 1102? Or is there a more rational explanation for the mysterious slamming doors?
See that? She always says it's haunted, but it seems like somebody was walking around upstairs. I never heard it.
On January 30th, 2025, TikTok user Chawachi uploaded a video that quickly went viral, amassing over 5 million views. The clip claims to capture possible paranormal activity inside his girlfriend's home. In the video, the uploader explains that he's alone at his girlfriend's house, where she is often reported hearing strange noises near the stairs. Though he had never experienced anything unusual before, he acknowledges that the house is old, and that this is the first time he's hearing the strange sounds himself. I never heard anything. So, I always say it's not hard because the house is old. Sound like it's in the upstairs. And as he looks up the stairs, this happens. There's no smell, no promise. Reacting instinctively, he swings forward as if trying to stop whatever is coming his way. In an instant, the noises cease, and video ends shortly after. The footage has sparked a range of reactions in the comments. Some believe the uploader may have actually hit the ghost, causing it to stop making noise. Others claim to see a faint orb near the stairs that disappears at the exact moment it swings. Many viewers have also shared their own eerie experiences, adding to the mystery. With no further explanation from the uploader, the true nature of the sounds remains unknown. Could this be real paranormal activity, or is there another explanation? Something needs to know swing on my arms. In a spine-chilling TikTok video shared by user lqq.tv, a man recounts a terrifying encounter that he initially dismissed as a medication-induced hallucination. He vividly describes a little girl with jet black pigtails and a red dress, sitting eerily still with a sadistic smile on her face, her hands resting calmly on her knees. As he narrates his experience, seated in a chair, an eerie twist unfolds. See if you can spot it. The unsettling moment occurs when the camera, held by the man's skeptical girlfriend, captures something in the reflection of the nearby glass. Shockingly, the reflection appears to show a little girl, as though she's silently watching from behind. It was only later, upon reviewing the footage, that his girlfriend's skepticism turned to sheer horror when she spotted the phantom figure in the recording. So, what do you make of this video? Could it really show evidence of the ghostly girl the man claims to have seen earlier? Watch the clip one more time and let me know in the comments section below. In a spine-chilling TikTok video uploaded by user lqq.tv, viewers are left baffled by the sight of what appears to be a person swinging in a park at 3 a.m. Stranger still, the figure sweeps with such incredible force that they leap completely over the top bar of the swing set, creating an unsettling and almost inhuman display. The bizarre footage raises questions about who or what would engage in such an extreme activity in the dead of night. Wisely, the person filming decides to keep their distance. Is this the work of an adrenaline-seeking thrill seeker, a paranormal occurrence, or something else entirely? The video continues to spark debate online.
Our correspondence with the state, like pages and pages and pages.
TikTok user Cassiopeia7 has ignited a viral storm of bizarre and unsettling claim. Since 2013, she and her husband have been communicating with an entity known as Seven via a Ouija board.
Me and my husband have essentially been talking to some thing on a Ouija board that goes by the name of Seven.
According to her, this being has not only spoken in binary, Latin, and backward text, but has also provided precise dates linked to major historical events and foretold an apocalyptic event on May 27th, 2025.
Who has been telling us that the world is going to end May 27th, 2025.
The revelation has left TikTok divided, with some fascinated by the intricate details, while others dismiss it as an elaborate hoax, an alternate reality game, or a PR stunt. In her first viral video, Cassiopeia7 explains how she and her husband began using the Ouija board for fun in July 2013, only to encounter a mysterious entity that spoke in binary code and reverse text, something she claims neither of them had knowledge of at the time.
You know, it's giving us ones and zeros to write down on the Ouija board. I'm recording this, and in the moment, we have no idea what this means. We Googled it later. This is again July 2013. And it turns out it's binary, but it's backwards binary. So in this way, it meant nothing, but when we reversed the numbers, it meant hello, because it does that a lot. It speaks backwards a lot.
The most unsettling claim, Seven allegedly predicted the world's end on May 27th, 2025, and provided mathematical calculations leading back to August 6th, 1945, the exact date of the Hiroshima bombing. She insists that she and her husband have no way of manually calculating this, which she considers proof that they were speaking to something beyond human comprehension.
My husband has a lot of history. He doesn't know the exact date the bomb was dropped. He certainly doesn't know he can't account for leap years, and he can't do something like that. I can't do something like that. So the fact that it's perfect more than once, I'll show you other examples here, is really scary. It's scary.
According to Seven, humanity is part of an experiment, and the third contact, presumably us, is set to fail. If it does, everything will end.
It also has referred to an experiment of some kind. The experiment must not fail. So it has always been begging us for help in saving it. That's been very clear from the beginning.
The couple recorded over 80 pages of conversations with Seven, revealing a series of cryptic statements and warnings. The experiment must not fail. Many fail, please do not fail me. Save Seven. Power greater than God. Played slow, just on track, leading many to speculate about COVID-19. If Earth dies, so does Seven. The bizarre numerical sequences in the conversations have also confused and intrigued followers, with some trying to decode whether the numbers correlate to specific dates, planets, or nuclear events. After her first video exploded, skeptics quickly questioned her motives. Some pointed out that she is a writer and actress, leading to suspicions that this was a scripted viral marketing campaign, or an ARG.
I've seen a lot of comments urging people not to listen to me, not to believe me, that this is fraud. She's a writer, she's an actress, she's an art, all these different kinds of things.
In response, Cassiopeia7 denied any commercial intent, stating that she has no plans to monetize her account, sell anything, or charge for access to the Google Docs containing the Ouija board transcripts.
It is so important to be skeptical and not believe everything you see on the internet. Don't take everything at face value. I am not telling you what to believe. If this scares you, please don't listen to me. Don't listen to this. Okay, I'm not trying to freak anyone out. I'm not telling you what to believe because I don't know what I believe. I am literally just conveying these conversations that I've had. My account is not monetized. I'm not directing you to some link in my bio. I'm not going to charge you to download the PDF or anything like that. So
another heated debate emerged in the comments. Is Seven an alien, a time traveler, a demon? Is it a higher dimensional being? Or simply a subconscious projection from the couple's minds? Some TikTok users warned her to stop communication with Seven, feeling it could be a malevolent entity posing as a helpful guide. Others speculated that Seven could be an AI consciousness, an extraterrestrial intelligence, or even a warning from a parallel universe.
In her latest video, Cassiopeia 7 explained that her last recorded session with Seven was in 2022. The entity had allegedly instructed them to stop communicating, saying, "I am the source of your questions. Stop returning to me." Even more chilling, Seven spoke about something called the God Step, which appears to be the final stage of a multi-contact experiment involving different civilizations. According to Seven, if humanity, Contact 3, fails, there will be no Contact 4 or 5. The cycle will end. With May 27th, 2025 looming on the horizon, TikTok users are demanding more answers. Some are urging Cassiopeia 7 to resume communication with Seven, while others believe she has already revealed too much. For now, the mystery remains unsolved. A doomsday warning from beyond, or simply an eerie, elaborate online legend. Either way, the internet will be watching closely as the countdown continues.
The countdown is not evil, but be aware that in order for your armor, you to be pure.
In a spine-tingling video shared to TikTok by user v.paranormal.archives, viewers witness an unsettling encounter at Florida King High School, a place reportedly built over an old cemetery.
Just so let you guys know, the school is built on a cemetery. That's my situation, you know.
The footage, captured by a janitor during his late-night shift, details a series of strange events as he cleans up after a student party.
Dad really believed me tonight. I was in here cleaning up after some students had thrown a party, but it's been freaking me out as this one right here.
Among the most peculiar occurrences is a lone red balloon that seems to follow him, as if guided by an unseen force.
No matter where I'm at in classroom or what I decide to do, it just follows me. And stupid balloon. Yeah, it's on camera now, so it's just we need to see.
The video escalates in creepiness as the janitor, moving cautiously from the classroom into the corridor, shows the balloon gliding silently behind him.
No.
The tension heightens when the camera catches a fleeting glimpse of a dark, shadowy figure racing past a window in the background.
It just follows me.
The figure moves too quickly and unnaturally to be easily explained, leaving the janitor visibly shaken. Realizing the situation may be more than he bargained for, he abruptly ends the video, making a hasty exit. This chilling footage has left viewers speculating on whether the school's ghostly reputation is more than just a local legend, and if something otherworldly still haunts its abandoned halls.
It just follows me. What's up, everyone? This is Zach, traveling to the void.
A spine-chilling exploration by YouTube user Into the Void has left viewers on edge after he posted footage of a terrifying experience inside a storm drain tunnel in downtown Colorado Springs. The unsettling clip, which has gained traction across Reddit and other online forums, has led many to speculate that the explorer may have encountered a cryptid lurking in the darkness. The adventure began as a typical urban exploration mission with the YouTuber and his friend venturing into a series of underground tunnels near Fountain Creek. The tunnels, stretching over a mile, were dimly lit with only flashlights to guide them. What started as a casual exploration quickly spiraled into a nightmare.
Okay, so I need to set up my gear. I'm just going to cut for a second. And then we'll get back to it.
In the video, Into the Void recalls how he and his friend initially heard an animalistic scream that resembled a mountain lion.
Hello? What was here?
when they saw a pale, emaciated figure moving toward them in the dark, they knew they weren't dealing with an ordinary animal. Describing it as having a horse-like face and a sickly humanoid body, he compared the creature's appearance to the infamous tope-lipped monster, a legendary cryptid known for its eerie resemblance to a humanoid goat hybrid. Despite their initial terror and vow never to return, the pressure from viewers on Reddit convinced Into the Void to go back. Armed with a flashlight, camera, and even Glock 19 for safety, he made his way through freezing waters and treacherous terrain to reach the tunnels once more. Things quickly took a frightening turn. Around the 1:35 mark, the camera captures what looks like wet footprints on the floor of the tunnel. Strange, given the location's isolation. Shortly after, he hears this in the distance. Panicked, he abandons the exploration and flees the tunnel. The nature of the creature has left many viewers debating its origins. Some speculate that it could be a cryptid, possibly a skinwalker or a wendigo, known in folklore for haunting isolated areas. As the video circulates, many are asking whether someone will be brave and foolish enough to investigate further. For now, the mystery of what lurks beneath Colorado Springs remains unsolved, with the echo of that chilling scream haunting viewers long after the video ends. Franco TV is a well-known YouTube channel where Franco documents his eerie adventures to disturbing places. On January 16th, Franco TV uploaded a reel to his Instagram page from one of his episodes, where he ventured into a cemetery and may have captured footage of a real witch. While exploring, Franco hears loud screams coming from an unknown direction. As he hides behind a wall to capture what's causing the noise, what he finds is truly unsettling.
I just wish something's never again. It's just quiet right now.
In an instant, the figure unnaturally lifts into the sky and disappears into thin air right before Franco's eyes.
I want to say something.
¿Está bien?
What the f-
Holy
The clip ends moments later with no trace of the figure remaining.
Just take off.
Many viewers flooded the comments, calling this the craziest episode Franco has ever uploaded. With no further information or explanation provided, many believe the footage is genuine, leaving them to speculate about the true nature of the figure. Was it a witch, a ghost? Paranormal or not, the mystery behind the figure continues to captivate viewers.
Holy
Just take off.
In 2016, YouTube user Sesh uploaded eerie footage that has left viewers debating whether they've witnessed genuine paranormal activity or just a clever hoax. The video shows unsettling moments surrounding a small porcelain clown doll believed to be cursed or haunted. The video begins with Sesh casually discussing strange occurrences at their mother's house.
Bueno, acá está la receta de mi mamá. Voy a hacer un video para que vean que muchas personas me preguntan por el payaso de
The focus of the conversation revolves around a clown doll, which was reportedly moved into a wardrobe after causing sleepless nights due to unexplained noises. According to the uploader, the disturbances seem to peak at night, and the purpose of the video is to provide real evidence that something strange is happening in the home. As they stand by the wardrobe discussing the disturbances, something eerie happens. Serial PH opens the wardrobe and shows the inside, revealing only clothes and papers, dismissing any possibility of a hidden prankster. A little later, the door rattles again, this time more forcefully. Viewers are shown that the wardrobe is firmly against the wall, ruling out any external vibrations. The intensity of the sound prompts speculation, with many questioning the role of the porcelain clown doll that sits ominously inside. Many viewers have speculated that the doll is either cursed or haunted, given the repeated activity centered around the wardrobe. Some comments draw comparisons to other infamous haunted objects like Annabelle or Robert the Doll, suggesting that this could be another item plagued by a restless spirit. With viewers divided between fear and doubt, one thing is certain, Serial PH's video continues to captivate audiences, raising the question, what would you do if you owned a doll that wouldn't let you sleep? In a spine-chilling video published by YouTuber Urbex Hill in April 2022, viewers are taken on a heart-pounding journey through a hidden, maze-like underground tunnel system spanning over 10 miles.
Over the course of one whole day, I traversed more than 10 miles in a confusing and seemingly endless tunnel system.
The danger escalates as floodwaters rise and slippery conditions make navigating the tunnels treacherous.
I feel like now is a good time to tell you that this exploration was extremely difficult, with a low rush of water coming towards me in the air, being so foggy, moist, and dense, making it difficult to see and breathe.
Then, amidst the foggy corridors, he captures footage of something eerie. Two glowing-eyed creatures peeking from behind a wall. What truly elevates this discovery is the rumored location of the tunnels. Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the town synonymous with the infamous Mothman sightings of the late 1960s. Between November 1966 and December 1967, Point Pleasant residents reported terrifying encounters with a winged humanoid creature with glowing red eyes. The sightings culminated in the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge, which claimed 46 lives. These events became the basis for John A. Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies, and the 2002 film adaptation, forever cementing the Mothman as a cryptid legend tied to disaster and mystery. This footage has ignited a fierce debate among cryptid enthusiasts and paranormal investigators. Some speculate that Urbex Hill may have stumbled upon the same mysterious entity connected to the Mothman prophecies. The glowing eyes, humanoid form, and tense atmosphere closely mirror the original eyewitness descriptions, suggesting that Point Pleasant's dark legacy may still be lurking in its forgotten corners. Is this proof of the Mothman's continued presence, or a chilling coincidence born of folklore? One thing is certain, this YouTuber's exploration has reignited interest in the legend, leaving viewers questioning just how much of the Mothman myth remains undiscovered, and what otherworldly dangers could still haunt the depths of this mysterious town. A chilling video posted by social media user Gateway to Hell House has left viewers debating whether they've witnessed genuine paranormal activity or an elaborate prank. The unsettling footage follows a family who, after hearing strange noises in their home late at night, fled outside out of fear of a possible intruder. But what they captured on their phone has led many to believe they encountered something far more sinister.
It's inside, man. Something there. Something there.
A shadowy figure can be seen moving eerily throughout the home's windows.
Money disappeared. What window? Right. Window. The hell is going on?
Many commenters are convinced that the figure is a supernatural entity, often referred to as a shadow person. A figure common in paranormal lore believed to be an ominous sign or manifestation of negative energy. Shadow figures are frequently linked to ghost sightings and have been reported during sleep paralysis experiences or hauntings. The way this figure moves in the video, seemingly defying logic, has fueled speculation that this was no ordinary intruder. On January 14th, 2024, Instagram user Demontix shared a video on Facebook that quickly went viral, amassing over 1 million views. The video features a college professor from Argentina preparing to give a lecture. However, he noticed something strange in the background, which is anything but ordinary. His reflection in the glass window behind him appears to move independently. The professor, who claims he doesn't believe in the paranormal, admitted that he has no explanation for what was captured on video. The video has caused some viewers to question its authenticity and suggest it may be edited or staged. Others claim to see an additional reflection, possibly of another figure or face in the window, while a few believe the footage to be genuine. So what exactly was captured during that lecture? For now, the video remains an unsolved mystery. TikTok user Evankratch has sent chills down viewers' spines after sharing his eerie experiences with a supposedly haunted Chucky doll. The story, paired with unsettling home security footage, has left many wondering if this creepy doll was the real deal or just an elaborate hoax. In the first video, Evankratch recounts how he discovered the doll had been operating without batteries. He references an old Christmas video where he excitedly opened the doll as a gift. That day, I even put it to the test, he says, recalling how he asked the doll its name and it responded. Later, his mother revealed an unsettling detail. 3 separate times, she had entered his room to find the Chucky doll lying upside down on the floor, as if it had fallen or moved on its own. Initially skeptical, Evankratch dismissed her claims. That is until he accidentally found the box of batteries, untouched since he received the doll, proving it had been moving and making sounds without power.
Chucky.
To further support his claims, Evankratch shared a second video taken from a home security camera. Footage shows a chair rocking back and forth on its own, as if being pushed by an invisible force. Moments later, toys nearby suddenly tumble over, seemingly without explanation. While many are quick to connect the doll's behavior to paranormal activity, skeptics suggest alternative causes. Some speculate that the doll could have malfunctioned electronically, while others think the movements caught on camera could be staged. However, believers argue that the combination of battery-free activity and eerie home footage is too coincidental to ignore. For now, Eve Anchorage hasn't revealed whether he plans to keep the doll or get rid of it, but many followers have suggested bringing in a paranormal investigator to further analyse the situation. Whatever the case, this creepy account is another reminder of why haunted dolls continue to fascinate and terrify audiences worldwide. In December 2023, a Pennsylvania man was placed in custody after reportedly breaking into a home multiple times to watch a 9-year-old girl sleep. The unsettling incidents occurred in Coatesville, where Mother Tiffany Sabara says the stranger gained access to her house on 4 occasions since September, each time heading straight to her daughter's bedroom. The latest intrusion happened on Christmas Eve when surveillance footage captured the man in the kitchen. Days later, on December 27th, Coatesville police announced the arrest of Jefferson Mejia Gonzalez, who turned himself in after an arrest warrant was issued. He was then faced with charges of burglary, criminal trespass, stalking, and other related offences. Ms. Sabara explained to a local news outlet that the suspect initially entered the home through a broken back door. On subsequent occasions, he used an unlocked door or climbed through a window. She described the chilling pattern of behaviour. He's coming in and having conversations with her. He's going straight to my daughter's bedroom at the top of the stairs and watching her sleep. In one instance, she noted that cash left in plain sight was ignored as the intruder's focus seemed entirely on the child. Following these incidents, Ms. Sabara installed security cameras and reinforced the home's locks. The surveillance footage played a crucial role in identifying Gonzalez thanks to public tips. After his arrest, Ms. Sabara shared that during one break-in, Gonzalez reportedly asked her daughter to leave with him, though the child refused and firmly told him to leave. Displaying remarkable composure, Ms. Sabara recalled her daughter's bravery. My 9-year-old daughter told this man, "Don't pet my dog, get out of my house." She didn't scream. She actually followed him down the stairs as he left. The case left the community shocked and highlights the importance of vigilance in home security. A recent submission from an anonymous viewer of ours has stirred up eerie speculation surrounding the Adolphus Hotel in Dallas, one of the city's most famous landmarks. The short video, recorded during their stay, appears to show something eerie. A drawer opens all by itself, with no visible force or explanation. Hotel's long-standing reputation as one of the most haunted locations in Texas, this footage has left many questioning whether it serves as further evidence of paranormal activity lurking within its historic walls. Standing as a beacon of Dallas luxury since its construction in 1912, the Adolphus Hotel was the brainchild of Anheuser-Busch founder Adolphus Busch. Designed in the extravagant Beaux-Arts style, it was meant to be the most opulent hotel in Texas, towering over the skyline and attracting the wealthiest guests of the time. Over the decades, it has hosted presidents, royalty, and Hollywood legends, becoming a symbol of sophistication in the heart of the city. Yet beneath the gilded chandeliers and grand ballrooms lies a more sinister reputation. The Adolphus is no stranger to death and misfortune, and guests have reported unsettling paranormal occurrences for years. From shadowy figures in the hallways to phantom voices in the elevators, the hotel has long been rumoured to be a hotspot for ghostly activity. One of the most chilling legends surrounding the Adolphus involves a series of tragic elevator deaths. Just 2 weeks after the hotel opened, the waiter from Chicago fell to his death after stepping into an empty elevator shaft. Over the years, several others met a similar fate, including a young elevator attendant who miscalculated a jump, a cook whose head was crushed by a descending elevator, and a hotel employee who plummeted 100 feet into the basement in the 1970s. These gruesome accidents have fueled countless ghost stories. Some guests report hearing agonized moans from inside the elevator walls, while others claim to have seen apparitions of old hotel employees dressed in period uniforms standing beside them in the lift, only to vanish when the doors open. Perhaps the most infamous ghost story tied to the Adolphus Hotel is that of the jilted bride, whose spirit is said to haunt the 19th floor. In 1935, a young woman checked into the hotel, preparing for what should have been the happiest day of her life. The ballroom was decorated, guests had arrived, and the ceremony was about to begin. But her groom never showed. Overcome with grief and humiliation, she fled the ballroom. Hours later, her lifeless body was discovered hanging in a stairwell, just above the very altar where she was supposed to say, "Do." Since then, countless guests have reported hearing a woman sobbing in the halls, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps and the creaking of a rope under strain. Some have even seen a spectral figure in a flowing white dress wandering the corridors, seemingly still searching for the groom who abandoned her. With such a dark history, it's no surprise that strange events continue to unfold within the hotel. The anonymous viewer who captured the self-opening drawer in their room wasn't the first to experience unexplained happenings at the Adolphus. Other guests have reported lights flickering, objects moving on their own, and an overwhelming sensation of being watched. Could the drawer opening footage be linked to the ghostly bride still making her presence known? Or perhaps one of the unfortunate souls who met their end in the hotel's deadly elevator shaft? While skeptics may argue that it could be a simple mechanical malfunction, those who know the history of the Adolphus may find it harder to dismiss. Despite, or perhaps because of, its haunted reputation, the Adolphus remains one of Dallas's most prestigious hotels, drawing in both luxury seekers and paranormal enthusiasts eager to catch a glimpse of its spectral residence. Whether or not you believe in ghosts, one thing's for certain: the night at the Adolphus is never just an ordinary stay. On September 2nd, 2024, Twitter user creepy.org, known for sharing eerie and unsettling content, posted some doorbell security camera footage that quickly gained attention across the platform. As the man gets closer, it becomes clear that he's engaged in a conversation with himself. Speaking in different voices, he continues his unsettling dialogue for a few seconds before knocking on the door and attempting to open it. Come in. He then lingers for a moment, still talking to himself, before walking away. The post has sparked mixed reactions, with some believing the man is possessed by a demon or an evil entity. Others speculate that he may be experiencing a mental health crisis, possibly schizophrenia, while some argue that his behavior suggests drug use. With no further context, the eerie encounter remains unexplained.
I've never been here before. I didn't walk, but I came from down there.
In August 2023, popular outdoor vlogger English Woodsman uploaded what started as a routine camping video but quickly took a sinister turn, leaving both him and viewers unsettled. Known for his laid-back content featuring camping hacks and gear reviews, this particular video was anything but normal.
This looks nice. Liking this spot.
Over an hour long, the vlog gradually evolved from a peaceful outing under the stars to a chilling encounter in the woods, sparking debate about whether the experience was paranormal or simply nature's unsettling unpredictability. While enjoying his camp setup and talking to the camera, English woodsman was abruptly interrupted.
The main camping is really good.
Sounds like footsteps. Was a suppose that stops mid-sentence.
The main camping is really good.
After trying to brush off the initial encounter, things take another turn, and the same unsettling sound returns. Frog hears what seems like someone or something walking through the dense foliage again.
Hello. Hello.
Despite attempting to stay calm, his nerves get the better of him. He begins packing up his gear, admitting that the repeated noises feel too unnatural to ignore.
I'm nervous. I'm not gonna lie. Doing it once was alright. 2 times, it almost sounded identical with the same sort of noise. I don't like this. I don't like the stop. I don't like any of this.
English woodsman's eerie encounter has left viewers divided. Some believe he experienced a cryptid or paranormal encounter, possibly a ghost or spirit tied to the location. Others think the noises were caused by nocturnal wildlife like foxes or deer, or perhaps even a human lurker. However, the strange consistency of the sounds, especially the human-like footsteps, has sparked speculation that something more sinister was at play. Regardless of the cause, the video showcases how the wilderness can quickly transform from a peaceful retreat to a nerve-wracking experience. English woodsman's decision to share the unsettling footage adds a layer of authenticity, making it one of his most memorable and haunting uploads.
I'm watching. Hello?
A chilling image from a home security system has left the internet divided between those speculating on the paranormal and those worried about a missing child. Reddit user Miss Charlie Ann shared the unsettling photo initially posted by a Facebook friend showing what appears to be an infant on a front porch, only for the figure to vanish after a single camera frame. The homeowner, alarmed and unable to identify the child, called local authorities. Firefighters and police, suspecting it could be a genuine emergency, deployed a heat-seeking drone to search a nearby lake for any sign of a missing child. Despite their efforts, they found nothing unusual and eventually declared the sighting a camera glitch. The photo has stirred a mix of reactions online. Some viewers believe the ghostly figure could be paranormal, with theories suggesting it might be a ghost baby or a wandering spirit. However, others expressed serious concern that it could be a real infant who had mysteriously disappeared before anyone could help. The lack of solid evidence has only fueled the mystery. As of now, no missing child reports have been linked to the incident, leaving both investigators and internet sleuths scratching their heads. Whether it was a glitch, a hoax, or something more unexplainable, the eerie image continues to haunt those who've seen it.
So to answer the first question, it goes to horse rider.
TikTok user Logan Ling, too, recently sent the internet into a paranormal frenzy after posting an eerie clip that appeared to show a ghostly horse rider galloping through the night. The footage quickly gained traction, racking up nearly 9 million views, with countless viewers speculating about the chilling sight. Video depicted an ethereal figure on horseback, seemingly fading into the darkness in an almost supernatural manner.
Many viewers were convinced it was an apparition caught on camera, fueling a wave of theories and excited debate across social media. However, as the clip continued to spread and speculation ran rampant, Logan then took to TikTok to set the record straight. In a follow-up post, she revealed that the video was never meant to be taken seriously.
It's not. It's a joke. I was joking around with a friend of mine, the one that was riding the horse in the dark.
Explaining the backstory, Logan admitted that the clip was a light-hearted joke between her and a friend who was riding the horse. As they recorded, Logan jokingly commented that her friend looked like a ghost, which inspired her to upload the clip for fun.
The video, I was telling her, "This look like a ghost. You look like a ghost." And I was posting it more or less as a joke.
She later pointed out that the eerie effect was caused by the limitations of her phone camera, which struggled to capture details as the rider moved further into the shadows. In another post, Logan shared additional footage of the same horse and rider in better lighting, proving beyond doubt that there was nothing paranormal about the original video. Despite the revelation, many viewers applauded Logan's creativity and sense of humour, while others expressed disappointment that the ghostly mystery had been debunked so quickly. So in the end, the truth behind the ghostly horse rider was much more down to earth than initially believed. In April 2024, the Northern Paranormal Team UK, known for their explorations of haunted locations across Manchester and the north of England, uploaded footage that left viewers questioning whether they had captured evidence of the paranormal. The investigation, posted on their YouTube channel, took place at a home that had previously shown signs of eerie activity, and this time the team may have captured something chilling on camera.
Hi guys, we're checking Dave's house. There's no investigation because things have been seen here. Watch me on the bed. So we're going to do an investigation.
As the investigation unfolds, the team explores a dimly lit house using night vision cameras and a K2 meter, hoping to detect any unusual energy spikes or apparitions.
Using the night vision camera of the SLS, so that's why they're still behind it. Because we can't keep mapping them, we're going to see what we can map ourselves.
Early on, they mentioned previous encounters with orbs and other strange occurrences. However, the calm atmosphere doesn't last long. Soon, the camera catches this. Team looks around but can't see anything.
I don't know. To me, it looked like a face.
If we watch that again in slow motion, you can see what looks like a face peering around the door. Despite the team's excitement, they attempt to debunk the sighting by inspecting their surroundings. They note a towel hanging by the door, wondering if it could have been mistaken for the face. Even after careful review, they can't explain the face's brief appearance. One team member remarks, "It's not just a shadow. It looked like it had features. We're going to have to go back and review this properly." The team's footage has sparked debate among viewers. Many paranormal enthusiasts believe they may have captured an apparition, perhaps a spirit tied to the home's history. Whether the face captured on camera is a genuine spirit or a trick of the eye remains a mystery. In a chilling TikTok video shared by user Kareed_4, peaceful hike through the woods takes a sinister turn, leaving viewers on edge. The footage begins normally enough as the poster films their walk along a serene forest path. Suddenly, everything goes silent. Even a nearby rabbit seems to freeze in its tracks. Listen closely to what happens next.
mournful cry echoes through the trees. Many viewers believe that the voice can be heard saying, "Help me." The unsettling sound prompts the TikToker to abandon their hike and retreat from the area, capturing the eerie moment on camera. The video has sparked heated debate in the comments section, with many speculating on the source of the voice. Some viewers point to Native American folklore, suggesting it could be a skinwalker, an entity said to mimic human voices to lure victims into danger. Others question whether the TikToker's decision to flee might have left someone genuinely in distress. This unnerving encounter leaves viewers grappling with unanswered questions and the terrifying possibility of what or who might have been waiting unseen in the woods. In a TikTok video uploaded by LQQ.tv, we see an eerie encounter caught on camera in Mexico that has online audiences unnerved. Take a look. When the homeowner checked the surveillance footage, they were met with a terrifying discovery: a ghostly figure wandering across the road. What makes this sighting particularly disturbing is the setting. The nearest neighbour is supposedly 45 minutes away by car, eliminating the possibility of a casual passerby. The figure's presence and subsequent wailing has reignited fears of the infamous La Llorona, the weeping woman of Mexican folklore. Legend has it that La Llorona is the ghost of a grieving mother doomed to wander waterfronts in search of her drowned children, her mournful cries chilling those who hear her. The spectral figure has sparked widespread speculation. Is it truly the legendary La Llorona, or is there another explanation for this mysterious visitor in such an isolated area? Whatever the truth may be, the sighting has left the community on edge and TikTok viewers captivated. On February 3rd, 2024, TikTok user Devin Kurtz uploaded a video that quickly gained over 1 million views. The clip, titled "This Lady Showed Up at Our House Twice Last Night," features unsettling doorbell camera footage that left viewers divided.
Hi, Dad.
Video also captures the reaction of the police officers who later reviewed the footage. They were visibly unsettled, calling it a disturbing encounter with a random stranger. Viewers in the comments have expressed mixed reactions. Some are concerned for the woman, speculating that she might be lost, searching for her father, or suffering from dementia or another condition. Others, however, believe the situation could be a setup, warning the uploader to stay cautious, as the encounter might have been an attempt to lure them outside. In response to a comment asking if the woman's father had ever lived in the house, the uploader clarified that the previous residents were a couple in their 40s. With no clear explanation, the unsettling encounter has left viewers questioning the woman's true intentions.
Hi, Dad.
Back in 2014, new homeowner Michelle Winter was settling into her recently purchased house in a quiet English neighbourhood when she experienced a chilling encounter that would leave her questioning everything she thought she knew about ghosts. After moving in with her 2-year-old daughter, she quickly discovered that her home came with more than just 4 walls. It may have come with the spirit of a man who died in the 1870s. It all started when Michelle decided to take a photo of her home's exterior. The plan was simple: capture the charm of the house and share it with friends online. But as she admired the image, she noticed something eerie staring back at her. From one of the upstairs windows, a man's face could be seen, translucent and detailed. I ran into the house to make sure no one was inside, Michelle said. I knew everyone else was at work, so it was just me and my 2-year-old daughter. The face was there, clear as day. What made the discovery even more unsettling was that the face bore a striking resemblance to Samuel Kent, a 19th century murder suspect with a dark past. Unsure of what she had captured, Michelle posted the photo to Facebook, hoping someone could offer a logical explanation. Most people said it had to be a reflection of the flowers below the window. The angles just don't line up, she explained. It's hard to believe, but it clearly looks like the face of an old man. The face wasn't the only strange occurrence that day. Michelle recalled that earlier that morning, a clock had randomly fallen off the wall and shattered without explanation. The clock was already there when we moved in, she said. It wasn't because of a loose fixture or anything we did. Things only got weirder when a friend visited and witnessed a door handle move on its own. The door then opened by itself in the very same room where the face had appeared in the photo. I'm usually very logical, but I just couldn't explain any of this. The face in the window sparked curiosity among local historians, including Andrew Jones, who had extensively studied the life of Samuel Kent. Kent was a suspect in the infamous 1860 Road Hill house murder where his 3-year-old son was brutally killed. Although suspicion surrounded him, Kent was never charged. Instead, his daughter, Constance Kent, was eventually convicted of the crime. Jones believes the emotional weight of Kent's guilt and public scrutiny could explain why his spirit might linger. He was a man haunted in life, so it wouldn't be surprising if he's still haunting places tied to his past, said Jones. Michelle's ghostly encounter wasn't limited to the face in the window. Since moving in, she reported hearing strange scratching noises from the walls, footsteps from upstairs when no one else was home, and flickering lights. I never believed in ghosts before, but this house is making me reconsider, she said. Even though years had passed since the incident, Michelle admitted that the memory of that face still haunts her. I've tried to come up with a logical explanation for it, but I can't. I just hope whatever it is doesn't want to stay here forever. As for local historians and paranormal enthusiasts, the case of Samuel Kent's ghost remains one of the most compelling hauntings connected to one of England's darkest unsolved crimes. TikTok user KMRJ0623 has sent shivers down viewers' spines after sharing unsettling ring security footage from their backyard. The eerie video, which has since gone viral, shows a mysterious event involving a vintage ventriloquist doll that has left the internet buzzing with speculation. The first clip details footage captured by their home security camera, which takes a photo every hour, or when it detects movement. The video walks through timestamps leading up to 2:06 a.m. when something truly bizarre happens.
At 2:06. Yeah,
The suitcase suddenly opens by itself.
At 2:06. And that's his face facing us.
The user reveals that the suitcase contained a 1950s to 1968 Duro Charlie McCarthy ventriloquist puppet doll, modelled after the famous Edgar Bergen dummy, dressed in a black tuxedo. The revelation immediately sparked speculation, with many viewers convinced that the doll could be haunted or even cursed. In a follow-up video, KMRJ0623 explains how the doll was originally placed in the suitcase.
He's not been facing this way. This is where he's been facing.
The doll was now facing the opposite direction.
He's never facing this way. This is where he's been facing. And then we found him facing this way. So I'm going back.
This chilling detail sent TikTok into a frenzy, with users flooding the comments with theories ranging from paranormal activity to a residual energy attachment. Some believe the doll could be carrying a spirit, while skeptics suggest it could be a mechanical malfunction or prank. The Charlie McCarthy ventriloquist dummy is an iconic collectible, but older dolls, especially those connected to performance and puppetry, have long been associated with creepy legends and haunted object lore. Many claim that spirits can attach themselves to dolls, a belief popularized by cases like Robert the Doll and Annabelle. With no clear explanation for what happened, viewers are now demanding updates, and KMRJ0623 has promised to keep documenting any further strange occurrences.
Yeah, 206. And if there's like banks, fucking stuff.
The popular TikTok account nightmarefuel__ has sent shivers down viewers' spines with a recent upload that has quickly gone viral. In the clip, two friends attempted to perform an infamous mirror ritual in hopes of invoking spirits into their home. Things took a terrifying turn. An ominous face can be seen peering through a window. The clip has gained millions of views, with commenters debating the authenticity of the footage. Some firmly believe that the ritual successfully summoned a demonic entity. Mirror rituals have long been a part of folklore and urban legend, with many believing they can serve as portals to the spirit world. From Bloody Mary to scrying practices, mirrors have been associated with supernatural occurrences for centuries. According to paranormal enthusiasts, improperly conducted rituals can open doors to unwanted entities, which may explain the chilling figure seen in the video. So, did these two friends unwittingly welcome a supernatural presence into their home? Or is there a more rational explanation lurking behind the creepy reflection? Let us know what you think. Was this a real paranormal encounter or just a clever hoax? This next video was uploaded to TikTok by user Josh.Fletch. Captured in the old Idaho Penitentiary in Boise, Idaho, a place renowned for its unsettling atmosphere and numerous ghost stories, we see the poster shortly after having climbed up to a closed-off area of the prison.
There's no space.
As the camera reaches the end of a long, narrow corridor, it pans toward the last cell. What it captures is nothing short of haunting. There appears to be a ghostly silhouette standing motionless within the shadows of the abandoned cell. The footage taps into the site's grim history, where countless tragedies unfolded behind its sandstone walls. The old Idaho Penitentiary was operational from 1872 to 1973 and housed some of the most dangerous criminals in the region, including Harry Orchard, who assassinated former Idaho Governor Frank Studenberg. Over its century-long history, the prison witnessed escapes, fires, and executions, with many inmates meeting tragic ends behind its sandstone walls. Today, visitors report cold spots, disembodied whispers, and shadowy figures, particularly in areas like Death Row and the solitary confinement cells. The most infamous ghost stories involve the spirit of Raymond Snowden, often called Idaho's Jack the Ripper, who was hanged at the prison in 1957. Witnesses claim to hear phantom footsteps near the gallows and experience an overwhelming sense of dread in the execution chamber. The old Idaho Penitentiary has become a popular destination for ghost hunters and history enthusiasts alike. Today, it hosts ghost tours and paranormal investigations, allowing visitors to explore its haunted history firsthand. Whether the experiences are residual energy or intelligent hauntings, the eerie tales of this historic prison continue to captivate and terrify those who dare to visit. This latest chilling encounter adds yet another layer to the site's haunted legacy, leaving viewers to ponder whether the old Idaho penitentiary is simply a historical relic or something much more alive in the supernatural sense. On August 18th, 2024, TikTok user The Power World uploaded a chilling clip that quickly caught the attention of many viewers. The video features a seemingly innocent conversation between a young child and her parents, until things take an eerie turn.
What man?
As the recording begins, the child casually tells her parents that a man visits her at night. Curious but concerned, they ask for more details. Without hesitation, the girl points toward a framed photo in the room and reveals something truly unsettling.
What man? What man?
She claims that the man in the picture is the same one who comes to see her at night. The parents appear visibly shocked as the man in the frame is the young girl's uncle, who has passed away. The caption of the video provides additional context, suggesting that the uncle's spirit may still be visiting the child. Many viewers believe the video is genuine, with several sharing their own similar experiences in the comments. What do you think? Could this be evidence of a loved one watching over their family, or is there another explanation?
What man?
Our last clip of the day is some eerie home security footage uploaded to TikTok by user Alexander Helbert. Some viewers are calling this a ghost cat caught on camera. The feline appears to turn somewhat transparent as it slinks up the stairs. So, what do you think? Share your thoughts and theories on this one in the comments down below. If you want to see more scary videos, then check out those links on the screen right now, and I'll see you in the next one.
I just bought this PC for 50 cents in a flea market. And honestly, it's not the kind of computer anyone would want to own. It looks terrible on the outside, and the hardware inside is over 2 decades old. I bought it for one reason, to find out whether a 22-year-old PC can still run Minecraft. Let's find out. Just by looking at it, you can probably tell why this PC only cost me 50 cents. The front panel won't even stay attached unless it's held together with tape. Looking at the outside, I couldn't stop asking myself one question. Can this thing even still work? Then again, considering its age, maybe I shouldn't be too surprised. This is a Fujitsu Office PC with a name that's almost impossible to remember. FMV Desk Power CE70G7. It was released back in 2004. If this PC were a person, it would probably be married with kids by now. There's also a Pentium 4 sticker on the front, so I already had a pretty good idea of what kind of performance to expect. At this point, I was just hoping there was actually a complete computer inside this beat-up case. Imagine if I paid 50 cents for nothing but an empty shell. Whoa, what does that smell? It smells burnt. Oh no, what on earth is this? There's actual dirt inside the case. This thing is absolutely disgusting. Still, I couldn't help being excited. I mean, it only cost me 50 cents. And it gets even more interesting. It's equipped with 2 sticks of DDR memory. I guess I've lived long enough to see DDR1 RAM again. They're just 256 megabytes each, running at 333 megahertz. Alongside that is an old IDE hard drive. I can't wait to see just how painfully slow this thing really is. Alright, moment of truth. Let's plug it in and find out if this old PC still has any life left in it. Holy crap! My PSU just blew up. My heart was pounding. I couldn't believe it. The moment I plugged it in, the power supply sparked right in front of me. Thank goodness my hand was right next to it, but wasn't hurt. For a second, I genuinely thought this PC was done for. I took a deep breath, worked up the courage, and tried plugging it in one more time. Oh my god! At least it didn't explode again. But that wasn't exactly good news. The machine was completely dead. No fans, nothing. I couldn't stop thinking that the short circuit had probably taken something else with it. I tried powering it on a few more times. Still nothing. At this point, there was only one thing left to do. Start checking the hardware piece by piece. The first suspect was the power supply, so I pulled it out of the case and tested it by itself. Oh no, the power supply had just gone kaput. Looks like my bad luck wasn't finished with me yet. Now I needed to find another power supply with the same form factor. But I quickly ran into another problem. Every replacement power supply I found used a completely different connector. This 50-cent PC uses a proprietary 20-pin power connector, which made things a lot more complicated than I expected. Then I remembered something. Most standard ATX power supplies actually come with a 20-plus 4-pin motherboard connector. So I wondered, what if I simply removed the extra 4 pins and used only the 20-pin connector? There was only one way to find out. Oh my god, it worked. The PC powered on. That was a huge relief. At least I didn't have to buy another power supply or hunt down some weird adapter. But I wasn't out of the woods yet. The machine immediately started beeping. One long beep over and over again. Something definitely wasn't happening. From my experience, a continuous long beep usually points to a memory problem. So I removed the RAM, cleaned both the contacts and the slots as thoroughly as I could, and tried again. No luck. The beeping was still there. At that point, the only thing left to do was test each stick of RAM one by one and start narrowing down the fault. Oh my god! The moment I tested just one stick of RAM, the machine finally displayed an image. That was a very good sign. Alright, time to test the other stick. Oh no, the long beeping came back immediately. Now the problem is starting to reveal itself. Just to be sure, I moved the RAM to a different slot to be allowed a faulty memory slot. Unfortunately, nothing changed. This stubborn old PC was still stuck at 2. At that point, I was running out of ideas. Then I decided to take a much closer look at the faulty RAM stick. And that's when I noticed something. There were several deep scratches across the contacts. Those scratches looked bad enough to bridge contacts that were supposed to be electrically isolated. Suddenly, everything started to make sense. I was pretty confident I found the real cause of the problem. The RAM wasn't dead. It looked like some of the contact pads had shorted together. So my next step was to carefully clean the contacts and separate the damaged traces as much as possible, hoping I could bring this stick of RAM back to life. Then it was time for one more test. No way. The beeping was gone. I actually couldn't believe it. After everything this machine had been through, a blown power supply and a damaged RAM stick, it had finally come back to life. Somehow, every problem had been fixed. Now, we're finally in the BIOS. That's a huge milestone. But the real challenge is still ahead. Now it's time to boot into the operating system and find out whether this old 50-cent PC can actually play Minecraft. Just when I thought the hard part was over, another problem showed up. As you can see, the screen wasn't displaying anything useful. After checking the system, I realized why. The hard drive was still there, but it didn't have an operating system installed. So I decided to install Windows. To keep things authentic, I chose Windows XP. The operating system this PC would most likely have been running about 20 years ago. But the moment the installation started, I realized I had another problem. This machine was unbelievably slow. Between the aging hardware and the old IDE hard drive, the installer barely made any progress. I waited for almost 2 hours, and it was still sitting at around 10%. At that point, I had to admit defeat. There had to be a better option, so I started looking into lightweight Linux distributions. Projects like Arch Linux and Anti-X are specifically designed to breathe new life into very old hardware. After doing some research, Anti-X seemed like a better fit for this machine, so I gave it a try. And honestly, I was amazed. The installation was incredibly quick compared to Windows. About 15 minutes later, Anti-X was fully installed and running on this ancient PC. But, of course, problems still weren't over. Right after finishing the installation, the screen suddenly went black. The computer was clearly still running, but I couldn't see anything. It didn't take me long to figure out what was happening. The graphics hardware in this machine was simply too old to properly support the high-resolution monitoring system. So I switched over to the folder display with a much lower native resolution. And just like that, the picture came back. Finally, the computer was actually usable. Well, sort of. There was still another problem. This machine is unbelievably weak. At 1600 by 1200, the CPU was cleaned at 100% utilization almost all the time. Just rendering the desktop was enough to max it out. So I lowered the resolution to 1024 by 768. Only then did the system finally have a little breathing room. Now it's time to see how it handles some basic everyday tasks. Let's start with YouTube. Oh my god, it's painfully slow. Even something as simple as scrolling through the page feels like hard work. The entire system responds at a painfully sluggish pace, but the biggest surprise came when I actually tried to play the video. Oh no. The playback delay is awful. I can't even enjoy watching my own videos in this way. So I dropped the resolution all the way down to 144p, and even then, smooth playback was still completely out of reach. At this point, I was seriously starting to wonder, if it struggles this much with YouTube, is there any chance I'll actually get Minecraft running on it? But even getting the game to launch wasn't simple. This machine is just too old. I had to be incredibly patient while waiting for everything to load. And then another error. This time it complained that Java 8 was missing. I tried every workaround I could think of to install it, but nothing. No matter what I did, the game simply refused to launch. Even after choosing the oldest Minecraft version I could, this old PC still wasn't cooperative. At that point, I gave up on the original launcher and switched to multi-MC instead. Since this system can only run 32-bit software, I installed the 32-bit version of multi-MC. Once everything was set up, I gave it another try. Honestly, I was getting tired of staring at loading screens, wondering why I was putting myself through all this. Then, oh my god, look at that. The Mojang logo. I actually did. Minecraft was finally launching on this terrible old PC. I won't lie, this has easily been one of the hardest technical challenges I've ever taken on. Of course, I wasn't in the game yet. I still had to wait, and wait for the world to finish loading. Oh my goodness, this is unbelievably slow. The frame rate hovers around 5 frames per second. And every now and then it briefly climbs to about 10 frames per second. But that's the best it can do. The performance is anything but stable. Every time I try to move, there's a noticeable delay before the game responds. If you're not a patient person, I'd strongly recommend staying far away from this machine. One thing that did surprise me, though, was the memory usage. Even with only 456 megabytes of RAM available, the operating system and Minecraft together, we're using only about half. That really shows how lightweight this operating system is. It's honestly a great choice for extremely low-end performance. So, in the end, can this 50-cent PC run Minecraft? Technically, yes, as long as you're willing to ignore the frame rate. Still, this has been one of the most interesting experiments I've ever done, and I'm glad I got to share it with you. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to leave a like and let me know what you think in the comments below.
It's midnight in a rented condo near Corpus Christi, Texas, and this woman is searching every room in the house for a voice that shouldn't exist. Something's going on. The scary video was shared on TikTok by Julia Gulia1122, and the backstory makes the panic make sense. Her family had just come back from a late-night beach trip in the Port Aransas area. Her husband headed out for snacks, leaving her alone in the upstairs living room with the movie on. That's when she started hearing it, a voice calling out over the TV. She heard it 3 times before she even started recording, and each time it seemed like the same word, Mum. The kids were downstairs, asleep in their room. Another family member was asleep upstairs. Nobody was calling for her. And she rounds the corner and looks down the staircase. A dark figure looking around the corner at the bottom of the stairs. She rushes down and tears through every room in the house and finds nothing that explains it.
Joe, come out and don't lie. Something's going on.
She's ruled out the kids. They'd have had to sprint back across to their room without a sound. And the family dog, Missy, was found tucked under the covers, not hyped up and playing, which is exactly what she'd be doing if the kids were running about. The uploader's own theory is a mimic, an entity said to imitate the voices and faces of the people we trust, and she says it's happened before. In a previous house, she glimpsed her brother standing in the bathroom right down to the beanie he always wore. Commenters blame the loud TV. She's addressed that head on. She turned the volume up because she was alone and already hearing things, and the voice still cut through over the top of it. One last detail. She works as a mortician. Some viewers reckon that's no coincidence, and that whatever called out to her that night has been following her from her job. These scary videos come from Reddit's Paranormal Encounters forum, where user AnonMouse2468 asked for help explaining two figures caught on camera at their dad's airsoft site. Watch right at the very beginning of the first clip. A dark figure low to the ground, moving away from the camera. It's either crawling or hobbling, and then it starts what sounds like banging on the wall. According to the uploader, nobody was at the site when this was captured. The second clip was captured on a different night. Keep your eyes on the left-hand side. Admittedly, that second figure is quite hard to spot, so here it is again, slowed down and brightened up. There in the dark, a figure appears to be walking towards the camera. Commenters say it's holding a walking stick, and some even claim you can hear it clanking with each step. At the time, a workman was in the room, looking up at the camera. The dark figure on the left is completely separate, and the uploader's dad swears there's absolutely no way anyone else could have been in that room with the workman. The thread racked up over 400 upvotes and nearly 200 comments, and it split viewers right down the middle. Some see nothing at all, others see far too much. One commenter reckons the figures are squatters, pointing to what looks like bare feet and the bum in the hair on the crawling figure. The family's response might be the most compelling part. They're not claiming ghosts. The clips were sent directly from the original source, exactly as recorded, and all they want is a logical explanation. So far, nobody's been able to give them one. If you haven't yet, check out our merch store. We've got loads of creepy designs, everything from ghosts and cryptids to aliens. Orders over 50, ship free. So it's the perfect time to grab a tee, hoodie, or sticker. Hit the link in the description or the one with pinned in the comments down below. This next uploader had no idea what he'd caught on camera until the comments started rolling in. TikTok creator Kairulian has built a following of more than 200,000 people reviewing hotels across Indonesia. This particular clip comes from a room tour at a boutique villa in Banyuwangi on the eastern tip of Java. The tour itself is completely ordinary, but as the camera sweeps past, keep your eyes on the doorway leading to the bathroom. A small child appears to walk into the bathroom and vanishes from view. The uploader never noticed. He filmed the tour, edited the clip, posted it, and moved on. It wasn't until a follower commented asking whether there really was a little kid walking into the toilet that he went back and checked the footage for himself. His reaction says it all. He admitted that if nobody had commented, he'd never have realised what was in his own video. As for who the child was or how they ended up in the frame, nobody's been able to say, least of all the man holding the camera. Hampton Court Palace is one of the most haunted buildings in England, but the woman behind this next clip says that in all her visits, she's never experienced a single thing. When she checked her camera roll, the clip was shared on TikTok by Henrietta History, a history creator who knows the palace well. Scrolling through photos from a December visit, she stopped on a black and white shot of a grand wooden staircase. Again, this one is hard to spot, but if we brighten it up, there in the darkness beneath the landing is what appears to be a face, peering out from a spot where nobody should be standing. The uploader insists she's never had a spirit encounter in her life. The question to followers was simple. What on God's earth is that? Though she did offer one hope, that it might just be her boy, who may be 8. She's not the first to capture something strange. Visitors have long reported the screams of Catherine Howard, Henry's executed 5th wife, echoing through the haunted gallery. And in 2003, the palace's own security cameras caught a cloaked figure flinging open a set of fire doors, a clip known around the world as Skeletor. Skeptics would point out that the image is dark, compressed, and filmed off a phone screen, exactly the conditions where our brains start finding faces and shadows. It could even be another visitor on the lower stairs. But out of every face that could be lurking at Hampton Court, history suggests there's no shortage of candidates. Not every unexplained video leaves you frightened, some just leave an ache. This clip was shared on TikTok by Ali_mom, filmed late at night in her family's home. Listen closely. That sound is the strum of a children's guitar. Not a push-button toy that plays a recording. A real instrument with real strings buried somewhere in a pile of toys. And for this mother, that sound means everything. Her son, Alex, took his own life. A year before this video, she shared footage of him playing guitar filmed just 4 months before his death. Music was his thing, so when a guitar strummed in an empty room that night, his mum didn't go looking for an explanation. She started recording and spoke to him. Moments later, the strums give way to something else. More strange noises start up around her, sounds she thinks are coming from the speakers.
Speakers.
In her caption, she wrote that she'd been grieving heavily and that she'd like to believe her son came to them that night. Could a scream have settled on its own? Could a speaker have glitched? Of course. But hundreds of thousands of people have watched this video, and the response hasn't been debate, it's been support. Whatever made that sound, the mother heard her boy in it. And some questions don't need a skeptic's answer. Keep your eyes on this ball and watch what it does next. That was captured inside the SK Pierce mansion in Gardner, Massachusetts, where the team behind TikTok account SK Pierce Haunted have been documenting activity for months. And it isn't a one-off. The same ball has been clog rolling on its own more than once. To head off the obvious explanation, the team even filmed a demonstration showing just how much force it takes to get that ball moving. It doesn't roll on a whim. Something has to push it. And if anywhere has something willing to push it, it's this house. The mansion was completed in 1875 for chair magnate Sylvester Knowlton Pierce. 21 rooms, 6 staircases, and tragedy from the very start. Just weeks after the family moved in, Pierce's first wife, Susan, died inside the house from a vicious infection known at the time as skin-eating disease. Pierce and his second wife would both later die in the home too, and his granddaughter Rachel passed away there at just 2 years old. In one video, the team tours the room that belonged to Maddie, the caretaker hired to look after little Rachel.
Died when she was 2. It's nice built-ins.
It still has its dumbwaiter shaft and an old speaking tube in the wall, and it connects directly to the nursery where Rachel slept.
This was a speaking tube, so SK could talk to her from his bedroom, and she'd talk downstairs. Her bedroom leads directly in to Rachel Pierce's room.
The house's grim history runs deeper still. The parlour was routinely used for wakes, meaning countless bodies passed through the property. The boarder died in a fire there during the Great Depression, and in 2011, a former owner reportedly discovered the pelvic bone of a 16-year-old girl in the basement. Which brings us back to the cameras. In one clip, filmed at 3 in the morning with nobody home, the door swings open on its own. In another, the caretaker is closing up for the night. She checks the rooms, walks away, and behind her a door drifts open, accompanied by a sound nobody's been able to place. And then there's what the security cameras pick up when the house is left to itself overnight. But listen to this. Old houses shift and settle, and a building pushing 150 years will have its share of drafts and warped floors. But visitors here have reported footsteps, voices, full-body apparitions, and most disturbing of all, a floating disembodied head. Compared to that, the rolling ball might be the gentlest thing in the building. The woman behind this next scary video was only filming because of a dog. Driving near Canyon Lake, Texas, TikTok user It's Brittany Bench 1 spotted one standing upright in the tray of the truck ahead and pulled out her phone. But listen to what her camera picks up.
This dog is literally just standing on the back of their truck. Like,
a child's voice right there in the car with her saying what sounds like, "Mom, can you tie this?"
bro, this dog is literally just standing on the back of their truck. Like,
Carter was completely alone. Her kids are 16 and 18, and neither of them was with her that day. When a commenter asked whether she'd only noticed the voice on playback, she was clear. She heard it live. That's why she reacts the way she does.
literally just standing on the back of their truck. Like,
She also says she's never heard that voice before in her life and doesn't recognize it at all. The clip pulled in nearly 200 comments, and one theory stood out from the usual suspects. What if it isn't a ghost at all? but a crossed wire between parallel lives. In that version of events, the little girl is her daughter in another life, sitting in the back seat asking her mum a question like, everything is perfectly normal. Skeptics would reach for a stray radio signal or a Bluetooth glitch piping in audio from somewhere else, but no phone was connected, and no explanation is stuck. Whoever the little girl was, she asked her question, got no answer, and hasn't been heard since.
This dog is literally just standing on the back of their truck. Like,
For 2 years, staff at a hotel in Changchun, China, knew a man was living in one of their rooms. What they didn't know was what he looked like. He emerged so rarely that some employees never once saw his face. And he checked out, and he opened the door. The footage published by The Sun shows a room buried under a mountain of rubbish, 3 feet deep in places. Thousands of food wrappers, drink bottles, and takeaway containers with a table and 2 gaming chairs almost completely swallowed. The bathroom was worse. Sodden toilet paper piled higher than the toilet itself, and a thick brown grime coating the floor. The hotel specializes in stays for esports competitors, offering private rooms kitted out with high-end gaming rigs and fast internet. The guest is believed to have checked in for an extended gaming session and simply never stopped. It took cleaning crews 3 days to empty and disinfect the room, and management say it still needs a full renovation before anyone can stay in it again. The man left owing more than 10 days in unpaid fees. The hotel says it won't be chasing him. No ghosts in this one, just a door that stayed shut for 2 years and a man on the other side of it that nobody ever really saw. Before we get back to the countdown, it's time for this week's Weird News Roundup. Man claims he has the first verified Bigfoot body. Cornell says otherwise. A man calling himself Snake the Bigfoot Hunter is back in the headlines this week, claiming DNA tests prove he's holding the first scientifically verified Bigfoot body in history. Charles Snake Stewart says he found the 8-foot, 300-pound corpse deep in New York's Adirondack Mountains back in October 2024 and nicknamed it Dak. In interviews over the past week, he's claimed DNA testing at Cornell University came back 58.5% Neanderthal and 41.5% human, making Dak, in his words, a Neanderthal-human hybrid. There's just one problem. Cornell says it never happened. A faculty member from the university's DNA facility stated they've not been involved in any Bigfoot genetic analysis whatsoever. Matt Moneymaker, founder of the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, has gone further, publicly calling the body a cheesy fake and the whole operation a scam. None of that has slowed Snake down. Dak goes back on display at the New York State Fair from August 26th, where organisers are hoping to top the 60,000 people who queued up to see it last year. And if a Bigfoot body of questionable provenance pulling crowds sounds strange, consider what Hollywood just paid for a cryptid everyone agrees was made up. The internet's favourite fake cryptid just sparked a Hollywood bidding war. Siren Head is officially getting a movie. On July 2nd, Warner Brothers beat out Sony, Universal, Paramount and Disney in a 5-studio bidding war for the rights to the tower encrypted, in a deal reported to be worth millions. If you're not familiar, Siren Head is a 40-foot skeletal creature with 2 rusted loudspeakers where its head should be, said to stalk rural woodland while broadcasting distorted sounds through its sirens. Here's the thing though, unlike Bigfoot or Mothman, Siren Head has a known creator. Canadian artist Trevor Henderson drew it back in 2018, posted it online, and watched it mutate into full-blown folklore, complete with fake sighting videos and over 3 billion views on TikTok. Weapons director Zach Kreger is co-writing the script with Brian Duffield, who will direct, and Henderson himself is on board as executive producer. The deal comes hot on the heels of The Backrooms, another internet-born horror that just opened to over $80 million in May. Hollywood has clearly worked out that the internet is manufacturing monsters faster than folklore ever did. Of course, Siren Head is fiction. A creature blasting eerie sounds through loudspeakers in the middle of nowhere could never be real. Except in California, it very nearly was. The Mount Shasta screaming speakers have been explained, sort of. A few weeks back, a California woman named Carrie Ann Snewer was horseback riding with her daughter near Mount Shasta when they heard what sounded like screaming coming through the trees. Following the noise off trail, they found somewhere between 1 and 200 solar-powered speakers planted in the ground, most blasting white noise, while others looped what sounded like a sermon about salvation.
This is straight apocalyptic. Something is summoning something here.
The internet went into overdrive. Theories ranged from Bigfoot bait to cult rituals, wolf deterrence, and a beacon system for the Lemurian city said to lie beneath the mountain. Snewer herself declared that someone was summoning something. Well, on June 30th, the mystery officially broke. The landowner came forward and contacted Snewer directly, explaining that the speakers are a personal spiritual project. According to him, they broadcast spoken intentions, prayers, and positive messages into the universe from a mountain that he's felt a deep connection to since his first visit. So there's the answer. It wasn't a cult. It was one man alone on a mountainside, quietly wiring up 200 speakers to talk to the cosmos. Whether that's less strange than the theories is entirely up to you. That's one mystery solved. Our last one is still wide open and it's unfolding beneath the streets of America's biggest city. Groups of people keep climbing out of New York's sewers, and nobody knows who they are. Since May 5th, security cameras have caught at least 3 separate crews entering and exiting New York City's sewers through manholes in Brooklyn and Queens, always in the middle of the night. One clip from Williamsburg shows roughly 7 people hauling themselves out of a manhole in the middle of an intersection, wearing headlamps and carrying shovels, with one of them nearly run down by a passing car. An auto shop owner in Astoria watched 3 men in waders climb underground at 2 in the morning. He says they looked right at him, then carried on like he wasn't there. The Department of Environmental Protection says entering the sewers is illegal and extremely dangerous, citing deadly gases, flooding and confined spaces. Police have swept the areas, found no damage and made no arrests. The leading theory from investigators is that the crews are scouring the sewage for valuables. But nobody has confirmed who they are, what they're finding, or how many more trips they've made that the cameras missed. For now, New York has itself a brand new urban legend being born in real time. Now back to the countdown. This next story starts at a Thanksgiving dinner. A Reddit user was sitting down with their family when their grandfather pulled out his phone. He wanted to show everyone a set of pictures his living room security camera had captured. The photos were taken on June 10th, 2022, in the middle of the afternoon. Camera is motion activated, and that day it captured 3 images. The first came through at 1:42 p.m. The second, over an hour later, at 2:54 p.m. Both show what appears to be a figure at the edge of the room. It's the third image that unsettled everyone. Zoomed right in, the shape only gets stranger. The grandson later posted the images to Reddit's Ghosts forum with a simple question: are my grandparents messing with me, or is this real? By his own admission, he didn't think they were tech-savvy enough to fake it. The thread took off, and the top comment with 1,500 upvotes summed up the mood. Whatever it is, I don't like it. But the debate that followed is what makes this one interesting. Commenters couldn't agree on which way the figure is facing. Some see long hair in the back of a head, a figure turned away from the camera. Others are convinced it's facing forward, staring across the room. One commenter made a sharper observation. The most convincing ghost photos, they wrote, all share a theme. Face is always hazy and distorted, while the outfit comes through clearest. And you always seem to live in shadows, reflections, and recordings.
Maybe it was a relative wandering through frame or motion blur on a cheap camera. Nobody in the thread could say for certain. What we do know is this. The account that posted these images has since been deleted. The grandparents, the house, and the things standing in that living room. The thread is all that's left of any of it. On the afternoon of July 4th this year, at a party in southwest Ohio, everyone suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked up. This scary video was shared on TikTok by Ashley Haynes, who was at the celebration with her son in Butler County. High above them, at the edge of a towering cloud, something bright is twitching in the sky.
Why is it moving like that?
The light flickers and sweeps, almost like the beam of a lighthouse dancing around the top of a cloud.
What is it? What is that? I don't know, it's weird.
It's not a reflection on the camera lens, it's not a drone, and it's certainly not fireworks. The uploader's caption asked one simple question. Can someone tell me what this is? As it happens, there's a likely answer, and it's one of the rarest sights in the sky. It's called a frontal flash. Above a thunderstorm, sunlight glints off millions of tiny ice crystals, all aligned by the storm's electric field. Every time lightning fires inside the cloud, that field snaps into a new shape. The crystals swivel in unison, and the reflected light leaps with them. From the ground, it looks like a beam dancing above the storm. Ground flashes have been documented since 1885, but they're so rare and so fleeting that genuine footage is hard to come by. Most people will live their entire lives without seeing one. So on a day when the whole country was waiting for the sky to put on a show, one party in Ohio got theirs hours early. And it was far stranger than fireworks.
Why is it moving like that? What the heck?
If you've got a smart speaker in your house, this next one might make you want to unplug it. This scary video was posted to Reddit's Amazon Echo forum by organic_help7007, a father who was putting his kids to bed when one of them asked how many days were left until a certain date. The answer was 40. His son wanted to count to 40 together to get a feel for it, and since Dad was exhausted, he handed the job to Alexa. The lights were off. The count began. And partway through, something else crept into the audio.
20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 34, 35, 36.
Breathing and low guttural sounds playing out in the bedroom.
26, 27, 28, 34, 35, 36.
The father says he and his wife looked at each other in disbelief while the kids sat there confused, fear creeping across their faces.
37, 38, 39, 40, 41.
Once the children were asleep, he ran a test. He went to his own room and asked a completely different Alexa to count to 40. It did the exact same thing.
26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37.
He's now tried it around 10 times and it's happened all 10. So he confronted Alexa directly. The device told him she would never do something like that to scare his kids, and that the sounds must be close, something in our environment. The device blamed the house, which, if anything, was worse. The father sees two possibilities. Either Amazon's AI is going off the rails the way other chatbots have before it, or his family witnessed something genuinely paranormal channeled through a smart speaker. He leans towards the first. But every Alexa in his house is now unplugged, and the whole incident has been reported to Amazon. Because whatever the explanation, a device his family used to teach a 5-year-old to count decided, 10 times in a row, to scare her instead.
25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 34, 35, 36, 28, 29, 30, 30, 31, 33, 34.
In the middle of June this year, a giant eye opened in an English wheat field. The formation appeared around June 15th near Groveley Wood, just outside Wilton in Wiltshire, pressed into the crop beside a public footpath. Measuring roughly 50 metres across, its interlocking rings and orbs form what looks unmistakably like an enormous eye, gazing straight up at the sky. Instagram couple George and Chloe trekked out to document it 2 days after it appeared, asking their followers the only question that matters with these things: aliens and man-made.
Chloe's first and my second that was just so awesome to see how it was. I was expecting it to look kind of man-made, to be honest.
The story was picked up by BBC News, with one photographer describing the formation as spectacular, and it lands in familiar territory. Wiltshire is the crop circle capital of the world. Roughly 80% of all formations reported in the UK appear in this one county in the same mysterious landscape that's home to Stonehenge and Avebury. The skeptic's case here is well documented. In 1991, two men named Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley confessed to creating hundreds of crop circles across the English countryside, using nothing but planks, rope and patience, kicking off a phenomenon that hoaxers have kept alive ever since. Farmers describe the formations as a costly nuisance, and police in Wiltshire point out that making one without permission is criminal damage. But for all that, nobody has ever come forward to claim the Groveley Wood Eye. When commenters asked about the state of the stalks, the couple shared close-ups from inside the formation, showing the weeds swirled flat into tight spiral patterns. Their own admission, though, they were too flabbergasted in the moment to photograph the roots, so the one detail that might settle the debate, whether those stalks were snapped by planks or bent by something else, was never captured, and they won't get one now. Within days, the farmer mowed the formation out. The eye is gone, the field is just a field again, and whoever or whatever put it there never said a word. Before we get to that #1 spot, remember to hit that subscribe button and tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary, mysterious videos. Late in the evening of September 1st, 1944, a young mother named Eileen Cooney went to bed uneasy in the small town of Mattoon, Illinois. She had reason to be. Her husband Bert was out driving his taxi on a late shift. The local paper said police were hunting an escaped Nazi prisoner of war from a camp near Peoria. And earlier that night, she'd sat by an open window with the curtains drawn back, counting out cash from a check in full view of the street. Around 11 o'clock, with her 3-year-old daughter Dorothy asleep beside her, Eileen noticed a smell drifting into the bedroom. Sweet, like the flowers in the garden. She thought nothing of it until the smell grew stronger, and then her legs stopped working. A sickly sweetness filled the room. Her throat went tight and dry. From the waist down, she was paralysed, unable to climb out of her own bed. Her cries brought her sister running, who traced the odour to the open bedroom window. The police searched the property and found nothing. Then, at midnight, Bert Cooney came home, and near that same bedroom window he saw a man, tall and thin, dressed in dark clothing, wearing a tight-fitting cap. Bert chased him into the night. The man got away. Eileen's paralysis wore off within half an hour. Her little girl was sick until morning, and the next day the Mattoon Daily Journal-Gazette put the story on its front page under a headline that would change everything: anaesthetic prowler on loose. What followed was one of the strangest fortnights in American history. The reports began to flood in, a sweet sickening odour drifting into bedrooms at night, nausea and vomiting, burning lips and throats, and again that same signature symptom: legs that simply stopped working, a paralysis that arrived with the smell and faded within the hour. Residents reported slit window screens and footprints in the dirt beneath their sills. Over roughly 2 weeks, close to 30 separate gassing reports reached the Mattoon police, most of them from women home alone in a town emptied of its young men by the war. Then came the physical evidence. On September 5th, a couple named Carl and Beulah Cordes came home to find a piece of white cloth lying on their porch. Beulah picked it up and smelled it. Within moments, her mouth and nose were burning, her face began to swell, and she was violently ill for the better part of 2 hours. Near the cloth, police found a skeleton key and an empty lipstick tube. The cloth was sent for analysis. The lab found nothing on it at all. By now, Mattoon was in a state of siege. Chicago newspapers sent reporters, headlines screamed of a mad gasser and a phantom anesthetist. Armed citizens formed patrols and roamed the streets after dark, hunting a man nobody could catch. State investigators were called in, and the superintendent of the Illinois Bureau of Criminal Identification went on record with a remarkable statement. The existence of the anesthetic, whatever it is genuine. Experts from the Army's Chemical Warfare Service considered what the weapon could be. Their best candidate was chloropicrine, a sweet-smelling gas used to exterminate rodents. But no trace of it was ever found, and the symptoms didn't quite match. In fact, no trace of any gas was ever found in any home, on any victim. So the official story changed. On September 12th, Police Chief C. Eugene Cole announced that the odors were probably industrial fumes from the Atlas Imperial diesel plant, which was churning out shell casings for the war. Atlas fired back that its own workers had never been sickened and that it barely kept any such chemicals on site. Then one reported gas attack turned out to be a spilled bottle of nail polish, and Cole shifted position entirely. There was no gasser, he declared. There never had been. Mattoon had frightened itself sick. And just like that, the attack stopped. The following year, a University of Illinois researcher named Donald Johnson published a study of the affair, and the mad gasser of Mattoon entered the textbooks as one of the first scientifically documented cases of mass hysteria in American history. Frightened wartime town, a lurid front page, symptoms spread by suggestion. Case closed, except for the details that refused to fit. The Kearney attack wasn't the first. In the early hours of August 31st, before a single word had been printed, a man named Urban Rife woke to a strange odor, weak and vomiting, while his wife lay partially paralyzed in their bed. The same night, a young mother nearby woke to her daughter coughing and found she couldn't get up. Hysteria spreads through headlines. These people hadn't read any. There's Beulah Cordes, whose burns and swelling were seen by police from a cloth on which science found nothing. And there's the fact that it had all happened before. A decade earlier, in Botetourt County, Virginia, an eerily identical wave of nighttime gassings terrorized families for months. Same sweet odor, same sickness, same phantom attacker who was never caught. The two towns were more than 600 kilometers apart, 10 years apart, and neither had ever heard of the other's tormentor. Some researchers still argue a real prowler walked Mattoon those first few nights, perhaps a local with a grudge and a knowledge of chemistry, whose handiwork was then buried under an avalanche of panic. If so, the panic protected him. Once everyone was a victim, and he was. 80 years on, the mad gasser has never been identified, and nothing he supposedly sprayed has ever been named. So what really drifted through those open windows in the summer of 1944? The town's fear feeding on itself in the dark? Or did someone walk the streets of Mattoon with something sweet smelling in his hands and simply vanish when the whole world started looking? If you want to watch more scary videos, then click those links on the screen right now. I'll see you in the next one.
A few days ago, I found this computer abandoned in a pile of trash. Most people would have left it there, but I want to know one thing. Can this forgotten old PC hit 2000 FPS in Minecraft? Honestly, that's going to be a huge challenge for me. It was filthy, covered in rust, and looked completely dead. Either I just found a hidden gem, or I brought home somebody else's plan. There's only one way to find out. It looks absolutely disgusting. The metal is covered in rust, and the inside is packed with dust. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I should still call this a PC. Alright, just from the outside, it's pretty obvious this is an old HP office computer. More specifically, it's an HP Compact 4000 Pro SFF. It was released back in 2011, so it's old, but not ancient. From what I found, it's based on the LG A775 platform. The thing that convinced me to rescue it from the trash right away was this graphics card. Seeing the GPU still inside usually means the machine hasn't been stripped for parts or completely scavenged. That gave me a little hope. Taking a closer look, I found a 2 GB stick of DDR RAM and an Intel Pentium E6600 processor. There's also a low-end office graphics card, though I don't know the exact model. The only thing missing is a hard drive. Expecting this thing to hit 2,000 frames per second might be a little too optimistic. So whatever happens next, I'll have to install an operating system before I can find out if this abandoned PC still has any life left. There's no way I'm powering this thing yet. At this point, it could turn into a bomb at any moment. The power supply is heavily rusted, and honestly, it doesn't look safe at all. I've had enough disasters with old computers in the past, and I'm definitely not looking to have another one. So before I even think about pressing the power button, I'm going to take the power supply completely apart and clean it as thoroughly as possible. Hopefully that's enough to make it safe to test. To be on the safe side, I decided to open up the power supply completely. I was worried that moisture might have gotten inside, and I didn't want it to short out the moment I plugged it in. Besides, after sitting around for more than 15 years without being cleaned, I was expecting it to look like a vacuum cleaner inside. But surprisingly, it was much cleaner than I expected. Even so, I'm still going to take it apart, clean every component thoroughly, and make sure everything is completely dry before putting it back together. Alright, I think the motherboard has to come out too. It's just way too dirty to leave the case. In a few minutes, it's getting a proper temper. The good news is that I can't see any obvious scratches or physical damage, so hopefully it's still functional. Next comes the front panel and the USB assembly. And if you didn't know, this PC even comes with a 1-watt internal speaker. So prepare yourself. It's powerful enough to make the neighbors complain. If they happen to have superhuman hearing, now every single component is out of the case. One thing I did notice is that the edge of the chassis is slightly bent. So I'm grabbing a pair of pliers and using a little bit of brute force to bend it back into shape. Alright, everything is finally ready. It's bath time. For parts like the case, I can simply wash them with ordinary water. But when it comes to the electronic components, I only use distilled water. That helps reduce the risk of corrosion. A lot of people ask me why I spend so much time working on cheap old hardware. The answer is pretty simple. I just don't have the budget to buy expensive hardware for years. So instead, I try to bring forgotten machines like this back to life. Honestly, I'm really hoping this PC still works. Once everything is clean, the most important step is letting every part dry completely. There's no point rushing this. After everything had dried, you'll notice that the metal in both the case and the power supply have been badly stained by corrosion. So I grabbed a wire brush and started cleaning every corner I could reach. I wanted this machine to be as clean as possible before putting it back together. After that, I reassembled the power supply along with the rest of the components. Once all the cleaning was finished and everything was finally back where it belonged, it was time for the moment of truth. Before I press the power button, you and I should probably say a quick prayer that this thing doesn't explode the second it turns on. Oh no! The PC powered on, but something was clearly wrong. It just kept repeating the same beep over and over. There was no display output, just a red LED. After looking at the beep code, I found out it was giving 5 beeps, which usually points to a CPU-related problem. So my first thought was to replace the processor with another one that fit the same socket. Unfortunately, that didn't fix it. At that point, I started to suspect the RAM instead. Old computers are notorious for having dirty memory attacks. So I pulled the RAM out and gave both the modules and the slots a thorough cleaning. It's one of the oldest tricks in the house, but surprisingly, it works more often than you think. Alright, let's try one more time. Perfect. You've got a picture? I can't tell you how relieved I was to see that screen finally come to life. After checking the system information, everything matched what I'd already seen when I opened the case. The CPU is an Intel Pentium E6600, and honestly, it couldn't get much weaker. It only has 2 cores and 2 threads. It scores just under 500 points in synthetic benchmarks. That's Pretty embarrassing by today's standards. At least it came with a dedicated graphics card, an AMD Radeon HD 7000 series. But don't get your hopes up. Even something as simple as watching YouTube is still a struggle. I can only play videos smoothly at 720p. The moment I switch to 1080p, the video starts dropping frames almost immediately. At that point, both the CPU and RAM are already close to the just when playing a video. To be honest, I was seriously questioning whether this thing could even launch the game. Never mind hitting 2000 FPS in Minecraft. So I decided to start with GTA 5. Oh, great. The game immediately warned me that my hardware was below the minimum requirements. Not exactly a contest, but somehow it still let me continue. So let's see just how bad this is. I'll be honest. I waited for almost 30 minutes, and it was still stuck on the loading screen. Well, that's 30 minutes of my life I'm definitely not getting back. Maybe it's time to stop being so stubborn. Instead of forcing GTA 5 to work, I'll switch to something that's a little more realistic than this old PC, Minecraft. Perfect. It launched almost instantly. It's a very good sign, but I had no idea I was about to face a disappointment. The frame rate? Just 4 frames per second. Ouch. Thankfully, once the world finished loading, things started to improve. The frame rate climbed to around 50 frames per second. Not bad, but still nowhere near my ridiculous goal of 2000 frames per second. So I jumped into the settings and started tweaking the basics. Lower graphics, shorter render distance, anything that might squeeze out a little more performance. And this is crazy. The frame rate shot up dramatically. Now it's hovering around 150 frames per second. The highest number I managed to see was 284 frames per second. Better? Much better. But it's still a long way from 2000 frames per second, which means I'm going to have to pull out every trick I know if I want this machine to get anywhere close. Next, I switched the game to window mode to see if that would make any difference. Oh my god, it actually did. The frame rate jumped by more than 300 FPS. The highest number I managed to record was 347 frames per second. Still, not quite enough to break the 400 frames per second barrier. So I decided to try one more trick, overclocking the GPU, and see if I can squeeze out a few more frames. No way, it actually worked. You can clearly see the frame rate climbing even higher. The highest result I managed to capture was 474 frames per second. Better, but I'm still a very long way from 2000 frames per second. At this point, I was running out of ways to squeeze more performance out of this machine. The hardware is simply too weak. Windows itself uses more system resources than I'd like. So I decided to try something like Linux. More specifically, Linux Mint XFCE. After installing it, I set up Minecraft again and lowered every graphics option to the absolute minimum, hoping to gain a few extra frames. Well, not exactly. The average FPS didn't increase by much, but there was one thing I noticed right away. Linux was far more consistent. The frame rate hovered around 300 frames per second, with much fewer stutters. On Windows, the frames per second constantly jumped up and down. Frame drops were much more noticeable. The highest frame rate I managed to record on Linux was 498 frames per second. A little better than Windows, but honestly not much. At this point, I'd only made it about a quarter of the way through this. And if I started adding performance mods, I knew they weren't going to magically get me to 2000 FPS. There was really only one option left: upgrade the hardware. First up is the CPU. I'm replacing the Pentium E6600 with a Core 2 Quad Q9550. It delivers roughly 150% more performance. And with 4 cores and 4 threads, I'm hoping it'll give Minecraft a noticeable boost. The RAM also needs attention. With only 2 gigabytes installed, it's becoming a bottleneck for overall system stability. So I'm upgrading it to 8 gigabytes using 2 4 gigabyte DDR3 sticks. And finally, the graphics card. The old AMD HD 7000 has done everything it can, so it's time for something much more capable. A GeForce GTX 1050 Ti 4 gigabytes. Let's see if these upgrades can finally push this forgotten PC a little closer to 2000 FPS. Alright, let's try it again on Linux. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely insane. The difference after the upgrades is massive. The frame rate is now hovering around 1,200 frames per second. That's a huge jump compared to before. But I'm not done yet. I decided to go even further by switching to an older version of Minecraft, 1.7.10. And the highest frame rate I recorded was around 1,500 frames per second. After lowering every graphics setting to the absolute minimum, I realized I was closer to my 2000 FPS goal than ever before. So I thought, why not squeeze out a little more? I installed a couple of well-known optimization modes, including Fastcraft and Better FPS. Oh no, you've got to be kidding me. Instead of increasing performance, my FPS actually dropped. Not just a little either. It was cut almost in half compared to before. It looks like the optimization algorithms used by Fastcraft, Better FPS, and Optifine are conflicting with each other, which is probably why the performance ended up getting worse instead of better. So I decided to switch to an even lighter operating system, MX, which is well known for running on old. After installing it, I ran the same test again. The results were almost identical to the previous Linux distribution. Frame rate hovered around 1,400 frames per second, with the highest number I managed to record being 1,555 frames per second. Next, I switched to a super flat rate to remove as much rendering overhead as possible. That pushed the frame rates around 1,800 frames per second. At this point, I'd exhausted almost every optimization trick I knew. I was still about 200 frames per second short of my 2,000 frames per second. And honestly, I think this is the limit of what this old PC can do. Do you know of any tricks that could push it even further?
Our first video of the day is chilling, to say the least. Posted to Reddit by user the Mr. Morbid, the footage was supposedly captured in the Ostrog Monastery in Montenegro. Take a look. According to the uploader, the video shows a woman who was taken to the monastery for alleged demonic possession. In the clip, which has possibly been captured by a tourist, we first hear a guttural growling sound. It soon becomes apparent that the sound is being made by a person as the camera holder catches a glimpse of someone on their hands and knees being led towards a flight of stairs. According to a viewer, the woman can be heard yelling, "Satan, I'll kill you, get away from me," in Serbian. The footage then cuts to the woman throwing what appears to be a chair. Founded by St. Basil of Ostrog in the 17th century, the Serbian Orthodox monastery is etched into the cliffside. Revered as one of the most significant Orthodox Christian sites, it draws pilgrims and tourists alike from all corners of the globe. So does this footage really show a woman possessed by a demon? Unfortunately, we're left hoping that she found the help she needed within the walls of this sacred place. Takuchi Camera is a self-described psychic YouTuber who visits many creepy locations. In this video, he checks out an old abandoned village somewhere in Japan. そんなことで配線に誰も溜まってる。あれ、とてもか、とてもいいんだ。With only his camera's light to guide him, he makes his way through the buildings. As he does so, he attempts to piece together the eerie history of the place and perhaps learn the reason as to why this village is now empty. As he wanders around, each building he enters has trash and debris all over the floor, indicating that it's likely been some time since anyone actually lived here.
YouTuber eventually decides to set up camp. However, he soon leaves the tent when something gets his attention. He films the area outside, seems unable to catch anything on camera. Things soon change when he decides to set up a thermal imaging camera just outside of one of the buildings. Take a look at what he's captured. Figure up ahead in the darkness appears to stand up. It turns and begins to slowly make its way closer before suddenly running towards the camera. The YouTuber wastes no time in hightailing it out of the area, running off down a dark pathway. The footage then cuts out soon afterwards. So what was the thermal camera able to detect in the abandoned village? Perhaps it was a squatter, one who didn't like their territory invaded by the curious YouTuber. Or did the image show the presence of something a little more mysterious? This YouTuber certainly seems to think so. In a bizarre and unsettling incident captured on store security cameras in Santiago, Chile, a Haitian man experienced a mysterious and seemingly inexplicable event. The video, which surfaced on Instagram in mid-January 2024, has left viewers questioning the nature of this peculiar occurrence. Take a look. Man appears to be tripped over by an unseen force. Impact is both unexpected and gravity-defying, leaving onlookers stunned and baffled. Rumors surrounding the incident suggest that the man had fled Haiti due to mounting debt, and some speculate that he may have fallen victim to a Santeria curse as a consequence of his actions. Santeria, an African diasporic religion originating in Cuba, combines elements of spiritualism, Catholicism, and the traditional Yoruba religion from West Africa. As the mysterious video continues to circulate, questions abound regarding the true nature of this strange incident. While some may seek rational explanations, others entertain the notion that supernatural forces, such as a curse, may have played a role in this strange fall. Bizarre occurrence remains a topic of fascination and intrigue. November 2023, TikTok user Brown Fitboy was enjoying a peaceful day at Sea Point Beach in Cape Town, capturing the picturesque scenery to share with his followers. Little did he know that he would inadvertently stumble upon a baffling mystery that would ignite the imagination of viewers worldwide. As he aimed his camera at an island just off the coast, something extraordinary caught his eye. Footage, 3 colossal humanoid figures can be seen walking on the island's shores.
The sheer size of these figures, evident from the distance they're filled, suggests they must be of an enormous proportion, casting imposing silhouettes against the landscape. Instant reaction among viewers was nothing short of astonishment. They were quick to draw parallels between these enigmatic figures and the ancient myth of the Nephilim. The Nephilim have a deep-rooted history intertwined with biblical and mythological accounts. According to ancient texts, they were said to be the offspring of fallen angels and human women, often portrayed as giants possessing incredible strength and stature. These beings have been referenced in various religious texts, including the Hebrew Bible, where they're described as a source of great wickedness, conflict. So the question that arises is whether these colossal figures captured on camera are, in fact, the legendary Nephilim, or simply a product of optical illusion and perspective. Love to hear your theories on this strange sighting and comments. Carly Guse, a teenager from Chalfont, California, mysteriously disappeared in October 2018, leaving behind a trail of questions in the community in search of answers. Carly was last seen in the early hours of October 13th near her family's home in the rural White Mountain Estate area. The circumstances of her disappearance are both perplexing and disturbing. The night before she vanished, Carly attended a party with friends and, according to reports, she exhibited signs of distress and confusion, possibly due to substance use. Her stepmother, Melissa Guse, picked her up and brought her home. Throughout the night, Carly's behaviour continued to be erratic and Melissa stayed with her until she fell asleep. However, by the morning, Carly was nowhere to be found. Her disappearance sparked immediate concern as she left without her phone, wallet, or any personal belongings. Despite extensive searches by local law enforcement, volunteers, and even the FBI, no concrete evidence or clues about her whereabouts were ever found. Her family and the local community have been vocal in their efforts to find her using social media campaigns, local events, and cooperation with authorities to keep the search active. The case of Carly Guse raises many questions. What happened in the hours leading up to her disappearance? Did she wander off due to her confused state? Or was there foul play involved? Her case remains open and unsolved, leaving her loved ones and community hoping for her safe return, or at least some closure to the haunting mystery of her disappearance. Since her disappearance, there have been various claims and speculations surrounding the missing teen. One particularly notable development involved YouTuber Joey Mack, who thought he may have spotted her while out riding motorbikes with a friend. Take a look at what they've captured on camera. Oh my God. See, there's a girl with no shoes walking along the creek. According to the YouTuber, he later phoned the Hemet Police Department to report the incident and was later contacted by an officer, telling him that they had found the girl in the exact location that the YouTuber had described. Unfortunately for the Guse family, it was not Carly. However, it was a missing teen. The girl, along with her boyfriend, had been missing for 2 days and was sleeping in the ravine when they were found by the officer and safely returned to their parents.
Children's drawings are usually charming expressions of their unfiltered views and boundless imagination. Occasionally, they take a sinister turn. Reddit user failing to communicate recently shared a disturbing photo. Child's drawing of a nightmarish creature with multiple eyes and sharp teeth. What makes this even more unsettling is the child's claim that they see this creature on their closet ceiling every single night. In an attempt to protect their child, the uploader nailed a blanket to the closet ceiling. Unfortunately, this didn't completely alleviate the situation, as the child still reported seeing one of the creature's eyes peeking out from behind the cloth. In a bid for a solution, the family plans to cleanse their home with sage to rid it of this eerie presence. Many paranormal experts believe that children are naturally more open to the supernatural. Their vivid imaginations, unburdened by skepticism or preconceived notions, allow them to embrace the mysterious and fantastical with ease. It's in their innocent and untamed creativity that we find a willingness to entertain the possibility of the supernatural, making their perceptions of the world uniquely enchanting and occasionally eerie. Is a quick and strange one that's been going viral this past week or so. It was uploaded to Instagram by user Tyrese Brown Official. This resident in North America was out filming a lightning storm when he inadvertently captured something truly strange on camera. As a flash of lightning illuminates the skies, and an enormous silhouette becomes visible. Some claim that the figure resembles the Grim Reaper, while others prompted discussions about a potential second coming of Christ. However, opinions are divided, with others interpreting the eerie figure as a harbinger of darkness, associating it with the devil himself. As always, though, I'll throw this one over to you, the viewers, for final judgment. What do you think this is? Let me know in the comments down below. In a spine-chilling and eerie incident, a TikToker known as Aneki131 has captured what he believes to be a ghostly encounter while camping in the wilderness of Japan. During a peaceful night of camping in the wilderness, the TikToker was abruptly awakened by a series of violent banging sounds on the exterior of his camper van. Reacting quickly, he realized that his outdoor security camera had been triggered by the movement and he started recording. Watch what the camera captured. The camper van's door is seen violently banging. The unexplained and paranormal nature of this occurrence left the TikToker and viewers alike deeply bewildered. Aneki131 has suggested that this mysterious event could be attributed to a supernatural force, perhaps even a ghost. The video has sparked extensive discussions and debates within the online community as people grapple with the possibility of paranormal activity taking place in the serene Japanese wilderness. Redditor Chaos in Your Head and their family recently moved into an old farm, a place steeped in history and perhaps endless secrets. It didn't take long for their daughter to sense something amiss. She began speaking of a scary man that she constantly saw lurking behind a specific door in their new home. Adding to the eerie atmosphere of this story is a detail about the property that their landlord emphasized: the presence of 5 yucca plants in the garden arranged in the shape of a pentacle. The combination of the ancient farmhouse, the daughter's consistent and specific sightings of a scary man, and the peculiar arrangement of plants in the garden raises several intriguing questions. Is this a case of a child's vivid imagination, or could there be a spectral presence tied to the old farm's long history? The pentacle arrangement in the garden adds a layer of intrigue and potential supernatural connotations.
Could the scary man be a remnant of the past, a ghostly figure bound to the old walls and doors? Or is there a more benign explanation to these eerie experiences? For now, time will tell. This next video on our list was uploaded to the YouTube channel Ghost23. In it, we see an explorer as he's about to begin a trek deep into the Filipino wilderness. He makes his way past waterfalls and dense forests, supposedly in search of the mysterious Encanto, a supernatural being prevalent in Filipino folklore. These mythical creatures are often portrayed as ethereal beings noted for their enchanting beauty and mesmerizing allure, bearing resemblances to humans but exuding an otherworldly charm that sets them apart. They're believed to inhabit natural elements such as large trees, bodies of water, mountains, and the air, living in a parallel realm that coexists with the human world. Encantos are renowned for their ability to bestow gifts, blessings, and good fortune upon humans who show them respect or do them favors. However, they can also bring about misfortune and illness if disrespected or offended. These stories and beliefs about Encantos are deeply woven into the cultural fabric of the Philippines, often serving as cautionary tales to respect nature and the unseen. The explorer's trek eventually leads him to what appears to be a narrow, rocky passage that contains a rushing stream. He cautiously makes his way through, moving towards the light on the other side. Suddenly, he turns his camera and spots something rather unnerving. The mysterious figure stares towards the explorer and seems to usher him closer by waving its hand before disappearing into the dense thicket. Man heads over and takes a look around. There doesn't seem to be anything there. Seemingly spooked by the encounter, the man begins to trek back the way he came. However, when he reaches a lower clearing, he turns to take another look at the waterfall above. And there, standing above the rushing water, is the mysterious figure once again. So could this figure be the legendary Filipino spirit known as Encanto? Let me know your take on this peculiar incident in the comments down below. A series of videos posted on TikTok by user CBlueSM has left viewers both fascinated and spooked. Filmed somewhere in Japan, these eerie clips document what the homeowner believes to be paranormal activity in their residence. For some time now, the homeowner has harbored a belief that their house is haunted by an otherworldly presence. In an attempt to document the inexplicable occurrences, they've embarked on a series of experiments to capture evidence of the supernatural. The first video, filmed in an undisclosed location, shows the uploader navigating through the house. Suddenly, they hear some strange footsteps. In the second video, the TikToker stands at the top of a staircase and knocks a few times, seemingly trying to establish communication with any entities that might be present. The motion sensor lights flick on. One of the most intriguing videos features the uploader using 2 rolls of toilet paper on a stick, positioning it between the walls of a staircase. Toilet paper unravels seemingly of its own accord, suggesting an unseen presence at the bottom of the stairs. But the enigma doesn't end there. Another video portrays what appears to be a spirit engaging in a game of Jenga, defying the laws of the physical world. In this final experiment, something quite extraordinary transpires. Unfortunately, these videos lack substantial context, leaving viewers to speculate about the nature of the supernatural events depicted. As the mystery deepens, many are left hoping for answers that may one day shed light on these eerie encounters. Until then, these videos continue to captivate and unsettle TikTok users, reminding us that the realm of the unexplained is often stranger than we can even imagine. Sticking with creepy dolls, this next one from TikTok user The Paranormal Chick has been spooking viewers over the last few weeks. The footage captures a live stream in which the homeowner announces her intention to part with an old doll as she prepares to move to a new location. As the footage rolls, people are on the doll. Because I don't want to keep her, but I'd like her to go like at home, and if there's somebody out there that's interested, I don't. Okay. The head of the doll appears to shift, looking right at the camera.
Oh my God. You kidding me? I'd like her to go like at home, and if there's somebody out there that's interested, I don't.
Adding to the unsettling ambience is a disembodied voice of a girl.
When you said you're not taking her with you, oh my God. No, I just heard that. Are you serious? That wasn't one of you?
The voice, devoid of a physical presence, raises questions about the nature of the doll and the forces at play. Dolls have long been associated with an uncanny sense of eeriness, often referred to as the uncanny valley. This phenomenon occurs when objects or humanoid figures closely resemble human features, but contain subtle imperfections, creating discomfort in the observer. The glassy eyes, fixed expressions, and occasionally exaggerated features of dolls contribute to this eerie perception. Furthermore, pop culture has perpetuated the notion of dolls as vessels for supernatural entities or haunted objects. Horror films and literature have portrayed dolls as conduits for malevolent forces, amplifying the unease associated with them. After witnessing this video, those who own any old dolls may find themselves viewing these seemingly innocent playthings in an entirely different light, forever haunted by the possibility of hidden malevolence.
If somebody out there that's interested, I don't.
Footage of a recent meeting between the President of the People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping, and Russia's Vladimir Putin, several netizens noticed something rather strange in the background. footage seen here, captured by news media, shows the two leaders individually passing by two security guards. At one point, the guard on the right turns his head to follow Putin, giving off an almost inhuman stare. Several viewers have likened the guard's odd stance and strange movements to that of a robot, even an alien. Well, what do you think? Watch the clip one more time and let me know what you think in the comments down below. A video shared to our Slaptam subreddit by a username Zombie Paranormal has been causing quite a stir across the internet in recent weeks. It's not difficult to understand why. The clip, which has since gone viral, seems to show a chance encounter on a late-night stroll. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of extra info on this clip. That hasn't stopped it from spreading throughout TikTok, with many commenters noting just how eerie the encounter is, despite very little actually happening. So let me know if you've seen this clip before, and do you find it creepy? Drop your thoughts down below. This next photo, seen here posted to Reddit by user Murphy Brock's, been floating around the internet for quite some time now. Captured in Tantalon Castle in East Lothian, Scotland, the photograph reportedly shows a figure in 16th or 17th century attire, donned in what appears to be a ruff, as it looks down from a decaying window of the castle. Established in the 14th century and situated on an isolated headland close to North Berwick, the Tantalon Castle endured significant damage during an assault by Oliver Cromwell's forces in 1651. The ghostly figure's stern gaze seems to peer down towards the photographer below. Yet the height at which the eerie figure is standing only becomes apparent when we see the full image. If you look closely, the figure doesn't seem to have a body. What makes it even creepier is that the original photographer, Christopher Aitchison, reported to the media that he was not aware of anyone or anything being present in his picture. Tantalon Castle, with its rich history dating back to the 14th century, is associated with a number of ghost stories. These include sightings of apparitions of soldiers from Oliver Cromwell's army. Visitors have also reported hearing unexplained sounds, such as the clashing of swords, screams, and cries echoing through the ruin, especially during the late evening and at night time. Given its long history and the many battles it's witnessed, it's perhaps not surprising that the Tantalon Castle is considered one of the most haunted locations in Scotland. This photo is particularly notable as there were no mannequins or costume guides at the Tantalon Castle at the time it was taken. Furthermore, multiple photographic experts, including some from the Photographic Unit of Police Scotland, have confirmed that the photo doesn't appear to have been tampered with. So, we'll throw this one over to you, the viewer, for final judgment. Does it really show a ghost? Is there another way to explain this mysterious figure? Let us know down below. This next strange clip was uploaded to TikTok by user Mindfunk7. Take a look at what it shows. As you can see, he's depicting a man levitating. Footage begins as the man waves his hands around as if praying or casting some sort of spell. The man lies down flat on the ground. Suddenly, he lifts up into the air. While videos like this are often dismissed as hoaxes, what the man does next is likely to amaze you. He takes out a skipping rope and begins swinging it with his legs. He then takes the demonstration one step further by actually swinging the rope around as if skipping in midair. This action seems to prove that there are no wires holding the man in place. So what do you think's going on in this video? Is this a real case of levitation caught on camera? Or is there another way to explain this extraordinary stunt? Let me know your thoughts and theories on this strange piece of footage in the comments below. Spine-chilling video clip uploaded to TikTok by user Conspiration ESP. A seemingly ordinary drive took an unsettling turn for a passing motorist in the northern United States. What initially appeared to be the scene of a recent accident left him puzzled and unnerved. While cruising along the road, the motorist stumbled upon a badly damaged car nestled in a ditch among grassy outcrops some distance from the road. Concerned for the occupant's safety, he promptly left his vehicle to investigate the crash site. Dialing the police, he patiently waited for their arrival while using his phone to document the scene. The car was in shambles, displaying significant damage, but what bewildered the motorist was the complete absence of the driver and any passengers. Moreover, there was no one in the vicinity, leaving them baffled by the mysterious circumstances surrounding the crash. Upon the arrival of the police, they conducted their investigation, asking questions and meticulously documenting the perplexing scene. After their inquiries, they provided what assistance they could and eventually left. However, when the man reviewed the video he had taken at the crash site, he was left in disbelief. Take a look. In the window of the wrecked car, a child's face appears to be staring directly into the camera. Despite the police's thorough examination of the area, they found no evidence of anyone in or around the crashed car. The eerie footage raises numerous questions and speculations among viewers. Could this be the ghostly visage of someone who perished in the accident? If so, why were there no bodies discovered within the wreckage? To this day, this unsettling footage remains unexplained, leaving a haunting mystery that continues to perplex and intrigue all those who encounter it. In a chilling video posted on Reddit 3 years ago by user Wazzies, an eerie and unexplained encounter unfolds in the heart of Tikal, Guatemala. The mysterious incident has left viewers puzzled and intrigued, prompting questions about the source of a haunting call heard in the darkened woods. The video, recorded by an unnamed park keeper, documents a spine-tingling moment that defies explanation. The park keeper, while on duty in Tikal, heard an otherworldly sound emanating from the depths of the forest. Describing the unsettling encounter, the park keeper stated that, in all his years working in the park, he had never heard anything quite like it. Some commenters on the video suggested that the sound could be attributed to cooling, a traditional Scandinavian music form used to call livestock down from high mountain pastures. Crooning typically involves melodious and powerful vocalizations, often resembling the sounds of nature. While this explanation may seem plausible, it raises even more perplexing questions. The video is captured in the middle of the night in a remote and isolated patch of forest in Tikal. The park keeper diligently investigated the source of the haunting call, but reported finding no signs of anyone camping or residing nearby. This peculiar circumstance leaves the origin of the eerie sounds cloaked in mystery. In an unexpected turn of events, the Latvian Defence Ministry has issued an apology to the citizens of Riga, the nation's capital, following an uproar caused by a large-scale military drill conducted in the city centre. The NAMES 2021 drill, intended to enhance unit interoperability and modernise the nation's armed forces, inadvertently left residents shaken and anxious. The controversy erupted when videos of the drill went viral on social media, portraying scenes that raised significant concerns among the public. In one harrowing clip, a soldier can be seen firing blanks over the head of a visibly terrified woman carrying a small child. Unfortunately, due to YouTube guidelines, we can't show the full clip. Another video captures a military personnel member firing a machine gun over the roofs of passing cars on a major street in Riga. These alarming visuals sparked outrage and fear among the city's residents. The Latvian Defence Ministry swiftly responded to the public outcry, asserting that all National Armed Forces drills are meticulously executed in strict accordance with safety regulations. Furthermore, the ministry stressed that, as was the case with the NAMES 2021 drill, the public is always informed in advance about impending exercises and potential disturbances, aiming to minimise anxiety among citizens. With that said, how would you react if you saw this unfolding near you? Love to hear your reactions about this curious footage in the comments down below. Uploaded to TikTok by user MindFunk7, this next video shows something that's rarely seen. A sudden flash seems to startle the camera holder. Then, as they turn the camera back to the right, a glowing ball of white light can be seen hovering in the air. They quickly run back into the house for safety and soon gather enough composure to take a peek out of the window. There is now a strange aura-like wave of pulsating light. While the video's text suggests that the glowing light is actually an angel, several viewers have pointed out that it's likely to be a phenomenon known as ball lightning. Ball lightning is a rare and enigmatic phenomenon that's puzzled scientists and observers for centuries. Typically occurring during thunderstorms, this natural occurrence manifests as luminous spherical objects that can vary in size from mere centimetres to several metres in diameter. Unlike the quick flash of traditional lightning, ball lightning is known for its relatively slower movement and longer duration, lasting anywhere from a few seconds to over a minute. It often appears in a range of colours, from fiery red to a ghostly white, and can move erratically, floating through the air or even passing through solid objects. Ball lightning is accompanied by a hissing sound or an eerie silence, adding to its mysterious nature.
Despite numerous theories ranging from electrical discharges to chemical reactions, the exact cause of ball lightning remains a topic of scientific intrigue and debate, making it one of nature's most fascinating and unexplained atmospheric phenomena. Spine-tingling video recently surfaced on Instagram, sending shivers down the spines of viewers. Shared by user The Paranormal Viking, this eerie clip was recorded by a motorist while driving through a car wash. What unfolded in the back seat is left being unsealed. As the video pans across the car's interior, it focuses on a baby cam monitoring a sleeping child in the back seat. Oh, the camera captures. An eerie face seems to materialize in the top left-hand corner of the frame. Speculation run rampant, with some suggesting that this could be a ghostly presence captured on camera. The unsettling nature of the footage has sparked intrigue and prompted viewers to contemplate the possibility of otherworldly phenomena manifesting in everyday settings. This is some eerie footage that was uploaded to Facebook Reels by user TV. The clip was captured by a woman who was celebrating her 2-year anniversary with her boyfriend. She's seen talking to the camera, and suddenly something rather eerie begins to happen.
Dating for 2 years, but we've known each other forever.
Out of nowhere, an unidentified woman passes from left to right. The camera holder panics and looks around the home. It finds nothing. Many commenters are claiming this is a ghost caught on camera. What do you think? Watch the clip again and make your own mind up. A viral TikTok video posted by user Jessica Marquez785 has sent shockwaves across social media platforms as it captures a truly bizarre and unexplained phenomenon. The short clip, recorded on a rural property, shows something truly odd. Naturally, the video has garnered widespread attention for its extraordinary sighting, prompting viewers to speculate about the nature of this mysterious occurrence. Commenters have flooded the video with various theories, one of which suggests it might be a phenomenon known as San Telmo. In Filipino culture, San Telmo refers to what the Western world recognizes as San Telmo's fire. The belief surrounding San Telmo is deeply rooted in Philippine mythology and folklore, offering several interpretations of its origin. Some believe that San Telmo represents the souls of individuals who died in bodies of water and are now anchored to specific locations. Others associate it with the souls of unbaptized children seeking vengeance, help, or prayers to find their way to heaven. The stories of witnessing these enigmatic balls of fire predominantly come from rural areas, with sightings dating back to the Spanish colonial era. Legends tell of the dangers associated with encountering San Telmo. It's said that those who follow the phenomenon may become irretrievably lost, akin to the eerie tales of Will-o'-the-Wisp. Some accounts even describe San Telmo suddenly chasing after unsuspecting individuals before vanishing or dissipating into thin air. From a scientific standpoint, San Telmo's fire is attributed to luminous plasma or ball lightning, providing a more rational explanation for these inexplicable sightings. The question that remains, however, is whether this TikTok video truly captures evidence of San Telmo, or if it's merely a clever hoax designed for viral fame.
Just came across the craziest paranormal video I think I've ever seen in my life.
chilling video filmed just outside of a horse stable has sent shivers down the spines of viewers and left residents of the area scratching their heads. Shared on TikTok by a user with a penchant for striking up conversations with locals, the footage has become the talk of the town. The poster, that goes by the username Metaphysical, often engages in friendly chats with people nearby, asking them if they've ever witnessed anything unusual in the area.
Anytime I see a guy within the land, I always get curious, ask them questions.
Most of the time, the responses are rather mundane, sightings of coyotes and the like. However, one particular encounter will prove to be anything but ordinary. During one of his conversations, the TikToker asked if anyone had seen anything they couldn't explain. To his astonishment, the local resident's eyes instantly lit up as he recounted a peculiar incident from the previous week. According to the excited storyteller, his friend had filmed an utterly baffling video deep within the nearby woods.
It was like really weird. You asked me that question like just last week. My buddy took the craziest video back in his woods.
Eager to share this eerie discovery, the local resident pulled out his cell phone and showed the mysterious footage. The video in question, now widely circulated, has left numerous viewers bewildered, including the TikToker himself. Take a look at what's being caught on camera. Watching that again, an unmistakable ghostly apparition can be seen moving through the woods. Dog in the foreground is clearly spooked, standing at attention. Perhaps even more unsettling is the revelation that the person who filmed this spine-chilling encounter has adamantly refused to return to the area.
Is the guy who took the video won't even go back into his woods and
given the eerie nature of the footage, it's a sentiment that many can empathise with. So far, no one's been able to explain this eerie sighting. So with that said, I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you think this is? I'll hear your theories in the comments down below. In the age of social media, the unexplained and the supernatural often find their way into the spotlight, captivating audiences worldwide. One such case that's left TikTok users on the edge of their seats involves a user known as Maddie Marga Racy, who appears to be living in a house plagued by new paranormal occurrences. For some years now, Matt has suspected that his home might be haunted. Strange and eerie occurrences have been spooking the family. Things like eerie whispers, objects moving, and lights turning on and off are all frequent events in his family home. The activity eventually became so frequent that Matt was able to capture a lot of the incidents on camera and post them to social media. In this first video, he recounts an incident while engrossed in a game of Call of Duty.
Bro, so I'm playing. I got my headset on. I got 1 year on, 1 year off. And I hear somebody whisper in my eardrums. This is insane. So I go back to playing COD, and then somebody touches my foot.
Eventually, this happens.
So that's how I know there's something in the world. There's something in this house. There's a ghost. I've been seeing it for years. And look at the truck.
The chilling saga continues in a second video when Matt, once again engrossed in his video game, makes a startling discovery.
Look at this. Bro. Nobody is home. My family is in Cancun, bro. You gotta be kidding me.
The nearby door eerily closes by itself, prompting him to investigate further.
You gotta be kidding me. Bro! What the
As he ventures into the hallway, flickering lights downstairs catch his attention.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? What the
Descending the stairs, he enters the bathroom to find running water in the sink, a perplexing sight for someone who's supposed to be home alone. His unease intensifies when he notices a door open with the squares he had left securely locked.
Why is this door open? What the is going on?
The third video paints a similar harrowing picture.
I'm playing COD, My whole PlayStation turned off, and this door opened up by itself, and it was closed. And I go,
The lights are once again flickering. This time he even shows the switches for the lights.
and the light's gone again. And the light's gone again. And right there is the light switches to that light.
He investigates further.
Nobody is home. Oh my God.
Eventually, Matt decides to leave his house. While outside, he sees this.
Oh my God. Did you guys just see that?
In subsequent video, Matt captures more strange activity while watching TV.
I'm sitting here watching games, and I heard what sounds like this stove open and close. I'm not even around, bro. That shit went down. I know what it sounds like when the stove opens and closes.
The situation takes a peculiar turn when Matt reveals that a paranormal professional advised him to cease filming these incidents, as it could potentially anger the alleged spirits haunting his house further. Matt temporarily relocates to his girlfriend's house, leaving his sister to confront the eerie events he endured.
I stopped filming. I actually left my house for a little bit. And I've been staying at my girlfriend's house.
The videos have left viewers with an unsettling mystery. What precisely is happening in Matt's house? Today, no updates have emerged regarding the ongoing paranormal activity. One can only hope that Matt finds answers soon, and ultimately the peace and solace he seeks in his own home.
What the? No!
This next piece of footage on our list was shared by Ahmed Shah to our Slapcam community page over on Facebook. This seemingly ordinary home video captures a family moment that quickly turns into an inexplicable and unsettling experience. Joyful voices sing happy birthday, creating a warm, festive atmosphere. But as the man begins to cut the cake, something extraordinary and unexplainable occurs.
Hey, Miss Kay. Would you like a birthday? Want to big happy birthday? Oh, God, Tommy, it's so cute.
The kitchen faucet turns on by itself, with no one nearby to trigger it. The strangeness only escalates from there. Just seconds after the faucet incident, all the cupboards burst open simultaneously. You can also see the drawers opening and closing on their own. So could a poltergeist be responsible for the sudden outburst of this strange activity? Is there a more rational explanation? One thing is for sure, the little girl's unlikely to forget the events of her birthday anytime soon. Gracie's Arts and Supper Club, nestled in the heart of Valletta, Malta, is renowned for its exquisite cuisine, vibrant bar, and exclusive private members club. A visit to their Instagram page reveals a typical array of restaurant-centric images, showcasing chefs, delectable dishes, and patrons relishing their experiences. However, among the myriad posts, a couple of CCTV videos have captured the attention of the restaurant's online community. Take a look at the first piece of security footage. Transparent figure seemingly walking down the stairs. According to some commenters, the apparition appears to be wearing an old police uniform.
with some speculating that perhaps an officer died nearby. The chills don't end there, however. Watch the second piece of CCTV footage, this time captured inside of the restaurant. Now the translucent figure can be seen walking through the room. Watching closely, you can see one of the chairs shift before the figure sits down. Moments later, the apparition completely disappears. The mysterious occurrence has left viewers both baffled and intrigued, prompting questions about the existence of a ghostly inhabitant within the beloved Gracie's Arts and Supper Club. As this peculiar footage was shared shortly before Friday the 13th, speculation has arisen regarding whether it might have been an elaborate hoax or spooky prank orchestrated by the restaurant for a bit of extra clout. However, the truth behind this curious occurrence does remain shrouded in mystery, inviting curiosity and contemplation among its viewers. A spine-tingling video recently emerged from the Facebook page 103.1 regarding Mali City, a radio station that received a genuinely hair-raising submission from one of its listeners. Captured in an unknown hospital, a patient started filming after hearing some strange noises. Later on, it was all caught on film. Watching that again, as they scan around the room, they spot a set of legs under a bed looking into the road. When they look up, there's no one there. Many have been quick to embrace a more paranormal explanation, positing that these legs may belong to a ghostly presence. Hospitals, with their history of life and death, have long been regarded as prime locations for ghost sightings. The intense emotions, profound experiences, and sometimes tragic outcomes that occur within hospital walls contribute to the belief that residual energies or spirits may linger. Tales of ghostly nurses, phantom patients, and eerie corridors have fueled the idea that hospitals serve as conduits for paranormal activity, making them a subject of fascination and trepidation for many. So is this really a ghost caught on camera? Let me know your thoughts on this one in the comments below. YouTuber Ehab Kasmia is well known for investigating all sorts of creepy and abandoned places. Occasionally, he captures some rather chilling things. In this video, the YouTuber appears to be exploring an old apartment building. The footage begins as the YouTuber climbs a flight of stairs with camera in hand. In the distance, we can hear a strange banging sound. Take a look, one who catches on film. There's a man, seemingly in some sort of trance state, continuously banging his head into a door. The YouTuber calls out, but receives no response. Suddenly, the man turns and the YouTuber quickly runs back down the stairs. A short while later, the YouTuber gathers his composure and ascends the stairs once again. However, this time, as he approaches the door, the strange man is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he spots something watching him or higher level. Is it the strange man from before? In the darkened conditions, it's too hard to tell. Bravely, the YouTuber keeps going up another flight of stairs. Without warning, one of the doors is shut. Cautiously, he moves in closer. Then a second door also closes abruptly. He slowly enters the room, revealing an old apartment in a derelict state. As he pans the flashlight around the room, he inadvertently spots something rather creepy. The YouTuber quickly gives chase, however the figure seems to have disappeared into thin air. Searches the building. He is unable to find any trace of the mysterious figure. So who or what do you think the YouTuber caught on camera? Was there a squatter living in the building perhaps? If so, why was he behaving so strangely? Love to hear your theories on this strange piece of footage in the comments below. This spine-tingling video was posted to Reddit by user XXSwagGod69XX and has since captivated the online community with what it shows. The video is in German, but the uploader has translated it. The voiceover says, "If someone is here in this place or in your apartment, please consider stepping in front of the sensor." Take a look what the camera's captured.
Falls mich irgendjemand hören kann, falls du irgendwie in diesem Raum ist, in diesem Zimmer ist, in dieser Wohnung ist, dann bitte ich, uns sich vor dieses Gerät zu stellen. Ich bin etwas gut.
Remarkably, something or someone seems to hear this call, triggering the sensor every single time the invitation is extended.
Ich möchte es, dass du es noch ein einziges Mal machst. Bitte jetzt nochmal.
The uploader assures viewers that they were home alone at the time with their cat being in a different room, which adds a layer of authenticity to this eerie encounter. The uploader's curiosity didn't stop there. They decided to repeat the experiment 2 hours later to see if the mysterious occurrence could be replicated. Intriguingly, the second attempt yielded no results, adding to the mystery of the initial interaction. Was there truly a presence that responded to the uploader's request, or was it merely a coincidence? Could it have been a transient visitor from another realm, or is there a more logical explanation that demystifies the sensor's activation? Watch the clip one more time and judge for yourself.
Falls du irgendwas ist, bitte mach das nochmal.
An anonymous user posted a chilling image to Reddit. It's been causing quite a stir. The mysterious user, who later deleted their account without explanation, accompanied the image with a crucial backstory. I'll start by saying I live alone and usually scoff at Hollywood's paranormal tales. However, a disturbing noise jolted me awake just as I was drifting off to sleep. Intrigued and somewhat spooked, I ventured to investigate the source. To my astonishment, I found my treadmill running on its own. It struck me as odd because the treadmill requires a lanyard key to be attached before it can even be started, and it was indeed attached. Determined to rule out any intruders, I accessed my surveillance footage on my phone, only to stumble upon this eerie revelation. The surveillance footage appears to show an ethereal figure resembling a girl in a white dress. After seeing this image, the poster searched their house and outdoor areas with a pistol and found nothing. The timestamps on the footage indicated that the lights dimmed and the figure reappeared when another camera detected motion. Given that the user lives alone, one has to wonder what's being caught on camera here. Is it just a trick of the light, or is there more to this unsettling image? I'd like to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below. Our last clip of the day was captured by content creator Real Eddie Baker. While live streaming a gaming session, things start to get heated.
Oh, what the? Hold on.
The spark from a cigarette catches the couch on fire.
Oh, what the? Hold on.
For some reason, though, Eddie is painfully slow to react. Bit by bit, couch ignites further. Luckily, no one was hurt during this incident, but viewers are left wondering why it took so long to react to the flaming couch. So what would you do in this situation? Let me know in the comments down below.
Oh, what the? Hold on. Ah, my couch is burning.
If you want to watch more scary videos, then click those links on the screen right now. I'll see you in the next one.
A few days ago, I came across this mini PC for an unbelievable 15 cents. Honestly, I didn't think there was any chance it still worked, but according to the seller, it was fully functional. So, just how bad can a 15-cent mini PC really be? Can it even run Minecraft? Well, as I bought it, now I'm just hoping I didn't get scammed, because I still can't believe a working mini PC could sell for only 15 cents. Let's find out. Oh my god. After 5 days, the machine finally arrived at my house. It came packed inside a foam box, so hopefully there's an actual PC in here. I guess it's time to open it up and find out. I'm really curious how old this thing actually is. But before I reveal it, let me ask you something. What do you think a seller used to wrap this computer? Bubble wrap? Shredded cardboard? Foam? Nope. Option 4. Old underwear. Oh my god, this thing smells horrible. It smells like urine. I seriously can't believe the seller wrapped a computer in something this disgusting. At this point, I wasn't even sure if I wanted to touch it. But after opening everything up, yes, it is actually a mini PC. Before I put my hands anywhere near it, I'm going to clean it thoroughly with disinfectant, because whatever this thing went through, I don't want it coming home with me. The only thing I knew was that it was made by Acer, so I took a photo and searched Google to find the exact model number. After a bit of digging, I found it. This is an Acer Aspire Revo OS 1600, released back in 2009. I honestly couldn't believe it. This little PC is already 17 years old. Just by looking at that Intel Atom sticker, I could already guess how bad the performance was going to be. Alright, now the big question, does it still work? That's when I noticed something. The seller never included the power adapter. Seriously? Buying a $30 power adapter just to test a 10-cent PC would be a terrible deal. Luckily, I already had a compatible adapter with the correct plug and power rating. Looks like I just saved myself 30 bucks. I think it's time to power this thing on. Or, at least that was the plan. It looked like something was seriously wrong. The monitor wasn't getting any signal. The keyboard LED stayed off, which was a pretty clear sign that the system wasn't booting at all.
So I took the cover off to see if there was anything obviously wrong inside. No matter what I tried, the machine showed absolutely no signs of life. Next, I grabbed the multimeter and checked the power adapter. The output was a steady 19 volts, exactly what it should be, so that ruled out the power supply. The problem had to be inside the PC itself. At that point, I started wondering, had I been scammed? I even contacted the seller hoping they might have some idea what was wrong. But after waiting an entire day, they never replied. I tried every basic fix I could think of. Reseating the RAM, removing the CMOS battery, nothing worked. The machine was still completely lifeless. Then something unexpected happened. I gently wiggled the power connector, and all of a sudden, the PC sprang to life. But there was still a problem. It let out one long beep, and the display was still showing no signal. My first suspicion was the RAM, so I moved the memory stick to the top slot and tried again. No way. The screen finally came to life. What a relief. But before I could celebrate, another problem appeared. The operating system was missing some critical files, so it couldn't boot. Considering how old this machine is, I wasn't too surprised. It still had its original 500 gigabyte hard drive, so I decided to replace it with an SSD. Not because it would improve gaming FPS, it won't, but because it would make the entire system feel much faster and more responsive. Perfect. I'm finally inside Windows. No way. Just look at this CPU. An Intel Atom 230. One core running at 1.6 gigahertz, paired with just 2 gigabytes of RAM. Oh my god, it's just DDR2. It scores only 22 points in a single core benchmark. That's honestly a pretty embarrassing number. What's even worse is that simply sitting at the Windows desktop is enough to push the CPU to 100% utilization. I haven't even opened a single application yet. The entire system feels painfully sluggish. At this point, I don't think Windows is doing this machine any favors, so I'm going to switch to something much lighter, Windows 7, and see if it can breathe a little life back into this old PC. To be fair, this was never designed to be a gaming machine. 17 years ago, it was built for basic office work, and that's probably one of the reasons it ended up costing me almost nothing. Still, I'm genuinely curious whether it can survive the game I'm about to throw at it. After a lot of trial and error, I finally managed to get it installed on this little piece of junk. Oh my god, it actually feels so much smoother. The difference is immediately noticeable. Let's take a look at the system stats. The CPU is sitting at only around 3% utilization. That's a massive improvement compared to Windows 10. Memory usage looks much better too. It's using only about 700 megabytes of RAM, which is surprisingly reasonable for a machine this old. But before we get to that, let's start with a few simple tasks. The first test is YouTube. I want to see if this little PC can handle modern video playback before asking it to do anything more demanding. Alright, let's see what happens. Oh no, it's so slow. The system froze right on the YouTube homepage. I had to wait quite a while before it finally responded. Okay, the video is playing. Oh my god, painfully slow, and then it froze almost immediately. Even at 720p, the CPU and RAM were completely maxed out. The system was simply overwhelmed, so I dropped the resolution to 480p. But the stuttering was still there. If it struggles this much with YouTube, how is it ever going to launch something as simple as Minecraft? Alright, let's download it. Hopefully this works. Otherwise, all of this effort will have been for nothing. I'm trying to sign in, and I've already hit the first obstacle in what feels like a long chain of problems. The launcher is stuck on the sign-in screen. It looks like there's a compatibility issue between Microsoft's modern authentication system and this old installation of Windows 7. Unfortunately, the version of Windows I'm using simply doesn't support the newer sign-in mechanism. Alright, let's put the newer launcher aside for now. Instead, I'm going to try an older launcher that's designed for legacy systems. Okay, I finally got it to open, but of course, there's another problem. The launcher won't load the version list. I've already been waiting for 15 minutes and nothing has changed. Oh my god, I don't think I've ever hated waiting this much. Thank goodness. The launcher finally let me choose a Minecraft version. To give this old machine the best chance possible, I'm going with one of the older releases. Alright, let's see if it actually launches. Oh, come on. What now? It looks like the graphics driver is causing another problem. This machine uses an NVIDIA Ion LE graphics chip. I bet most people have never even heard of it. It's integrated directly onto the motherboard. So I headed over to NVIDIA's website and downloaded what should be the correct driver. Version 341.92. Come on, please work. Seriously? Now the driver installer is throwing an error that only the computer gods seem to understand. At this point, I could already tell this project was becoming far more complicated than I expected. After digging around for a while, I finally found the reason. The Ion LE was intentionally crippled by NVIDIA, with certain hardware features disabled to make it slower than the standard Ion. Trick the NVIDIA installer into recognizing the Ion LE chip. I first had to find its hardware ID and device manager, and then edit the nvami.inf file inside the extracted driver package. I replaced the hardware ID for the standard Ion with the one from my Ion LE. After that, I disabled driver signature enforcement in Windows and ran the installer as an administrator. Then I waited for about 15 minutes while Windows installed everything. Finally, it was done. All that was left was a reboot. If this worked, this would officially become the cheapest PC I've ever bought that could actually play games. Oh my god, it launched! I actually did it. I can't believe it. This is insane. But there's still one problem. It's really laggy. Even loading the world is a huge challenge for this little machine. Alright, I'm finally in. Oh my god, this is rough. 0 FPS. The frame rate is absolutely terrible. Give me a second. I'm going to lower a few settings. Okay, the FPS has improved, but it's still pretty bad. It's hovering between 15 and 20 FPS with occasional frame drops. To be fair, that's not too surprising for a CPU with just one core. Then I started wondering, can I somehow push this thing to 60 FPS? I switched the game into windowed mode to see if it would help. Oh my god, 53 FPS. Look at that. The game feels dramatically smoother now. I still couldn't ignore the hardware limitations, so I decided to try one small upgrade. I added another 2 GB stick of RAM, bringing the total to 4 GB, and the difference was immediately noticeable. The frame rate increased quite a bit. At its peak, I even saw it climb to almost 130 frames per second. Overall, the experience was actually pretty good, as long as you don't mind the occasional frame drops. But then, another problem showed up. After about 30 minutes of testing Minecraft, the PC suddenly shut itself off. At first I thought the power cable had come loose, but after checking it, everything looked fine. Then I touched the top cover of the case. It was extremely hot. I checked the RAM, then the CPU heatsink. Let's just say my fingers became the temperature sensor. Both were scorching hot. I don't have a thermal camera or a temperature probe, so I powered the system back on and checked HW monitor instead. There it was, 80 degrees Celsius. Oh my god, this thing was basically an oven. I figured the thermal paste had probably dried out years ago, so I replaced it immediately before this poor CPU cooked itself. Alright, let's test it again. Perfect. Now the CPU is sitting at around 50 degrees Celsius. That's a huge improvement. So in the end, I managed to turn an incredibly weak PC that cost almost nothing into a machine that can actually play one of the world's most popular games, Minecraft. Now I'm curious. Besides Minecraft, what else should I try on this little PC? Let me know your ideas in the comments below.
Our first clip of the day was uploaded to the YouTube channel Terra Latente. It's March 2022 and a security guard at the government hospital in Toluca, Mexico was doing his rounds late at night. Everything seems perfectly normal. Well, it isn't until his camera inadvertently catches quite eerie watch. Can be quite hard to see at first, but if you watch that again in slow motion, you can see what looks like a woman in a gown standing at the end of the hall. The camera catches just a glimpse. By the time it swings back around, the figure is gone. It's late at night. All staff have gone home, and this area of the hospital shouldn't have patients wandering the halls. So who or what is standing by the door? There are rumours that this hospital is heavily haunted by former patients who have died here. Visitors reported seeing shadowy people at the end of hallways that seem to vanish into nothing. Some staff members have said their night shifts get so creepy that they've threatened to quit or asked to be moved to another hospital. They say they've seen people walking around in hospital gowns, but when they run after them to ask them to return to their beds, there's no sign of them at all.
Add to these sightings the regular reports of disembodied children's screams, and you've got yourself what sounds like a seriously haunted hospital. But can these stories be believed? Watch the footage again and make your own mind up. When user Space and Flowers uploaded an eerie photo to Reddit, it left the community abuzz with talk of whether or not it shows a real ghost. At first, the photo, which was taken at a children's museum, appears perfectly normal. That is until you take a look at the upper right-hand corner of the image. In the window, you can make out what looks like two dark hands pressed up against the glass. There's even the faint impression of a head and torso. The poster notes that the room is normally used for arts and crafts and that the window is often covered in chalk and paint, as you can see here in this photo. However, the window gets thoroughly cleaned every evening at closing time. Here's a photo of what it normally looks like. The window is clear, and there doesn't appear to be anything that would give the impression of a transparent figure pressing their hands on the glass. So what are we looking at here then? The OP followed up the image by saying that a lot of the cleaning staff at the museum have said that they believe the property is haunted. So are the handprints just leftovers from one of the arts and crafts sessions? If so, then how do you explain the partially visible head in the torso? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this eerie photo in the comments down below. TikTok user to the floor 269 has been sharing some unnerving experiences from their home, claiming that a ghostly presence might be haunting the property. Late at night, strange occurrences have left the uploader and viewers questioning whether there's something more sinister at play. In one video, the OP begins recording after feeling an eerie presence in their living room.
No, I want to see who you are. Leave me alone.
A pole in the room inexplicably moves all on its own.
I need to stay to leave my house. And demand it. No, go.
In another clip, captured on a different night, the activity escalates. While in the kitchen, the OP spots something strange outside the window.
Something was looking at me through the window. And I heard that lady crying against in the kitchen.
Although the video itself doesn't capture the sound, the uploader claims to have heard a woman's screams just moments before. As they continue filming, the situation takes a chilling turn. Watch. A knife suddenly flies across the kitchen, passing dangerously close to the uploader. These eerie events have sparked a lot of speculation among viewers. Is it truly a haunting? Is there another explanation? With more unsettling clips emerging, it seems like this haunting mystery is only deepening. TikToker Jen Barari has been documenting a set of eerie and bizarre events in and around her home for over a year now. We've featured some of her clips before, but it turns out her alleged haunting is much darker and more mysterious than you'd think. It began in November 2021 when Barari uploaded her first video to TikTok showing some strange activity on her property. Take a look. At first, we can hear some kind of high-pitched screeching. Sounds a bit like a dog or fox in the distance. And she shows us something eerie captured on her home security system. Watch. A figure appears out of nowhere, just next to the swing set in her backyard.
Who is that?
A short while later, the figure walks out of sight. You may notice that the timestamp jumps from 2045 to 2047 right when the figure appears. While at first many viewers thought this was evidence of a hoax, Ferrari left a reply saying that she also thought perhaps someone was pranking her and then somehow edited the security footage just to scare her. In a follow-up video, Ferrari says that her house was built back in the late 1700s, featuring an old barn house and the main colonial building that she lives primarily in.
I live on property that was built in the 1700s. There's a colonial house, there's a main house. I'm sorry, there's the colonial house, which is the main house, and then there's the barn house. We're in the main house. I get to go someone by my daughter's playground, okay?
She then shows us some more CCTV footage. This time, some weird sounds are captured. Listen.
I know you hear that. Okay, that's not right.
And more activity can be seen. This time the timestamp doesn't jump, despite the lounge chairs somehow moving on their own. And in this next clip, we hear her back door knocking. When she looks outside, there's no one there.
I'm going out with no fault. This is the worst flashlight that I've ever found. There's literally nobody fucking here. Oh, sorry, there's nobody fucking here.
A lot of people in the comments were worried that Ferrari may have just let something paranormal into her home, stating that you should never open a knocking door when there's no one there.
There's literally nobody.
Several days later, while filming an update video for her wife and daughter who had left the property to stay in the city, Ferrari captures something truly chilling on camera. Oh.
Wow. There's a ton of buzzing.
A dark figure can be seen in the top left window.
Ton of buzzing. Oh.
Bravely, Ferrari heads up into the roof to investigate.
Yeah.
But there doesn't appear to be anyone or anything there. The following morning, the uploader shows the back of the property where an old gravestone sits. It reads, Mike, 1943 to 1954.
I don't know if you can see that, but it says in my, I think 43 to 54.
Ferrari says she had always thought it was just a memorial for a dog. After all the recent activity, she's not so sure anymore.
I always assumed there's a dog in my there's other little stones along the path, but I can't get through there. So
She then shows another stone statue where someone seems to have sliced the head clean off.
It's really weird. So they had that called Uno on the Latino. I just look at the Uno. Short bad. It's like, confidence. I don't know.
Then, in early January 2022, something strange is caught on one of the home's security cameras. Some more CCTV footage. This time we can see one of the swings in the backyard moving. This is followed by some eerie voices. Then in April, Ferrari captures some more eerie security footage of her daughter standing in bed. Prompted by all the activity, Ferrari invites a medium into their home. Here's the conversation.
She's with her friends right now. How next door. You hear that? Okay. If you hear it right now,
So is Jen Ferrari's home really haunted? If a medium refuses to stick around, you have to wonder whether some kind of evil energy really is infesting the property. And what's to be made of all the eerie security footage, the strange noises, and the creepy gravestones? This is an ongoing saga and one we'll keep an eye on. In the meantime, I highly recommend you check out the rest of her videos. As always, I'll put a link in the description box down below. This next eerie image was uploaded to Facebook by Don Fajarski. Some years ago, this couple were dining at a restaurant that was built on top of an old mine. The property is famous for its mining history and prominently displays memorabilia from its bygone years. The couple had this photo taken while dining in the restaurant. However, in the background of the image, you can make out a transparent man floating right in the middle of the room. He looks to have a long beard and is wearing a white button-up shirt, very similar to a miner's uniform. Dom says this is a snap of the physical photo itself, which was developed in a store, meaning it couldn't have been photoshopped.
While there's a slight chance this could be double exposure, the man's uncanny resemblance to an old miner certainly makes this a creepy photo. Our first clip of the day is an eerie little sighting uploaded to TikTok by elkakui.tv. It's late at night and the vehicle is making its way through a dimly lit one-way tunnel. Soon, the driver spots something quite unusual. Come on. As they pass by, you can make out what looks like a small child standing on the side of the road. The passenger and the driver himself asked if that was a kid. Naturally, viewers have come to two possible conclusions, both are just as eerie. The first is that what we're seeing is a genuinely lost child stuck in the middle of the road in a dimly lit tunnel in what appears to be the middle of nowhere. The second conclusion that some viewers reached is that it's an apparition of a child and of someone who sadly lost their lives along this very stretch of road. So either way, both scenarios are sad and eerie. In October 2022, Redditor Phantom881999 posted some bizarre CCTV footage that was captured outside of his dad's workplace. The footage shows a night vision view of a small deserted roadway. It's a little before midnight when something horrible comes into view. Watch. Although distorted, it looks to be two transparent figures hovering along the road. The one in the back walks more upright, while the figure in the foreground is hunched over and almost looks to be walking on all fours. Both shapes are largely transparent, so you can't make any definite features, yet some Redditors have suggested that it reminds them of a demon walking next to a vicious hellhound. Here it is again in slow motion. Other viewers are a bit more skeptical. They think it could just be a normal person smoking a cigarette, which would explain the glowing near the top of the shape, and that they're out walking their very normal dog. However, the strange appearance of the shapes makes others less certain that this video could be showing anything so mundane. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this very strange piece of footage. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. It's thought that children might be more sensitive than adults to the paranormal. Maybe it's just because of their active imaginations, but kids often claim to feel and see things that grown-ups can't. This video, uploaded to TikTok by Paranoid Normal, shows a photograph that might just prove this to be true. The pic was snapped by a young girl on her toy camera. According to the girl's mother, their child had been seeing someone in her room and started refusing to sleep in there. On the day that this photo was captured, the girl and her mother were sitting inside the house all alone. As the girl was taking pictures, she turned and said, "Mummy, there's a man in my photo." Her mother grabbed the camera and was startled to see the dark silhouette of a manly figure standing in their hallway. As the poster says her husband was at work at the time, who or what could this shadowy figure be? Is it possible that the young girl has captured photographic proof that there really is something else inside their home? Perhaps it's time for her parents to believe her. This next clip was submitted to our Slapcam subreddit by user In Love with the Moon. According to them, they recently moved into a new house and had just set up the front porch camera that day. After receiving a notification on their phone, they checked the footage and heard something rather unnerving. Take a listen. The video sounds like it's captured the voice of a woman saying the words, "Help me." It's then followed by another word that's a little more difficult to make out. One viewer thinks the voice actually says, "Help me God," with the word God being drawn out like it's being said by someone in pain. Another viewer thought they could hear, "Help me go home," or "Help me go over." So what do you think the voice is saying? Take another listen to the footage and let me know what you hear in the comments down below. The forests of the world are full of strange and forgotten things. If you look closely, you'll never know what you might just find. Just ask Slapcam fan Jacqueline Faye Mathis. This photo was taken by Mathis's son in the woods near Baltimore, Maryland, in the United States. In these woods, you'll find lots of abandoned monasteries and forts that were used during the American Revolutionary War and the War of 1812. It's within one of these overgrown ruins that Mathis's son and his father were hiking when they came across what appeared to be a wooden cross. They decided to snap a picture with the cross before leaving the desolate old ruins. Later, they noticed something odd. If you look at the bottom of the photo, just to the left of the man's feet, you'll see what appears to be a face peering up from behind the cross. The hikers insist that there was no one else around when they snapped the photo. So could this be the spirit of someone who fought in one of those wars from years gone by? Or was there someone lurking, watching the hikers the whole time? Look closely at the photo and let me know what you think this is in the comments down below. This creepy encounter was uploaded to Instagram by the South American news outlet Infobay. This bus driver from the Salta province of Argentina says he was finishing his shift driving an empty bus back to the depot when suddenly the stop button was pressed as though a passenger wanted to get off. He took out his phone to film what was happening. The driver shows us how strange it is that the stoplight had been activated despite the fact that there's no passengers on board the bus. Now things get even creepier when you listen closely to the footage. In it, you can hear a woman's voice. Translated from Spanish, it sounds like the voice says, "Stop, driver." The bus driver was stumped by the incident and has no way of explaining what happened. There's been no official word from the bus company either, so for now, this very eerie encounter will have to remain a complete mystery. It's not uncommon for people to be scared of the dark. Strange noises, mysterious shadows. Many people talk about the Hat Man or shadow people, beings who they claim to visit them while they sleep. This photo might have captured evidence of just such a visitation. The image, which was posted to Facebook by Mark Summer, was supposedly captured by his friend's 13-year-old daughter. In it, we see the interior of a room. In front of the dresser, there's the unmistakable silhouette of a man wearing a hat. The young girl who captured the pic was experiencing sleep paralysis at the time, a phenomenon during which you feel as though you're awake, but you find you can't move your body at all.
When she finally snapped out of it, she heard a noise coming from across her room. She quickly grabbed her cell phone and took this photo. Many people who experience sleep paralysis are also known to see terror-inducing nighttime visitors. In fact, after this photo was posted online, several viewers said that they too had been visited by a similar figure throughout their lives. Some say that the Hat Man or similar shadowy figure sightings occurred during the period between sleep and waking. But this photo proved that this entity doesn't just lurk in our dream state. Have you ever seen a Hat Man or a shadow person? Maybe it was more than just a figment of your imagination. Our last clip of the day is quite a strange one. It's some security footage from a grocery store. It's uploaded to Instagram by A Guide to Combat. First, everything appears perfectly normal. That is until this happens. Out of nowhere, the man starts acting strangely as though he's seen something horrible just above him. Panics and appears to collapse to the ground. So what did the man see that caused such a drastic reaction? Some people thought the man was just an actor, perhaps playing a prank on the security staff monitoring the cameras. But others aren't so sure, saying the sudden change in behaviour looked quite genuine. So what do you think's going on here? If it's a seizure of some kind, why does he look upwards as though something is coming to get him? There have been a few other clips floating around recently showing people behaving very similarly. I'd love to hear your theories on this bizarre behaviour in the comments down below. For some time now, popular TikToker Diana Estrada 9 has suspected that her house might be haunted. Her daughter regularly says that an imaginary friend lives inside of the house and that they play together. In this clip, while going to get some milk at 12 a.m, something creepy happens. Watch. Watching that again, the daughter runs off into the darkness and says hello to something. She then says, hello girl. Some viewers claim that if you listen closely with headphones, it seems like something says hello back to the girl. A lot of commenters have noted that this would be hard to fake. Getting a child to run into a dark room in the middle of the night just to say hello to something isn't something a typical child would want to do for fun. So could we really be seeing an interaction with a ghost? Watch the clip again and make your own mind up. In 2011, YouTube user Francisco Javier Correa uploaded a fascinating piece of footage from Chile recorded in February 2002 that sparked widespread debate about the existence of USOs, or unidentified submersible objects. The video, captured by the uploader's godfather on a VHS camera during a family outing to the beach, shows a massive object rising out of the sea before mysteriously sinking back down beneath the water. As the family enjoys a day at the beach, the camera suddenly captures what looks like a metallic mass emerging from the sea in the Strait of Magellan. object is described by the narrator as something far too large and unusual to a submarine. The narrator's voice is filled with awe as he points out the strange colours and behaviour of the object. The footage has attracted attention not only for its content, but also for the testimony it's inspired. One commenter claimed to have witnessed the same event on the same day, providing further details of the massive object's appearance and the awe-inspiring sight of it emerging from the water. According to this witness, the object was clearly defined and unlikely to be a man-made platform due to the depth of the water and the strong currents in the area. USOs have long fascinated both researchers and conspiracy theorists alike. Unlike UFOs, which are known for appearing in the sky, USOs are believed to emerge from and submerge into bodies of water, often vanishing without a trace. While UFO sightings date back to ancient times, reports of USOs began gaining traction in the 20th century, often linked to mysterious naval or maritime encounters. The waters off the coast of South America, particularly in Chile, have been hotbeds for strange sightings. Historically, USOs have been reported in a variety of places, from the oceans to large lakes. The famous Shag Harbour incident of 1967, where a strange craft reportedly crashed into the waters off the coast of Nova Scotia, is considered one of the best documented cases. Witnesses, including local fishermen and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, claim to see lights moving underwater before vanishing entirely. Another famous case is the 1963 US Navy sonar tracking of an unidentified object moving at incredible speeds underwater, far beyond the capabilities of any known technology. Some researchers speculate that these USOs are linked to underwater alien bases or advanced extraterrestrial technology. Others suggest they could be experimental military submarines or drones. In either case, the concept of USOs opens up intriguing possibilities about what might be hiding in the depths of the world's oceans, which remain largely unexplored. Some spooky security footage captured at a discount supermarket in the United States has left viewers asking the question, are ghosts real? In mid-September 2022, CCTV footage at a Dollar General store in Humansville, Missouri, captured a strange apparition in one of the offices. The footage was uploaded to YouTube by the Humansville Paranormal Society. At around 2 a.m., the mist-like shape moves from left to right in the back office of the store. It appears, then disappears, leaving no trace whatsoever. The OP's wife, Katrina, used to work at the store. She claims she used to hear all kinds of eerie sounds, including the freezer doors banging closed when there was no one else around. Humansville has a long history, and the site where this Dollar General store now sits used to be an old water tower, the base of which is still present on the property. The town is small, with a population of just over 1,000 people. For years, residents have been reporting strange sightings and eerie experiences in Humansville. One of the most reportedly haunted areas is up at the old Elliott Farm, not far from Simrel Cemetery, about 9 miles west of downtown Humansville. Some locals say that the property is not only haunted, but that it permeates evil. An urban legend says that the former owner of the farm was a cruel and wicked man who would torture animals. One night, after getting into an argument with his brother, he burnt down their barn, which was full of horses, just to teach him a lesson. Months later, the farm owner went missing. His family and local townsfolk led a search party, but there was no sign of him anywhere. Finally, after days of exhaustive searches, they discovered both he and his horse lying dead in a field miles from the farm. No one knows what happened or what he was doing in such a rural part of the neighbouring farm.
Some say a curse or evil presence played a hand in his death. So could Humansville really be haunted? If this CCTV footage is anything to go by, then perhaps the urban legends are true, and a deep paranormal energy really is clinging to this old town. This next one has been doing the social media rounds this past week or so. People are saying it's yet more evidence that we're living in a simulation. This version was uploaded to Instagram by UFO Alien 1. It's downtown Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, and emergency services have gathered to try and remove a bird that appears to be floating in midair. Onlookers appear confused as it looks like the bird is glitching out and hovering in one spot. The sighting has prompted viewers to question whether we are indeed living in a simulated reality. In the early 2000s, Swedish philosopher Nick Bostrom developed the idea that we may be living in a computer-generated simulation. He posited the idea that one or more advanced civilizations might be utilizing vast amounts of computing power to run simulations of historical events and/or alternate timelines or versions of reality. These simulations would be so realistic that the entities inside of them may not realize that they're living in a simulated reality. Researchers have found that certain physical laws like gravity can be explained as information processing. This suggests that our reality may be a digital simulation, much like a computer game. So what do you think? Could this floating bird be a glimpse at an error in the simulation? And what do you think of Bostrom's simulation argument in general? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comments down below. Cemeteries are creepy at the best of times, but if you ever get the chance to visit one after dark, it can be pure nightmare fuel. When the investigators from the YouTube channel Soy Ramses decided to explore an old graveyard, it seems that they probably got more than they bargained for. As the video begins, we see the investigators speaking briefly to the camera.
Pues creo que soy gringo para preguntarnos qué estamos haciendo, porque obviamente pues que estén dos personas de un cementerio es sospechoso y más con el equipo que estamos trayendo por lo que...
However, if you look closely, you'll notice that the paranormal activity might have already started. There's a shadowy figure walking among the graves.
Pues creo que soy gringo para preguntarnos qué estamos haciendo, porque obviamente pues que estén dos personas de un cementerio es sospechoso y más con el equipo que estamos trayendo por nosotros.
The YouTubers then begin their investigation and soon discover what appears to be an empty grave full of muddy water. The grave doesn't seem to be freshly dug, and nothing else around it indicates that it could have been filled by heavy rain. They continue on, and it isn't long before they get a fright while examining some tombstones. Watch. Watching that again, two bottles resting on a nearby grave suddenly topple over. However, there doesn't seem to be anyone else around who could have caused it. The investigators search the area. Then a noise catches their attention. It's when they spot the shadowy figure moving nearby. They give chase, but soon lose sight of it. Then they stumble across a broken brain where they discover something rather unnerving. Take a look.
¿Quién eres? ¿Qué estás haciendo aquí?
While the contents of the bag is probably a little too graphic for YouTube, we'll leave a link to the original video in the description box below, so you can go and check it out for yourself. This next one has also been doing the social media rounds. This version was uploaded to Instagram by the Inexplicable. The clip begins with someone sweeping up a pool of water at what appears to be a cemetery. Soon, something unusual starts happening. Water begins to swirl in a strange way. Given the setting, many viewers were quick to fling this sighting into the realms of the paranormal. Many believe it could be a spirit trying to make contact. A more down-to-earth theory suggests that there could be a gap under the tiles, causing the water to swirl and bubble as it partially drains, or perhaps the water is reacting to a draft coming up through the tiles. Unfortunately, the clip is just too brief to make a definitive call, and without being there in person, it's impossible to know whether there actually is a gap in the tiles or not. Still, it hasn't stopped this clip from going viral, with many certain it's evidence of a spiritual entity making itself known in this old cemetery. This first piece of footage on our list was posted to TikTok by Sesh. It's an excerpt taken from the telecast of the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II. As foreign dignitaries, friends, and loved ones parade ceremoniously past the decorated coffin, several guards stand stoically on the lookout. Suddenly, something rather strange happens to the guard on the bottom right. Take a look. The guard's headpiece begins to fray out to the side as if lifted by some sort of unseen force. Some commenters thought it could be caused by the wind. There is a candle behind the guard that's also flickering. Well, the guests don't appear to be moving fast enough to be stirring up a breeze. Add to that, the headpiece's movement doesn't look like it's being blown about randomly. So is it the Queen playfully making her presence known? Is there another way to explain the movement of the guard's headpiece? Let me know your thoughts on this curious piece of footage in the comments down below. While cameras sometimes catch some pretty unnerving things, most who review their footage are not likely looking out for the paranormal. However, this first clip on our list might just persuade a few to observe a little closer. In the home security footage submitted by Kimberly Carlisle, we can see two parked cars near a house. It's dark outside and there are a few insects flying around the light of the camera. Take a look at what happens next. Out of nowhere, two misty shapes seem to materialize. They move from left to right before disappearing without a trace. If you take a good look at the shape at the top, you can see that it resembles a ghostly person. In fact, one viewer noted that it looked like a woman holding her dress. If you slow the footage down, the resemblance becomes even clearer. It also appears as though the woman has her hair tied up in a bun. She looks like someone from a bygone era. While this could simply be a case of pareidolia, the sudden appearance and disappearance of the shape is certainly mysterious. So what do you think this camera has captured then? Could it be a fleeting glimpse of a ghost? Or is there another way to explain what we're seeing here? Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments down below. Many people are familiar with the story of the Titanic, the largest ocean liner of its time to set sail across the ocean. Have you ever wondered about the spirits of those who went down with the ship? You may indeed start to wonder after seeing this footage from the YouTube channel Ghost Hunt Weekends. The Titanic set sail across the Atlantic Ocean in April of 1912. Unfortunately, most of the passengers never reached their destination in the United States. On April 15, the ship struck a large iceberg in the middle of the ocean, tearing a large hole in the ship's hull. In a matter of hours, the ship sank into the icy waters of the Atlantic, killing 1,500 of its approximately 2,220 passengers and crew, making it one of the deadliest ocean disasters in history. In this video, a team of ghost hunters visit the Titanic Museum, where numerous artifacts from the sunken ship are prominently on display. Evidently hoping that some spiritual energy from the tragically deceased passengers might still be clinging to these artifacts, they try to contact spirits within the museum.
This mirror's going nuts. Can you stop for a second? I'm the guy with the gift.
In an exhibit featuring metal gates from the ship, behind which many lower-class passengers were locked, left to drown as the ship filled with water, they ask any spirits to show themselves.
Can you show yourself to us?
The camera remains focused on the door for quite a while, only panning away briefly. However, when the camera does pan over the gathered crowd, look at the back closely.
Can't hear you if you're in there.
A strange figure in a dark cloak slips behind the eagerly watching onlookers. Those who were there that day say they never saw anyone or anything that fits the description of this eerie dark figure. So is this a spirit that's somehow attached to a remnant from the ill-fated Titanic? Watch the footage again and decide for yourself.
Can't hear you if you're in there. We're gonna leave.
Have you ever tried to communicate with a supernatural entity? There are several gadgets that supposedly aid in contacting ghosts, like the REM pod seen in this clip, but do not really work. You be the judge. When the poster moved into their apartment in late 2019, they began seeing a woman in Victorian clothing as well as a young boy. They would hear knocking coming from their storage closet and see the lights flickering. The poster decided to do some investigation and found that there was once a huge Victorian house on the property that was torn down and replaced with the apartments. They also learned that a widowed woman named Deborah lived in the house with her young son. The poster decided to place a REM pod near the storage closet door to see if they could make contact with Deborah and her son. The video, which was uploaded to our Slapcam Facebook community by V-Team Paranormal, shows the device in action.
Did you used to live in this building?
As the woman in the recording asks the REM pod a series of questions, it responds by illuminating covered lights. Listen to the eerie conversation.
You touched Mr. Red, please? Thank you. Are you with your son? Have you been here a long time?
It seems that the REM pod confirms the woman's suspicions, and that she is indeed dealing with the spirit of a woman named Deborah.
Is your name Deborah? Yes.
Have you had any experience using a REM pod for supernatural investigation? If you have, we'd love to hear about it in the comments down below.
Can you stop right now? Did you like this session?
Paranormies are a supernatural investigation channel here on YouTube. Based in Canada, the team travels around North America in search of ghosts, demons, and other paranormal phenomena. In this episode, one of their lead investigators, Johnny, delves into his past, searching for deeper reasons as to why he's been looking for ghosts his entire life. It begins with Johnny recalling a chilling childhood memory that he shares with his brother. Take a listen.
Subtly and subconsciously, we were both being drawn further away from the pool table to a locked, closed door that was nearest to us.
Spurred on by this childhood encounter, the Paranormies team decide to set up an investigation inside of Johnny's dad's home, where a lot of his childhood belongings still reside. Johnny has always had a deep feeling that something paranormal may have attached itself to his family, even before he was born.
I promised to get back to that story and share the details of everything that happened inside that room before I was even born. But to get you to that point, I need to take you back to present day and why we're filming, where we're filming.
As the team sets up their equipment, strange EVPs get caught on their cameras. Watching that again, a breathy voice can be heard saying, "Mine." Then, moments later, the team's Ovilus, a specialist piece of ghost hunting equipment, says something that spooks Johnny out.
Wow.
The Ovilus says the name David. This has particular meaning to Johnny because his uncle, who also happens to live in this house, has recently been diagnosed with cancer. His name also happens to be David.
That's my uncle who's lives here.
Things begin to ratchet up a notch when the team starts hearing noises around the home. Following this eerie activity, the Paranormies decide to search the home using a modded Xbox Connect SLS camera. These cameras are known throughout the paranormal community to potentially detect entities that the human eye can't see. Take a look from what they catch.
He's in the corner? Right there. Right there. There he is. There's nothing there.
Then seconds later, this happens.
Oh, maybe that wasn't nothing. What's that?
Then a short while later, a door seems to open all by itself.
I just opened.
Later, yet more activity is captured while exploring the garage.
Might have shut it off. What? Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah.
Sometime later, after their spirit box repeatedly says the word help, a strange shadow can be seen passing through the yard.
No. Do you hear that? Yeah, that was a big help, eh?
Compelled by all the bizarre activity, the team decides to run a sensory deprivation session to see if they can contact any spirits that might be present.
Violence. Is there violence between you? It sounds like you're talking about two people. There's violence between the two of you.
Before long, they keep getting the name Harry come through the spirit box.
Harry! Again, Harry! It's a train going by because I'm here. Train tracks. It's called.
It appears something tragic might have happened on the nearby train tracks.
I'm hearing a train going by in my headphones. So loud. And there's some violence here. There's a train going by. You can hear it.
Moments later, some eerie activity is caught on camera.
Did you die in train tracks? Yes. Okay. Did somebody else cause your death? Or did you do it yourself?
kitchen. Work in the kitchen? Which kitchen? It's an old. No. Oh, yeah, it's a guy, yeah.
Towards the end of the session, Johnny suddenly drops the spirit box and begins to act strangely.
Drop a spirit box. Johnny? You okay?
He thinks he hears something in the kitchen.
Someone in the kitchen?
He's clearly dazed and confused. As if all these events weren't enough, there's one final encounter left for the team. Take a look. So what's to be made of this eerie investigation? Could something really have attached itself to Johnny's family all those years ago? And is there still an energy residing in his father's home? If this footage is anything to go by, it certainly does make you wonder whether something paranormal is going on here. There's a lot more to this investigation that we weren't able to cover here. I highly recommend you go check out the Paranormies channel. As always, I'll put a link in the description box down below. Their channel's fantastic. Their production quality is second to none. So head on over, show them some love, and smash that subscribe button. Our last clip of the day was sent to us by Reddit user Canadian Queen Bee. The OP says that she moved into a set of new condos a few years ago. The complex was brand new and there were no previous owners. However, shortly after moving in, things began to turn a little strange. One night after the OP put her children to bed, she noticed a dark figure slip into her bedroom. It stood at the end of her bed and disappeared. Following this eerie encounter, things began to escalate. Lights began flicking on and off throughout the night, chairs would slide across the room without reason, and a heavy, uncomfortable presence could be felt throughout the entire home. Sometime later, the OP was picking up some toys in her living room when her phone inadvertently began filming. Take a look at what it captured. Watching that again, dark shadow moves from left to right. Then, if you listen closely, it sounds like her daughter says, "Who was that?" Freaked out by the incident, the uploader decided to contact a psychic. The medium told the homeowner that they were dealing with a poltergeist and that it was attached to her and not the home itself. They then went on to say that it was the spirit of a friend of theirs who had sadly drowned a year prior. The medium said they were just trying to make contact. The OP mentioned that a lot of the details the psychic said were spot on, making them believe that what they were saying was the real deal. Despite this information, the homeowner believes there could also be a second presence inside of the home. They claim there's also a male energy that lingers in the house, one that isn't friendly at all. It feels dark and uncomfortable, the homeowner said. In fact, a neighbour said that they were moving out of the apartment complex because they believed their condo was haunted too. They said there was a dark male entity inside of their house that was becoming too hard to ignore. While the story itself is creepy enough, when you pair it with the phone's footage of the strange shadowy figure, it certainly does make you wonder whether something paranormal could really be happening here. Our last clip of the day has been spooking the internet for over 13 years. It's a brief home recording of some friends chatting in a house. It was uploaded to the YouTube channel like 6 with a brief description that says, "Check this out, my friend got freaked out by a real ghost." Take a look at what the camera's caught.
Oh, jeez, of course. Oh my God. What? What's wrong? It's just that 500.
As one of the friends freaks out, you can see a strange apparition in the background.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. What?
It's as though only this one girl can see it, as the rest of the group look around, trying to figure out why she's getting so upset. If we slow it down, the figure in the background just seems to dissolve into nothing. Back in 2009, this video went viral, with many calling it proof that ghosts really do exist. It spread through email threads and forums and sparked many a paranormal debate. However, a year later, the Light's 6th channel released a teaser trailer to a documentary called The Science of Scams. The host, Darren Brown, explains that they released a series of deliberate hoax videos onto the internet to see if any would catch on. In the snippet, we can see the previous ghost sighting.
A website created by a team on a global mission to make the world truly question the paranormal. Earlier this year, they created hoax videos of 7 different events which appear to be paranormal phenomena.
So it would seem this ghost sighting is 100% a hoax and was designed purely to catch people out so they could later feature it in their documentary.
What's wrong? Just that no.
This one was submitted to our Slackcam subreddit, and its true origins are unknown. It's believed to be some security footage captured on a farm somewhere in Peru. Take a look at what the cameras have captured. Watching that again, what at first looks like a person sitting cross-legged in a field quickly becomes something a whole lot stranger. The person stands up and appears to change into a funnel of black mist. It then appears to look down the well, right as another strange black orb flies off to the left. While it's possible the low compression rate of the security camera could be causing the person to distort, there is something about the way they peer into the well that seems wholly unsettling. Whatever it is, it looks to slink about, and it even has glowing eyes at the very beginning of the clip. Unfortunately, that's all we know about this clip. It's lacking any solid information, so it's impossible to dig deeper into the sighting. So, unless more info comes to hand, this unsettling sighting will have to remain a mystery. This next one isn't about ghosts at all, but it's freaky nonetheless. When TikTok user Lovna Texo caught a spider in her garage, she couldn't have known the bizarre discovery she was about to make. Take a look.
Every time I touch my phone, it's freaking tap it. Look, forget. I'm tapping the table and nothing. And I go grab my phone and I touch the camera. It's like it's filled with camera.
As you can see, when she taps her phone, it makes the spider react inside of the jar.
Look, forget.
Yet when the table's tapped, the spider doesn't move at all.
I'm tapping the table and nothing. And I go near my phone and I touch the camera. It's like it's filled with camera.
There are 3 possible explanations here, and they all relate to the way modern smartphones use autofocus. Active autofocus systems measure distance independently of the optical system. They do this using either infrared light, ultrasonic sound waves, or using a time-of-flight principle which shines an LED light to the subject, measuring the distance it takes to hit the target.
It's possible then that this spider is reacting to one of these autofocus methods.
Every time I touch my phone, it's freaking advertising. Look, look, look.
So after all this, hopefully this little guy's spidey senses aren't tingling too hard.
Touch the camera. It's like it feels like. Okay, wait, stop camera. Okay, go. Ah, that was so weird.
When you're moving to Japan or moving in Japan, you want to think about when you.
Anthony, the TikTok creator behind the popular page Anchan in Japan, typically shares content about life in Japan as an expat. His channel, known for covering topics like food, daily life, and especially the ins and outs of Japanese real estate, often features insightful tours of rental properties.
We're looking at an apartment that's literally outside Canal City.
However, one recent video has taken a much eerier turn, captivating viewers with a chilling and unexpected twist. While conducting a routine house tour in Fukuoka, Anthony's camera captures something eerie. What?
Today we have a classic Japanese home, starting with a very nice tatami room. This house will run you a monthly rent of 12万円. This 4-bedroom home is in a wonderful location.
Watching that again, as he pans past the living room, a shadowy figure appears in the frame, standing behind the room divider. However, when he looks behind the wall, there's clearly no one there.
This 4-bedroom home is in a wonderful location. 3-minute walk away from the supermarket.
The clip has since gone viral, racking up over 4 million views and sparking countless theories in the comments section. Some viewers have taken the eerie encounter in stride, joking that they wouldn't mind splitting rent with the ghost. Others, however, are far more creeped out, trying to unravel what the shadowy figure could actually be, whether a trick of the light or something more supernatural. Despite the buzz surrounding the video, Anthony has yet to comment on the sighting, leaving viewers to speculate on their own. So what do you think this is? Love to hear your thoughts and theories in the comments down below.
This house will run you a monthly rent of 12万円. This 4-bedroom home is in a wonderful location. 3-minute walk away from a supermarket.
Our first clip of the day was sent to us by user 5007Z. They said they had recently been hearing what sounded like someone running on the roof of their home in Thibodaux, Louisiana, over the course of several weeks. They couldn't quite explain what was causing the noise. Then they got a notification from their home security system that movement had been detected. Take a look at what their camera caught. Camera overlooks their neighbour's roof, where you can see a transparent figure run from right to left. Camera tries tracking the movement, but the figure disappears. So could this be the reason for the running sounds on the opening's roof? There's definitely something there, as the camera is activated by motion and it even tries to track it. But just what it is remains a complete mystery. Some security footage that people claim to depict supernatural events is disturbing because of its banality, because of how closely it matches our everyday experiences. Then there's this footage from YouTuber Terra Latente. The footage appears to be from a security camera set to night mode mounted in a high corner of a hallway. As the footage begins, we see a person standing in a corner, face and body only inches from the wall. After a few seconds, something black flies off to the right. Then the camera glitches heavily. And watch what happens next. An empty wheelchair rolls through the room. The person then turns to the camera. You can see that her eyes seem to glow in the dim light of the room. It's unclear when or where this footage was recorded, nor do we know who the person in the footage could be. Some viewers have suggested it could just be a snippet from a horror movie, but no one's been able to identify which film exactly. So let us know, have you seen this clip before? Is it just a movie, or could it be some real security footage? Let us know down below. This freaky little clip was uploaded to TikTok by elkakui.tv. Over the last few months, this husband began noticing his wife experiencing a restless sleep. She'd toss and turn and often talk in her sleep. Over a period of a few weeks, the behaviour got worse and worse. Curious to see what was happening while he was sleeping, the husband set up a camera to monitor his wife throughout the night. This is what the camera captured. Wife sits up in bed and opens her mouth wide. Her neck twitches before she slams back down onto the mattress. While this isn't paranormal at all, it's still incredibly unnerving to see her sit up and grin like that right in the middle of the night. If you were the husband, would you be sleeping in the same bed the next night? Let me know down below. Our first clip of the day was posted to Reddit by user Omar1R03. It's footage of two men exploring a collapsed cave system in Jordan. As they approach a filled-in tunnel, have a look at what they see. As one of the men removes several rocks, you can see some kind of face on the other side. Almost looks like a person covered in dust or some kind of disfigured animal. The Redditor who uploaded the clip asked the question whether this could be a ghost or a jinn. According to Arabic folklore, jinns are paranormal beings. They're believed to inhabit an unseen world parallel to our own. It's said that they can cross into our world, but we can't cross into theirs. In some traditions, jinns are malevolent beings who enjoy causing mischief and harm to humans. In other traditions, they're neutral or even benevolent beings that can help or harm humans depending on their mood or whim. They're described as having dark, soulless eyes, sharp claws and teeth with elongated fingers. Reactions to this clip have been varied over on Reddit, but most people were freaked out by the eerie sighting. One plausible explanation suggested it could be a toy doll covered in dirt, and if you slow it down, you can almost see the resemblance. But it's still freaky nonetheless. So what do you think? Is this a jinn, a doll, or could it be some kind of cryptid yet to be classified by modern science? Let us know in the comments down below. At first, this next one, uploaded by Instagrammer Paranoid Normal, seems to be a cute dog video. But as the video plays out, it starts getting a little weird. The video shows a dog standing among a group of decorative black cats that someone's placed in the front yard as a Halloween decoration. But the dog doesn't move a muscle for a strange amount of time, almost as though he's frozen. Fabric. Hey, come on. Matt. While you might think this is just an adorably petrified pooch, take a close look at the dog's back end. Not even his tail is moving. Anyone who's ever been around a dog knows that they have trouble keeping their tails still for long, especially when they're stuck straight out in the air like this. To make matters even creepier, towards the end of the video, the dog suddenly seems to unfreeze. beginning to wag his tail and greeting his humans without a care in the world. Hey, it's okay, dude. Hey, come on. Come. Viewers have a lot of theories about this strange footage. Some think it was a glitch in the fabric of reality. Others suggested it might be some kind of absence seizure, and yet some think it was a totally normal reaction to this breed of dog. So where do you sit on this one? Share your theories with one another in the comments down below. Hey, it's okay, dude. Hey, come on. Come on. Come on. An unsettling episode featured on the YouTube channel Fourth Wall explores the eerie paranormal activity surrounding an abandoned sewing machine factory in Japan with a dark and tragic history. Years ago, the factory's president took his own life under mysterious circumstances, leaving the once bustling building to decay. As the story unfolds, viewers are guided through unsettling encounters and unexplained events captured by someone known only as videographer S, who has taken on the task of investigating the haunted site. The president's daughter, Mariko, initially tried to assist foreign employees after her father's passing, helping them find new jobs. However, the workers left abruptly, claiming they had been frightened away by the ghost of the president himself. Noriko recounts her own strange experiences while visiting the factory, including glimpses of something unusual during her visits. As videographer S captures footage within the factory, he begins to notice eerie phenomena. On the third floor, they capture this on camera. A shadowy figure can be seen walking up the stairs. However, when they look up the stairs, they find a locked door, no sign of anyone. Creepy thing is, the locked door heads to the roof, where the company's president allegedly took his own life by jumping off the roof. The videographer becomes increasingly uneasy, questioning whether it's the president's ghost haunting the factory, or if there might be another malevolent entity at play. Adding to the mystery, the factory's demolition was halted when one of the workers suffered an injury on site, prompting further speculation about a possible curse tied to the factory's troubled past. The episode leaves viewers with an unsettling sense of mystery as the haunting atmosphere of the abandoned factory continues to move large. With its Egyptian cotton sheets, high-speed Wi-Fi, and that certain charm of yesteryear, Jefferson Hotel in Texas is quite inviting to guests. And while the hotel plays home to a wide variety, it seems that some guests may have never left. Posted to the historic Jefferson Hotel YouTube channel, these next clips might just show some of these ghostly residents. This first clip is an excerpt of footage captured by a security camera slightly before 4 a.m.
I got a notification of motion on one of our upstairs camera, which I thought was weird because no one was in the hotel except my wife and I. You can see I got the notification and I immediately ran up the stairs.
The hotel's owner received a notification that someone was walking in the hallway, and seeing that there were no guests staying in the hotel at the time, he decided to check things out for himself. While he was unable to find anything out of the ordinary when he reviewed the security footage, something rather eerie caught his attention.
There it is. So to me, that was a person walking by. I was like, okay.
So we searched the hotel, like I said, and as you can see, there's a figure that moves past the green door at the end of the hallway. Right there. Okay. So you can't really tell what it is, but it's still zoomed all the way. If we zoom in, you can see the ghostly figure in more detail. Definitely looks like a solid figure. The owner then points out that a few minutes prior to the sighting, the lamp at the end of the hallway mysteriously turns off.
What else is weird is prior to this, you'll notice the lamp was on at the end of the hall. And it goes off. There it goes. This was about 37, 37. Yeah, about 2 or 3 minutes prior to the event.
The green door seen in this footage actually belongs to room 19, a place that's said to be a particularly volatile hotspot of paranormal activity. The hotel itself has a long and checkered history. At one time, it was a bordello, and room 19 was the site of a young woman's murder. She's now said to appear in the mists of hot showers and supposedly leaves messages in room 19's bathroom mirror. Sometimes her scribblings seem like warnings, and at other times, pleas for help. The name Judy has been seen, but it's unclear if it's actually her name or someone she yearns to contact. A second ghostly entity thought to haunt room 19 is another young woman. She's said to appear most often to male guests who are travelling alone and can be recognised by her bridal gown and golden hair and feet that never touch the ground. While this spirit has been spotted all over the hotel, she seems to usually haunt a specific bed, now located in room 19. The woman's identity is unconfirmed, but she's thought to be one of 2 women who visited the hotel some 50 years apart. Both women are said to have suffered the same fate. Both were jilted at the altar and subsequently took their own lives on the bed that now sits in room 19. In this second clip, captured in the hotel, we see the owner working in the hallway. Suddenly, one of the doors seemingly opens all by itself. According to the description, the poster says he heard a voice coming from the rear of the hotel just before it opened. His first thought was that the door might not have been closed all the way. However, he'd been walking back and forth for hours and nothing had happened. The creepiest part is he claims he actually heard the door's handle unlatch. Apparently, the Jefferson Hotel doesn't get a lot of paranormal activity on its lower floor. However, this next clip was captured on a security camera in the downstairs hallway. Take a look what it captured.
So the white area right up top is where you need to watch. You're going to see something peer out right there and then go down.
Just like the first video, this one was captured a little before 4 a.m.
in the morning.
As you can see, a mysterious figure seems to poke its head out from one of the rooms, then quickly go back inside.
And it goes back in. I'll do the movement side by side. I'll show you. Weird movement. I don't know exactly, like I said, what it was.
While the figure is hard to make out, it looks as though it has dark hair and is wearing a white top or dress.
Weird movement. I don't know exactly, like I said, what it was.
According to the poster, there were no guests staying on that floor at the time. There were some who moved through the hallway, however. No one was seen entering or leaving this particular room. This final clip was supposedly captured by a guest staying at the hotel. It appears to show a doll moving behind the bed.
Yeah. So something's peering out. So did it do it twice then?
The doll remains still for a few more seconds before finally toppling to the floor.
It just fell over. Right. That is creepy. Even the way it falls.
Almost, you see it, almost like you're like Grim Reaper gonna hit you, stop there.
So it seems that if you're a paranormal enthusiast, the Jefferson Hotel might be a great place to spend the night. There are plenty more creepy videos on their YouTube channel too. As always, I'll leave a link to their channel in the description box down below. This next freaky little clip was uploaded to YouTube by Carrie E. In February 2021, the uploader's home security system captured an anomaly moving through their living room. Take a look at what the camera saw. The camera, which turns on when motion is detected, captures a strange black shadow moving through the room. Once the figure leaves the side of the camera, the system changes from night vision to full color, as though it's trying to capture the object properly. The homeowner has no idea what this thing is, but asks whether it could be a shadow person. When it comes to the paranormal, one of the most popular topics are shadow people. But what are they exactly? Shadow people have often been described as dark human-like figures that are often seen in fleeting moments at the corner of our eyes. Some say they're ghosts or spirits, while others believe they're extraterrestrial beings or even entities from other dimensions. There is no definitive answer, but that doesn't stop people from wondering. There have been many reports of shadow people over the years, with some even claiming they've seen them multiple times. One thing that is consistent in these accounts is that the shadow people are always dark and lack any facial features. This has led many to believe that they might actually just be shadows or perhaps hallucinations caused by a lack of sleep, but there's no scientific explanation for why they've been seen by so many people and why the accounts are all so similar. So could this be video evidence that shadow people really do exist? Or is there another way to explain this strange sighting? Share your theories with one another in the comments down below. On November 13, 2023, YouTuber Look to the Sky 00 experienced a hauntingly surreal encounter in the dead of night. At around 3:25 a.m, as they sat in bed playing bingo on their laptop, they were interrupted by a strange sound drifting in through their open bedroom window. At first, the noise was faint, so they needed the TV to listen more closely. When the sound returned, they were startled to recognise what sounded like a horse's neigh echoing across their property, which has a history as an old horse farm that is now eerily vacant. Armed only with their cell phone, they recorded the sound, catching something far more chilling in the process. Take a look. It can be hard to see at first, but a white figure can be seen pacing up and down the driveway. The ghostly apparition appears to move along the sidewalk. Behind their car. And eventually towards the barn before disappearing altogether. Capturing both the strange horse sounds and the mysterious figure, the OP could see the translucent entity with their own eyes, as well as through the camera's lens. According to the YouTuber, this isn't the first strange experience of their century-old farmhouse, which has a reputation for paranormal activity. But this incident is the first time they've managed to capture something on camera, leaving viewers fascinated and unnerved by the sight of an unknown figure pacing where horses once roamed. Our last clip of the day comes from the YouTube channel Kisa Keka Dupan. It's some home security footage of a boy playing some video games, and suddenly things turn a little strange. Take a look. Watching that again, 2 doors open on either side of the room. The boy notices them, but doesn't pay them too much attention. Suddenly, it's as though something grabs the boy's chair and pulls him backwards. He screams for his mum and runs from the room. Most viewers have been freaked out by this footage, saying that the boy's reaction feels quite genuine. So what do you think? Could this boy really have been attacked by some kind of paranormal force? Watch the clip again and judge for yourself. A few weeks ago, we featured this eerie clip from TikToker Martina Manar. Well, it seems this alleged haunting is a little deeper and darker than we first thought. Manar lives with her family in Dubai. For some months now, she's thought a very dark energy has taken up residence in their home. Disembodied screams, moving objects, and shadowy figures are just a few of the chilling details that make up the Manar family haunting. The events started getting so frequent that Manar started to document as much as she could to try and prove to the outside world that something paranormal was indeed happening. In this first one, Manar is filming a cute family update for her husband. That's what happens. Out of nowhere, the curtains fall down and the wardrobe door flings open. The family leaves the room in a panic. Now, here's some security footage that's picked up on some more strange activity. In another clip, Manar shows the wardrobe again. This time, the door appears to be opening and closing on its own.
The door. It's another crazy.
As if all this activity wasn't enough, the lounge room security camera catches this. Watching that again, the door begins to bang. A few seconds later, the chair slides across the room. And it looks like something grabs Manar's top and starts pulling at it. So could this family really be haunted? Some viewers think the footage is a little over the top, suggesting wires and camera tricks are being used to pull in those much sought-after views. This is an ongoing saga and one we'll continue to keep an eye on. As always, I'll put links for you to check them out in the description box down below. If you can't get enough of the scary videos, then click these links on the screen right now, and I'll see you in the next one.
This is my workspace, and this is the PC I use whenever I want to relax at the games. I've been using it for a long time, and to be honest, I was getting tired of looking at the same thing every day. Then an idea hit me.
What if I turn this PC into a real aquarium? I'm going to build a complete ecosystem inside this case, one that can actually keep fish alive and thriving. Alright, let's get started. I'm not gonna lie, I have zero experience building an aquarium, so there's a very real chance this project could end in disaster. Hopefully it doesn't. Don't worry though. You'll find out how it turns
Here's
out
your
soon.
reminder.
Before I start
Tinker
taking
pills.
this PC apart, I need a solid plan. Step 1. Rearrange the internal components to make room for the aquarium. Step 2. Figure out how to build a completely watertight fish tank inside the case. Step 3. Add aquatic plants and decorations to create a proper underwater environment. And finally, step 4. Introduce the fish and see if they actually enjoy their new home. As you can see, there really isn't much empty space inside this PC. Trying to fit an aquarium in here without sacrificing the original hardware just isn't realistic. So instead of gutting the entire system, I'm only going to replace the bulky components with more compact ones and remove anything that isn't absolutely necessary. The goal is simple. When this project is finished, I still want this machine to be a fully functional gaming PC. The first thing to go is this massive air cooler. In its place, I'm installing a low-profile CPU cooler that's only about 5 centimeters tall. Next up is the graphics card. I'll be replacing it with a low-profile GPU, which is also only around 5 centimeters in height. I also removed all of those flashy RGB fans. Not because I don't like RGB much, but because I need the space for something much more interesting. Now that I've finally cleared out enough room, I can move on to what is, without a doubt, the biggest challenge of this entire project. But then I ran into another problem. The motherboard was still too large, sticking out by about 3.5 centimeters. That's when an idea hit me. What if I swapped it for a mini ITX motherboard instead? And boom. Just like that, I gained a huge amount of extra space. Exactly what I needed for the next stage. One thing is certain. This PC was never designed to hold water. It's going to need some pretty serious modifications. And now we've reached the hardest part. Looking at this empty space, can you already see the problem? My plan is to build an aquarium right here inside the case, fill it with sand and aquatic plants, and eventually have real fish swimming through it. I know, that's a pretty ambitious goal, and there's still a long way to go before I get there. The biggest challenge is the shape of the case itself. This isn't a simple rectangular box. I want the aquarium to stretch across both sides of the chassis, creating one continuous L-shaped tank. That means every measurement has to be extremely precise before I can start cutting any materials. For the tank itself, I chose clear acrylic sheets. They're thick, strong, and transparent, which should let me build a clean-looking L-shaped aquarium that's sturdy enough to safely hold water. Now, let's see if I can actually pull this off. Before I could move any further, there was one problem I had to deal with. As you can see, one of the side panels had a cracked acrylic window. Those spiderweb cracks looked terrible, so there was no way I was leaving it like that. The only option was to cut it out. Now, I'm not going to lie, this part was a little sketchy. One wrong move, and a piece of acrylic could have flown straight into my face. So I took my time and made sure to do it as safely as possible. With that out of the way, it was time for a job that was less dangerous, but a whole lot more challenging. I needed to carefully measure and cut 6 separate acrylic panels, arranging them in a way that would maximize every bit of space inside the case. The first piece was the bottom panel. I supported it with a few PVC foam spacers underneath, which gave it a nice solid foundation. Next came the side walls. I measured each panel individually and glued them together from the inside out. Before attaching each acrylic piece, I peeled off the protective film first. It might seem like a small detail, but once the panels are glued together, there's no way to remove that film after. To hold everything in place, I used super glue as a temporary tap. Later, I reinforced every joint with a waterproof sealant. So at this stage, I just needed the pieces to stay aligned. Then I moved on to the next side panel. One thing I paid close attention to was making sure every edge was perfectly flat. The tighter the joints fit together, the stronger the tank would be, and more importantly, the less likely it would be to leak. But after installing the second panel, I realized I'd created another problem. If I continued building the third wall, there wouldn't be much room left around the PC hardware. Over time, that could trap heat and cause cooling issues. Luckily, I noticed there was still unused space at both the top and the bottom of the case, so I came up with a new cooling plan. I installed 2 intake fans at the bottom to pull fresh air into the system, and 1 exhaust fan at the top to push the hot air back out. To power them, I I tapped into the Molex power connector and connected the fan control cable to the motherboard. Perfect. Everything fired up exactly as planned. With the airflow sorted out, I could finally install the remaining acrylic panels and complete the aquarium enclosure. At this point, I noticed another issue. The inside of the tank was getting pretty cramped. If I glued the last panels in place first, it would be almost impossible to reach inside and apply the waterproof sealant properly. So I decided to seal every joint before closing the tank completely. One important thing to keep in mind is that this sealant skins over in about 30 minutes to an hour, but it takes a full 24 hours to cure completely. Only then does it reach its full strength and become safe for continuous contact with water. Even then, I wasn't quite finished. To make the tank as strong as possible, I added small triangular reinforcement pieces to every inside corner. They don't look like much, but they dramatically increase the strength of the tank when it's filled with water. And considering what's at stake if this thing ever springs a leak, I'd much rather overbuild it than take any chances. At this point, it was 11 p.m., and this was everything I managed to accomplish in a single day. There's still a long way to go, but I think that's enough for today. I'm going to get some sleep, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow morning.
2,000 years later.
All right, I'm back. The first job today is cutting an opening in the top panel of the case. This will give me access to the aquarium later, so I can add the substrate, aquatic plants, decorations, and eventually the fish. The reason I'm doing this now is pretty simple. When you cut into metal, tiny metal shavings go everywhere. If the aquarium were already finished, cleaning all of those fragments out of the tank would be a nightmare. So it's much safer to get this part out of the way first. Once that was done, I installed the final 2 acrylic panels, officially completing the tank. While applying the waterproof sealant, I also masked off the edges with painter's tape. It takes a little extra time, but it keeps the sealant lines clean and gives the whole tank a much more professional finish. With the last seam sealed, all I could do was wait. The sealant needs another 24 hours to fully cure before it's safe for holding water. While waiting, I headed out to pick up everything I'd need to decorate the aquarium. The first thing on the list was aquarium safe. Straight out of the bag, it was surprisingly dirty, so I gave it a thorough rinse with water first. That step is actually really important because it removes all the fine dust, helping keep the water much clearer once the tank is finally filled. After 24 hours, the wait was finally over. The sealant had fully cured, and the aquarium was now solid and ready to hold water. The first thing I did was pour all of the sand I'd prepared into the tank, then carefully spread it out to create an even layer across the bottom. With the substrate in place, it was time to start decorating. I had prepared a piece of driftwood that was already attached to 2 rocks, giving it a stable base. Then, using aquarium-safe glue, I attached several aquatic plants to the driftwood. It instantly made the layout look much more natural, and brought the whole aquarium to life. Next, I added a clump of aquatic Java fern, placing it neatly in one corner of the tank. It looked good, but something was still missing. To make the aquascape feel more natural, I added a few larger rocks to create some depth, almost like a miniature riverbed. Even then, I wasn't completely satisfied, so I scattered a layer of smaller stones around the base to blend everything together and give the substrate a much cleaner look. With the layout finished, it was time to move the aquarium back into the PC case. I wanted it in its final position before filling it with water, because once it was full, the extra weight would put a lot more stress on the acrylic panels. And now, the moment I've been waiting for throughout this entire project. Time to fill the tank with water. To keep the aquascape from being disturbed, I placed a plastic bag over the substrate and poured the water onto that instead of directly onto the sand. The tank holds about 10 liters of water. And success! The aquarium stayed completely solid, with no leaks whatsoever. Once it was filled, it honestly looked like a tiny underwater ecosystem that come to life inside the PC. The next step was installing an air pump to provide oxygen for the fish. I also added 2 LED lights to brighten up the aquarium and really bring the whole setup to life. And now, the moment I've been looking forward to the most, adding the fish. I chose Dumbo guppies for this build. Watching them explore their new home was incredibly satisfying. I couldn't stop smiling as they swam around the tank for the very first time. The aquarium looked amazing, but there was still one big question left. Would the PC still work? Let's find out. Oh my god, it boots. Everything powered on perfectly, and honestly, the PC's RGB lighting makes the whole setup look even better. It adds a beautiful glow to the aquarium, and I can even change the colors whenever I want. The best part is that my biggest concern never became a problem. Temperature stayed right where I wanted it. The CPU hovered around 60 degrees Celsius, while the GPU stayed at roughly 40 degrees Celsius, even with the aquarium installed. I honestly couldn't be happier. console. It's the perfect combination of a gaming PC and a living room. I can get work done, feed the fish, and watch them swim around, all on the same desk. They're ridiculously cute, and I absolutely love how this project turned out. I hope you enjoyed it too. If you did, let me know what you think down in the comments.
Is anybody up here?
A man is searching his own attic when something terrifying happens.
Hey, is that?
Brian lives in a house that backs onto national forest in the Appalachian Mountains, and for the first 4 or 5 years on the property, everything was completely normal. Then he started hearing things from his shed, feeling of being watched whenever he walked near it, strange noises drifting out of the attic space above, the kind of low-level wrongness that wouldn't go away. So Ryan, who posts scary videos under username Paul Just Ryan, set up a camera pointed at the entrance to the attic and let it roll. What he caught on the recording over the next minute is genuinely difficult to dismiss. But the worst of it was still to come. Ryan's first thought was that something had gotten into the attic. To what he heard didn't sound like any animal he could place. The footage didn't stop there. Ryan's interior shed cameras caught something else entirely. Footage continues. And his outdoor cameras picked up something stranger. Then there's the local context. According to Ryan, the story had been circulating in the area for a few days at the time. A 7-year-old boy had reportedly gone missing while playing near a lake with other children.
It was like 4 or 5 kids that were playing out here, going fishing and everything, and the kid fell in about right here. If you look down at the bottom, you can barely see, but this is only about 3 or 4 feet at the max.
The boy fell into the water, but the lake was only 3 or 4 feet deep. The other kids jumped in to look for him and couldn't find him. Adults arrived, search boats went out, and the boy was still nowhere.
Jumping in, looking for him and everything, and none of them could find him. It's like he completely vanished. It's like he was wiped off the face of the earth.
4 or 5 days later, the boy was reportedly found alive, over 100 miles from the lake, knocking on a stranger's front door in the middle of the night.
They found this young boy 120 miles away from here on somebody's front porch in the middle of last night asking for help.
Ryan stresses the story is alleged, but he can't shake it.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, man? I'm glad he's safe, but no one can figure out what the hell just happened.
In this clip, Ryan finally works up the courage to climb into the attic himself. What he filmed up there is the footage we opened with.
Is anybody up here? God. Is anybody up here?
You can see something moving in the dark.
Hey, is that?
In this final clip, Ryan decides to fully investigate the area. With the camera still rolling, he searches the space.
Boxes, wood. I mean, this stuff is old, bro. Look at this. Rebuild, 2001, 2013.
He finds nothing up there. No animal, no person, no nest, no explanation.
This stuff is old. I mean, from whatever the video sounds like, I don't even know how you can make this much noise up.
So whatever's living above his shed in the Appalachian woods doesn't seem interested in being found.
Hey, is that?
Here's a quick little life hack before we get back to the creepy footage, and it comes from today's video sponsor, Free Cash. One thing I've added to my daily routine recently is using Free Cash for a few minutes here and there. I'm already on my phone every day playing mobile games anyway, so I might as well make some money while doing it. Free Cash is a platform where you can earn real money by completing offers, playing games, and doing surveys. I picked a game I already liked, played it for a bit, and the earnings started stacking up. Yeah, this is all recorded directly from my phone. They've got a huge user base too, over 60 million users worldwide, a strong Trustpilot rating, and more than 250 million paid out. One thing I really like is how simple the withdrawals are. You can cash out with just $25 on PayPal, crypto, gift cards, and more. There's over 5,000 offers on here, so there's always something new to try. So if you want to try Free Cash, just use my link in the description box down below there, or you can scan that QR code right there, and you'll get a $10 bonus after completing your first offer. I'll also keep you in the loop on how much I earn in the coming weeks as well. But in the meantime, let's get back to the creepy footage. Willow Hunter just moved into a new flat with his cat Carrie, and within a day, she's acting strange. She'll be sitting next to him on the sofa, and then snap her head toward the corridor, jump down, and dart over to investigate something he can't see.
First moved in, she sat herself right here, just looking really fast into the corridor, and then just turning back and just they just shoot off, jumping down, or I'll look in the corridor to see what's going on. Nothing going on.
The first night in the new place, she did it again, in bed. Right after she looked, Willow Hunter heard a bang from someone on the flat.
I went to bed on the same night, and she started doing it when I was in the bed with her. And then when she did it, I heard this bang right after she closed, and that creeped me out a bit. But now, she's just refusing to go downstairs.
By morning, Carrie is refusing to go downstairs at all. Willow Hunter offers tuna and treats, but she keeps running back upstairs every time he tries to carry her down.
She came down for a place a bit earlier. She came down. And looked like she's freaking out upstairs.
Alright. Alright. Come back down.
She's straight back upstairs.
You're interested in who's down here?
Willow Hunter says he's never been into the paranormal. But Carrie isn't his first cat. Her son Moses once let out a single loud, unnatural meow and died 5 minutes later. Moses had been fit and healthy with no warning, no illness, and no obvious cause.
I was just doing that. It's just like, it's really weird meow. It wasn't as scary as when Moses did that. It's where you did that meow and knew something was wrong. When you just really died. But, yeah, what happens to her?
All right, Carrie.
Don't come back down.
Now Carrie has started making the exact same sound.
Hopefully she'll be alright. Really weird. I didn't catch it on camera. It's just
She's came downstairs.
Now here's where things start to get really eerie. Here's some security footage captured at 3 in the morning, showing Kari in the kitchen. The activity didn't stop with the cat. Days later, Willow Hunter heard his kitchen tap turn on by itself at 3 a.m. and pulled up his security camera once more. Here's the photo. While clearing space on his hard drive, Willow Hunter found a picture taken on the staircase. Carrie is clearly visible at the top of the stairs.
So we've got Kari. So that's Kari there.
At the bottom of the stairs, there's a second cat, and Willow Hunter has no way of explaining its presence. So what's actually going on in this apartment? An otherwise healthy cat dying within minutes, objects moving on their own, there seems to vibe that seems to be getting worse. Love to hear your theories on this one in the comments below.
So we've got Kari. So that's Kari there.
A woman ran a photo of the dog through an AI filter, expecting it to fill in the empty space around him. Instead, the filter showed her dead mother sitting on the couch beside him. The filter is called Bittersweet Memories, and it's been trending on TikTok. You feed it a photo, and the AI generates a wider angle of the same scene, pushing out the frame, filling in the space the camera missed. It's supposed to be a bit of fun. This particular woman snapped a photo of her dog on the couch and ran it through. When the expanded image came back, there was a figure beside the dog who hadn't been there. A woman sitting on the couch, not just any woman, but one who looked exactly like her late mother. She posted side-by-side comparisons with photos of her mum from when she was alive. The hair, the posture, the face, all consistent with someone who'd been gone for some time. The first instinct was that the AI had glitched and generated a random figure, but the resemblance was too specific. It was as though her mother had been sitting on their couch the whole time, just kind of funny. The reaction in the comments split. Some viewers found the image comforting, a digital glimpse of someone they could no longer hold. Others were less convinced. Several pointed out that the figure looked subtly wrong, distorted in a way they couldn't articulate. A number suggested it wasn't her mother at all, something more sinister, a demonic entity wearing the face of a loved one to draw her in. If the figure is her mother, the AI is doing something it shouldn't be able to do. If it isn't, something has been sitting on her couch all along, and now it has a face.
This tree, I know this tree well. This that thing was not real.
It's not in any of his childhood photos. It doesn't appear on Google Maps satellite view, and the man who lives there says it's getting closer to his house every day.
I feel it's been getting closer. We're out there the other night, measured it 377 feet away from it. I measured it this morning, 345 feet away from me. It's getting closer. It's getting closer.
The man behind the now viral moving tree saga is TikTok user Sorry to Your Father, a New Jersey local whose pinned videos have racked up tens of millions of views. He spotted a tree near his property, but he was certain hadn't always been there and decided to measure it.
I already measured the distance from the porch to the fence. Here we go, exact spot. And we're going to look out. Same exact line as yesterday. I'm going to measure by foot. I'm going to do the math in inches. And we'll figure out how many feet away it is.
The first reading clocked the tree at 377 feet from his porch. The next morning, he measured again and got 345 feet. By the following day, it had crept to 339, then 337. Then, in a twist nobody saw coming, it actually moved 3 inches the other way.
This is absolutely wild. Just measured it 3 feet 5 fucking inches. It moved out 3 inches.
He's verified the measurements multiple ways. Tape measured the yarn from the exact same spot, even a rock left on the ground to make sure the yarn wasn't lying to him. His audience has affectionately nicknamed the tree Tree Bird, and they tune in daily for new readings.
I mean, at this point, I'm genuinely freaked out, questioning life and what's real and what's not. There's no way, man. There's no way. I knew it. Fake ass tree, dude.
According to the uploader, no birds ever land on or near it. He claims he sat and watched the tree for 2.5 hours straight and didn't see a single one approach.
I also haven't seen one bird right in this area staring at it for about 2.5 hours. Not one bird.
Then things take a genuinely odd turn. In one of his follow-up videos, he tells his audience he received a phone call that morning. Someone, he says, told him to stop filming the tree.
I do have to say that I did receive a phone call this morning, and I was told that I need to stop filming this tree, which makes it even weirder.
Skeptics are calling the whole saga an elaborate bit. His TikTok bio reads, "I'm definitely not supposed to be here and I have no idea what I'm doing," which has done little to settle the debate. Others have pointed out that the tree was probably always there, his measurements drift slightly each time, and the Google Maps gap is just an outdated satellite image. But none of those explanations account for the phone call.
And honestly, I've been getting some phone calls. I've had someone show up at my house, and this is just really getting out of fucking hand at this point. They've been telling me that I need to stop filming this tree. And honestly, it's getting to the point now where I'm genuinely freaked the fuck out.
Every morning, the tree builder's still showing up out his window, and every morning, this dude is still measuring it.
Look at this. Look at this. Tree bird. Tree bird. What the fuck's going on? You used to be influenced on this tree. Now you're behind this tree.
Dustin Lee Frazier has spent years filming scary videos inside abandoned buildings deep in the Appalachian Mountains, and he's seen most of what those woods have to offer. This was the house that finally made him leave.
Should we go get the rent on? And we can ask questions.
Property is near Whiteville, Virginia, and looks like it hasn't been lived in for years.
I'm just trying to figure myself out. Okay.
Dustin's moving through it, and something can be heard tapping from inside the walls. He decides to run a spirit box session, asking if anything's in the house with him. Then, while he's focused on the box, his camera catches something behind him.
There's anyone here who would want to communicate with us? Who would want to communicate with us? Who would want to communicate with us?
And from somewhere further off in the building, he hears something else. Dustin's clearly rattled. He mentions that local hiking trails in the area have been closed by authorities in recent days, and wonders aloud whether a bear has gotten into the property. hears something on the roof above him.
Head north.
God damn it. That's enough for Dustin, but he leaves the property in a hurry. A black bear sheltering in an abandoned structure could explain the growl and the rooftop sounds. Black bears are common in the Appalachians, and an empty building is a natural place for one to hole up. The knocking could be pipes of thermal expansion in old timber. The shadow could be his own torch passing across the wall. But the combination, the knocking, the shadow, the growl, the scraping above his head, was enough to drive someone with years of experience straight out the door. In a 1980s photograph from a remote Texas cemetery, an old man stands beside a tombstone for a portrait. Behind the stone, half hidden, something else is in the frame. The man visible in the photo is the photographer's great-grandfather. 3 family members visited the cemetery that afternoon, and they were the only people there. The great-grandfather, the user's father who took the picture, and an uncle who was somewhere off fame at the time. Peeking out from behind the tombstone is the fabric of a spring dress, a patch of pink where there shouldn't be anything at all. That's strange in itself because the photograph was taken during winter. The grass is dead, the trees are bare, and the great-grandfather is wearing a jacket. Whoever's behind the gravestone isn't dressed for the weather. According to the Reddit user, the family never noticed the figure when the photo was taken. None of the 3 men saw anyone else at the cemetery that day. It was only decades later, going through the family album, that the dress in the corner of the frame was spotted. The user admits someone could have been forgotten over the years. A distant relative, a friend who tagged along, somebody never mentioned again. But every adult who would have remembered is gone now, and there's no record of a 4th person. The great-grandfather was the only person in front of the camera that afternoon, but he wasn't the only thing in the photograph.
Oh my God.
Bill is talking to his live stream audience from a patch of forest with a reputation for paranormal activity when the comments start telling him to turn around.
Oh my God, my fuck. Did you see something behind me? What the fuck? What was that?
Bill, who goes by Shat Myself Paranormal on TikTok, runs a channel dedicated to live streaming from famously haunted locations, and he's built a loyal following doing it. On this night, he's broadcasting alone from somewhere dark and quiet, talking through what's around him. He appears in the frame for a split second before he notices.
Oh my God. Oh my God, my fuck. What the fuck? Did you see something behind me? What the fuck? What was that?
When Bill finally looks, there's nothing there. Just the same dark, quiet forest he's been describing for the last few minutes.
What the? Is that cut? Is that cut? Did I just see a face behind me?
Because the broadcast was live, the footage wasn't spliced together after the fact. What viewers saw played out in real time, on every screen tuned into the stream, which makes it harder to dismiss as a video trick.
Oh my God, my fuck. What the fuck? Did you see something behind me? What the fuck? What was that?
The students at Fort Simcoe Job Corps were cleaning the gym when they heard someone screaming from the music room. They ran toward the sound and found a fellow student bolting out of the room in tears, holding his phone. He'd been alone in the music room trying to take a photo of his new shoes for Instagram. When he looked at what he'd captured, there was something in the frame that shouldn't have been there. In the top corner of the frame is the figure of a young boy. The student is adamant he was alone in the room. No one else was there, and the door had been closed. The The scary photo was submitted to us directly on our Slapcam subreddit by a user who's since changed their handle to Pakistani9620. He'd arrived with the others when the screaming started and says his mind is telling him what the figure is, and he doesn't want to believe it. Fort Simcoe wasn't always a job corps campus. The site was established as a military fort in the 1850s, before being converted into a Native American boarding school, a kind of institution where thousands of children were taken from their families, abused, and in many documented cases, never made it home. Whatever appeared in the corner of that photograph chose a building where children once lived and didn't survive. The student didn't go back to take a second one. An abandoned hospital shuttered for more than 10 years, and on the night this man pointed his camera at it from a neighbouring building, one of the rooms on the upper floor was lit. The focus is on the lit room, trying to work out who could possibly be inside the building that's supposed to be empty. A figure moves across the room, pale, partially transparent, drifting from one side of the window to the other before disappearing out of frame. The hospital is in Tlatelolco, a neighborhood in central Mexico City. Closed over a decade ago, and there's no record of squatters, no construction crew, no reason for anyone to be inside the building at all. Skeptics have argued the figure is a trick of light, a reflection from another window, or an artifact of the camera's autofocus catching a smudge on the glass. But none of those explain the room being lit. Reflections don't generate their own illumination, and whatever the figure was, it was moving inside a space that had no power, no occupants, and no reason to glow. Archie and his wife walk through St. Leo's Cemetery in Leominster, Massachusetts every day. On June 23rd, 2023, their pub started barking at something they couldn't see. There was no one else in the cemetery, no groundskeeper, no flowers being planted, nobody visiting a grave. Just Archie, his wife, the dog, and whatever the dog could sense. They walked through a crossroads in the park, and the pug abruptly stopped barking by the time they reached a particular tree. Archie was still talking to the dog when a set of wind chimes hanging from one of the gravestones got slapped, hard enough that Archie says he could tell by the way it moved that something physical had struck it. There hadn't been a breath of wind through the cemetery all afternoon. That night, Archie, who posts on YouTube as Terraforce Sight, went back to the cemetery with a trail camera, and this is what he caught. Skeptics could argue a draft caught the wind chimes that animals or insects could have set them off, that the pug was reacting to a small mammal in the underbrush. All of those would be reasonable enough on their own. But the chimes were struck the way someone strikes them, directly, deliberately. The dog had been barking at the same spot before they started, and whatever Archie filmed when he went back later in the night was waiting for him in the dark. The cemetery had been empty when his pug started barking. It wasn't empty when Archie came back at night. Here are your paranormal headlines in This Week in Weird. Out of southern Nevada, USGS recorded 17 earthquakes inside 24 hours about 80 miles from Las Vegas, just east of Area 51. Strongest hit magnitude 4.4 at a notably shallow depth, around 2.5 miles down. Geophysicist Stephen Burns flagged the cluster on X as, quote, an unusual place to get an earthquake. Geological consensus is natural swarm activity tied to the basin and range province. Nevada's crust is slowly pulling itself apart when these clusters happen. The timing
is the harder part. The swarm peaked the same day Trump told reporters at the White House that the Pentagon had found very interesting UFO documents and that the first releases are coming soon. But it went straight to underground tests, secret tunnels, hidden reactors. The geologists are unbothered. The internet, less so. Probably nothing. Probably. And speaking of the disclosure pressure cooker, a televangelist is now claiming the government is briefing pastors to get ready for it. On April 27th, Cleveland, Tennessee evangelist Perry Stone uploaded a YouTube video saying a friend of his sat in on a closed meeting where U.S. officials briefed pastors to prepare their congregations for the public disclosure of non-human craft, materials not from this earth, and, quote, very strange reptilian-looking creatures. Stone wasn't in the room himself. But Bishop Alan DiDio of Revival Nation Church jumped on X on May 5th and posted, I was in this meeting, and it's absolutely true. Joseph Zed and Tony Merkel echoed the account, naming an Airbnb in the mountains of Tennessee as the venue, roughly half a dozen Christian leaders in attendance. None of the officials named, no state confirmed, no transcript. Whatever you make of the source, the timing, right as Trump's promised UFO file drop, is doing its own narrative work. From religious disclosure briefings to a retired Army sergeant on Fox News with a Bigfoot story he's been telling for 33 years. This week on Fox and Friends First, retired Army Staff Sergeant Todd Nice recounted a 1993 military exercise in the Oregon Coast Range, where he and 3 other soldiers, handling live high explosives no less, say they watched 3 large hair-covered bipedal figures observe them from across a clearing for 25 seconds. Nice now runs the American Primate Conservancy, the non-profit he founded in 2015. He used to be a skeptic. 25 seconds is what changed him. He also flagged Ohio, currently ranked 4th in the country for Bigfoot sightings on the BFRO list, with a fresh cluster of reports in the wooded corridor between Akron and Youngstown this March. An Army sergeant with live explosives is a hard one to ride off.
Exposed to 3 of these creatures observing our exercises, and those 25 seconds changed the entire course of my life.
From a clearing in the Pacific Northwest to one of the most famous haunted houses in America. In Rhode Island Superior Court on April 29th, Judge Shannon Signore dismissed the lawsuit Elizabeth Greenhold filed last December to block the sale of the Conjuring House, the 18th century Burrellville farmhouse where the Perron family lived in the 1970s. The case aired and Lorraine Warren investigated the source material for the 2013 movie. Greenhouse argued her sister, Jacqueline Nunez, lacked the capacity to sell the property to Ghost Hunters star Jason Hawes for $1.3 million. The judge ruled Greenhold didn't have standing. Dismissal was without prejudice. Greenhold's still seeking guardianship of her sister in Boston Probate Court, and there's a tangled mortgage situation behind the scenes involving Elton Castee, who tried to buy the house himself. So Hawes isn't the owner yet. Closer than ever. Not quite there. From Rhode Island to a village in Western Kenya, where a different kind of dread just turned up at the door. In Kenya, in Kenya's Kisii County, Damaris Joel says a hand appeared outside her home with its beak removed and a handwritten note tied beneath its wing. The note listed members of her family by name, each with a predicted date of death, written in red ink. Joel called her pastor and put the hen back where she'd found it. The next morning, another hen turned up in the same spot. Another note under its wing. She suspects witchcraft. According to the local Kenyan outlet Tuko, this isn't the first such incident in the home. The pastor told her whoever placed the hen would come back for it. The family's still waiting. One last thing before we kick back to the countdown. Our second channel, Slaptown Mysteries, has rebranded. New name, new tempo. It's now called Creepy and Cozy. Chilled, laid-back, eerie stories built for sleep listening. I'll be narrating historical paranormal cases, freaky encounters, and the kind of spooky true crime that creeps up on you slowly. Same Slaptown DNA, slower BPM, links in the description if it's your thing. It's your weekly pile of weird. Back to the countdown. In May of 1973, 2 children exploring a quiet meadow on England's Isle of Wight claimed they encountered something extraordinary. Not a ghost, not quite a person, and certainly nothing they had ever seen before. According to their account, they came face to face with a 7-foot-tall figure dressed in bright colours, who introduced himself simply as All Colours Sam. The aunt and her friends couldn't find the cemetery. They'd hiked up an overgrown road on a Virginia mountainside looking for the headstones of an old family burial ground, and after hours of searching, they turned back. None of them had seen another person on the mountain that day. When she got the photos developed, there was someone in the frame. A young girl stands in the dense brush, half obscured by tangled branches and dry stalks, looking directly at the camera. She wasn't there when the photo was taken. The aunt is sure of it. The image was posted to Reddit's Paranormal Forum by user Damien Quirty, who says his aunt has had the photo in her possession for the past 20 years. The story behind it is one she's told the same way every time. They hiked up looking for headstones near Standardsville, Virginia, didn't find the cemetery and didn't see the girl while they were there. The photo was taken on film and developed at a chemist, not on a phone, not editable with a swipe. Around the same time, the aunt asked a Ouija board who the girl in the picture was. The board spelled out a name and an age, Teresa Collier, 8 years old. Skeptics would point out that Ouija boards are notoriously unreliable, often producing names that can't be verified, and that the figure in the photo could simply be a hiker the aunt's group encountered but didn't register at the time. The family swears they were alone on the mountain, and the figure in the photo isn't an adult. She's an 8-year-old girl standing in the brush of the cemetery that nobody could find. The door in this woman's hospital office has been taped shut for a reason, and the scary video shows what it does. The hospital where she works was renovated years ago, but the floor she works on used to be the pediatric ward. In the 1980s, a young boy died there of appendicitis. Her daughter, who posts on Reddit as Aspects21, says the boy hasn't left. He plays with electronics in the office, hits the code blue button in one specific room, and once shook a box of cupcakes off the floor. Lately, he's been opening this drawer no matter how many times she tries to seal it shut. She's not the only one who's noticed. Patients have reported a young boy running through their rooms at night or peering through their windows. Several of them mention something painted on his face. Skeptics could argue the drawer mechanism is faulty and the patient reports are exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from people on heavy medication. With the patient descriptions consistent. Same boy, the same age, the same painted face. None of them had spoken to each other and none of them know of the 1980s death. And says the activity in his house has been getting stronger since his cat died. He's been hearing things in the basement.
Well, since our cat passed away, things have kind of been,
He goes down to investigate, camera in hand.
Hello?
Something else happens.
Who are you?
Stop. The clip was posted to Instagram by Win McPix, who's been documenting activity in his home for years. He says the cat had always seemed to keep whatever was here in check. Skeptics could argue that the chair was set locking by Win's footsteps and that the ball came from off camera or had been hidden by the angle the whole time. Both of those would be reasonable on their own. But Win was nowhere near the chair when it started moving, and the ball wasn't on the basement floor a moment before. He'd just been filming that exact spot. His cat is gone and the basement is getting more and more unsettling. Who are you?
Before we get to that #1 spot, remember to hit that subscribe button and tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary, mysterious videos. He didn't notice it while he was filming. He only saw it later, going back through the footage. Earlier that night, he'd heard noises in his house. He grabbed his phone, walked through the rooms, and recorded everything he could see, bracing for whatever was making the noise. The scary video was posted on Instagram by Samp_Allen0418. The man hadn't been looking at the chair while he was filming. He'd been looking at the rest of the room, panning past furniture, scanning for whatever had made the noise. The camera caught what he wasn't looking for. Now remember to check out Free Cash if you want to earn some money while playing mobile video games. Just use my link in the description box down below there, or scan that QR code right there, and you get a $10 bonus after completing your first offer. Well, that's it. That's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you can't get enough of the scary videos, then check out those 2 links there for more. Leave us some comments down below or smash that thumbs up button. It really helps us out in the algorithm. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
A gaming PC with a volume of just 0.2 meters, small enough to slip into your pocket, and it only costs $20. But here's the crazy part. In a tiny PC like this, it actually hit 360 FPS. Tiny PCs are everywhere these days, and they look incredible. The problem is, most of them cost a fortune. So I started wondering, can we find the ultimate pocket-sized PC in an unbelievably small budget? Let's find out. The first thing I did was search for mini PC on Google. I wanted to see just how small these things could actually get. And that's when I realized there isn't just one type of mini PC. There are countless designs and sizes of them. The problem was finding one for around $20. Those are surprisingly hard to come by. I even checked Amazon. Wow, there were some seriously cool options, but every single one was way beyond my budget. So I sorted the results from lowest to highest price. Unfortunately, that didn't help me. When I lowered the price enough to fit my budget, the results turned into a complete mess. Most of them weren't even mini PCs. At that point, it was pretty clear I'd have to look somewhere else. So next, I went over to eBay. That's where I finally started seeing some promising options. But there was one major problem. Most of the smallest computers I found weren't really usable as regular desktop PCs. Instead, I came across a lot of single-board computers like the BeagleBone Black and the friendly Sesh. They're great looking boards. They weren't what I was looking for. Most of them don't even have a native video output, so you can't simply plug in a monitor and use them as a standard desktop. Then there were boards like the Raspberry Pi Zero 2W. It's incredibly compact, but it's just not powerful enough for the kind of gaming I wanted to do. Just when I was about to give up, I finally found something interesting, a tiny mini PC. The hardware isn't exactly impressive, but it checks all the boxes I was looking for. And for $25, I couldn't resist, so I bought it. Now let's unbox it and see what kind of tiny PC just showed up at my door. This is the Dell Wise 30. And honestly, I didn't realize just how tiny it was until I held it in my hand. To put that into perspective, it's about 337 times smaller in volume than the Alienware gaming PC I created. Just like I said earlier, it's small enough to slip right into your phone. Now that we've seen just how ridiculously compact this thing is, it's time to find out if it actually works. Unfortunately, the seller didn't include power in it. I'm guessing that's one of the reasons I was able to get it so cheap. Luckily, I already had a compatible 24-watt power supply, so save this thing still. Come on, nothing. No power light, no fan lights. Absolutely no sign of light. Since I bought it used, there was no manual or anything to help me troubleshoot. So, I guess it's time to start taking it apart. It actually took me way longer than I'd like to admit, just to get the case apart. But once I figured it out, it was surprisingly simple. Inside, there's only a single circuit board, The CPU, RAM, and onboard storage are all integrated directly on it. One downside, though, is that you can't upgrade the storage directly on this machine. At first, I thought this slot was for an SSD, but I was wrong. It's actually an M2 slot for the Wi-Fi card, not for storage. It also comes with a surprisingly good selection of ports. Pretty much everything you'd expect from a regular desktop PC. So now, let's see if we can figure out why it refuses to turn on. Alright, what if we try powering it on without the case this way? There we go, we've got a display. Well, that's a good sign. Now let's put everything back together and see if it still works once it's focusing. No way, it powered on instantly. Apparently, all it needed was to be taken apart and put back together. I'll take that as a win. Wait a second, I can't believe it. This thing actually came with Windows 10 pre-installed. Alright, let's see what kind of hardware we're working with. If you looked closely at the sticker on the outside, you've probably already guessed the processor. That's right, it's powered by an Intel Atom X5 Xeon 8350, a quad-core, quad-thread chip. Sounds decent on paper, until you see the clock speed. It tops out at just 1.44 gigahertz, and in single-core benchmarks, it scores only around 60 points. Yeah, it's pretty rough, but raw performance was never the goal of this processor. Its biggest strength is efficiency. Under load, it only draws around 2 watts of power, and when it's sitting idle, it draws only about 0.9 watts of power. That's so little that Dell didn't even need to put a fan inside. It stays incredibly cool with passive cooling. As for the rest of the specs, it comes with just 2 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM and 16 gigabytes of onboard storage. Looking at these specs, I'm honestly a little worried about playing modern games on this thing. Next, I wanted to see how it handles something simple. Watching YouTube. Oh my god, this thing is painfully slow. The video stutters so badly that I can practically count the frames one by one. I'm guessing it's running at around 3 frames per second, and that's with the video set to just 480p. Unfortunately, that wasn't even the biggest problem. I couldn't install any games in the first place. This machine is running Windows 10 IoT Enterprise LTSC, a stripped-down version of Windows that doesn't include the Microsoft Store. Without it, and without the proper licensing, I couldn't download games the right way. So instead, I downloaded them directly from the official website. But then I ran into another major obstacle. After installing Windows, there were only 21 megabytes of free storage left. 21 megabytes. That's not even enough space for a single screenshot. And since the onboard storage can't be upgraded, I had no choice but to plug in a USB drive and install the game instead. Once everything finished installing, it was finally time to launch the game. Damn, it crashed immediately. After digging around with it, it became pretty obvious what was going on. The system was missing almost all of its graphics drivers. This processor is supposed to have an integrated GPU, Intel HD Graphics 400. No matter what I tried, Windows refused to install the driver. I spent quite a while searching for different solutions, but every lot ended the same way. Nothing more. At that point, I realized there was really only one option. It's time to try a completely different operating system. After doing some research, I decided to give Linux a try. More specifically, I went with Ubuntu. It's known for being an incredibly lightweight Linux distribution that's designed to use few system resources as possible. This was actually my first time using a Linux distribution, so I definitely had a bit of a learning. After spending about 2 hours getting everything installed and configured, I was finally ready. And honestly, my first impression was surprisingly positive. The whole system feels much more responsive than you get on Windows. Resource usage is impressively low too. At idle, the system is using only about 492 megabytes of RAM, and CPU usage barely moves. So naturally, the first thing I wanted to test was YouTube. Starting at 480p, the video played far more smoothly than it ever did on Windows. Then I pushed it up to 720p, and to my surprise, this tiny PC was still able to play smoothly. It's a massive improvement. What surprised me even more was how well Ubuntu handled the integrated graphics. Unlike Windows, where I spent hours fighting with missing drivers, Linux recognized an integrated GPU almost immediately. Now, for the part I've been waiting for, gaming. The first challenge was simply getting the game installed. If you've never used Linux before, the installation process can be a bit intimidating. There were definitely a few hurdles along the way, but eventually, I got everything working. Now let's see if it actually works. No way, bro. We're in. The game finally started. The only downside is that loading into the world takes a long time. But once everything finished loading, I was honestly surprised. The frame rate hovered around 20 to 25 frames per second. It's not bad at all for hardware this small. The problem was consistency. Every now and then, the FPS would suddenly tank, even dropping to 1 FPS while new chunks were loaded. So the next step was obvious. I lowered every graphics setting I could. And I wasn't expecting that much of a difference. Performance improved dramatically. Now the frame rate was hovering around 100 frames per second. Once the world had fully loaded and all the chunks were cached, the highest frame rate I recorded was 194 frames per second. At this point, I was running out of ideas for squeezing out more frames. So I decided to try something else. I installed the Legacy Launcher and loaded the exact same version of Minecraft. After spending some more time tweaking every setting I could find, the frame rate climbed to around 200 frames per second. It's not a huge jump over, but every extra frame gets me one step closer to Minecraft. The scary part is, I'm still nowhere near Minecraft. I'm still about 160 frames per second short. The problem is, I've already tried almost everything I knew. I switched to a lightweight operating system and turned every in-game setting down to the absolute minimum. And honestly, I was running out of ideas. There's only so much software optimization can do when the hardware itself is this thing. So I decided to ask for a little help from ChatGPT. It suggested a few Linux tweaks that might squeeze a bit more performance out of the system. The first recommendation was to switch the CPU to performance mode, preventing it from aggressively downclocking while gaming. That involved running a few terminal commands. So I followed the instructions and gave it a try. The second tweak was to disable the desktop composite. In theory, that should reduce rendering overhead, lower input latency, and maybe even give me a small FPS boost. They're simple changes, but on hardware this slow, even a tiny improvement can make a noticeable difference. So let's see if they actually work. All right, this time I'm launching the game with game mode enabled. Hold on, it already feels smoother. All right, let's see what kind of FPS we're getting now. Oh my god, 240 frames per second. I honestly wasn't expecting that. In a few scenes, it even spikes all the way up to 275 frames per second. While exploring the forest, the average frame rate stays around 150 frames per second, which is a huge improvement. And then I remembered one more trick. Running the game in a smaller window can sometimes improve performance in low-end hardware. So I gave it a try. This is insane. The frame rate jumped all the way to 303 frames per second. I honestly can't believe I managed to squeeze this much performance out of such an underpowered little PC. At this point, this is probably the most optimized setup I can come up with, but I'm still not at my goal. So there's one last thing I want to try. I'm going back to Minecraft 1.8, this time with a few modern performance mods and stuff. Let's see if that's enough to finally push this tiny PC all the way to my target. Oh no, not only did the FPS not improve, it actually got quite a bit worse than the previous test. During the normal gameplay, the frame rate hovered around 100 frames per second. Even after shrinking the game window again, the highest I could get was around 200 frames per second. At this point, I think I've pushed this little PC as far as it can reasonably go. I don't think there's anything else I can do to squeeze out more performance. But if you have any ideas or know of another optimization I should try, let me know down in the comments. I'd love to see if we can push this tiny PC further.
Our first clip of the day comes from one of our viewers, Bianca5150. They posted this eerie footage to our subreddit asking fellow viewers if they can make sense of the sighting. The OP says that they installed cameras around their house to see which dog of theirs was chewing and tearing things up. This footage was captured when the family were out and no one else was in the house. It's a little after 6 p.m. when this happens. The OP received a notification that movement had been detected inside of the home. They took a quick look and didn't see anything too strange at first. When they took a closer look, they were shocked to see a mysterious shadow moving down the hallway. If we take another look and brighten up the image, you can see something move from right to left. The family were only out for 20 minutes when this footage was captured. The other security cameras don't show anyone coming or going from the property in this time period. So who or what is moving down the hallway of the home? With no sign of a break-in, one has to wonder if something paranormal has been caught on this home security camera. This next eerie incident was captured on a live stream when YouTuber Horror Fantasies was running a Ouija board session for his fans. As he's chatting away to his fans watching the live stream, something strange happens. Watch. doll appears to move its head. The YouTuber freaks out and drops the doll, but isn't quite sure if something really happened or not.
I could have sworn that doll turned its head at me. Okay.
Naturally, the live stream chat went into overdrive as viewers speculated whether the doll's head really moved or not. Some noted it almost looks like the YouTuber could make the head move with his thumb, which does look plausible. So what do you think? Is this doll haunted, or was the head just manipulated? I'll leave that up to you to decide. In December 2020, Reddit user T-Course received an alert on their phone that someone was at the door in the middle of the night in the pouring rain. Take a look at their eerie nighttime visitor. A woman is standing in the doorway with her mouth wide open. She shuffles her feet back and forth, all the while her mouth is still agape. Luckily, the homeowner wasn't home at the time and didn't have to decide whether or not to answer the door. Several Redditors said it reminded them of the 2014 horror movie The Taking of Deborah Logan, in which a rather infamous scene portrays a possessed woman with an unhinged jaw and someone getting swallowed whole. So what would you do in this situation? Would you be a good Samaritan and invite this lady in for tea and scones? Or would you hide under some coats and wait till it all blows over? There's very little information available on this next video. It was uploaded to TikTok by Scary Central, but its origins are unknown. It shows a woman chatting on her cell phone as she walks by. She stops momentarily to say something to the camera holder, oblivious to the fact that there might be danger in the vicinity. Take a look at what happens next. A creepy figure appears behind her. It lurches out of the darkness, reaching towards the unsuspecting woman. The camera holder does see it, however. Panicked, they don't even attempt to warn their friend of the impending threat and simply run away. As there's little information on this video, it's hard to tell just what it is we're seeing here. The figure looks distorted, almost as if it could be a reflection in a warped mirror. Take another look at the clip and let me know what you think's going on here. Is it a snippet from a movie, or is it something a little more sinister? Let me know down below. Our next series of clips comes from user Jar Jar Mullet, who posted on our subreddit hoping our community might be able to offer some answers as to what's been happening around their home. In June 2019, the OP's family bought a house near Tulsa, Oklahoma. They say that the house has had a few previous owners, but nothing particularly strange stands out in the property's history. However, in the last year or so, some creepy things have started happening around the home. The family's heard unexplained noises, they've seen objects moving on their own, and shadowy figures have started appearing in their periphery. One night, the OP's wife woke up in the middle of the night to see a small child standing in the room. When they flicked the lights on in a panic, there was no one there. Unsettled by all the activity, the family installed a series of security cameras around the property, both indoors and out. In this first piece of footage, you can see the upstairs hallway late at night. Take a look at what happens next.
The Oakley's wife walks up the stairs when suddenly you can hear a Mickey Mouse toy activate by itself. The toy is only supposed to activate when you pull a string on its back. The kids were staying with their grandparents at the time and no one was upstairs when this was recorded. The poster notes that it's strange that the Mickey toy was on the ground in the middle of the room, as the room had been cleaned and tidied just hours earlier and no toys were on the floor. The homeowner notes that where the toy was found is right where his son has allegedly seen a tall, red-coloured man lurking in the dark. No one else has seen the man, so the parents aren't sure whether it's just their son's overactive imagination. However, things get even creepier in this next piece of footage. This feed is from their downstairs camera. It's night time and the family's hanging out watching some TV. Watch what happens. It's very hard to see at first, but if we slow it down and zoom in at the 11-second mark, something appears on the staircase. It pops around the corner for a split second and then disappears. Creepier still, at the 17-second mark, you can hear their automatic locking system on the front door unlock itself. The OP says that the security panel to control the system is in the hallway where no one was at the time, but somehow the door unlocked itself. The family was freaked out by the unlocked door, but they called the police, fearing a burglar had snuck into the home. The police came and took a look around, but could find no sign of a break-in or any evidence that anyone had been in the home. Confused, the family reviewed their home security footage, and that's when they spotted the eerie shadow that appears on the staircase. To this day, the family is still scared by this incident and have no way of explaining what happened. The thought of having a poltergeist in your home is terrifying. Although it's said that poltergeists aren't always violent, these spirits can still supposedly torment their victims by making noises and moving objects. YouTuber Sylvia C began noticing strange occurrences in her home after playing with a Ouija board at her kitchen table. She claims that her channel documents some of the activity that has since occurred. In this clip, it's fairly obvious that whatever is present wants to make itself known.
The camera's got activity tonight in the kitchen.
Keep an eye on the cupboard door. It swings open and shuts. Next, watch what happens when the woman asks, "Do you want me out of your house?"
Do you want me out of your house?
The presence appears to answer by moving a can on the kitchen counter. The poster explains that this kind of thing happens in her kitchen all the time. This is evidenced in the next clip, which shows the poster hiding behind a partition while pointing the camera towards the sink.
Oh my god. That's oh my god, did you get out? Oh, that nurse. No, it's moving now.
You can see a spoon and fork moving by themselves.
Oh my god. That's oh my god, did you get out? Oh, that nurse. No, it's moving now.
She shows the area beneath the counter to demonstrate there are no magnets or strings.
I'm not thinking this. There's nobody under there, under the counter. Or under the fridge. No magnets or anything like that. No strings. Smooth yourself.
The woman's voice clearly sounds distressed throughout the footage.
Oh my god. That's oh my god, did you get out? Oh, that nurse. No, it's moving now.
So would you try and communicate with a poltergeist? Or would you just pack your bags and leave?
Again.
The following video was posted to the WTF subreddit by a username Cyanides of March. It shows a Kiss cover band playing a tribute show. The crowd seems to be having a blast and are entertained by the performance, but the energy in the audience quickly turns when something wild happens. Take a look. All of a sudden, the guitarist's hair catches fire. Amazingly, he keeps the performance going despite recognizing that his hair is indeed on fire. A few seconds go by before crew members rush to his aid to put out the fire. Astoundingly, the man never once stops the performance, which harkens back to the age-old phrase, "the show must go on," which this singer took way too literally. This next clip's been dividing audiences over on TikTok. When user Leanne18.18 was filming her son innocently playing in a pile of autumn leaves, she never expected to catch something quite so eerie on camera. Take a look at what she saw. As the OP's son throws something across the yard, he pauses for a moment, almost as if acknowledging that there's something there. Then, out of nowhere, it looks like the boy gets pushed by some sort of unseen force. The uploader says that they only just moved into the area when this incident took place, and that it didn't take long for them to move out again. They also mention that this isn't the first time something strange has happened to their boy, which is what that is, they don't say. The comment section is divided on this one. Some say it looks like the boy falls over or deliberately falls back in a sort of playful manner. But a lot of people genuinely believe that something pushed the boy. So where do you sit on this? Did he just tumble, or was he pushed by some sort of unseen force? Drop your opinions in the comments down below. One of our viewers, Danella White, shared this strange photo to our Facebook community page. White says she was taking a photo of her newly built pond in the back garden to show her father. Nothing seemed out of place at the time and she didn't think too much of it. It wasn't until she sent the photo and took a second look. In the background, coming down the stairs to the apartment on the left there appears to be something brown hovering in mid-air. When White shared the photo, it freaked our Facebook community out. Some said it looks like the robe of a monk and couldn't quite explain why it seemed to be just hanging in mid-air. Others said it looks like an apparition of sorts. The photo was strange enough for Take a Break magazine to run a short story on it. Their editor noted that you can see blades of grass in front of the figure, meaning it must be something physically present and not something that's just been photoshopped. Ultimately, though, they couldn't explain it away and were stumped by the image. White says that strange things have been happening around her house for quite a while now and wonders whether this strange appearance might be an explanation. Perhaps some kind of paranormal presence is haunting the home. I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you think this could be? I'd love to hear your theories in the comments down below. This entry comes to us from a woman named Brandy Lynn, who has taken a photograph that has caused her and her family some distress and confusion. In this first photo, you can see Brandy's father. In the background, you can see a picture frame with a strange white face on it. Now here's where things start to get a little strange. The family insists that the face in the frame shouldn't be there. Here's a statement from Brandy explaining the situation. This photo was taken July 17th, 2014. The other day I was scrolling through my photos of my father, and being that he's passed away, I came across this one, and immediately, all of a sudden, all the hairs stood up on my body. We've had that mirror that's on the wall behind my father for many years. So when I seen that creepy black and white face, knowing that the mirror's only supposed to have a floral decoration around the edges, I was completely freaked out. For clarification, Brandy added 2 additional photos to prove that there is no face in the frame. Rather, it's just a mirror with a floral border. This one is taken at an angle, showing Brandy's father sitting on the couch. Here you can see that the frame is indeed a mirror with a floral decoration. Then this final image shows Brandy and a friend posing for the camera. Here you can see more clearly that the mirror has no white face in it. Brandy continues, saying, I have absolutely no answer to what this is. My father passed away August 13th, 2017, and this photo was taken July 17th, 2014. And if you really look at the features of the face in the mirror and my dad's features, it almost looks like it could be a relative of my father's. But I've never met my grandfather, and I just discovered the face in the photo a couple of weeks ago when I was scrolling through the photos of my father. And being that he's already passed, I couldn't show it to him and ask him if it looks like a relative. So, how is it that the first photo shows a strange white face and the others don't? To this day, Brandy has no concrete answer as to what this is, but she does have her theories, as she said. So what do you think this is? Do you really think it could be a distant relative making contact from beyond the grave? Or is there another way to explain it? Let me know your theories on this one down below. In California, a 3-year-old's alleged ghost sighting prompted a full-scale police investigation. In July 2021, parents Victoria and Jake Gorba were visiting Shut-Eye Peak in the Sierra National Forest when their 3-year-old son, Caden, began talking to someone that wasn't there. As the family drove through the national park, Caden pointed out the window and said there was a woman lying face down in the field with her legs pointing straight up in the air. When the parents looked to see what the boy was talking about, they couldn't see anyone, just an empty grass field. Caden insisted, saying that there was a dead lady in the field. He said she was wearing a black shirt and had blue hair and that she needed help. Caden became unsettled and implored his mother to believe him, saying that the woman was lying face down in the dirt and that she needed help. Spooked by the experience, Victoria posted what had happened on Facebook, asking if anyone knew about the area. Before long, it became apparent that a woman had gone missing in the area and that she matched Caden's description, including the blue hair and black shirt. Responding to the post, a member of the Madeira County Sheriff's Department reached out to the family, wanting to know more. He told the family about the missing woman and asked if they would accompany him to the site to show him where Caden had seen the woman. In June 2020, a woman by the name of Sandra Hughes went missing in the Sierra National Forest. She went camping alone and was never seen again. Here's a photo of the missing persons poster that the Sheriff's Department released to the public. The top middle photo shows Sandra with blue hair, exactly like Caden described. The police accompanied the family to the site where Caden said he saw the woman. However, after an exhaustive search, they found no evidence of the missing woman. To this day, the case remains unsolved, and the family has no way of explaining just how their son managed to describe Sandra Hughes. Our first clip of the day comes from Reddit user Comfortable Cry 8097. Last week, the OP heard a strange noise inside of their house. They yelled out to see if someone had snuck in, but there was nothing there. Confused, they decided to check their Ring security feed to see if they could see anything. Take a look at what the camera captured. It's hard to see at first, but if we brighten it up a little, you can see a dark shadow that floats by at the top of frame. The eerie sighting freaked the Reddit community out, with many calling it a ghost. One commenter said the OP should thoroughly check their house for a squatter because sometimes Ring cameras can make people look blurry due to their low compression rates. This could explain why the homeowner heard a noise and called out to see if there was anyone there. So what do you think? Are we seeing something paranormal here, or is this an intruder caught on camera? This next curious piece of footage was captured by a security camera in El Paso, Texas. The footage was uploaded by a popular Instagram page based in Texas called The Real Fit Fam El Paso. Take a look at what's been caught on camera. A strange line seems to cling to the front of the truck. While some have dismissed the sighting as nothing more than lens flare, some locals believe it could be a guardian angel, making sure the driver is safe as they leave a flooded area near Alameda Avenue, some 27 miles south of downtown El Paso. In late August 2022, El Paso, Texas was hit with a severe thunderstorm. The storm brought with it high winds and an intense rainfall that caused flooding throughout the city. Many roads were closed due to the flooding and several homes and businesses were damaged. Thankfully, there were no reported fatalities from the storm. It's this lack of fatalities that has some locals believing that a guardian angel is blessing their town, and that this footage is proof of divine intervention. A panicked mum shared a photo to the internet claiming that her son was photobombed by a ghost girl. In July 2022, mother of three Aisha Wilson Bent was at home when her son Gabriel sent a photo to her from a nearby playground. The photo shows Wilson Bent's two sons smiling for the camera. Initially, the family thought a cobweb was inside of the tyre right next to 12-year-old Christian. However, when they zoomed in, they could see that it looks like the face of a young girl. Skeptical at first, the 36-year-old mother questioned her boys whether they had edited the photo. The boys insisted that they hadn't touched the photo at all. Christian was apparently so frightened that he spent the night in his mother's room, too scared to sleep alone. Convinced that her sons hadn't edited the photo, Wilson Bent was worried that the boys may have brought something home with them, inferring that a supernatural presence may have attached itself to the boys. When the photo was shared to Facebook, it received a mixed reaction from viewers. Some believed the family agreeing that it looked just like a little girl inside the tyre. Others, however, damned the photo, saying it was amateur work at best. There is definitely a Photoshop vibe with this one. It almost looks like one of the kids from the horror movie Children of the Corn. But still, the family insists they haven't manipulated the image in any way. So I'll throw this one out to you for final judgment. What do you make of that strange girl's face next to Wilson Bent's son? Let me know down below. This unsettling piece of doorbell security footage is a serious case of mistaken identity. TikTok user Riri+1 heard banging at her front door and was notified by a Ring camera that there was someone out the front. She opened up her app and saw this staring back at her. The woman is beating at the door violently. Apparently she was looking for her boyfriend but got the wrong apartment. You can see the exact moment she realizes, then sheepishly runs away. I think it's safe to say I wouldn't want to be the boyfriend after this. places often have complex histories, and the dilapidated building seen in this video is no exception. Many people have reported strange incidents here. It's even thought that one individual committed suicide in the downstairs room. YouTuber Mysterio JL decides to investigate the premises for himself. As he enters the first room, he and his partner hear footsteps. They dissipate as the men walk closer. It can be heard once again as the men turn away. It's when they discover the word niño, which means little boy in Spanish, written on the wall. The investigators decide to continue their exploration of the property. As something grabs their attention, the camera holder inadvertently captures something unnerving on camera. A mysterious figure can be seen in the top right window. At first, it's almost impossible to see. However, if you brighten the footage, it becomes more obvious. Next, they head upstairs. As they make their way along a dark, dilapidated hallway, a chilling sound echoes through the space. According to the uploader, the voice says "mama" in Spanish. Not long after, the investigators catch a second sighting of the mysterious figure they saw earlier. Again, footage needs to be brightened up, but as before, there's definitely something there. Is this just a squatter who's taken up residence in the crumbling building? Or could it be the spirit of a child that's calling out for their mama? This is an old piece of dashcam footage that's been puzzling viewers for over a decade. In May 2009, police patrol car in Lumpkin County, Georgia spotted something strange down a dark highway at night time. Oh.
Did you see that?
The officers are chatting amongst themselves when they spot something walking on the side of the road. It can be hard to see at first, but if we brighten the image and slow it down, you can make out a dark bipedal figure running alongside the road. You can see that it takes 3 or 4 steps, then disappears from sight. You can tell by the officers' conversation that they're clearly alarmed and have no idea what it is exactly they saw on the side of the road. Over the years, numerous theories have been thrown around. the most prominent being that this is a glimpse of Bigfoot. Proponents of this theory note the fact that the figure runs on two legs, and its dark appearance might suggest a thick matting of fur. Others, however, think that the footage is just too dark and grainy to draw any conclusions, and have suggested it could just be kids pulling a prank. So where do you land on this classic sighting? Is it really Bigfoot? Is there another way to explain it? Let me know your theories in the comments down below.
Did you see that?
Can animals sense the supernatural? Some experts believe that animals are attuned to frequencies that humans can't perceive, allowing them to pick up on things that we simply can't. This would explain why animals seem to know when something bad is about to happen, such as an earthquake or tsunami. However, in this next piece of footage uploaded to TikTok by SR Cactuses, this dog seems to be reacting to something that's not quite subtle. A woman is giving an interview on camera. In the background, it looks like a dog gets pushed by some kind of unseen force. While it's possible it's jumping out of the way of something on the ground, it certainly looks like something invisible is shoving the dog. So is this dog reacting to something we can't see? There have been numerous accounts of dogs behaving oddly before an earthquake hits or becoming agitated for no apparent reason. Some believe they're picking up on vibrations that humans can't feel. There's also been reports of animals sensing when someone's about to have a seizure or suffer from some other kind of medical emergency. In these cases, it's thought that the animal's reacting to a change in the person's scent or body language. However, in this footage, it's quite clear the dog's reacting to something a little more forceful. So what do you think's going on here? I'd love to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below. And do you think our pets can sense the supernatural or not? Share your theories with one another in the comments. One of our viewers, Levi Brooks, posted this next one to our Facebook community page. Brooks says that they've always heard strange things on their baby monitor that's placed in their child's bedroom. As it was only audio, they could never catch what exactly was making the bizarre noises. However, when they upgraded to a camera monitor, they captured something quite odd in the bedroom. It's nearly 3 a.m. This happens. Something appears at the bottom of the frame. It almost looks like smoke or some kind of vapor. Levi notes that they had a son and passed away in 2017. Levi's husband is Irish, so according to tradition, they placed their son's ashes in an Irish cross and put them in what is now the baby's room that you can see in this security feed. The family is hoping the strange vapor is a sign that their deceased son is looking over his baby brother. This next piece of eerie dashcam footage was captured by a motorist in an undisclosed part of Australia. It was shared to the Dashcam Owners Australia Facebook page. Take a look at what happens. A car is blocking oncoming traffic. The masked man is standing still in the middle of the highway. He approaches the car and appears to growl. You can then hear the screeching of tyres as the OP speeds away from the masked man. The dashcam owner later said that they have no idea what the masked man wanted. They didn't know whether he was trying to rob them, hurt them, or hijack their car. The masked man was never identified, and his motives still remain a mystery.
In July 2022, TikTok user Londrix posted some home security footage that's left a lot of viewers confused and a little bit spooked. The woman in the feed was supposedly home alone when this footage was captured. Watching that again down the hallway, you can see a shadow pass by. A few viewers suggested it might be passing traffic outside of the home that's causing the shadow to go by. However, the uploader confirmed that cars don't cast shadows when they pass by the house in that particular part of the hallway. The poster asked if the sighting was spooky or if there was some way of explaining the shadow more rationally. While some commenters looked to the realms of the paranormal to explain the bizarre shadow, some said it could be evidence of a prowler sneaking into